Hello. How we doing, team?
Priceless.
How good of a human being are you?
How good of a human being are you?
No,
Maybe you should answer that question.
no, I think it's like.
Okay, we're playing Arena with
I've
Keru.
never answered this right because it.
4th of July day off. That's fantastic, Baltamele. You got anything special you're doing? Do you live in America, Baltamele? Or is your company just American? Work remotely, okay. So no fireworks, no chicken wings and hot dogs. Look in Latvia, okay.
Since it turned to X, I've lost interest. I don't know why. You use Twitter?
No.
Or well, I
Twitter
guess
is
X these
trash.
days, but back when it was Twitter,
I'm waiting for Keru to be ready.
Interesting. I was kind of staying away.
That's why
from
we're watching.
social media in general. I never really liked, but.
And I'm eating at the same time, so why
I felt
not?
like it had some kind of interest to it. Like it was interesting to hear about the Twitter drama and whatever. But now when it's X, I feel like it's just ads. It's like what Facebook turned into. Did you use Facebook back in the day when it was new?
Way back, yeah.
And you'd actually go there and you'd check your newsfeed and you'd get information about what your friends were doing and your family were doing, and people would post stuff there. Now, if you go there, it's literally just ads,
or it's rage bait.
They don't call
it's
it
ads,
shorts,
rage bait,
like
or it's like
Reels,
what's it called when
maybe.
everyone you try and make people
Do you use any social media?
scare people into thinking
Our-
World War
our
III is
version
happening.
of,
But just because I feel like
Our version of enjoy your
Or
meal
bots.
sounds enjoy a meal
I
in
know, sometimes
English.
some of the posts
is,
are like
I
it-
enjoy watching CS,
what I'm saying.
So my
Doom.
entire
in Swedish is smaklig måltid, which means like
music. I enjoy
I hope
watching,
you enjoy
like,
your meal.
DJs or something that's playing at a cool event and it's like super hype. When I use like the actual part of Instagram where you follow your friends and stuff, no. It's just
I feel like Twitter is a place where everyone just wants to argue about everything and anything. Smallest of things, they will just argue.
like the For You page is cool.
It's
'cause you
just
can
a
get,
place
like,
where
the
you
same
wanna
over and
go
over.
to
So I'm
argue with
interested in following
anyone
football. I feel like it's an easy
or
way
everyone.
to keep up because the more I look at football,
It's
the more it gives
crazy.
me football,
Yeah.
and then I keep up with everything. Do you use
I
anything?
disagree.
Nice. I use like Twitter,
Twitter?
but it's what you said. Like it used to be better, I think. Like I don't know what happened to Twitter. I saw like a person die the other day. Like I
don't
went
think
on
you do.
like I don't want to see that, right? I go on Twitter and like I see the most absurd stuff ever. I don't
It
use.
used to be like that, right?
No, of
It's
course
new,
not.
like
It's
that.
new. I mean, I post maybe like a tweet once in a while, but it's not anything clever.
Switch
Oh,
again.
we're switching again.
Oh.
More questions.
More questions.
There are lots.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I thought that was it.
Does the boss
Okay, we speed it up.
have autism?
Wait,
Okay.
people actually search this?
Who's been searching this, huh? Are you serious?
It's from the Garen clip, I think.
I remember.
Yes, yes.
I do not have autism, what I know of. I haven't really tested myself.
What's up,
for
Vitorino?
anything, right?
I hope
But
my
haven't
DCs
really
didn't fuck
shown
you up
any
yesterday.
signs of autism.
How autistic do you consider
You still got the
justice?
But I haven't really shown any signs from what I know. So, but if you guys think, maybe I should.
W editor.
Maybe I should look it up, you know?
not gonna lie, I think our line of work we are just predisposed, bro. We are just predisposed. Not gonna lie, bro. Sometimes I think to myself to get myself tested. But at the same time, it's like I don't really think it matters. You know? Alright, yeah, I wanted to do the rundown of the next series right now, but I will just do it at the end of the stream today. Kind of wanted to check out, review the T1 CFO series. Bro, this fakta meal that I just ate was delicious, bro. I don't know. With age, I don't know. It's so true. With age, spicy food and bitter food just taste better and better. Iedereen, I hope it figures itself out, my man. Drill, Hey, Cookie. Hey, you want to show yourself to the stream? Say hello. Say hello. 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 The biggest cat ever, by the way. He's so large. How was the concert? Oh, the concert was fantastic, man. The concert was real shit. It was really fun. Maybe I can find some VODs. It's probably on YouTube. Nah, Kenny was clean, bro. Kenny was clean.
Då blir man vilken gång.
Du. Nah, it was a good time. It was a good time. I'll go Mark Lemon. It was outside. It was in a football stadium. It was 40,000 people. 40,000 people on location. It was lovely, innit? Yo, what's up, Meth? Oh, I already have operagx. How you doing? What did you think of for the first round? Oh, it was a good time. What a fucking fun tournament. The tournament's fucking great. I feel like this tournament's been fantastic. Really, really good. I am super happy because all my stuff is aging super good. And I think the next round of matchups are fucking nuts as well. Absolutely crazy. Bro, like look at this tournament. I don't know how we can go back to anything, man. How can we go back to anything? I have no idea. I should Google how to get co-stream rights to I Am Cologne. I Am Cologne is coming up next, right? Because I would love to co-stream this. I'm gonna email them right now. Co-streaming. What's the name of this competition? Dash. Maybe yes. Prestigious tournament, let's write that. Prestigious. Please. All right. I sent out the email. Cookie, 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 cookie. I'm in arena. I'm in arena. I want to hear your predictions about today's matches. It's on YouTube, my friend. YouTube. I talked about it already, bro. YouTube's got you covered, man. 99% of your questions, I've already covered it on YouTube. I'm pumping out YouTube content, my friend. But the too long didn't watch version is that I expect GENG to win and FlyQuest to win. That's the cheeky variant. Even after you saw CFO performance? Well, CFO is not playing today. What does that have to do with today's matches? CFO is not playing today, brother. Urgot Ash. Bro, why didn't I get high noon, Urgot? What's up with that? Oh yeah, I think the quality is very good, Meteo. It's like a thick kind of fabric, very like powerful fabric. It is still on the more expensive end. Your Bismarck enemies, I think Flashy is so good, no? My question is CFO versus Koi and T1 against Billy is not on YouTube. Yeah, because there's still a day before they play. I'm doing that content today, my friend. Hello, beautiful.
Oh, Yamato.
You sound handsome today. What did you do?
Actually, my lips were swollen this morning. I looked like Kylie Jenner on steroids.
Damn.
So maybe that's just the difference maker. Maybe the fillers would work.
Maybe. We get a swooty.
Yeah, hit the striker. I'm literally ruler.
Hit the Soraka then.
Oh, yeah, we cooked.
Bro, how the fuck do I E-Flash on this champ? We are just cooking. They are the goats.
Wait, I'm doing damage. I'm not doing damage.
We are not doing damage.
I'm ruler from fucking Waitrose. Where's the damage?
We didn't use our vouchers, bro. Look at us.
I know, I'm griefing too, actually.
We didn't use vouchers. Cookie, please. I'm playing Arena, please, Cookie.
Cookie, bro.
Cookie.
Cookie, don't do that.
Cookie is blocking my screen.
Cookie.
Okay.
Reduce the price of prismatic anvils.
We do Reforge.
Sacrifice health, finish. Yeah, Reforge.
Alright, Reforge. How the fuck do I E-Flash? Oh, I do I flash early. Okay.
Flash.
Call me king, call me demon. Water forgets the names of the drowned.
Wait, what did we get? Oh.
I think we are so weak. I'm gonna go for gold, bro. Our champs are so useless. But I'm going gold. Or are we going for broke?
I went for broke, bro.
Alright. I will carry the early game. That max W on my champ? I think yes, right?
What should I get? 25% crit, 17% armor pen, or 22% move speed? Maybe the crit is best.
Cookie, please. I can't play the game.
Oh wait, it's crit damage. It's not crit. Oh my god. Cookie, bro, you're really gonna make us lose this.
Got him out.
Okay. He's AFK, kill him.
Alright. Sack your Swain.
I got his IP, I got his IP. Why do you flash? Big damage.
Look at this, look at this, look at this. I'm practicing.
Yeah, he's rezzing the Hui, by the way.
I know. Intentional. It's Xerxes. No slice.
Boom. That's you and me, baby.
That's you and me, bro. That's me and you.
That's you and me. Me and you.
It is more polite to put yourself last, right? When you speak British.
Oh, you would say you and I.
You and I. In it.
In it, bruv. Oh.
What you got, bro? Bro, why didn't I get high noon Urgot? Match with you, man.
Wait, I got a max win, I think.
Anita? Oh, that's OP,
Yeah, I got
bro.
Anita max win.
Nice.
Yeah, chat saying it's broken.
It's really OP, bro. That's what I had on Olaf yesterday. Remember when I did way more damage than you? On Olaf?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When I carried you through the early game.
Oh, yes. Sure, man. Actually, my Urgot is so good on the best map, no? How do you like me now? Alright, do we let them res? Buffoon?
Boop.
I'm in KDA.
No, we kill his ass. Does it actually give you more stuff if you let them res?
Not really. I think they nerfed it. Maybe? But we exert dominance.
Domination. Holy fuck, we're gonna win this, by the way.
For sure. We are win streaking, by the way. Rest of MSI, we are win streaking. I promise.
You might not win MSI, but we will win every arena game.
Yes, yes. To be fair, we will always win MSI. Because we are going to be there at the finals. Till the end.
Till the end. Till death do us part.
Okay, do we go legendary
What's a
fighter
good
item?
item on Ash?
I don't know what the Reaper stole. You probably just want to stack attack speed. It's like Ginzo.
Maybe like Terminus?
So you get way more attack speed from sources because of the Reaper stole, you know.
Maybe I'll get Yuntal, yeah. What are we against? Jinx, Tryndamere? Maybe I'll go Terminus.
Is Hydra OP on this champ? I think it is, right? I think so.
What's that?
And stop using me as a vehicle to ask Kato questions. Oh shit, bro. I'm getting cooked. My movement. Like a one-shot, bro.
But Jinx outranges me with scope on or what?
That was very rude from them. Wait, you want Terminus over Ginzu's?
Yeah, dumb as fuck.
It's okay, it's okay. You probably have an idea.
I don't know why the fuck I bought Terminus.
You probably have an idea, bro. It's okay.
Try to do one.
My chat is spamming me about a MSI ticket giveaway, bro.
What? MSI ticket giveaway?
Are you giving away MSI tickets?
Yeah. To the grand finale.
Ooh.
I think I have enough attack speed now.
Okay, let's cook him.
Oh my
Ooh,
god.
the Typhoon is OP, bro.
I'm out of here.
Oh, nice. turret. How do I target the plant with my champ, bro?
Oh, flip him.
How do I target the plant? I do not target the plant with Ergot, bro. Oh.
Fucking hell, man.
Bro, I don't know how to target the plant. How do I target the plant?
My chat is telling me that I should have auto-spaced Kane there. Yes. He's on top of me and I should have just auto-spaced him when he has no spells. Like, what are they on about there? Am I the dumb one? How the fuck am I gonna space that there?
Oh, bro, should I go Callisto ult? Or... Actually, I'm going this, bro. This is good shit. I got Hourglass for the both of us.
Man, I feel like I need some kind of... What the fuck do I build? I feel like Echo's gonna E, Q, auto-attack me and I'm dead.
E.
Is there like an OP prismatic item that can carry me?
It's like, there is the crit item, what's it called? The Sword of Divine. Oh shit.
Oh my god. I'm
Look
getting
at plants.
fucking clapped. I think this plant is up here. He's gonna res. Oh!
No way!
So
I
close,
can't
so
Hourglass
close.
during my ult!
So close, man. So close. W
Warm up.
try.
Warm up. I couldn't use my static during the ult when I'm like, you know? The vacuum.
Yeah. Static. Well.
Okay, we gotta
We
beat these
win
guys.
this and we're chilling.
100%.
I'm gonna scale a bit here.
Okay. All you, baby mama Juju. Nice.
Big.
Humongous. Beautiful. Fantastic.
If I arrow here, does it go on their map?
Looking.
No.
Ooh. Did you poof now?
Poof.
Are you poofing?
Poofing. Oh my god, the LeBlanc one would be insane for me.
Alright, let's take
Or
it.
what do you think?
Yeah, let's take it. For you, bro. The Hex Kid's also
What about...
nice.
Actually, maybe Wild Rush is good. If we just insta-ult them,
Oh yeah, that is
we
true.
go Wild Rush. I think LeBlanc against Echo maybe is going to be fucking hot. Like Tryndamere
know,
invisible. Just...
With Wild Rush, if we take it, right? Ooh, look at
Yeah.
you, bro. Lucky
Chose
man.
me, I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one.
If we buy elixirs, I think they are refunded if it happens. But I don't want to risk it.
Elixirs, they're refunded. Ooh, I could sell and buy an item here.
I don't know what I'm rerolling for, but I am rerolling. Alright, it's killing time.
Why can't I buy... Oh, yeah.
Alright. You gotta land it, okay?
Oh, wait,
Aim
I
it
didn't
on
need to
his
sell.
fingers.
Oh my god, I'm completely trolling.
Landed.
We need to like wait a bit for the.
They hit me, bro. I'm going on Ash. I mean the little insect. What's her name? Okay. Did we die? We have a life,
They have,
right?
yeah, they have infinite healing, man.
This is a healing reduction time beat. Wait, do we skip? We skip, bro. Look at us. Would have thought. Can you check? I can't open it here. I don't want to eat now. Prismatic.
Hamstring, is that a good item?
The what? Repeat, bro.
No, sorry, I'm just talking to myself. Fuck, I need gold. I need to sell Terminus, actually. Is it worth it to sell Terminus and get something better? Yeah, I think I should.
Bro,
Let me
just
see what
full
we're getting
attack
first.
speed with your build, please. Full. Like, you're so broken. You just need Ginzu, man. You are
Why?
like beast. You are legit beast.
Beast?
Beast.
Beast?
Best in slot, bro. Beast.
Beast? And Beast?
You're beast.
Yeah, but what item is beasting me up? What, you want me to buy green cell?
You need Ginzu, bro. Look, total attack speed is calculated as a multiplier of your bonus attack speed. At 5 attacks per second, you can break the sound barrier, son.
But yeah, how am I supposed to ramp up, bro?
You just need attack speed. You know how fast you ramp up, bro. It's it.
So you want me to go green cell right now? Are you sure?
Yeah. Just full attack speed. You know how OP you are, bro. Hit the damn dummy. You're gonna
Yeah,
give
but
it...
am I not going too crazy on attack speed? I should just go
No,
crit.
bro. You can legit right click to do this. I swear.
Okay.
You don't need to be fancy. Look, hit the dummy. Look, hit the damn dummy. You're gonna go sicko mode.
Okay, let's see it. I mean, I don't know how to space with this much attack speed, but I'll just click
This
them.
IE is an eyesore, my man. But it's okay.
Let's see.
Is that normally? You look at you.
Yeah, I guess attack speed is kind of OP or what?
Sell IE, bro.
What the hell?
Get more attack speed. Get more attack speed, bro. Give him some pepper, man.
I can't afford.
You can also... Dude, can you afford Kappa Juice? Because
Okay, we need to like one-shot Varus.
Okay. We got you. Ooh.
Yeah, I missed. I
Okay,
can get it again.
yeah,
soon.
get it again. Oh, I'm going for the bottom plant. Alright. Maybe Soraka kill?
I mean, I clicked him, but he clicked me, you know?
Bro. Hit the damn Soraki, bro.
Yeah, well, I'm not really locked in yet. I'm not really that
Come
locked
on
in,
now.
okay?
Come
But I'm not
on
really
now.
locked in. I'm not really that locked in. I'm not really locked in.
Bro, you were so OP, you
Yeah, but
bitch.
if he hit you instead of me, you were dead as well, and then I was dead too.
What do you
The
mean?
Soraka is so
Soraka's
broken.
melee to you, man.
Soraka is even tankier than the Varus, and I was hitting the Varus in the face.
What do you mean tankier, bro? Look. She's healing him. She can't heal
Hey, you're making me tilt. You're making me tilt.
herself.
Queue up next game now.
Okay.
Okay, next time we queue up and you get an AD carry that has to fucking auto space, every click is gonna be judged.
Bro. I swear.
Lowest damage can't talk. You lowest damage. You're muted for 5 minutes. Lowest damage is muted for 5 minutes after the arena round ends. Join the lobby and queue up. Now, the gurus can speak. That was a bad draft. That was a bad draft. Urgot and Ashe don't have much synergies. Now we'll get a good draft. And I'll tell us what to do.
Hmm.
And we just follow.
Bro, you had IE, bro. If you had Bork,
Well, I
Rageblade, and then you just hit Soraka. You walked past the Soraka. Because in your mind, she is tankier than Varus. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
well,
is
I'm following your target. I'm following your
What?
target.
I was hitting Soraka.
I'm following your target.
You're not
That's
following.
Capachungus Deluxe. That's Capachungus Deluxe.
Nah.
That is Capachungus Deluxe.
Yeah, you're just a gooner. You're just buying Infinity Edge.
Did you miss your E?
Yeah, my E flew,
Now
bro. My E flew.
I'm getting smack talked by Wunder now.
Thank you, Wonder. Get him. Look, you want to say something about my Urgot? That's fine. That's okay. I don't mind
Okay,
that,
you
bro.
don't be a game one Andy. Don't be. You're like when G2 won against GNG. Calm down. Let's see next game who carries. Then we can talk the talk, walk the walk, and chalk the chalk.
Well, that's my favorite account, bro. That's the favorite. That's the best Twitch account on earth. He visits you too? Have you noticed him?
Who?
This person? His name is Game One Andy.
Bro,
Then he says,
sound like a
after
legend
game
already
one,
with
he
him.
says, I've seen enough. I'm leaving. And he does it every time. And then he just leaves the chat. That's my goat right there. Okay, that was the warm-up, so our win streak still lives.
Yep. Now lock in. I need you to really play better than last game.
I will.
Can you look how many miles hours there are and tell me we're not getting sniped?
I actually played Malphite in competitive in Season 3 against Soaz Jace. I played Flash TP.
Did you clap his ass?
I won lane, but I lost the game.
Average top lane experience, win lane, lose game.
So, you never forget those games. Oh shit. Bro.
Ooh!
Ain't no way.
Ooh! My Leeson, bruh.
You got
My
your
Leeson,
main and I'm
bruh.
a dog.
My Leeson, bruh. I'm not gonna dub you back to retirement. Shut up. Yeah, I think I'm kind of countered by their champs, but I'll make it work.
Nice, you're like preparing the humble brag.
Yeah.
Your champ is insane in this game, bro. Look at you.
Pachungus Deluxe.
Bro, you can Q Malzahar and then proc his shield and then go again.
What do you think, G2 FlyQuest?
Oof.
Oof.
I'm leaning fly, man.
Yeah, fly high.
The cope though, bro, FlyQuest, they don't have the magic, man. When I see Ziggs on Shen on the team, they had a draft straight out of Season 3, bro. That's the copium. Dashing or blinking applies a burn nearby enemy that deals damage infinitely. Or is it slime time? Kato, is it slime time?
Slime time? What do you mean slime time?
It's slime time.
What is slime?
It's like I'm
Every 7 seconds outcast. Oh my god.
pretty good, no? Pretty good.
Alright, we have no CC apart from a kick. And we're just full damage. I mean, just go fight.
Yes, sir. Look at me poofing. Actually, we have good poke, no? Right.
Yep.
Holy man, I feel it's kind of clean, bro. Look at me. I'm Tarzan, man. Look at me. I'm
You're
Tarzan.
Tarzan.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Tarzan!
Damn.
Wait, there's no cooldown on this. Damn, I'm kind of quick.
Bro, if Flag was lose
Lee
on
Sin
4th
in
of July,
arena. Oh yeah, it's 4th of July.
yeah, bro. But they're in Canada.
Oh my god, it's Freedom Day. Yeah. They should make it so Lee Sin in arena, his arcane sweeper, this thing is replaced with a ward. Facts. Facts or what?
Facts. Just buy Rigger's Lantern, bro.
Wrigley Lantern.
What's the name of that pro player? Squiggly? What was his name? He was in CLG, I think.
Squiggly?
Remember?
Squiggly.
Like Wiggly? Mowgli?
You mean Jigglypuff?
Jigglypuff, maybe.
Wiggly.
Wait. Oh, why did we go here? You ain't got
I
no
don't know.
shoes.
I don't know what the fuck I did. Ooh, 2000 Goldilocks. What the fuck are good items on Lee Sin in this game mode? I'll just go Shojin first, I guess.
Do we just double Eclipse it? Wait, bro, let's go double Hubris.
Double Hubris. I think I'm gonna go...
Let's go double Hubris, come on now. Or no? It's okay, I'm going Spear Soldier.
I think I have to go Shojin. I'm looking at their champs. I think if I get CC'd once, I'm insta-dead. I don't know.
I'm going Shojin.
Orn, Darius, Malzahar.
What do people do
Yeah.
on 4th of July? They like eat hot dogs, fireworks,
They drink
drink a Bud Light.
beer. A Bud Light.
Kiting. Holy, what the dog
I'm gonna
doing?
drink a Bud Light. Kill his ass. Wait, they have pool parties.
Pool parties. With Aris and Samiras or what?
Yeah. In-game pool parties. They go in VR chat and they gather around the pool.
Nice. There used to be pool parties at LEC as well at the end of the season in summer.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. But I never went because I was always at home sad because I lost finals.
Oh, okay, so the winning team just celebrated at the pool and everyone else was just playing solo queue.
Yeah.
And they probably just got bored, went home and played solo queue anyway.
Yep. Precisely. Ooh, mama! I'm brawling. Is it good? Must be good. No way, good. Has to be good.
Duskblade or Hemonancer's helmet? I think it's a Duskblade.
Duskblade is crazy, on your champ.
Yeah.
Just increases ability damage by like...
Gamba.
We need to insta-go on this Ezreal. He's got this diamond tip spear. He's basically Elton John after the gift that Eminem gave him.
What did Eminem give him?
Do you really want to know?
Oh my god, I got cancelled by the fucking... I'm getting... Bro, what the fuck just happened?
It's okay.
He got him a cock ring?
Yeah.
Can you res me?
Trying, bro.
Oh, shit,
Jesus.
you're kind of cooked.
I lost my face. Oh.
Use the bushes.
Brushy.
You get the plant?
Oh.
Maybe ease over.
Okay, I have ult. We can actually game.
One here. Bro, I'm just dying to fucking air.
I died to air too.
I'm just dying to fucking air. Like, what is this shit?
It's a cool gift, no?
A cock ring?
Yeah, like diamond encrusted.
Oh, it's got diamonds on it, Lord, like a fucking 14
Yeah.
carat cock ring.
Yeah. He gave it to, so basically Elton John married a man, so he gave them 2. Celebrate them. With base.
Wait, so they could like wear cock rings together?
Yeah. Just aura farming in the sauna.
Okay. So like, when would you typically use a cock ring? For, you know?
I think it's for pleasure.
Oh. Oh, diamond encrusted pleasure.
Not what to get you.
And what the? Wait, we can one-shot Darius.
I'm poofing back, bro. I'm poofing back. Oh, it didn't work. What the?
Oh.
Honestly, I'm
Wait,
the
I can
goat of
cue
this
the
champ.
pillars. What the fuck?
I'm the goat of this champ.
You're the Nafiri goat.
Bleh.
Bah.
Ooh, what do you got? What do you got? Talk to me.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to rage bait my chat here a bit, I think.
I got clown college. Woo! I'm going to the Kado school.
Clown College?
Yes, sir.
I did well in school. I did really well in school.
Really?
Yep.
Nerd. Actually, I did great
I
in
popped
school
off.
too.
I popped off. I just fucking left. Oh
What
my
do you
god,
got?
please
Ooh,
don't
Earthquake.
flash ult cancel it. Don't be weird.
Okay, I'm poofing back.
Where's the
I'm
Briar
baiting.
at?
I'm poofing back, don't worry. Look at that, I broke it. Wait, here's another one? Alright. Yeah! Come on now! Come on! Yeah!
Whoa, 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 whoa,
That's him.
Malaysian!
That's him. We're actually so OP, you know?
Earthquake. Yeah, we are. Kind of OP until we meet Malphite, and then we're gapped, buddy.
What do you mean? Do you have 5 dashes in your kit? I have W. How can he hit? Nope. We just need,
Just dodge his ult or what?
yes, some black cleaver action. And then, bro, we get double dipping the value.
Double dip.
The double dip, bro. Do you double dip your chips?
Yeah. You have to.
Really?
You gotta get that flavor.
No way you double dip your chips.
You gotta get that flavor, bruh.
That's fucked up, bro. You double dip chips.
Yep. Hey, what are we against? Malzahar Kylie.
So, like, you dip a chip, bite it, and then you dip it in again.
Yeah. What do? You dip it in one pop, just single dip?
Yeah, of course, because, like, that chip is encrusted with your saliva, bro. And you're dipping it in the
Bro, I'm not
communal
sucking
dip.
the chip. What the fuck are you
You're
on about?
biting it, like, well, you're,
I'm not sucking the chip.
yeah, but you're biting the chip, and then you dip,
Yeah,
going
but
in for
my
another
teeth
dip.
don't have that much saliva. I'm not a fucking greyhound dog.
Yeah, but still. You don't think if you bite a chip that I couldn't, like, get the DNA out of that one?
No, the only thing that happens is it gets a little bit like
Nine.
ooey. It gets like a little bit limp, you know? Like when you
Limp?
bite it, the structure fades when you bite it.
You
So
mean
it like
you,
falls
you
a little
break
bit.
it off.
Yeah.
See, Mythbusters, aren't they British? They did a test on that,
Right.
and there's a lot more bacteria in a bowl of dip than what you add by double dipping. Oh shit, that disproves my point. Why did
Oh,
I
I
read
see
that?
what you mean. But it's my bacteria, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if I'm just double dipping by myself, it's fine.
Oh
right?
yeah. Then go,
But
bro. Then
if
go
I'm double
crazy.
dipping
yeah,
in-
of course, bro.
Okay, so publicly double dipping is bad for the people around you.
Yeah. Like if there's a communal dip, like at a buffet or something, you ain't double dipping, you know?
Yeah, that's kind of fucked. Then actually, I see
Okay,
it.
okay, now on the same page. All right. I'm popping back. Don't worry about me. I'm popping back. Houdini, baby. Holy damage!
Oh my god.
Holy. I like how we go in 2 ways. I like that,
You
man.
go in. We're double dipping.
Yeah. It's
Low-key.
like I just use my vanish.
We're
I get
taking
the pain
turns.
suppression out, and then you just fucking snap him. We're playing Rogue Row, baby.
Oh baby, double sub rogue.
Woo!
I go in, do my dance. I pop prep. I vanish, pop prep. You go in, do your dance. Vanish, pop prep, and we go in again.
Woo!
We get bubble. We get shield wall, then we re-engage.
No, like, Malphite is the warrior. Don't worry, bro. Just don't use evasion.
Don't use evasion. Wait, hold up. Revives no longer occur. 4 additional hex gates. Bro, hex gates are great.
Honestly, hex gates will cuck us, no? We gotta go low to death. Alright.
No
Bless.
rules change.
Bro, the portals will destroy us. We play fast,
No, we can
bro.
escape.
Ooh. I got crazy one, bro. I'm high rolling. Honestly, G2 has chances today. I believe in Dylan Falcone. But this tournament's going so fast. I'm so sad. I'm gonna miss everything, Mark.
It's going quick,
Imagine
isn't
going
it?
back to regular split.
Regular split. Welcome back, guys. We're gonna be watching. No, I can't do it. Never mind. Never mind. I'm
Which
excited
team are
for
you
some of
flaming?
it. No, exactly.
Which team are you flaming?
Whoa,
Mark?
whoa. What the hell? Wait. Oh, they're tied together.
Yep. They got that Yubi business going on.
Oh my god. Nah, this is fucked up, by the way. I'm getting sucked dry by this hole.
What's happening to
Am I
us?
fucking dead?
Hey, yo. Nah. What the hell? We got boiled. Bro, we need Black Cleaver. We got Susan boiled.
What is that item he has? Black Hole Gauntlet.
Yeah, so it's a little Aurelion Soli.
Okay. Well, I guess we need Black Cleaver, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, we're playing against the
Brr.
warrior.
Brr.
Are you
Oh
going
my
Black Cleaver?
god. I'm going Gore Drinker, bro.
Really? Okay.
Wait, hold up. Flesh Eater looks kind of fire. Dealing damage shreds armor measures on champion takedowns towards enemy.
Flesh Eats is good.
Bro, I'm going Flesh Eater. Fuck Gore Drinker.
I'm going Black Cleaver for you, bro.
How much do I shred? Dealing damage shreds 3 armor measures in 5 seconds and up to 10 times. Okay, yeah, bro. Wait, does this stack with Black Cleaver? Wait, we're
Yes,
kind of
sir.
cooking.
Yeah. Look at that, bro. We're
Okay,
solving
perfect.
problems. We're solving problems.
Oh my god,
One
we
at a
shred that
time.
fucking armor.
All right, let me just all in and then.
I need to fuck the Katarina up.
Okay, look at this. Deceive ult.
Where's your in-out tech?
I didn't press it because I used my vanish first.
Wait. Bro. My champ went berserk. Like, what does that even mean?
Oh, she has.
I'm going berserk.
It's her item. It's on hit. She, like, what's it called? Ults you with the thing. Alright, nice. Oh, plant. Yeah.
Like, can you just look at the screen and just tell me what the fuck that is? At 11k HP, just one-shotting my ass, and the other one is the Ornn. He died.
That's a warrior right there.
How do we win this?
Can we
Like,
stack
what
Seville
is the
down?
counterplay?
Ooh, I get armor penetration in Shard.
He has 900 armor, that guy. Is that a joke or what?
It's okay. Skating.
Apachongas Deluxe, 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 Deluxe.
Okay, let's murder them.
What item can I actually buy to win?
Okay. Look at this combination, right? Watch it.
Combination.
He's one. I'm getting my ult back. I got my ult back.
He's fucking fast, man.
I have another combination here.
Bro, I can't do... I'm polymorphed.
We're getting Bobby
Can I
Schmurder.
just kill his
You're
wife?
getting polymorph when his ult hits you, bro. That is so broken. Oh, damn, just rude.
I'm done. I'm quitting Arena forever. This is pathetic. Bro, like what even is the counterplay? Estriel has 700 move speed and Yorick's in stealth.
Hey, Keddo. Hey. I exploded. Player on my box, bro. Okay.
This game is fucking dog shit. Or at least it's just trash.
Yeah, Lee Sin's kind of rough.
I
on
can't
this.
move. I can't move.
Your spin abilities gain 30 abilities and deal 30 more damage. Is he a spin?
E a spin?
It's okay, I went dive bomber. I pressed the wrong thing. Fuck. Right, I'm pushing it up. We gotta win, bro. I will bait out
Yeah, we're
Kaled.
on death
Come.
point. I'm gonna buy some MR for this.
I'm getting this Malzahar. I'm getting the Kale, alright? Trust me. I'm moving back. Oh, this is a tragic affair.
This is a fucking horror. Maybe you can get the rest on me. Okay, never mind. She has 4,000 move speed.
Oosh.
Oosh.
Nah, we got killed by RNG, bro. This is also warm up.
Bro, Lee Sin is fucking. It's fucking.
It's rigged. It's rigged.
Bro, Lee Sin it's like playing. It's like. Shit. It's bad. It's bad. What can I even buy? Okay, last game. Last game. Lock
Last
in.
game. Last game.
Last game, lock in before MSI. If we win this arena, it
Then
means
G2
the G2
wins.
will win.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amen. Amen. 4th of
Yeah,
July,
yeah.
baby.
4th of July, baby. For E2. If I had a war
Holy.
jump, it would be playable.
Maybe,
What's
maybe.
Oli?
Oh, I'm just imagining the G2 win. Labrov just has the best series of his life.
Bro,
Doesn't
LeBron
matter at
James
all
just
that his
fucking-
elimination point, he just starts to smurf
He
it.
just fucking dunks on their ass.
Capsimus. Skimond plays more trees.
We
Beans.
activate our EU sleeper agents. Bwippo inspired.
That's what's up.
Activation.
Whipple gets like flashback from losing BO5s against G2. Actually, the last one he played against G2, he won. So maybe it doesn't help.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. I'm a little bit sick right now. I hope I'm going to get better in the next hour. I'm like, my head is completely cooked. I feel like I've been booted in the head, bruv.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel so dehydrated from sleeping these goofy ass
Yeah.
hours.
And it's so fucking hot.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
where we have to sleep, it's already daytime.
Or when the sun comes up, when the series finishes, that's a tough one, man.
Yeah.
And then all the Amazon delivery starts ringing on my door as well.
The world wakes up when we go to sleep.
Yes, sir.
Bro, I swear to God, if I get fucking some horseshit ass champ, I'm gonna riot.
All right, this is the one.
Oh my God, this is perfect. This is
Oh,
exactly what I
look
want
at
to
us,
actually.
bro.
We're gonna cook
Holy.
everyone in this game. Oh
Woo!
my God. Good luck and enjoy. I just need size and
Girth.
the health
What?
and yeah, width, height, and girth. Is that the three? Is that the 3Ds?
So the 3Ds. Okay, I just want the Divine Sounder for the culture. Bro, you just need that black hole. The item the other guy had.
I do need black hole. 60% attack speed.
What are you talking about, attack speed?
Well, I've got a fucking bomb on me.
Alright, taking heavy hits or use
After
your
15
voucher.
seconds, it explodes for 20% max health. What the fuck? What the helly?
Oh, they were playing against Mao Zedong. That's a Guardian Horn, Zoe. We just go on this.
Oh my God! Bomba! 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 Bomba!
Woo! Combination!
Come here!
We gotta focus plan, bro.
Come here!
Ain't no way,
Oh
bro.
shit!
We got fucking combinations.
Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh
I just gave her a flash. I'm in trouble.
yeah. Play the bush. Play the bush. Now run to the plants. Run to the plants.
Run to the center.
I'm going other plant.
Okay. You're winning, son.
Now we go on the vein. I got her. Can I go for a double knock here?
She has flash?
I need to pick up my piss. I got my piss.
Yo!
I Wendy's. Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Plant. You got passive.
My passive. Oh hell yeah, brother! Hell yeah, brother!
I need shoes, bro. Get away from Casio. I need my boots. I need
What about
boots.
unbreakable? Unbreakable.
How about Blood Frenzy? We're gonna be scaling, no? We're gonna win. Or maybe
Bro, you're
Unbreakable.
gonna lose your shoes. You're gonna lose your shoes. You're gonna lose your shoes. You're gonna lose
Okay,
your
pray,
shoes.
pray,
I'll win it
pray.
for you. I'll win it for you. Watch
Actually
this.
lost the game yesterday.
Pachungus.
Bard
Bart fart. What the fuck?
Is that what Bard does all the time when he makes these noises?
Bard. What should I buy first item on fucking Zac? I have no idea.
Bro,
Should I
just go
just buy
Heart Steel,
Spirit
bro.
Visage?
Heart Steel and pray that you get the augment.
Oh yeah, of course.
Go for it. Okay, do I just go Speed of Sojourn?
What about Leandry's? Oh, Leandry's full tank.
You can go like Heart Steel into Sunfire and then Spirit Visage. And then you get a Prey that, bro, you need to reroll and get the tank augments, okay? You really need to get the Black Hole. So
I'll
be.
get the black hole.
Your Hecarim is so much better than theirs. Holy.
Bro.
You know both our champs are bugged.
Why?
So basically, Zac, if you spam press W, it activates faster. And same for Hecarim Q.
Riot Games is a indie company.
Yes, sir.
You ever play WoW and people used keyloggers? What the fuck it's called? What is it? Keylog? No.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Where it's like your GCD, instead of having to press the button, you just hold it.
Yeah.
And
Didn't
it
people
like
get banned for this?
auto hotkey, that's it, AHK, yeah. Yeah. But people would use it. Okay, so I have to reroll for my tank item, yeah?
Yes, sir. You really, really need to get, what's it called? Yeah, get the black hole. Ooh, I got black hole.
I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
Okay, I got it. Where are you? I can't see you.
I'll have to go cruelty. Yeah, my chat's saying cruel. Why the fuck am I over here? What the fuck?
I see.
Cruelty.
Okay.
Ooh, cruelty is actually kind of busted.
Oh, cruelty is good, man. That's nice. It's a good one. You got some nice stuff. Where are they? Just stacking a shield here. I need to hit
Are we
things.
going or what?
Sorry.
Okay.
I need
well,
to hit things to stack my black hole.
Yeah, stack your black hole.
Right.
Are we cooked?
We are getting cooked, man. I mean, you can get the res and I died in a good spot. Go in there, bro. Does that count?
What about my
Doesn't
little
count.
blob? What about my little fucking blob?
Your blob is not resing me, man. Can't believe you've done this.
It's okay, I just need some tank items. Oh,
Get Moonstone, bro.
Moonstone. How much money do you think I have?
Bro, look at you.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Spirit Visage, maybe. Everyone's saying Sunfire in chat.
Sunfire is OP because you just do so much damage with it. Look, read that shit, bro.
Yeah, I mean... What the fuck?
Hey, what? He booped me into the thing. I'm taking a thing, bro.
I just got hit in the fucking head by a pillar. I'm dead. They're completely owning me. I die so quick. Wait, Alistar did 2k true... What? They just did 3k true damage to me. How?
Yeah, I don't know. He W'd
What?
me into a pillar and it got one shot, bro. He knows the tech.
Was it the
man.
pillar?
Yeah, the pillar
Oh, it was
just
the pillar,
tapped
yeah.
me, man. He's
Is
the goat.
Alistar OP for the pillars?
I didn't know. Now I know.
I just got fucking rolled by pillars.
We can't be lossless, Mark.
hate these fucking pillars, bro.
You can get through life being as handsome as you are, but I need my arena wins.
Bro, we will get our arena wins. We will get our arena wins.
Every round this mutates into one of your allies' augments. Nice. That's
Shrink
useful.
ray is kind of crazy, isn't it? Maybe I should just do shrink ray.
Phase rush. Electrocute. Alright, this is winnable, no? We can kill the dash. Murder was the case. Be careful about the bleed though.
Wait, what? Look, she's playing Ashe in arena.
Wow, she's actually moving while attacking? That's fucking innovation.
That is kind of innovation, yeah. Low key. Oh, Ashe is broken. I mean, my passive. Bro,
Oh
my Q's
days.
just don't hit.
Please die on my corpse. Yes, 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 yes. Wait, you don't have passive?
No.
There's a cooldown on that shit.
No, I lost it already in the fight, bro.
Ooh, okay.
I lost it already in the fight, bro. Are we fucking useless? I don't get it.
We. We.
I feel like I need more resistances.
Maybe.
Do we need more resistances or more damage? Maybe I go jack shot.
I honestly
Nah,
don't know, Kevin.
Let me see your items. Let me do a quick inspection. You have Black Hole Gauntlet. Why the fuck can I not have that item? Why do you have it?
It is
Riot.
what it is, man.
We need a fuck Ambessa.
Okay.
I'll be over to Wally. Watch this. Right here, baby. Watch this. Right there.
Shit.
Is that your black hole or is that...
Yes, mine.
Well, we're useful. Yeah, good job, right?
Sorry. I need to get it out of my system.
Wait, are we out? Are we dead?
Are we? No, we got life. We got life.
We're dead.
We got
we're
10
dead, by
life.
the way,
We
we're
got
dead.
10 life. No, we got 30.
dead,
We lost
we're dead.
20.
On my screen, we're dead.
No.
Oh, never mind. I had to move the thing. Yeah, we're alive. We're alive. Big pace.
Yes.
Wait, we said if we win this, G2's gonna beat Fly.
Oh, shit.
That's why we're losing. Because G2 can't beat Fly Quest.
It's 4th of July, baby. Now look at Badvat.
Today is the day of freedom.
Nice. Are we elixiring up? Actually, we don't die next. We don't die next, bro. We're healthy. Look at us. Who would have thought?
Ooh, we're healthy. Oh, hell yeah.
We gotta kill Jinx. It's ruler though, like he's got Gale Force.
That Jinx is gonna absolutely tear my asshole.
So good.
How does she have 6 items? How does she have 6 items? How is that fair?
She bought the little ones. The random ones. For 2k, you know?
Yeah, NBA 2K.
NBA 2k.
Alright, fuck the Jinx. She has no flash, that Jinx. No flash.
Alright.
Good comms.
Good comes. I'm ghosting. I'm sending it.
What? I got canceloed. Big ult. Oh, Yamato!
You don't take
Ow!
damage.
What? That hit me?
Wait, you dead?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm in my fucking passive.
Okay. All good. All good. I'm happy with that. It's a good effort. Hey! Can't believe you've done this. You eat into the traps.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, we're still alive. We got 10 HP. So this is your final chance to redeem yourself. Yeah, no wonder this guy got banned.
I mean, bro, look at his name.
I know.
He's like, haha, revenge for banning me. Bro, you're fucking... Are you okay? Don't write LO.
Hey, yo, don't associate with me, yo. Hey. Yeah. Shout out Yamato.
Maybe we get the Elise one. Because I can't res you.
We need to go contract completed, bro.
Okay.
We gotta win or lose. If this guy's on a 5, the system is rigged, bro. All right. Quantum computing, summoner roulette. I'm going summoner roulette. No way. I thought it was something else.
Why is it when I play tanks, I'm 6k health, and when I'm against tanks, they're 12k health? Like, am I just half as good? What have you done? Summoner's roulette. Replace summon styles with random ones. You have Feel the Burn and Barrier.
Wait, is it OP or not?
That might be busted.
Maybe. Well, what if we play against Zoe? Oh, Zoe's
No, we're
out.
not fighting.
Nice.
Let's think about this. Let's think.
I'm thinking.
What's in Singed Ambessa, Alistar Shaco, Poppy Hecarim, Rivenzillion? Bro, I'm not gonna lie.
Leandri.
We're gonna win this.
You need Leandri, no?
Me?
Leandri, Riftmaker.
Brother, I can buy Leandri.
Yeah, it's
Am I gonna
it's
get
time.
to? Am I gonna get to damage? Maybe I'm a bit late on the Leandri purchase.
I don't know, you got just Goliath right now, no? And then, like, enemies have so much HP.
Bro, this Shaco looks like the most toxic motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. That actually looks disgusting.
He's on a 5, bro. He's a good citizen. He volunteers at the League of Legends Soup Kitchen. He's appeared in
Oh, the
numerous
Poppy
Mr.
tag.
Beast videos.
That Poppy did no damage.
This Papushka does not look normal, bro. Look at that.
Does Poppy die?
He's a
Is she
legend.
just gonna outlive both of them or what?
Legends
Like,
don't
how
die.
is he
Why
healing
is she
so much?
healing so much? Like, oh, it's Ocean Soul. She got Ocean Soul. That's
Yamato,
fine.
lock the fuck in now. Ooh, I could buy Leandri or I could buy a Prismatic. I can't buy a Prismatic, I'll buy Leandri.
Mm-hmm. I just go Starak. I think I go Starak.
Who are we against? We're against Poppy Hecarim.
Those two, yeah.
What's your thoughts?
I think Leandri's clutch,
Hecarim
bro.
has a
Nice.
black hole gauntlet.
Yeah. I do more damage than them, I think. I do more damage than him, I believe.
Okay, well, Hecarim's 1 and 12 and Poppy's 7-5. I don't think Hecarim's the carry.
Yeah, but I'm better
Poppy's
than
just
enemy
gonna outlive
Hecarim,
us.
so you need to be better than the other guy.
Okay, I will do. I'm gonna land a big knock at
4,000
the
hard
start of
steel
this fight.
stacks. Alright, we need to like just boop them into the pillar, you know? Do your Q on the pillar and then drag him into the pillar, you know?
Well, we're kind of fucking them.
Oh, yeah. Look at us go, bro. Who'd have thought?
Not me. Wait, that's not your black hole. Bro, I'm getting fucking...
Motherfuckers!
I'm happy that we're like kind of winning. What the fuck is this Kindled?
Mine.
I have my passive.
Black holding him.
Is this your black hole or is this my
It's
black
mine.
hole? We're dead.
Wait.
Can you just explain to me what the Poppy Champ is doing and how it's like
He's
winnable?
ocean souling our forehead, bro. And he has
Ocean Soul
4,000
4,000
heartsteel
stacks
stacks.
Heartsteel.
You got the
Well,
heartsteel
G2's lost.
quest.
G2's gonna lose Yamato.
This is
We let them down.
This is worse than lose. They're gonna get 3-0 over this shit, bro.
They are gonna get 3-0.
We just
They are gonna
got
get 3-0.
blasted, bro.
Fucking bullshit.
We got blasted by the Poppy bidet. Just
Fucking
up there, man.
bullshit.
It is what it is. This is how we end. This is how we stop.
Yeah.
That's how we stop. All right.
That's it.
That's it. That's it. That's it. Okay.
Sorry, Yamato.
All right.
Okay, one more.
Let's do it, bro.
How long's an arena game last?
We can just FF, bro, when if the endless death starts. Oh, good, bro. Bro, we have a lot of time. It's 2015. What do you got going on?
It's 2025. Okay, I'm logging in. Hold up. I'll
Alright.
invite you.
Switching accounts. I think the Curtain account is cursed, bro.
It is.
Sovereign. Do sovereign, bro.
No, I already logged in. I queued up by accident.
You see,
my
Wunder
client's crashed.
offered to win one with me, and I'm gonna say no. I'm with my boy here
That's fucking right. That's fucking right. Wundo, don't try and break us up, idiot.
till the end of time, bro.
Back up. Back off. Back up. Back off and back up. Wait, I'm actually getting energy now. Holy fuck, I'm reviving from the dead.
Same.
I'm kind of feeling it. I'm
I'm also feeling it.
kind of feeling it.
Are we still doing bravery? We are doing bravery, right?
Yeah. We're gonna get good champs this time. It's just the champs. It's just don't read into it. It's just the champs.
True. You know what I'm feeling? I'm gonna get Cho'Gath. I'm gonna get Cho'Gath, bro.
I'm gonna get.
Cho'Gathus Maximus Primus.
Jace.
What's your favorite movie, Keru?
Mr. Nobody.
Ain't no way. Be serious.
I like that movie a lot. Yeah.
Be serious?
Or I like what's a great movie? What's that movie with fucking what's his name? Where
Oh, that movie.
I see dead people.
Oh, Sixth Sense. Bruce
I see-
Willis.
Yeah, that one's good.
That was good, yeah. By M. Night Shyamalan.
And I also like there's a film that's called The Game. I thought that was pretty fun.
The Game.
It's from like 19 something.
Oh, you have the craziest taste
1997.
in movies, bro.
1997, The
Respect.
Game. With Michael Douglas.
I need to see how Michael Douglas looks like for his forgotten face for me.
And then
Oh,
I
that
don't
guy
know.
is good. Yeah, that guy is good.
I
Did you
kind of
see the
like
Kaminsky
Memento. Ooh, I like Law Abiding Citizen. You know Law Abiding Citizen?
Ooh, Law Abiding Citizen is cool, bro. I like what's his name? Butler.
Yeah, Gerard Butler.
Gerard Butler. Law Abiding Citizen it goes hard. That movie always makes me hungry.
Oh yeah.
The last meal he gets is crazy, you know?
I don't remember. Was he get a steak or some shit?
Yeah, steak.
Bada bum bum.
Did you watch Kaminsky
I don't know, I
Method
feel like no.
with Michael Douglas? It was good, man. Good.
Haven't seen that. I don't know. I feel there's a lot of good films, like there's a lot of good franchises, classics.
All the movies were better, man. All the movies
Gladiator.
were better, man.
Bro, the movies got so dog shit the last 5 years,
Yeah,
10
it's
years.
because, bro, you know why? Because nobody buys DVDs anymore, man. Like, movies could recover themselves budget-wise in the aftermath of having a bad run in the cinema, you know? But nobody buys DVDs anymore. Look at us, bro. Quinn and Shivana.
So they just make standalones, and if it does well, they just keep going. And if it's mid, they don't even do a second. They just throw it away.
And then they milk the marketing that is already in place by rebooting franchises that have already been made, you know?
What do you build on Shyvana?
I think just burn items, bro. You pray for Pyromancer's Cloak. I love going to the cinema, bro. Cinema is so nice.
Cinema.
I'm looking forward to see the Brad Pitt movie.
The Brad Pitt movie? Which one?
Formula
The one,
One.
the F1?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Everyone told me it's fucking shit.
That's the thing. You shouldn't listen to people.
True. I feel like everyone nowadays says everything's shit. We're all just fucking like haters. We're all hate watchers. I forgot my item.
True. Oh, man.
It's okay, we'll win. I just need you to lock in, and I need to. Let me pin to the plant. I won't tap it. Focus Aatrox. He split. Focus Aatrox.
Viego was also split.
There's no Viego in this game. Lock in. Yeah, backflip. Portal.
Use your ult.
Yep. Flashing here. Blast coating. I'm gonna heal up the full here. Try and get as much healing as you can.
Oh. Oi.
Nice finish.
Woo.
I'm gonna kite. I'm gonna kite.
Kiting. Oosh. Honestly, good effort. Good effort.
If I had an item.
If you had an item, it
But
was
I don't
GG.
have an item.
Honestly, this one is really good on your champ. Good job, man. Is it?
Ready?
No, I think. Wait.
Did I cook or not?
Actually, I think you cooked. I think you E-scaling.
Did I cook? Did I cook?
Than AP. That's more AD scaling than AP. Read it.
It's more AP scaling than AD.
Ah!
Oh, Sheibal!
It's okay. Bro, just buy the Shojin, Leandri, Sunfire, and pray for Pyromancer's Cloak. Just slam all your rerolls. Go Kled. Kled.
Slam.
Shit.
Slam it. Wait, what do you max E? Oops. Oppa. Gangnam style. Bum.
Bro, my man is telling me to lock in and he drops a Gangnam Style into Harry Potter theme song.
Skrr.
I need to do another marathon, man.
I have no idea what to buy. Like, I'm so fucking dizzy. My brain is overheated.
Did you listen to that Harry Potter freestyle? The guy who's got black magic.
What?
Oh, it's a crazy Harry Potter freestyle. I'll link it to you someday.
Harry Potter?
In it.
Hey, Harry!
Oh. I'm moving.
We fucked
I'm
up, by the way.
moving.
Belvet 10, no chance versus my dragon. He's gonna take the portal.
Yo, my movement is kind of clean, bro. I dodged everything, man.
He's flashing. Look Belvet.
I'm looking at Belvet.
She's Eing.
E.
Kiting here. Kiting.
Her ninja's hobby is kind of smurfing. Cue that plant. Come on now.
Ate it. Attacking.
Eat your veggies, son. Eat your veggies, son.
There it is. Good comms, Yamato. Good comms.
Woo! Holy, we're getting so much money, man.
Money. Good job, Pookie.
Oh, bro, that was a good note, bro.
Yeah,
Holy.
I hit those.
What you got? Tell me. Pyromancer's Cloak, Moonflare Spellblade, Moonflare
Wait, hang on a
Spellblade.
second. If I'm converting AP into AD and I deal an enemy champion deals additional magic damage. I'm so fucking cooked.
Please tell me, brother. Brother, do you have Pyromancer's Cloak or do you have Moonflare Spellblade?
Night Harvester.
Ugh. No Pyromancer. No Moonflare.
I'm cooking, okay? Just let me cook. I've just cooked something.
Okay, you got that Klav Kalash. I see it.
Look, my item now.
I start as a bird. I'm like a bird, I wanna fly away.
No Briar ult, no Briar ult. I'm gonna go in here. I'm thinking of engaging. I see Aurora.
What the hell? I got pushed to a different continent, bruv. Oh, I don't want that.
I'm gonna lose my dragon form.
I don't want that, see. Appreciate that though, bird.
Ear.
Later. Minerina, love.
Wait, I'm actually kind of busted. I love dragons. They're my favorite.
I love dragons.
Look at the rats. I spawned all of them. You see them?
They're very cute.
I can spawn rats on cooldown.
Cool.
Holy fuck, it's G2 versus FlyQuest. That's crazy.
This is the G2 FlyQuest match determiner, by the way. This is the one. Before was just a bait. Ooh, honestly, that extra cash we're getting from Contract Killer is kind of nice, no? Look at us go, bro.
We're popping off. Do I buy Liandry's or not? Or do I buy Gunblade? Did I cook?
Oh.
Battle
Do
cruiser
what you want to see.
operational.
Follow your heart. Follow your heart, son.
Follow you. Look at all the rats I spam. Look at the rats. Look at the rats.
Very cute.
Boom,
very
boom,
cute.
boom,
Name them,
boom,
name them. There's 8 of
boom,
them. You have to
boom,
name
boom, boom,
all 8. Name them.
Poby 1,
Birds.
Poby 2, Poby 3, Poby 5, 6, 7, 8.
There was no Poby 4? Poby 4 just... There's no Poby 4?
Poby 4 is on vacation.
He's joining Fnatic. He's not going on a vacation.
Exactly. I'm dead. Tiba.
Woo!
I'm a dragon. I'm a dragon. I'm a dragon.
Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?
I'm a dragon. I'm a dragon.
You're a lizard, Harry.
You're a wizard, Barry.
Bro, how OP would it be to have that watch that Hermione had? That would be like my dream.
Oh, the one that goes back in time?
Yeah.
Spoiler. I was gonna watch those films, by the way.
Really? But you knew what
Yeah,
I
you
was
spoiled it,
referencing instantly.
No, you spoiled it for me now. I watched the TikToks.
Okay.
Yeah, going back in time is balanced.
Did you read the
I
books?
think we're gonna win this one.
I think so too, bro.
Did what?
Did you read the books?
No, I read the last patch though.
Fair. Where'd you go? Let me help you.
Executioner. Bro, I do so much damage. You're gonna check the damage dealt after this game and say, oh my god, I got carried.
I'll believe it when I see it, boy.
Boy. Yeah,
All right.
yeah boy.
We have to do yeah, boy, the entire next round, okay?
Okay.
All right.
From when the game starts, not
Yes.
from the countdown, by the way.
You see the countdown at the top?
Yeah, ready?
Yeah,
boy.
I need to breathe. Like, why did you kill him, bro? No way.
Oh my god, my eyes are watering.
Fuck me, bro.
I can't focus. I can't focus doing that. I can't focus. It's impossible.
This item just
I-
completely counters us, bro. Shield of molten stone.
Oh,
Ah,
what's the world record for longest year, boy?
this is
Probably like a
such
day, no?
longest year boy of all time. Search it. 1 minute and 43 seconds.
Bro, I think I could beat that. I could break that.
I could beat that too.
I could beat that easy. Oh my god, my prismatic item is so bad.
What happened with all the pobies? You don't like them anymore?
The pobies, bro. The pobies are the homies.
Wait,
They're the
bro.
homies.
It's a big game, guys. We gotta win, bro. We gotta win for the G2s.
And we will. Here we go. I'm gonna go on Lilia for no reason.
Okay. I got Naughty ulted. I am
Nice.
frying, by the way. I'm completely frying.
Nice! In the pan, baby, in the pan.
That nice sizzle, bro. Stainless steel. No Teflon in this house.
Ooh, and
We don't need
no
microplastics.
microplastics.
That's
No
what's up.
microplastics.
You in on that too,
No
bro?
microplastics.
No Teflon? You in the loop?
Yeah, no Teflon. Stainless steel, baby. Stainless
Woo,
steel only. Stainless steel
come
only.
on now, stainless
Yep.
steel,
Use
baby.
it once a month. Once a month, baby.
Once a month, baby. Eggs.
Bacon.
Eggs and bacon.
Eggs and bacon.
Straight off the pig. Bro, I got hunted by wild boars once, bro.
You got hunted by a wild boar?
Yeah, bro, my first gaming house experience was at Micho Makers. We were in the middle of nowhere in Berlin. We were hungry, 2 a.m. Walked to Macca's, was closed, Google Light. And then, pack of wild pigs, man. Other side of the street.
Hold up. I'm locked in.
I'm flying. Swish, swish, swish. You got it? Nice.
Bro! Have I got it? Have I got it? Bro! I never lost it!
But then it dawned on me, bro. I realized why all the buildings have such high fences all over the place, bro.
Keep the rats out.
Keep the boars out, bro.
The bars.
And then, bro, you know that same night, the same night that as we're walking home, I hear a scream.
What is it?
And then it
What was
comes
it?
closer. It comes closer. I don't know what's happening. I'm like,
Yeah.
should I call the police? What's happening? It's a
Yeah.
fox. They have the
It's a
most
fox.
human scream
It sounds like a crying baby, right?
Yeah. Ooh, I got feel the burn.
When I first came to England, I stayed with my parents' friends, and they said, "There's foxes everywhere outside. If you hear a baby crying outside, it's a fox." Bro, I woke up in the middle of the night. I heard like a. I'm not kidding. So I think I heard a baby die.
Wait, what? What if they told you that lie because it's like in Game of Thrones? You know that guy who lived in the north?
What? The lie of what? Oh yes, I saw the angle too. Wait, what the fuck? There's 14 characters on my screen.
Yeah, that was me, bro. That's my clone, my mirror image.
Yeah, so the foxes sound exactly like crying babies. It's crazy.
There's that guy, Craster's Keep, I think it was called Craster. He just
Craster?
sacked babies.
Who?
Craster.
Oh, in Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what he
I don't
told.
remember that series at all.
He said, those are not crying babies out there. Those are foxes.
Is that what he said?
No,
Bro, what the fuck?
he did not.
Oh my god, it's actually FlyQuest first G2 elimination series. Mama.
Ooh.
Alright, let's wrap this up. Let's wrap this up.
Yes, sir. Didn't mean to make you cry. Mm-hmm. Carry on, carry on. Nothing really matters.
Do you have twin mask?
I don't have twin mask.
I do. If you ever want to twin.
Alright.
If you ever want to be twinning with me.
Okay to my evil twin.
Oh my god, they have the connection. Think
Okay,
about it.
bro.
Think about it.
There's so many portals. Remember the portals.
Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Holy fuck, I am a dragon, and I'm dragging it
Ooh.
on the floor. Boom! You will fear my true form.
Ooh, okay, the voice actable.
You will fear my true form. Yeah, I could be a voice actor. The magic, it calls to me. Thoughts?
It's good. It's really good. Uncanny.
Yep.
Kato Dog VA.
Gator Dog VA. Voice actor. Open your mind. Oh, fucking...
Oh, played like a fiddle, bro. Played like a fiddle.
I'm a dragon.
I swear I'm smurfing my face off, man.
You're smurfing your face off.
My face off, bro.
Ooh, I got runes. I got runes. I got runes for days. I got runes. I got runes.
What you got?
Wait, where everyone's elimination point, but we're actually just frying, or what?
Yeah, look at that, bro. It's actually G2 is winning this fucking competition, bro.
What is doing so much damage from my thing? I don't really understand what the fuck's coming. My damage is coming from. Ah, it's Executioner.
Okay, Maokai is tanky. Can you hug my nutsack, bro, so I don't get executed?
Yeah, we can hug each other's balls.
Alright, let's go south. Sooth? Sooth? Bro, he's
That Maokai is
humongous, bro.
fucking... Humongous what?
Did you just harass me?
Maybe I can eat the Maokai. Are you dead?
I am dead. Oh. 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 Oh.
Oh, it's all you, Yamato.
I got
Okay,
the-
so how the
I got
fuck
the
do we get
Kha'Zix
to
at
the
least.
Maokai?
Oh, something like that.
Who are we against next? We're against any Teemo. Okay, we can win this.
Can win, can win. It's okay. Like we are getting anvils because it's Zin's our map, so it's actually good that we lost. Cup.
Wait, I think I have solved the day for us. I've saved the day.
I'm actually so strong. If I can hit.
I have saved the day.
What you got?
I have saved the day.
But they do magic damage, son. Right.
Yeah, we need to win this one first.
Okay.
He has bailout.
You're legally blind.
I'm legally blind.
Legally blind. You're legally blind.
Oh, the dragon. The dragon.
All right.
Now,
got
I
him.
think...
All right. I'm gonna go more armor penetration. You need to deal with the Kha'Zix.
I think
Fuck me. I bought the wrong item.
I sell this, buy... Oh, no, maybe I should buy Blade.
What did I just
Should I
do?
get Blade, or should I...
Ugh.
Oh my god, I'm gonna carry. I will eat Maokai, okay? I'll eat it.
Eat it. Okay, okay. What you got? I see you. I see you. I'm outie. I'm outie. We winning, son?
Yeah, I'm clapping his ass.
I'm coming back in. My kill.
Nice. Good job, bro.
The
Good job.
champion!
Now we get to watch G2 win. Now we get to watch G2 win. Big
Agreed,
W's.
agreed. Thank you for the games, Mark Lemon.
Think
Have
of
a
it.
good one.
Think
Have
of
a
it
good one. Have a good one. Have a good
See you
one.
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
Take care. Bye, bye, bye.
Woo! That is brilliant. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. That is a brilliancy. That is a goddamn brilliancy, if I've ever seen one. Let's get them ads out of the way right away. You've seen this?
The way that I feel about G2 is Caps and BB are playing worse, but it feels like they're playing worse because they feel like they...
Bro, I am a content creator. I have an opinion. Battle Cruiser operational. Oh, I need to shout out some subs. Twitching Mars 30, thank you very much for the prime. Blood Raven, thank you very much for the prime. And also Lifeless, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate that. That's 14 months of support, baby. Thank you very much. You're far too kind. Thank you for making my dreams a reality. Otherwise, I would go to school right now. Thank you. I choose fly for my pick'ems. Yeah. The truth is, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna speech it up. Don't worry. Jaster, wow. Thank you very much for tier 1. That's 1 year of support from Jaster, wow.
Yamato 7.
I love you too. Thank you very much. Why are people saying Flagwoods would win? Because they watched the tournament and watched the, you know, they watched and are rational. But who knows? I think it's close enough for an upset to happen, but G2 winning would be an upset win. That's where we're at. I do think FlagQuest and the prep work is ass-tastic. Really, really ass-tastic. There's no other way to put it. compensating way too fucking hard with caffeine. I got Subway.
Something is coming.
Philly cheesesteak with jalapenos.
It's building.
Philly cheesesteak,
Rising.
cheese oregano, jalapenos, paprika, cucumber, lettuce, chipotle
It
southwest.
fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make 'em turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Bro, my body fat is really high, bro.
Welcome to MSI.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Vancouver. The Pacific Coliseum is ready for EU versus NA for the absolute ages. I think this is one of the most storied rivalries in League of Legends, EU versus NA, and this is probably one of the best matches we're ever gonna get because it's a best of 5 and the loser goes home on the 4th of July. Really?
Yes, sir!
Welcome to the desk. This is the EU versus NA extravaganza bonanza. Even though some people worked 14 hours yesterday, we've got a full set on the desk and a full set on the cast. This is like Christmas.
I'm surprised you're dressed like this and not in all black. There's a funeral about to happen today. You're not dressed properly.
Bro, this is like Easter for us. You know, it's gonna be so effortless. It's a good time. It's casual.
Listen,
Ooh, 4th of July.
How did we get here? Does anyone want to summarize how G2 and Fly ended up in this position?
We both intentionally lost for content to set up this NA versus EU match.
Yep, I agree.
Yes, brother.
I agree. We could have won, but we opted instead to face each other as it's an honorable duel.
Yes.
Yes.
And seriously.
My prediction is Fly
Seriously,
and
you want
GENG.
serious? We were worse than the LPL and LCK teams. I don't care about seriously.
Fair enough, fair enough. So, we're going to spice things up a little, right, because of this matchup. Basically, there has been a PowerPoint presentation prepared from the EU representatives for the NA people and the other way around. We're going to start with the ones we have cooked up for you guys, right? Go ahead. Why
Let's
won't
take a
you
look at some of the lies
please
and
explain to
slander.
us.
Rad's gonna have to present some garbage here.
Yeah, it doesn't even look good already. But
Yeah.
why
Look at that
G2 will
logo.
beat Fly?
Ugly.
I just don't believe it at all. By the way, so Canadian coach equals Canadian win max impact. You guys are trying to make your case that the Canadians will win.
I'm kind of with you on the first slide.
Assessment higher than Chovy. I mean, this is already looking good. Proof that Canada is better. I like this already. I'm a Canadian. We're both Canadians.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
You
but
maybe
this,
get
so
me
this
with
is
the
good
first
for
slide.
G2, actually. Okay, here we
Okay.
go.
Pulsa?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
It's just a hot dog without a bun.
Yeah.
Who wants that?
An inferior hot dog, but you guys are trying to say your hot dogs are better than our hot dogs. I'm sorry. We're calling them hot dogs, so that's already an American point. Caps is greater than Busio. It's not even the right lane, buddy. And then let's go on to the next one. 5 Europeans, but oh, I see what's happening here. 2 Europeans, 2 NA, 1 South Korean. I want to make a very clear point. They left Europe for a reason, for a more competitive region. So, making that point. They got an MVP, they got a European championship,
Yes,
they decided to
sir.
come to a more competitive region. Thanks for listening. Thanks to my TED Talk. Yeah, there we go. Appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I don't know if you did the assignment at all, but I appreciated that you refused completely to make an argument for why G2 would win. Thank you, Raz.
Though I was with you on the Canadians being good.
I'm just saying, Canadian, the coaching staff affects the entire team. It's not just one lane.
All right. And, yeah, they've also prepared one for us,
Now
of
it's
course.
your job.
All right.
Let's see what you have.
What'd you call it?
cooking for
Garbage?
us.
What is your genius? Why FlyQuest will fly higher? What are you, 8? We have your best.
I see you on
I would love to argue against this, but it's my greatest fear.
I'm just saying, Caps, weather in LA, great.
It's beautiful. Beautiful.
Guys, no,
Also,
we're not doing this. This is my time to talk. You
I'm
can't
sorry,
just steal
my
our
bad.
players. All right, so your
Go on.
strategy is
I'm
if you can't
sad.
beat them,
Yeah.
buy them. Which hasn't worked for you so far. Let's
It's
be
true.
very clear. We've won up until
Yeah.
now, so
How many
don't
MSI
think
titles?
you're
Zero.
getting. That's
Okay.
all I'm saying.
We're
Who did we get
Koi.
that MSI total over? All right.
We're Crim Koi.
We stole 2 Canadians. We'll steal more Canadians. We like them. It's the people from the U.S. we're not as convinced about in terms of player quality. Power of the 4th of July and Canada Day.
Okay, yeah. That's good. It's good power.
I think the script writers have put this together so this is double embarrassing. They didn't want to hit just Canada. They didn't want to hit just the U.S. They wanted to hit all of NA with this embarrassing loss. So we had to put this perfectly here. So close to Canada Day on the 4th of July. Look. That's why FlyQuest will win. That's what I was supposed to say. That's why they'll lose in the stakes. You just don't chance. Whoa!
Sorry. Oops.
Production did warn us
Sorry,
there'd be a pop
production.
quiz.
We moved on, but there's a pop quiz, I think.
No,
Shall
this
we do
is-
it now?
Oh, that was my pop quiz for you
Not
guys.
yet,
No,
not
that was
yet.
my pop quiz for you. I'm gonna ask you this question then.
No.
No.
Oh, I made that. That's in mine.
You did this for later.
No, that's okay. All right.
Anyways, let's talk about
Well,
EU
that's
versus
what's
NA
happening.
history. There is so much history in this rivalry. So let's pull up the numbers, shall we? In best of 5 series, it's 3-2 in favor of EU. But the dates there,
It's been a while.
it's been a while.
You can say it. We're all thinking it.
We're all thinking
EU's
it.
living in their past glories.
Absolutely.
You would live there too if you had any, okay?
Hey,
Oh!
G2 versus Energy.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
KC versus
Okay,
TL.
was there a trophy for that one? No.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was called the better of the worst regions. And we have that trophy. It's in our studio.
And our hearts.
That's actually,
Guys, you can't just call the LTA trophy the better of the
Yeah,
worst
yeah,
regions
exactly.
trophy.
There's some graphics, I think, Azale. Maybe you have some of these. I actually requested like when the seeds, the 1 seeds played against each other because that's like pretty
This is
important.
the last time that EU beat the #1 seed from NA. Back in 2019. Oof.
That is the last time I was happy.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
damn.
We're
dark.
supposed to say that. We have to pretend like
okay.
we're like there's no doubt in our minds.
Okay, yeah. And then I see that there's a secret exam. Okay, there's time for a secret exam. Let's
Okay.
go.
Okay, I'm ready for this one.
All right.
I'm prepared.
I just know Shox is getting griefed by
So you're
production.
doomed.
This is wacky. Okay. Can you name the 4 times EU and NA's first seeds have faced off against each other in series play at international level?
Okay, we'll start.
G2 versus TL.
That's the freebie.
G2 versus NRG.
G2 versus Energy. TL versus KC at first stand. And then
EG versus G2 at MSI?
they didn't play series.
Oh, you're right.
It wasn't a yeah.
The
it
last
wasn't
one
serious.
is probably forever ago.
Fnatic versus.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Is
and
it?
best
Is
of
it?
5. It's best of
only
5.
best
Is
of
it?
fives.
Is it the G2 CLG MSI one?
Oh.
I
Golden
don't
Guardians
remember.
versus
It was like
BDS?
it was the G2
I don't think
vacation
they
era.
count that because we don't
And
count.
it's first seeds. First
It says
seeds.
international event.
I know,
I
but
mean,
that was
MS
a qualifier.
MSI is the
I've got no
freebie because
idea.
if they played in a best 5 at all, it would have been first seeds. We didn't send
Yeah.
anyone else.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Energy. Oh,
Whoa,
Fnatic.
okay,
Ain't no way.
Worlds
We're
2000.
only counting best of 5, so it's been a long time. Yeah. Okay.
2013.
All right,
What
it's-
logo
best
even
of.
is that?
What
That
logo is
TSM
this?
is playing
Is
against.
this Alliance?
That's
Yeah.
is that against all authority?
That's against all authority,
Oh
bro.
my god.
It's the
Against
tribe.
Oh my
Last time he was
gosh.
good. Wow.
Crazy.
They owe me money,
I
guys.
can't believe Nintendo let them
No.
get away with that.
I also cooked up a little graphic
Okay.
to accurately portray how I usually feel. This is
Oh
it
my
actually.
god!
She's on our side. Welcome.
Wait, what?
Let's go!
Why are you selling us out?
So
You played for
Dracos is
AA, yeah.
American and Shox is on our side, so I think we just have 4 NA reps on the desk now.
No.
Listen, they need to earn my love back, okay? Let's see. Lord, not yet.
Did they have to earn it today?
I won't leave you hanging, buddy.
Lord did have a chance to check in with Whippo in our Verizon Game Day interview.
Whippo, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's series. It is the 4th of July. It is EU versus NA. How do you feel ahead of the matchup? It feels like this one is going in your favor for now. At least that's what the fans think.
I mean, G2 obviously had some shaky showings against in the play-ins, so obviously I think that made their stocks go way down. But I still think they're
All of them are terrible in EU, bro.
an opponent to be respected.
Right.
Performance can always change from week 1 to week 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in my whole career, I don't remember a single week 1 I won an international event. Like even last Worlds, we lost to HLE, lost to to Damwon.
Yeah.
Before that, you know, when I was playing in Fnatic, you know, we had our week 2 Fnatic memes. That meant that there was week 1s that were not so great. So for me, it goes both ways. I didn't have a great week 1. They didn't have a great week 1.
Ripple looks good in the beard, man. He's got good hair genetics,
Absolutely.
man.
You were mentioning Fnatic, obviously. Well, you're going to play against Caps. I know that Inspired was talking about the fact that when you play against Caps, you cannot let him do what he wants to do. You have to pressure him all the time. What do you think of Caps' level right now, especially going into a matchup like this, loser bracket? We expect him to play at his max, of course.
Hey!
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously...
Skimon is Lebanese!
...in Europe. I mean, even in the West. So you have to respect Caps. Make sure that you make him uncomfortable in the game at least.
He's Lebanese!
If you let him play his game, he has a lot of influence in the game. He's got a great eye for influencing the map.
My brother!
So making sure you make a target out of him and make him uncomfortable.
He's Lebanese!
For us to have an easy way to win.
Yeah, Iraqi and Lebanese, come on,
I'm not going to say that we're looking absolutely crazy either.
Mashallah!
From my perspective, at least, like, it used to be if he got his way, then you wouldn't win. I feel like even if he gets his way,
I don't know if I knew, bro. You think bro?
That's a very good.
If I knew, I'd support the living shit out of him.
Any take on the top lane matchup, you versus Broken Blade? You like to take risks in lane. Let's call it that way. And Vivi hasn't doing so hot lately. How do you think this one's gonna go?
I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm just gonna.
What is Kimon's name?
And play my own style. I think that. Historically, whenever I get in my own head and start worrying about what the other guy's doing, I play worse. So I'm just going to make sure I play my own game well. I play characters that I know I'm good at. And the rest will be
all right, let's see how it goes.
I'm pretty confident that I'm going to do well. I don't think I'm going to be like, killing him or anything like that. We'll see.
Rudy is not the Lebanese name.
Show up in team fights. And good things will happen.
Thank you so much. Best of luck on this FlyQuest G2 matchup. Shocks, over to you.
Thank you for your work, Lore, because he doesn't like to think about it, but you just reminded him. Great. Our secret agent is active. And
Whose side are you on?
What? No, she made Whippo uncomfortable.
I know, but just a second ago, you're like, it's not a rivalry. They always beat her.
I mean, they do, okay, until they don't. Let's see how the fans have voted.
I thought Raz was the flip-flopper. I thought Raz was the flip-flopper.
At Mastercard.gg on X. They're calling the vote for G2.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
You can see the fan prediction rate has
nice,
been plummeting,
has no fans.
Common sense prevails.
Because of things like this.
Actually,
is Mia
they
Khalifa
also
Lebanese
predicted
name?
them quite to win. So
Mia is not Lebanese name.
Their track record is 67%
Khalifa sounds
correct. You can
Lebanese.
vote every day at Matchcard.gg on X to lock your predictions in 2. So without further ado, let's get to our predictions here on the desk. I'll start because yes, I've very
but it's a stage name.
But I still think they're gonna make it 3-1 G2.
It's a stage name.
Oh my God, you and the fans are all delusional. I have it as 3-1 for FlyQuest. You make a case right now. Why do you think that G2 is gonna win?
Is your prediction my prediction? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I'm saying
I'll take
3-1.
the time. I'm gonna need this camera. Let's keep it simple.
Okay.
This is Rasmus Winther. He's the best player to ever do it in the West. And so far, you haven't seen the real demon. Because now, he's angry.
He's angry.
That
He's
is
here to
the
mess you up.
worst eyebrow.
Those are terrible eyebrows. But or is he quizzical? Is he asking the question, are you really ready for this? It's not clear, but what matters is he's ready to go. And he's about to tear this.
Oh my God.
I completely agree.
I know what's coming.
I mean, G2
is
one of the best teams in the world. You know, they're world finalists. They won MSI. They've taken down the likes of, sorry, 1 second. I'm being told that it's no longer 2019. That Masu is the GOAT, that EU has never made it out of the Swiss stage at Worlds, and that NA runs EU. Of course, it's going to be a 3-0 for FlyQuest, baby. Let's go!
Preach!
Let's go!
He can't keep doing this.
Testify!
Oh.
Just tell him like it is, brother.
I'm so excited.
What happened to you? What happened to your roots? You're from Portland. You're from America. Why did you have to be the
I
importer?
did what JoJo did. I left for better League of Legends, and I do not regret that.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
What the
I'm
hell?
just telling you
He's
right
dead.
now.
What the fuck?
Oh my God. You guys
I just
okay?
want him to have a wake-up call at some point. Here's your
Jesus.
headphones.
Do you
Wake
think
up.
we're
What
not
the
awake?
hell?
Do you think we're not awake? Imagine this.
Yes.
You win MSI, you think, oh, NA never beats us. Then it's like Fnatic loses to NA, but
He
that's
just
Fnatic.
Will Smith'd
And then
him.
your first seed loses to NRG, and they can never beat NA again. Do you know the world I
I like
live in?
this story. What about Mad Lions? What happened there?
No.
They don't exist anymore. I don't care. Regardless, okay, guys, with all jokes aside, I think this is exactly what we should be doing in this extravaganza, though. But elimination is on the line. So for the players, it's going to be a stressful day ahead. Not for us, though.
Yeah.
No, we're here for the content.
Chilling. And not for FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless we build a time machine, because I am going back to 2019 if I can, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this time to speak to you
versus FlyQuest.
through
Loser goes home.
the heart and soul, all right? The thing is, we expect FlyQuest to win. I predicted FlyQuest to win. No matter how good my videos are, no matter how damn perfect my tier lists are, in terms of the team assessments and how, of course, I bring the knowledge. On occasion, I am wrong because of things that are unpredictable, because of things that are immeasurable. And the truth is, today is a good day to be wrong. Today is a great day to be wrong.
Back to lovely Vancouver,
FlyQuest
Canada
versus
here
G2.
For MSI
I predict FlyQuest, but I predict that I'll be wrong.
Match of the main stage of the competition.
It is time
and the latest
for G2
of 15 years of international
to make 'em
League of
bleed.
Legends. EU versus NA.
Let's do it, boys.
FlyQuest versus
Let's do it.
G2. I'm Captain Flowers, here for the call alongside Kobe and Vedius. Gentlemen, I am ready.
So am I, Flowers.
All right, elimination match, guys. Elimination match.
After the analyst test,
Elimination match, baby.
Okay,
We'll be brothers till the end.
Exactly.
We'll be brothers till the end.
Let's have a good, clean game here.
Good, clean game.
No blood on the rift, you know,
Oh, no,
everybody.
I want loads of blood on the rift.
Let's go.
We on the desk is going to stay civil, though, as we get ready to jump into draft. Thick and fast, already TF taken off the board. So many questions around what the priority is going to be in this draft. We were talking about the jungle priority especially. How high up is the Maokai? What about the Xinjiao? What about the Vi? Where do these all fall for these two junglers?
Exactly, because, you know, G2, in their game that they did win versus GENG, that Yone right there, that was a part of it, along with the Maokai that you mentioned, that kind of tied it all together. That, like,
All right, team.
long-range engage.
Let's fucking go.
So much space.
Twisted
really
Fate,
made their
Yone,
team fight better,
Rumble,
so
Talia.
FlyQuest
Are we gonna get a
targeted
FlyQuest?
that early on in
Ozzy
advance.
first speak here.
Caps, the greatest
Ozzy
Western
banned for
player of all
FlyQuest.
time here in
3
League of
mid lane
Legends,
bans
targeted
against
the fans
Capsimus
for a
Prime.
reason here. All three
Right now,
first
the mid
phase
lanes that are
bans from
current. We got
FlyQuest,
Ari, we got
the TF,
Silas.
the Yone, the Azir.
I
the
swear to
common
God,
denominator
whoever picks
is
Victor
Caps.
loses.
On the other
Trust.
side, Talia taken off the table by G2 alongside that Rumble.
Big
we know
Victor
Broken Blade
into
doesn't
lose.
really play this champion. Whippo does. They'll remove that one, considering it is a power pick here.
Varus is also open. Very important pick for Hansi.
What is G2's final ban on this?
All right, we got
red side?
Varus open. The Renekton ban follows through. That was an Anyone's Legend special. Anyone's Legend showed the way. Varus is open, lads. Varus, Pantheon, Ari, Silas. I think counter picking mid is stronger here. You should hold the mid lane blind. Flag was most likely first pick Varus here.
It feels like that it's a pretty safe blind in the mid lane meta right now.
And I wonder, with the possibilities,
The
we
issue
just
here
go for
is
power
Hans-
picks like the Varus here, okay, instantly do. But the other
Hansi.
possibilities in Fearless and
I think
a full
it's Jin
best of
invites
5,
tanks.
if you wanted to
I'm
steal
scared about
away
that.
early on the Maokai or something like that and play
Are they
it,
gonna
then
go
it would
Maokai?
remain
They went
Fearless
Maokai.
bans, but that's not
The
gonna be
G2
opportunity
cheat
here.
code.
They just go with the straightforward
What's
FlyQuest
Inspire gonna do
immediately
to cook the
getting
Maokai?
power pick of the current
Pick
meta
something that clears
for
fast,
Masu here,
jumps
the
high.
Canadian on the team, and that is going to
Inspire
allow
with the
that
middle
Maokai
hover. He's been
again has
hovering
been
this the
so
whole
good
tournament.
for
Don't get
G2.
baited. Don't get baited, guys. Don't get baited.
For Masu,
Don't
somebody
get
who
baited.
has stepped up time and time again for FlyQuest. You remember back to Worlds last year when they impressed everyone.
pants
taking
on the
Gen G to
Pantheon.
5 games. Masu, a massive performer there, giving him a champ like this. Really good for FlyQuest. But over on the other side, Skewmond on Maokai.
Rise
G2
blind.
is ferocious with this pick in the
The thing
jungle.
is,
They
Caps
play
with
so
the
well around
Maokai jungle
objectives with
can't
it.
really pick
Not
Annie.
surprised at all to
That's the
see them
problem of
lock that in
Maokai. It's
first
like, what do you
rotation
pick
game
mid lane
one
that's gonna
as
be
the Rise
enjoyable?
is the next lock for
Like,
FlyQuest.
Caps is gonna be
Rise
picking,
blind
bro.
is
He's
a
gonna
little
pick Victor
surprising,
and
and
give
I
us
just
all a
want to
headache,
give you
bro.
guys a bit of a throwback. Caps
He's gonna
is
pick
no
Victor and
stranger
make
to
us
the
all sad.
Anivia matchup. He is a fan of it, and he knows it's a good pick into the Rise. Whether it's a good pick in this composition is still a big question mark. But FlyQuest already setting their sights on potentially attacking the side lanes by locking in the Pantheon,
Oh, Caps is
pairing it
picking-
alongside the
Caps is
Rise.
picking Victor,
Very much
guys.
about
Sag.
attacking the rest of the map.
Exactly, that's what I was
Oh
going to
no.
go for immediately.
Oh, no.
Looking to play the
Oh,
sides there,
no.
looking to split push for later on. But also,
Oh,
early
no.
proactive plays really have been successful.
successful
G2's
there,
early game is going to be
especially
so
towards
weak.
the bottom side of the map. But G2,
It's just that, I don't know, you can't really pick something together with Maokai that's going to be good into Rise, in my opinion. He's going to outscale your Mercs. Alistar, they drop mid. They drop mid, pick Alistar.
The Alistar here, so versatile.
It is a comfort pick for Labrov. It provides very strong
Rakan
engage,
ban.
and they can also ban things like the Brawn,
Ban
potentially the
Rakan.
Rakan.
Let's not let
Things
Busio
that could be
Rakan.
good matchups. Maybe they want to take away some of the engage options on the bot side of the map as well.
Let's ban Rakan.
Rel could very well be high up on the priority list, but the support pool likely going to be pinched for Busio.
Also, not gonna lie, I don't want the enemy to play a tank, but the thing is, I don't know, Whippo could play K'Sante or Sion with like 2 bans to prepare it, and I think he would go completely, like he would be menacing, he would be dangerous. Like Sion, K'Sante are so OP here. I think if FlyQuest just banned to set those champs up, they are piss chilling. I think K'Sante is also really good.
But FlyQuest is missing a big go button so far.
Exactly, and those 2 pieces are definitely going to come with either the top lane
K'Sante with Rise ult is tremendous. They're banning Gwen to set that up, guys.
Could go through for Busio.
I don't care too much about Broken Blade Aatrox. I feel like FlyQuest will be able to play a tank top no matter what. Because it's borderline K'Sante is better than Sion. But both are just unkillable.
At the moment. But I think that would be kind of crazy.
I'm currently leaning on a FlyQuest win here.
Throw down Captain's pick immediately.
I mean, things like the Jace is still
Someone in the chat mentioned a champion that could actually be legit. Fucking Yasuo mid might actually be something. Yasuo mid is actually a good shout. This is rare Yasuo mid game. But maybe they'll just go Cassio as Warren Tonic also mentioned. Cassio Yasuo.
Definitely true.
They're going Yasuo, aren't they?
Well, there is that Brawn ban to come through from the side of G2, so very much targeting two of the good matchups into the Alistar specifically. The Corki ban to remove some of the AD mid possibilities.
I don't know. The Sion top is just going to be GG, you know?
For Caps that he's played many times alongside this Maokai.
They need to pick Cassio, I think.
Go for an AD mid is still
I think Cassio, Yasuo, they just have too little tank damage.
We are very much
Yasuo is fine against Ryze and Varus, but the thing is, Sion and Pantheon is already too hard of a game to win. Look at him laughing.
The dangerous smile.
Yeah, Caps laughing about something over there. He looks like he's got something planned. Will we actually see this locked in? I'm not going to believe it until it happens. The Cassio via counter pick. So this is big.
Not a good Malzahar game. Warren Tonic with the snipe. He knows. He knows. Good Cassio shout out. Good Cassio shout out.
G2 is not only
Mal's counter Rise, it really doesn't. It's so fucking fake. I can go tier into QSS and
get
win.
This thing out of there for the whole series afterwards. Now we're looking at like the Nautilus style, you know, because we are thinking more engaged.
Because Cassio is good into Sion and also good into, of course.
They're gonna go for double poke for a really strong lane here, trying to abuse this Alistar early on.
Because Cassio at least is good into Sion and K'Sante, but I think Sion is the no-brainer, no?
Masu, I think, has
and
been
then we gotta have Aatrox on 5.
On the side of FlyQuest. Why not play more towards his lane with strong poke and an effective diver in the form of Pantheon? FlyQuest are definitely setting up for a bot side focus type of early game.
All right, Whippo, what's it gonna be? Is it gonna be a Sion or Horn type of game, or are they gonna go crazy in game number 1? All right, we're not going too crazy here. We get our front line, and Sion with the ultimate has so much flexibility here to get around the map. When we're going back to the early picks of this draft,
I have to be honest with you guys. I think that FlyQuest completely run this game.
Sion here will be a very
I think FlyQuest completely run this game.
That does mean that
FlyQuest have so fucking winning lanes. I'm playing Jhin Alistar versus Varus Karma and then Pantheon Rise. I think Skewmond is gonna suffer, bro. I think Skewmond is suffering in this one.
In the top side, it'll be Broken Blade on the Aatrox to deal with Whippo's Sion. So now the drafts are done, the dust is settled. I gotta ask you, gentlemen, the question I ask every time: which side of the draft do you feel has the edge?
NA, baby! Let's go, FlyQuest! Honestly, though, okay, something I am worried about is, you know, Pantheon can sometimes have a hard time with Cassio because the grounding from Miasma also can kind of mess up his ganks. But Inspired is very good about finding some angles. And of course, once he gets to his ultimate, then you get
full stop.
More options for
going for the Maokai.
On paper, the reason why I prefer G2's comp is that I feel that these teams just group and fight a lot. I don't trust their ability to effectively play through the sides, and I think that a lot of responsibility is on Quad and Inspired to make magic happen on these side lanes. And I'm
First
worried that
bullet
they're
is
just
out,
going to get
guys.
sucked
Click,
into
clack,
the team
boom,
fights,
boom,
which
boom.
in
First
a
bullet
straight
is
up
out.
front
Let's
to
go.
back, Cassio Jin with a Maokai
They're
Alistair,
opening with
that
Maokai.
is just a
They're
very
hoping to
easy
start with a
front-to-back
win.
style of comp to play.
I also really like the Cassiopeia here
Oh,
for
she
G2,
said
not
bring
just,
back
again,
Pigeon.
because of the reasons that I already
thought she
stated,
said,
but when
"What's
you
up,
have Jin,
bitches?"
You can
I was
feel like
like,
a little bit
damn.
of that DPS is missing for things like the later objective takes. You can feel like for getting into the meatball helper on something like a Scion, it's a little bit tougher. Cassiopeia helps make up for that.
Oracle,
Exactly. That's
you know,
why you want to pair it with some of those
I saw you at the
DPS
cafe this
mid-laners
morning. There's something
like
about you,
Cassio,
man.
like the
The
Azir.
diet, the
So it's gonna be a
exercise,
fun
something's
one.
working out
I
for
mean,
you,
bottom
Oracle.
lane,
You look
we've got the
fantastic. You
both
got a glow
Varus
about
here
you.
with the Comet, so
Keep
he's
it
gonna
up.
be the
Keep it up.
Lethality Varus
I believe in
version,
you.
Versus Jin.
Whose
Lots
draft
of
you like?
utility down
I'm
the
leaning
bottom
blue
but
side here.
we
I'm
have to
leaning blue
expect
side.
FlyQuest will be pushing early,
I think
so
that
when you draft something like that,
Varos Karma
we'll see if
lane is
Inspired
going to
can
be
pass
fucking
down towards
tremendous.
that
I
bottom
think
side
that
and play around that,
the
pushing lane 2.
the
Look
4
for the
is so
Skull Crabs.
powerful of blue side, and I think they can take over the game. And I think there will be no counterplay on Sion side. And I think that FlyQuest will snowball this game
Because as you guys recognize,
into a
it's
dub.
not been very EU favored in recent history. I know a lot of the EU fans back home are stressed coming into this best of 5.
Hey, so are we.
We only have to think
all
back
stressed.
to last year, Team Liquid versus Fnatic. I remember many thinking that
so do I.
Fnatic was favored going into that matchup, and then TL got a very convincing victory.
So while we're starting with the graphic though, Vedius, part of the reason why North American fans have a lot of trauma built up is because over the years it started out with so many EU wins.
It certainly did.
Yamato,
but in
cheer
recent
up more,
history,
let's go.
It definitely feels like
Bro.
that the momentum has shifted towards North America.
Bro.
What I love about that is it has given birth
Don't do
to
shit like this,
the
bro.
rivalry between the two regions. It does feel like that we are fighting for supremacy in the West, as Inspired has made the first play of the game. Looking for an invade, he is
Caps is
spotted
really
on
good on
vision.
Cassio, yeah.
Exactly, and
But it's
it
a
is
hard game
playing
to
off the
carry,
draft
guys.
that they
Like
went for,
Pantheon
so
can
you
ult on his
know your
forehead,
setup is gonna allow
Varus,
for this. It
Karma,
is
it's
causing,
very difficult.
Lavrov here to go back
Fly
and
already got
answer
the
because
blue.
of that ward that
This
you
issue of
mentioned.
Maokai, right, is
They're
very
kind of
weak on the
expecting
invade,
it
but
and
Inspire got
looking for it,
spotted
and so
crossing
he's
into
just
bottom
gonna take
side.
the blue buff.
I wonder if Maokai is
Nothing
going to
more
use this
as of
information.
now.
So easy to play around that bottom side jungle for
Inspired
Inspired.
the chickens, he's going for golems now to get level 3.
That the Varus and the Karma have.
Now I want to see
And then
what
I
his
think,
sort
I
of
wonder if
plan
he's going to
is about
skip red and
covering
go
back
into
the
his top
other
side here.
to really cut off options for Maokai, because Skumon right now, with his full red quadrant done, is going to be heading over to try and get back part of Inspired's jungle.
There was a ping onto their side of the map.
I
so
think you
there's some
skip
level
red
of
here and go defend your
expectation
camps, no?
that Skumon recognizes that this has
Oh, he's
occurred.
actually going red.
Caps going for a nice
Then
trade
it
in the mid
means he's
lane. I
going to
thought that the
return
side
into
would actually
Gromp and
move
look who
with his
dive might be
priority
on
top
bot.
to actually check on the bot side jungle, but he
Hansama
recognizes
is
that
half,
this
Lavrov
could
is
be
half
quite
with one
dangerous.
pot.
You know,
I like the
Broken
tech
play
here from
in a
Hansama
position
to go
follow
boots and
up, but with the
potions because this is a
Maokai there,
very
he
hard
could end up
lane.
just putting himself in a life-threatening position.
Yeah, so the jungle is even. It's just blue buff stolen
Maokai
for blue
left
buff
because he
stolen.
doesn't know
Similar
Inspire's
amount
decision,
of
which is
timing
tricky.
there as well.
But
And, Skumon's full red
Skumon is going to just slowly like retake with ease and see what's up. And then when he sees wolves are not taken, he's probably going to assume that Inspired went into his own jungle. And also here, he warded on top of the ward, so he got pinged out. This ward just disappeared, I think.
Respawn for those, but Krugs will be a little delayed.
No
He's going for bot crab. Inspired did some zigzagoon tap clearing.
Of the blue buffs, but both junglers are now back on the bottom side of the map as Hans and Lavrov are still stuck underneath that tier 1 turret again.
Inspired's going to secure double crab like this and then exit on golem take, and then he can do chickens on respawn, and then base, and then open on golems, cross on top side, and be level 5. It's a little double crab.
I was worried after he passed
Varus
back
with the
towards the top
base.
side of the map that he was just
Let's see if
abandoning
Varus
the
opens
topside
top
scuttle,
side here. That's
but
my
he decided
question.
to just
Do you guys think
backtrack
Varus will
towards
open
this
top
area of
side?
the map. He knows that he has the
He's
push in
opening
bot.
top side.
It's
He's
very
going to
difficult
alleviate
for
the
Skumon
pressure
to
from the
really contest that,
Whipmeister.
and so instead he's gonna be
Whipmeister
forced up towards the top
is
side
going to match
as
the
second
base
respawn
here,
of the Raptors
and then he's going
comes.
to TP into
Yeah,
bot.
he's planned it out really
Karma
nicely
didn't
here,
base
so he
yet.
can just go from that bottom Scuttle Crab over to
And
his,
now the
his
wave
second
is
respawn
frozen
of
from
Raptors
Karma
we're
on
talking about
bot.
for the 4 minutes, and Skumon as well reacting accordingly and going for that top one.
No
as you
double crab
mentioned.
here.
It's
Inspired
very
didn't even
interesting
base.
because
He went
even
for his own
though Skumon
chickens.
still is a rookie. Inspired gave
Inspired
an
took
interview
chickens.
back in
Skumon
April
got
as we see
the crab.
lane, swap
Whip was
coming
going to
back out here and
recall.
Masu heading
Jin
up.
and Alistar
But
matching.
Inspired actually gave an interview in
That
LCS
wave is
profiles
pushing
all
out
the way
to watch Sion, so Aatrox probably needs to TP on the wave, and Sion can keep TP.
And at that time, he did consider him and Skumons, you know, the kind of the best junglers in
People on
EU
Reddit
and
hate
NA.
Fly's draft.
And so definitely a lot of respect there
Ain't no
between
way.
these two.
I like what the bot
I think it's like Casio is not some hard counter into Rise, by the way. It's not that one-sided. Like it's just like a neutral champ into Rise that has opportunities to contest. But Rise can really manage the wave really easy. Rise is the stronger champ.
Anything that Caps could fire back and still got some good chunks as both mid laners are still dead even on farm. Top lane is an advantage for Broken Blade, but the wave is crashing into the turret, so should be a little bit of catch-up opportunity there for
Skymon came out of the early game really well. Like Skymon did a good job in his pathing decision. He came out of the early game super good, and he should be very happy with the condition. The main thing that is bleeding right now, of course, is the Jhin Alistar, which is natural in the matchup.
So not probably going
Skymon basing, and he's going for his wolves, and they're going to be matched on bottom side. Next wave is the waves Whip gets 6 on, but Rise is basing, and
do want to keep an eye on this
guy
where
not
he
looking for
decides
any
to go with
Drakes.
those ultis. We know that Whippo likes to get involved in the fights whenever he can.
Very calm start of the game here.
Really
All
like the
gold lead
respect
is
that Quad
from
showing
the
there,
Varus.
knowing that Broken Blade was missing on the map, positioning nicely in the lane to avoid any
Q missed
potential
there.
collapse from the bot side. And
Hansama, look at that Hansama inventory, bro. He's just got Nikes.
Clear through their
He's got
respective
Nikes on his
jungles and
feet.
continue to ramp up, getting closer to that level 6 mark, which is where I expect Inspire to start making magic happen on the map.
Okay, so you can see on the scoreboard right now, Quad just used his ulti for tempo to get back to lane slightly faster. That tells me that FlyQuest is not expecting any sort of big neutral objective play to happen yet, where they would need the Realm Warp.
Yeah, and they actually used that tempo to go for this ward right there in the brush that leads up to Dragon. They had multiple pings to go for that timing on pushing mid wave that quickly. And
Look at Quad as well. He's going towards Mercs. That's why, like we don't see a lot of teams play Maokai because the only true pairing, I think, is with Yone. And for example, yesterday, CFO should have for sure gone Maokai Yone because they needed engage into Jace and so forth. But Yone was banned this game, keep in mind. They banned TF, Yone, Azir 1, 2, 3 to really target Caps in the forehead.
Still 60 seconds until the Void Grubs spawn, however. So
But this matchup is not super winning, I think. But I have to say, game state-wise, I think G2 is doing a good job. Only being half a thousand behind, and on top of that, like, had not have lost any Drakes yet, I think they are super happy. Skymon also reaching 6 same time as Pantheon. I think that you couldn't have asked for more.
Super proactive with their swaps on the map.
You couldn't have asked for more.
To get a small advantage, but credit to G2.
I got a 1k parlay on G2 and Genji, they better win. You are
Yeah, and a lot of
crazy in
these
the head.
both side lane CS advantages for
Parlays are
FlyQuest
scam, guys.
because of the bottom lane. You know, Varus and Karma pushing in first, so then they get the early moves. So they're the ones constantly dictating, and so they're swapping over first. So they get these CS leads for both their Varus as well as.
I thought Kazurad's was a better matchup than this. Nah, it's always been a fake counter.
Too.
Always been a fake
Utilized
counter.
as far as the double range bottom lane there and the poke that we were kind of expecting to come through, and now they rotate him on up into the mid lane.
Void Grubs spawned, and still, we're not seeing a whole lot of aggression out of either side.
And honestly, we're not going to Flowers because they rotated
Alright,
already.
Skymon's pulling the dragon, they're just trading grubs.
That's going to provide the support so they can focus on the grubs. And FlyQuest, the reason they're opting for the grubs instead of dragon, obviously, is because they have the
I think
split
G2
push
did a good job of
capabilities
keeping
in their
awards on
draft.
both
They want
objectives.
that grub
It
power
actually gives you a
for
lot
the
of
Rise,
breathing
for
room
the
and
Sion,
momentum
for
because
the
you don't have to
Pantheon,
guess if they're doing it or
to
not.
be able to really put some
So,
pressure on the map.
like,
And
it really,
G2
really
did
limits the
appropriate
options of
response. They will
Inspired
take
to
their
do things
dragon.
outside of vision because of that, and I think that's a really big deal.
Is solid, but
But G2 stabilized the game well, man. Good for them. Good for them.
Largely thanks to their map movements.
It's a good stable start here.
I don't think G2 is upset with their positioning right now. When you run a Casio, you're more than happy to scale through the early game. You can see the kind of rower tier build that is very conventional.
My issue with G2's comp is that early mid game, I think their champions are just too fucking useless.
Based on the itemization that we can see, but Broken Blade also looking to ramp up, get a few more items under his belt. I think G2 is more than happy to play the slow game for now.
Yeah, both of these mid laners are
Yeah,
going to
Casio
become
Rise
pretty
counter is
durable
really
as
fake.
the game goes on with those Rod of Ages into the Seraph's Embrace builds like
Enjoy
you're talking
Latin
about,
license.
Thaddeus. You can see they're both sitting on Catalyst. Both
Enjoy
with about
yourself,
a
my
half
friend.
charged tier, a little bit under that so far. Masu also working on getting his tier stacking nice and early on this Lethality Varus, who does have the largest individual farm lead in the game of about 2.5 waves.
And he's got good matchups
Are you
everywhere.
good at
because
mathematics?
Casio's weakness is usually
I used to be
longer range.
fantastic, by
And
the
so
way.
thought
I used to be so good at
FlyQuest are super
mathematics,
happy to have Masu here
but it's
in
just
mid
one of
lane.
those things.
They can
I'm watching washed up now. Really washed up.
These waves, and why
I got straight A's in all my math courses, and my direction was mathematics.
To get that prio.
Very good coverage. Keeping Masu very healthy. Ulti
Okay,
sidestepped by
Caps.
Caps.
No boots, still dodges. Like he has 3 boots.
No boot, no feet, no boots, no steps.
Yeah, what the heck? No boots? Oh my.
I went nature science in school, high school, nature science. So I just had physics, chemistry.
But Caps will not be caught unawares like that. Does eat another piercing
I
arrow,
had like
however,
6
the
math
Cassiopeia down
courses
to
over the
half
span of
HP.
3 years.
FlyQuest still maintains control over the top side river. That'll be another Scuttle Crab going over to Inspire. Jungle, really the only place where
cheesy noodles.
does not
Everybody
have
give him
a
a happy
moderate
birthday.
lead in
Cheesy
terms of
noodles, happy
individual
birthday.
goals between the roles. As
My
Whippo,
man.
again, just trying to get the
Oh, you
top
gonna
lane
be all
wave
right,
shoved
brother.
up underneath that turret. Knock up for knock up between these two. Broken Blade does get the pull in on the Infernal Chains, but Whippo, with another nice use of the Decimating Smash, knows the very edges of that hitbox, which are a little bit dishonest, a little larger than they look like they should be. And
Everybody's
Whippo's making
safe
sure
in
he's
this
always getting the max
community.
jail on
Everybody's
those.
loved in this community. We are the most patient, most tolerant.
Healing buffs, you know, on the recent patch, he rushed into the
Oh,
Bramble
rip
Vest to try
cannon.
and cut down on
Broken
that
Blade.
a little bit.
We all saw the -1 Broken Blade. We just got to
All
call
right.
it out loud.
Hopefully this
It
next
happens.
dragon is going to be the party, no?
With those, okay,
so we don't
The next dragon?
I'm sure,
No politics
I'm
here.
sure they were instantly on it. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Thank you.
Observer's keeping us honest as well. But yeah, it's kind of, we're waiting for that next neutral
Yeah,
objective.
Preti and Adam have not come back ever since they got a
So
1
far,
hour
both teams
timeout.
kind of on pace towards that first item with the
I'm
rowers
hoping for
being
rehabilitation,
completed
guys.
already for Caps, and Quad likely to follow him very shortly. Marsu and Busio with good coverage over the mid lane with LeBron.
Click on in 2
looking to
minutes.
match both
G2 just
supports.
warding
Level
around
6
mid
at a
lane.
healthy time, which is often rare in
Caps already
League of
pushed out
Legends
all the
these
way.
days.
Yeah, the Rod of Ages
Did
being
let Caps
completed
catch
earlier
that?
for Caps. I feel like this is one of those items
Hope
that's
not
especially
low. Thank you
valuable
very
to
much
have
for the Prime
online
Green.
just a
Appreciate
little
that.
bit
Thank you
earlier
very much.
because you'll hit
About
that
the
fully
time.
completed point just a little bit earlier, and if you can time your fights right, it could be a big difference. Worth noting, both of the junglers
Conquer is
are
already
the
very
other two
strong,
players
but
on
I
the Rift
think
right now
removing
with those
power
fully
from
completed big
runes
items.
is
Sundered
better
Sky,
because
handily Andrews for the
I
damage,
think that
Maokai. Masu also with
the
his
game
first
is a
fully completed
nightmare
item, which
to
isn't a
balance
cheaper
if
price
Riot
point with the
has
Blade,
2 OP
but it's a
runes.
nice power spike.
Because then the
If they
champions
do
that can
wanna
use
fight
the
here,
runes are
90
going to be
seconds from
too
now for that
strong,
dragon
and
that you're
then
talking about,
I could go in a circle. I think runes
I just
should
wanna
be
take a
weak,
moment
honestly.
to thank the analyst desk for providing the action at the beginning
I think
of
the
the day,
existence of phase
because
rush
we
is
had
kind of
very
fucking
calm
crazy, in my opinion.
to this
Like something that
series,
makes you immune to
but at least we
slows
got
after
to
3
see,
hits.
Raz popping off.
Like,
And,
it's just one of those things that have been in the game for so long
Like there's a
that
lot on the line, right? You're representing the region.
everything is balanced around it, and now it's just too late, you know?
I believe that
It's kind of like when you've known somebody for a very long time, you don't know their name,
Get the nerves out
and
of
you
the
just
way. They got to get
avoid.
comfortable on stage. Oh, the ulti.
Yeah, Inspire's
All right.
beautiful ulti
Caps
coming out from
flashes.
Caps right into the
Nice
miasma to
petrifying
follow
gaze.
to guarantee that
Good timing on the
Inspire
petrifying
cannot
gaze.
use the stun to follow it up.
A lot of other players would die.
navigating the situation to make sure that he doesn't drop there. Nicely played.
Yeah, I think it is good from both sides. It was a good call for FlyQuest to try and utilize this Pantheon ult now and go for the play, but also
Caps is
a
getting
very good
backhoed by
response from
Labrov.
Caps, and so it does result in his flash being exchanged, which is
I
going
thought
to be
Heroes of the Storm had a very, very interesting way of balancing the game. Wow.
So the Cassio
Basically,
is going to have to be
you just have
very
team-wide
cognizant of
XP.
positioning
So any
if
gains you
they
got
actually
was
decide to
team-wide
go
XP.
bring
You
their
didn't have
team
any
fight
items,
to
and
the
then you just
table.
chose talents at level 1,
this is just a
4,
nice trade from
I
Quad.
think
The
like
ultimate comes through
7,
from the Pantheon.
10,
Not a huge amount
14,
to break down here, just
something
the
like this. I
timing
don't
was
know the
very
exact
nice
levels.
from the Casio. And of course, the stun duration just that little bit lower, allowing for Caps to then flash
It's
away
just
to
the
safety, and
most
you
chill
need
game
to
of all
flash,
time.
Otherwise, the potential
I don't know.
follow-through
Heroes of the
from
Storm was so
Quad
fun.
was
I feel like
beautiful.
everybody says that game was
Also
fun.
worth pointing out,
How did they
because of the
really,
fact that the
really,
dragon is spawning
like,
right now, you can see there's still
how did they
half of
drop
that
the ball?
timer
I feel like
on the
everyone says
ultimate
this game
for
is fun.
Caps, alongside that super long flash cooldown you guys are already talking about. So
Okay,
if G2 wanna
Masu
fight
with the
Masu,
flash on
though,
Labrov flash.
Nice flash in response.
Look at that TP from Aatrox as well. They're trying to flank Busio here. They're looking for Quad. Quad's got phase rise. Busio with the movement. Aatrox kinda deflated here. Labrov no flash. Keep in mind. Cassio no flash. Keep in mind. Quad's got Mercuries. Space is Labrov. Caps going deep. Huge Maokai sapling. Slows 3. Sound Q. Whip was a little too deep. G2 keeping compact in the fight. Quad getting shot.
Quad
Bah, bah, bah. First block with G2. G2 actually team fighting together. Labrov marking together with Casio. Bro, these saplings are crazy.
G2 is right there, Vedius, and so they blast them
Flag was looking for something that is not there.
Unless Masu can snipe it.
Huge G2.
Let's see, doesn't look like there's any chance of it. Not
I
gonna
don't know, this
happen.
fight was plain and simple. Like, they not started with, like, they need Pantheon ult, they need Scion ult. Like, without these tools, like, what are we doing? Like, look, they have no Pantheon ult, no Scion ult, so FlyQuest have no active way of actually fighting, and then they're trying to face check the river like this, and G2 just held it down, bro. They held it down with the Maokai, they held it down with the Sneak, with the Cow. They got the whole fucking zoo here in the composition.
They're able to take him down,
And the Zookeeper Jin.
They don't really have many tools to continue following up in the fight.
Early Caps is smiling. Oh, it's over. It's over, actually. It's over. Caps is smiling.
For Casio, but they exposed themselves on such a wide area on that wall, that really big
It's over.
wall. And that is
He's smiling.
a perfect Maokai
Caps is smiling.
there from
Caps is smiling.
You can see here, both these junglers are big performers.
Yeah, Flag was a really ult reliant in this one. Very ult reliant.
The action that happens here.
Caps
Tier
is
1 games
just
played,
wants
though.
to
Large
destroy
difference.
Whipple with the
Inspired,
dodge.
being around a lot longer than Skewmon is now.
He
Looks
doesn't
like
have
Caps
damage.
has found plenty of
Let's see if he can get it done. Conquer fully stacked. Conquer fully stacked. No. Oh, no petrifying gaze. Petrifying gaze. Oh, what's it done? I have to say, Caps really grips it. Oh, shit. Oh.
Caps overextends. He goes underneath the tower.
Whipmeister with the right hook straight into Caps' forehead.
Beautiful. A great punish onto the
Capsimus.
mid laner of G2.
Capsimus really
good
griefed.
about that one.
My curse is crazy. I'm talking about how Caps is smiling. It's over, and he's no longer smiling just instantly.
With the Conqueror stacking,
Just instant.
but just a little bit too far there, Vedius, right into tower range.
JoJo's better, bro. Like Caps has had very high highs, but also lows at this tournament. Okay, Masu. This is unforgivable. This one, unforgivable. I would say. You're not allowed to die like this on mid waves as a Varus. That's half your purpose. Labrov James actually putting in some work here, man. He's actually like, yeah, that's the upcoming show said he's not playing with his damn feet.
I mean, we saw this whole thing start to finish. You know, there's still no flash on Caps, so goes under
Did Caps just not have petrifying gaze before?
Goes right
and look at that Whipple with his.
There. Let's see what the reaction is.
Whipple! Oh, Whipple just gave him the laugh and the head shake with the what the f. This guy is griefing. He gave that to Caps.
Really nicely there, right over from the Raptors. And the other person that didn't have flash.
Why does Mouse have anti-ward item? Because his item got buffed and the stat line is actually pretty damn good.
You can see right up at the very
Caps
top.
also
I know
smile.
it's only 100 gold, but G2 bringing the
Saw
gold back
your
to even remember that just from passively farming, because they had the dominant bottom lane, it was FlyQuest who were ahead by about 1,000 earlier on, and now G2,
Why is
after their
Hansama
successful plays around the dragon,
Collector
after they
into
find that pick
IE
on the Masu
against
as well,
these
they're
champs?
feeling really good as Broken Blade's in
Broken
some danger.
Blade.
Inspired's ready to join here with
Broken
the
Blade.
Starfall, the Infernal
Broken
Chains, they're
Blade.
pulling
So
back
doesn't
a
have
little bit.
flash. Broken Blade. Broken Blade kind of cooking though. Kind of cooking though. Oh, it's not enough.
Quad's ready, and Inspired
Not
gets
enough.
the last hit. FlyQuest are going to tie up the kills 2-2, and they're moving on.
They're flying and they're questing.
The first tournament of the game as well. They'll have no trouble doing it. They got 3 grubs. There's no plates. FlyQuest are going to take that one. And now the next neutral objective or the next kill will secure either one of those feats as well.
Exactly, and now that we
Jin
are
becomes
into the
really
mid-game,
OP after
we're
4
really
items.
gonna get to
Then
see
Varus
both
can't
these
really
teams
compete.
play to their compositions. Actually, sticking around a long time up there, Whippo, they are going to send multiple people here. Can LeBron find?
All right, Whippo.
Combination.
Let's see if he can try to get out of this one, but with no ulti, it's going to be tough. Whippo trying to keep the escape going here, but just turns around, goes for the decimating smash onto Caps. He knows there's no way to escape this one. LeBron,
All right, this is an important kill because of the art of war or whatever it's called, feat of warfare.
Down this Scion. So G2
Next objective is going to be a big one. 2 items.
Claim the feat of turret.
2 items with blue.
At 2-2, the next neutral objective determines who
2
gets
items is going to be like this next Drake. FlyQuest need to rock and roll to the soul,
Despite
to the
the fact
core,
that
man.
it was rather uneventful for the first
They gotta
12,
commit
13
all the
minutes,
way.
those boots could be a big difference maker.
This fight is very important. Let's see if Quad has Archangel staff over this turrets and base.
All of the damage that was
It's actually a big deal.
meant that the bot tower
2
was already
items
very
on
weak,
Skimondo.
while so many resources
I
were
have to
spent
say,
on the top
guys.
side for G2. FlyQuest on their reset could
Wait, it's
start
not Ocean
attacking
Soul
the
map.
bot
I thought
side,
it
so they
was
end up getting another
because
tower
of the color of the
advantage.
bushes.
Caps
It's
can't
fucking
afford
the
to stay on the
portals.
top
Never
side of
mind.
the cross map. He needs to go back to base,
I thought it was
spend his
Ocean
money,
Soul map
regroup,
because
and the
I don't
Dragons
know
spawning
the
soon.
tint of the
Rob doing a
bushes.
good job here.
Looks like
Counter-engaging
they
onto
are.
Busio. Skumond is coming down to try to find the follow-up CC.
I'm
FlyQuest
just
also
crazy,
going
I
to
guess.
commit a teleport as
Who's
the
he playing
next
way
Drake
too
is about to
aggressive? Like
spawn
losing
in
his
under
Mikhail so
10
early.
seconds.
I don't know if
Busio
Caps has
staying
Archangel. Did anyone
pretty
spot
healthy
it?
here. I do believe that was a Mikhail's that he used to get
Rises
himself
Pepsi Manning is
out of the
Archangel.
CC, make sure he
Oh,
was able to
Archangel is
escape
finished on Casio.
before
We can see
Skumond
it
showed
on the
up
bottom.
and
He has
provided
the
follow-up
buff.
lockdown. Quad making his way
G2
back out from the
kosherring
base,
really
ready
hard
to
for the
join up with
Drake.
the rest of the
Maybe
team. The
Inspire's
Red
gonna
Drone
look for a
is gonna be
steal.
summoned up mid by FlyQuest,
He's
but G2 have
driving.
already made their way
He's driving.
onto
2
the Dragon.
drivers.
Whippo's going in.
2 drivers.
Looks like FlyQuest wants to take
Oh,
some sort of
Marco
fight
with
here,
the
but Drake is
smite.
already gonna be claimed by
Inspire
Skumond.
is so
Taking some
deep.
damage here with the pit, but he's doing a beautiful job healing back
Skew
up
over the wall. That's
Now in the back line of
Skumond.
FlyQuest, Masu's gonna be punted forward.
Skew goes
More
deep.
damage over the FlyQuest AD carry, but he's getting away for now.
Quad.
Caps has to run.
Quad.
He tries to escape.
Jin bullet.
Nobody's dead on either
Quad.
side here just yet, but a massive force
Rise.
shot from Han.
Make him remember you.
G2 and FlyQuest both hurt. Both leaving, but G2 got the big win. G2 is on soul point,
FlyQuest
and
is
they've
just
earned
tethering them.
themselves
They're
the
tethering
boots as
them.
well.
They're trying to milk
Right
them.
now, FlyQuest kind of harrying
Masu
them
getting
on the
fucking
outside
clapped
too,
here
but
by
it's so
fucking Maokai
dangerous.
saplings. He has 1 HP. Hansama. Masu. Masu with the move speed. Kamai. What? Everybody alive.
Gonna take a bunch of damage locked up into the rune prison.
Oh my
a little bit more damage
days.
would have done it, but FlyQuest don't have it.
What is going on right now? Everyone is just so low, but no one is falling.
Nobody
FlyQuest got
dies.
2 towers in mid lane at the very start of the fight. Remember that the
All right,
Herald
2
was
turrets
used to
gone.
engage the fight. So with that out of
Bro,
the way,
this
they went
Herald
back to
knew
mid
his
lane,
job.
started
He was
sieging
like,
onto
yo,
the
I
towers,
drove
and
through
while the
these guys
scrap
and then
was
I went
happening
back
in the
mid.
river, FlyQuest committed
Jesus.
Whippo to securing another tower in mid. After that, FlyQuest walk away with a 1.5k gold lead.
Yeah, we started out with a fast and furious engage with Rift Herald plus Cyan Ultimate.
Hey,
as
Labrov
the
is doing good
engage
work
for
this game.
FlyQuest,
Not gonna lie,
and they go
Labrov is doing well.
into the
He's
pit.
blocking the
In
Cyan
end,
ults.
though, like you mentioned,
He has
because,
some good combos.
G2
I think
are able to
Labrov
get
is
that dragon,
doing solid.
it
He's doing a
really
solid,
does
man.
play into their strength. They're the one with the Casio
He's doing a
with
solid.
a very strong front
And now
line.
G2
They
also have
want to
the
be
feat
able
of
to
warfare,
draw
their feat of strength.
FlyQuest to
It's really
them
important
for the
when you are
Dragon Soul
playing
fight so
Casio
that
to get
FlyQuest
these.
can't utilize all of their globals as effectively.
I will say that it
FlyQuest did not do
feels
enough in the
awkward
early
for
game,
G2
guys.
simply
The
because you look
Maokai
at the
cheat
map
code
and like
is just real shit,
a lot
man.
is just missing. You know, it's 4 towers.
This
to
Artican
1.
is really
So there's still
important.
a lot of
Honestly, the
things
Artican
that
is not
G2 need to
important at all.
reclaim. They've played
There's so
well
little
around the
kills,
neutrals,
so there's
but
so
the
little
reality is that
plants on
FlyQuest
the
have
map.
been doing a really good
Like there's no
job of
blood
punishing the decisions
in
of
the
G2 by
soil
getting other
to make
things
these
elsewhere on the
plants
map
spawn.
and getting good map control overall.
And I want to see FlyQuest here in the next few minutes really utilize this Pantheon ult being up. It puts a lot of pressure on the decisions for G2.
Yeah, I don't know, like
Maokai
Maokai could have burned Pantheon Flash there for sure, but he queued him out of the pit,
you have
which
to
is
wonder
funky.
where is it going to actually
Are you
arrive,
joking, or
and
is
who
Casio
can
getting... No,
safely
Casio
go
gets
pick up
4
each
move
wave?
speed.
I mean, look at
Like
the
she
map
gets
right
a shit
now.
ton of move
Quad
speed
with
from
really
Peter
good
Strength.
pressure on the bot side of the map. Whippo doing the same thing.
She gets she gets more move speed from her passive as a compensation for having no shoes. It's really OP.
So
It's
FlyQuest
really
is doing
OP,
exactly
guys.
what they need to, playing through in the sides, forcing G2 to split up, and
It's
then ideally
really
what they want to
broken.
be using is that Pantheon ultimate. Find a pick, get a collapse, create that numbers advantage before G2 can react.
And we're starting to see next item power spikes coming online for both sides. Junglers, second item's fully completed. Mid laners, both of those items fully completed and fully evolved. Masu is about to have the Muramana
Like he has 398 move speed right now on level 14. 398 without shoes.
Has completed Infinity Edge on the Jin. Absolutely massive on that one. As Whippo finds Caps here. Jumps right
Alright,
back
Caps has
into
no
the
flash,
ulti.
guys. That's a good snack from Whipmeister. Good movement from Inspired too. That's a good fucking punish from Whippo. Stone cold Whip. Whip has been in the mind of Caps. Like the mini game we're gonna have between Whippo and Caps is super interesting, but Whippo has the upper hand over this game.
Lost a lot of damage, and they're not in a position to be
be able to collapse
Atacar
on the
more like
Icon.
Atagon. They have to accept that one.
Taking this
Let's see now. They have 8 plants. How many plants does this lead
Fire up a deadly
to?
flourish, I'm sure, to just try to see if he can get
Strategy Devour's the right build this
100
game, yeah,
chance
of
to maybe
course.
snipe it out.
Of course.
There should be no world. It got down to 26. If there was a deadly
8
flourish
plants
there,
they had.
that could have actually been the 1 in
20. There were 12 plants on the map.
Little excitement
That isn't
there,
super
huh?
exciting.
Even in the lulls. But yeah, it was really nice by Bwipo setting up in this side brush right here.
Because Yasuo not
kind of
cast.
just
Nah, the thing
hoping
is playing
that this
Yasuo
exact
against
situation does
not knowing
happen.
enemy
Caps
support.
does kind of
Playing
slither
against
up
Pantheon
right
Sion
into
is is a horror show.
Look at the experience.
Yeah, also it would be fun. It would be good against Rise Vados, but then you need to fix your 4-5 bans and remove the tanks. You know.
Broken Blade, and this is just a testament to how well
G2 only has 5. What does that have to do with Atakan?
Playing the map. But now the real test. Dragon Soul spawns in 40 seconds, and this is the fight that FlyQuest need to be cautious of because they have to fight.
What does each plan exactly give? It gives you experience and it gives you adaptive force. And when you get Atakan, it's improved. And then when you get Atakan as well, each takedown gives you a plant for the team.
Because he's in a brush again, he gets another Q to start it.
Yeah, double
Whippo is just a beast. Whippo is thick, man. He's a thick boy. Look at this 4,000 HP bar, man. He's stepping into the river. This is soul for G2.
This has been G2's PowerPoint.
Alright, Skimondo. I think G2 were extremely lucky with his Drake roll. Even if they lose the fight and Skimond gets like a juicy smite.
Okay, Whippo here on the very front line.
Skimond is not tanky at all. Whippo on the other hand though, very tanky. What with the move speed of Karma.
With control over the river right now.
Master with the poke.
He has regenerated his
Here comes Inspired. Onto Capsimus Prime, CC chain. Bomba clot. There's the Rise ultimate. They want more. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Sorry, I want the debate. I'm sorry, I don't know what got into me. I wanted to have fun. I wanted to have fun. I wanted to have fun.
Early health leads, and then they jump again onto Caps. They take down the Cassiopeia, and they will put a stop to the Dragon stacking.
I think Masu's positioning was fantastic in this play. And
I didn't like the draft at all from G2.
Use the ultimate to quickly rotate over towards Baron.
I don't know why they also waste the Maokai here, you know? I just think,
okay, G2 bringing a TP
I don't know, blue side champs is full like tier 1 champs, you know?
Lebrav and Skewmond are alive. They're coming out of the base now.
Oh, G2 saved Nationalities. They saved Nationalities.
Inspired's only at half. G2 are bringing in another teleport. They might go for something big, but Broken Blade walks right into the brush. He loses 3/4 of his HP instantly.
But there's literally so many Europeans on FlyQuest, bro. They got Mythy, Nukeduck, Whippo, Inspired. Like, this is the European team, bro. They have to pay taxes to the European Union, this team. Trust me, man. They have a delegation in fucking Belgium, bro, in Brussels. This team.
And G2 just kind of wasting a lot of time. This ultimately works out very nicely for FlyQuest, who now have firm control over this
tremendous performance. Tremendous. Tremendous.
Gold lead and the two outer
Tremendous
towers
Joe
still
Rogan.
standing there. They have so many points that they can threaten on the map. Clear the vision around Baron, push out on the side waves, and then you force G2 into a position where they have to go into darkness to check
No, the Busio 2 Polish parents thing, I don't like that angle, bro, because America is a land of immigrants, bro. It's like saying, you know, like it's a land of immigrants.
Checking in on the items,
that's what America is.
You're going to start to see noticeable differences here
like
in the inventory.
It's different, you know, like Busio grew up in America, same with Masu, you know, like, come on now.
He's ready to try to turn it around. Skewmon ready to join.
I don't like that
mid
angle,
and jungle
yeah.
versus mid and jungle, but it looks like FlyQuest don't want
It's
any more.
Canadian, not American, bro. Canada is North America, bro.
The most important part of this gold lead
I know the United States of America have claimed something, but semantically it doesn't make sense.
The Mikhail's up and available here for Busio as well. Another clutch opportunity, but on the G2 side, it's Rylai's completed for Caps. If he can start DPSing somebody and FlyQuest can't just turn around and force him back, the kill is guaranteed.
Lebrav face checking in a very dangerous part of the map that does not belong to him.
Yeah, looks like he's
going
to
just trying to get vision, guys. I don't blame him for this. He's just trying to spot.
Going forward. Masu shooting off another
he got out somehow.
Lebrav, however, saves his ulti. That's the important part here. If he can go back and heal, he'll still be fully effective.
Whippo has so
you guys get so defensive when EU losing.
In his brush with Sion, finding members, checking into them, and a lot is because now, you know, FlyQuest keep on.
I'm just responding to somebody calling me a closet FlyQuest fan.
And it kind of closes
Not you, the chat.
G2 now trying to look for the opportunity to answer.
Inspired also with a Guardian Angel. So it's Seekers on quad, Guardian Angel on Inspired. Very big,
you know,
very powerful items.
like I can tell you, most competitors that are actively competing, they don't want their own region to do good. They only want their own region to do good when they do good. I think this is true for 80% of people. You don't want other people in your region to break your records. You wanna be the one spearheading the movement.
We do have the next Drake spawning in less than 2 minutes, and it's still sold.
Do you think Oscar Piastri or Lando Norris wins the Drivers' Championship? Honestly, Lando has gotten better and better, but Piastri has been so unlucky. I think Piastri wins. I don't know, that one race where Lando Norris completely just bottled, you know. I think this will haunt him for a very long time.
Like the ultimate to use either Rise's ultimate or the Pantheon ultimate.
Lando,
just to see how G2 reacts.
I don't know. Austria was pretty nice from Lando, I think. Quad. That's the Casio. This is huge, guys. It might connect to Nasher. Don't flash. Let it go. Fly is trying to hold position here to poke them as they enter. Doesn't hit Maokai. Sion is coming through. Alright, G2 need to leverage this somehow. They need to leverage. 1 minute till the Drake. They're really... I like that fly, because look how Busio and Masu are pushing forward, making the entry to Nash harder and harder. That's the flash forward. Busio flashes. Labrov with the combo. Get Busio! 4th bullet. Broken base stays alive. He's one tanky boy at Aatrox. Oh, they aggro the Nash! Why did they aggro Nash? It's dangerous! I don't believe in this. Do you guys believe in this? I actually don't believe in this. I do not believe in this. I do not believe in this Nash at all.
Inspire tries to go in, but the Miasma's already ready to try to take care of him. Inspire, the shield. Whippo and Masu stuck in the deal with the Baron. Inspire going
Fly! Holy quiet! Skimmer's out of the pit! He flashed out!
Now, FlyQuest trying to fight back. Broken Blade wants to get away. Inspired by the Guardian Angel. FlyQuest with the miracle resist in the Baron pit. 3v5 in the Baron pit. The Canadian prodigy.
Kobe, I can't hear you, Kobe. What's happening?
They focus on the Maokai. They force Cumon over the wall, and they take it.
Bro, this Nasher attempt is crazy talk. I could see this miles away, bro. Miles away. They couldn't do this shit, bro. And then Skimon, he flashed out of the pit. I guess he kind of had to. He had to dash the Q. And then they just finish it, man. And then they last hit it with Masu Q.
And now it's a race to try and last hit the
Oh, Gumayushi.
The Q, they pop it there.
I swear Masu whispered, we're gonna have the cons. Masu's gonna say Bismillah.
Well, it was up there. Whipplo's headset. Inspired, Pantheon ults, he draws all those DPS members of
Skimon could portal and smite, honestly, that would have been crazy. That's true, no? Portal smite would have been crazy. Good shout, Vendetta.
He actually sacrifices his GA to open the opportunity so that Whippo and Masu can then turn on the Baron after forcing the Maokai over the edge flowers.
I've seen that shit. No, am I crazy? You can smite in Portal. No, am I crazy? I might be crazy. Maybe you can. I don't know. Someone correct me, please. I've seen it. I'm pretty sure I've seen it.
Skewmon wants to hang around for it, but Inspired and the rest of FlyQuest have different ideas. They steal away the team-wide red. They've got the 6,000 gold lead. In the aftermath of the Baron play, because G2 had no presence on the map anymore, FlyQuest stopped their second potential sole attempt on G2 in the aftermath. And now Inspired's going in, looking for potentially another pick. Broken Blade, however, with the World Ender, it's a lot of extra move speed, and it gets him away to safety.
G2 are running into a very serious range problem where Masu's positioning is so good that it's very difficult for G2 to really...
Yeah, the only way for this game to get weird is with like some freaky soul pick, because I do think that this soul is game breaking. Everything points to, of course, FlyQuest being able to win this game. There's no summon Hansama and Caps, but if they can like stabilize and wait, maybe they have a fighting chance on the Drake.
For more ultimates to just keep throwing it out,
They have to pray that they get sold. Alright, the combination. Masu getting so caught. Whippo. Nice hourglass from quad. Inspires deep. G2 down. Caps down. Labrovador tries to combo out. I feel like FlyQuest team fighting is just so much better, no?
but they still have quad for the damage. And
It's like the series that we saw is very telling, I think. Very telling.
FlyQuest continue their push. The Baron may have worn away, but they've got a full wave, and they've still got all 3 Void Grubs to assist with the pushing.
I have to say, I didn't see Broken Blade all game long, bro. I didn't see him all game long. And then we're playing Jin into a Scion, you know?
Forces their way into the top lane. They'll take out the tier 3, but they'll leave the inhibitor standing. They're trying to cover for one another as they make their retreat, make sure nobody gets caught, nobody gets left behind. FlyQuest take tier 3 and exfiltrate.
Whippo is just so damn tanky.
It's a brilliant game from Whippo. Brilliant. Brilliant game from Whippo.
It really doesn't matter.
I think also Busio is doing a fantastic job with all his positional play on Karma. Most Karmas are just free fucking food in games like these. And I think he's doing a good job of being really, really useful, I think, with the Emax here.
Even though Hansama arrives, he recognizes that as Jin, there's nothing that he can do against this Scion.
That train has had such an impact in this game. You know, his brush camps, finding so many players.
Yeah, like the blind pick Alistar is definitely like a Labrov problem. Like you're trying so hard to make your support comfortable. I think to some degree it worked right. I think he had some good combos, but I don't know, bro. You're red side and you don't get counter pick support. I don't know, bro. I'm starting to think this Aatrox champ is useless thoughts. It depends on the fucking player. Like yesterday you saw Doran do a pretty decent job on this champ.
Him kind of flying in and starting out that play. We'll see where
is the gym pick that's indefensible? Nah, it's like the only answer into Varus. I think if anything, maybe you need to ban Varus on red. I think Varus is just OP, I'm not gonna lie. I think Varus has been OP for legit like 3 years straight. It's ridiculous how broken this champion is. Just wins every lane. Just wins every lane. Scales insanely good. Has curved out in the game insane. Has multiple damage options. Can be paired with any support in the game.
Goes for the soul. That's going to be a massive turnaround point. This time around, FlyQuest have total control over this bottom river area.
These words have never been said. Oh, this champion is really good against Varus. Those words have never been uttered.
FlyQuest are going to maintain control over this river, but it looks like the response from G2. Send Caps top, try to see if you can grab a turret, but Inspired seems wise to it.
Yeah, he's wise, all right.
Immediately finds some good damage there on the Caps, just chunks the Cassiopeia to half.
Inspired has been crazy good this game too, man, on the Pantheon. Inspired has been fucking tremendous.
Remember the side effect of the Death's Dance. Whippo trying to look for an angle here. Charges in after Labrov. The Alistar is going to be the target. Whippo's here with the front line, but now it's Inspired into the back line. Hansama with a flash away.
Alright, Inspired still has GA, I believe. Or did he sell it? No, he still has GA, still has GA. Okay, they got a lot of summoners out here. If FlyQuest can get out, it's good for them, but G2 is trying to keep them interested. Whippo. 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 Wait, Whippo's Sterax? What the fuck?
The curtain call is open, but the
show
does not go on. FlyQuest continuing
I didn't know.
Broken Blade
That's genius.
but he won't hit the sweet spot.
He needed to fight tenacity. That's so smart.
But it's still FlyQuest with control over the dragon.
Holy, that's so smart. That shield, I was like, damn. This has fucking double tenacity? That's huge, bro. That's so smart.
Quad hasn't had a chance to reset.
Big brain, Whippo.
The fact that G2's forcing it, they know that they can do this super fast thanks to the Cassio.
Whippo. Here comes the Scion ultimate. Whippo, that's Sterax on cooldown. Rise ult on Inspired. 8,000. Here comes the Root Sandstorm. All right. Oh, the smite from Maokai. Can G2 get out? Commando has no flash. That's one. They're gonna get Labrov ball too. But they got Nash. It's kind of a heist. It's kind of a heist. I think G2 is not too unhappy with that. Not too unhappy.
Now with a 5v3. G2's got the Baron, but you know FlyQuest is going to look for something in the base.
Tenacity stacks additively, not multiplicatively. Actually, no, it adds stacks multiplicatively, not additively. So it doesn't stack super well.
Flash and cleanse unavailable for Hansama, while the flash is up for Caps. I feel like FlyQuest don't have to hesitate.
Caps has flash, combination. The bow special gets blocked by Aatrox. Wow. FlyQuest is so good at team fighting. They are really snappy, man. Really, really snappy. I think they are really, really good on the button, man. Really, really good on the button. Fair play, FlyQuest. Fair play, man. They are so good on the targets. Very, very well done.
Take game one. Insane performance from Inspired, the MVP of the league, the MVP of the finals in North America. What a beast. He got such a big gold lead and invested it into the Guardian Angel, and it really paid off.
Masu was the standout for me. That Varus, it can be a very difficult thing to position, but there was this one dragon fight where he was just in the face of Caps, and he was just non-stop throwing out relentless poke. It was super impressive to watch.
Oh, you're right, Vedius. They were all great up there.
Absolute crazy performances from Masu, from Inspired. Everybody on FlyQuest coming together in this first game to secure the win. And now we're going to send it over to Lore and the analyst desk to break that one down.
Quick reactions on this game. We're gonna talk about the Baron still. How did you react to this one?
It was a tough game. Honestly, I think we didn't really have very good chances towards the mid game, and I think our players just really stepped up. So very proud of them.
Now you've been in this situation before, winning the first game, dropping the rest. How do you make sure as a coach that it doesn't happen again?
We'll see. We gotta take our learnings and do our best. You know.
Do your best. Thank you so much, Mithi. I'm gonna let you join your team. Shox, what do you have?
A Baron replay for everybody to see exactly what went down there. Can I just say,
and a couple of very happy analysts.
In terms of
just a couple.
I gotta say, in terms of kind of the excitement of the game, this was crazy.
Absolutely,
yeah.
and every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, we do see Masu steal the Baron, take the Baron, whatever you want to call it. But I want to talk about how G2 played this out. I felt like G2 were playing very defensively in this area. It is a 3v5 at this point. You can see
I have to say, I don't know. I just hate G2 draft. I hate G2 draft so hard.
Like, even if you have to give up your life to keep the FlyQuest members away, they should have postured more aggressively. We can actually start to roll the clip, and you'll notice G2 are all kind of pulling back into this area, clearly very concerned about Inspired and what his engage could be. And what is happening here is that Whippo is
No
being able to
way,
build
bro.
so much
That's
space
my
for
bike.
Masu. Masu is completely ignored, and Skewmon and Hans are
That's
trying
my
to finish
bike.
off the Baron. They're in the back of the pit, while the rest of the team is kind of running away here. Alistar even still had ult.
That's
So
my
in
bike right there,
mind,
bro.
The mistake really was that G2 were not posturing aggressively enough. They
My
should have
bike I've had
accepted
for
that
8
some of them
years.
may have to die here, but allow themselves to actually secure the Baron as a result. Skewmon is stuck over the wall. He had to flash to the pit. Masu is able to actually grab it. And this was such a game-turning point for me. FlyQuest, really playing it out well. Inspired and Whippo knowing their role is just to make space for the Varus, and that's all they had to do.
Absolutely played out perfectly. I mean, FlyQuest was ahead in gold almost the entire game. They didn't give it up, and even when G2 pushed them, they took it right back. I will say, because there's always two sides to a coin, Dracos, this is not news to us. These important moments, this posturing, this around objectives, unfortunately, it's a problem that keeps occurring, and
Yeah, he could have done the portal
it feels
thing.
like they really tunnel visioned, as you highlighted, on keeping jungler out of the pit. It's basic. It's what you want to do on an objective. They couldn't understand the nuance of the situation, and you need to be adaptable in moments like that, especially against a team like FlyQuest, who are comfortable punishing you for having these baseline expectations or skipping these little steps. Oh, there shouldn't be a Scion here. There shouldn't be someone in this bush. There was every time. It led to
I don't know. Whippo played
when
really,
G2
really
started
well on
playing
side lane,
autopilot,
but I think
FlyQuest took the
Inspired is
perfect
just too
team to
fucking
punish them for that.
fantastic, bro.
Yeah, I wanted to point
I don't
something
know.
out
Inspired
here.
in these
Just the
fights is
juxtaposition
nuts.
between what FlyQuest
I think
is able to
Inspired
versus
just
what G2 is able to
proves
do. Now, you just see
proves,
this is
bro.
like
He's just the best
20,
Western
like
player,
30
man.
minutes in, like,
I don't know. He's
from
so fucking
the G2
clean.
side, you have 3 Drakes, it's Hexol that they're
He's the
fighting
best Western player,
meanwhile,
bros.
4 turrets from FlyQuest side. Like, they're able to basically play the map a little bit better, a lot better. Meanwhile, there's just the looming threat of G2 stacking dragons on their side.
It's true. It was always a looming threat, and I think G2 didn't necessarily play around that the best. But a big reason for that was it was a forced errors, because Whippo, love him or hate him, he had such an impact in this game, Dracos.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And this is the thing. This one, overall, this was personal.
I don't know. Caps had ult CD or what? Like, he went under the turret like 1 frame here, which was such a big mistake, bro.
Ultimately, this is what starts it, though. And for the rest of the game, he's
It's
hiding in
ugly,
a
bro.
brush. It
I
feels
think he
like that
didn't have
solo
Cassie
queue
ult. There's no way he
nightmare
doesn't Cassie ult
Scion.
the R there.
But it's also G2 continuously falling into these traps. And while a lot of these things, stock standard, good map play, so many of them, G2 could have avoided.
Yeah, it's insane because, like, these are the ones that worked. There are a lot that he was trying for, just seeing if anyone's walking into him in position. This dragon fight was the winning moment, it felt like, for FlyQuest, being able to take the pick off of Cassio and then pushing for Skumon.
Absolutely, and this is one to me where it's like G2 didn't need to force there. It would have been their soul, but they were at 3 dragons. You can give one up if you get poked out before it. Masu had gotten so much good poke down on Caps, and I can't even remember who the other member was. G2 could have just backed off and said, you know what, we'll live to fight another day, but because they commit to it, they get taken out, the dragon goes over anyway. It gave FlyQuest such an injection of gold when they were already ahead.
Yeah, G2 chose blue side for the next one. I'll let you stew on that, but I do think overall, right, when I'm watching FlyQuest, I'm looking at all these things as like, how have you improved from the last time we saw you when you're already very good on the international stage? And the fact that they held their nerve in all of those moments, to me, is a very positive sign.
Yeah, there were glimpses. Like, even if we were focusing on how the Baron
Come on, Skimon, you're from Lebanon.
For it was G2 favorite. They
Yeah,
found the pick
Habibi,
on
you
Quad
have
because he was walking
to
through a
do
Quad that
it
was
for
not
the
really controlled
uncles.
or cleared out, especially with how focused FlyQuest were clearing it. So that's something that I think G2 is going to focus on and look at how they play around those fights.
We saw Skumon there a second ago. He's got a tall order up versus one of the best, if not the best jungler in the West in Inspired. Let's see how FlyQuest parlays this after their Game 1 win. We know how that went the last couple of days.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Bro, why is Jeff Nippard so fucking based on Twitter, bro? Twitter is so useless, but then you have people like Jeff Nippard just like, oh, I'm not wasting my time completely scrolling this shit. It'll be funny when like the analyst desk will be complete Gambafied in terms of their language. It looks like FlyQuest are heading into a minus 2.5 match handicap. If you got in early with this bonus, you could have 5 times your money. Ain't that just free? If you went for a beautiful kill spread here, Cap, with his KDA this tournament, surely will hit over 11.5 kills over the span of 3 maps. All right, guys, it's time. What's it called? Songless? Songless. What the fuck? I spaced the name for a second. What's that? What's that? I don't know. It's music I don't listen to. Stoner guy, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Good to see you, my friend. But is it some fucking Dua Lipa, some Ariana Grande? It's fucking, it is Dua Lipa. What's the name? Dua Lipa Houdini. Oh, fuck it, I don't care. If is this Fallout Boy? Beat it. No, it's not. There's no fucking way. I don't know. Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. I know what it is, but I've forgotten the name. Accidentally, I look at chat. I look at chat. I look at chat, guys. I looked at chat. I looked at chat. I looked at chat. It's a banger. It's a banger. All right, I need to hit this one. I need to hit this one. Oh. Black Beatles. Alright. At least we got one, guys. At least we got one. Like... No, the Weezer song is a good song. If you wanna minimum.
Hey guys, it's Masu from FlyQuest.
Hello everyone, I'm inspired.
Hey guys, it's Bwipo from FlyQuest. You're watching Meet the Teams.
I think we are a very nice team. Quad, Masu, Busio, all of them are very nice guys. All of them are trying their hardest every day to become better. Bwipo is a very crazy and decisive player. Quad is a very friendly and calculated player. He really likes to practice. Masu is a very nice guy. He's very easygoing. It's really easy to make him laugh.
I mean, again, if I'm going crazy, I'm seeing tweets that are blowing my mind. Bro, opening Twitter. I have to say, Twitter after the CFO T1 series, like, I don't know, hypocrisy can't be fucking clear in their mind. Like, people are saying that Faker was gapping home Q, that T1 is so fucking good, Doran is no longer choking at internationals, and all this fucking crazy nonsense, bro.
Something funny happens.
Like, the biggest positive overreaction of T1 after going to Game 5 with T1, I mean CFO.
Sometimes I 1v2 and it works
It's
out.
crazy, bro.
Usually what we've coined as a Masu moment in our team.
And whenever Masu makes a Masu moment, you bring him to the VOD and you ask him what went through his brain. Whenever Masu moment happens and it works, we just say bad and lucky. Sometimes it's just bad and lucky. I mean, that's how it is.
What's butt unlucky? It's butt unlucky, bro. What's button?
Sometimes he would run on somebody who he thinks is a free kill, and he's like talking about them being a Big Mac.
What a Big Mac is specifically? Well, it started off with a Happy Meal. So like when a jungler, he does a full 6-camp player, walks into your lane and kills you, you're a Happy Meal. It evolved into Big Mac because it was funnier. A little bit of brain rot, but it's funny.
And the absolute troll of the team.
Bro, there's some crazy brain rot that it's good that it never reached the daylight, by the way.
In terms of like energy.
Some brain rot comms that were not ready for the world, bro.
Joy is a performance enhancer. As far as I'm aware, happy people do better. It's a nice first game, not bad, guys.
Truth.
I think actively making an effort to have your own memes, have your own little inside jokes, and being a part of a team that cares about that and make sure the vibes are
Except
good,
like Nirvana.
I
feel like artists that are suffering make insane music,
Thank
no?
you guys for watching. I hope
Like the people that can really channel what they feel.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025. We just got done with Game 1 of our first main stage elimination best of 5 here
like the beats.
between FlyQuest and G2. It stayed very quiet early on for about 12, 13
Quad always
minutes,
stands up
and
before the
then
game
we
starts. I think it's
started
kind of
getting
based,
into some
no?
action, and ultimately,
I think it's kind of
FlyQuest
based.
prevailed.
Yeah, they did. It was an intense mid-game, to say the least. I was getting worried for FlyQuest. The fact that they were...
All right, let's see the draft. Let's see the draft.
The fact that they were going to be forced into these neutral objective fights, I didn't think it was the best position
Guys,
for them.
download
but they played the
operagx.
side lanes well. They had good
Get
map
yourself
control,
the
and
built-in
patience
ad
that
blocker,
they
which is
displayed
super nice. You can even
specifically
download
from
uBlock
Masu.
Origin.
The poke damage he was
You can
getting
use
down
this
was
feature
sticky,
here.
and it
Use
was
my
lethal,
link.
And I really think it set up FlyQuest
Look at
for
this, where you can do
success.
pop-outs, which is super nice. You can put this over your league game while you're playing TFT. It's super cool.
And G2's going to need some button
And you can change the privacy settings in any way you want. Use my link, guys.
How do you want to see them do that, Vegas? As the EU representative here at the desk, what is the magic for G2 to even this series up?
Well, I kind of like the draft in game 1, and usually like the EU Maokai is our
All right,
default,
G2
so
banning
with that out the
Rumble
window, we're
and
gonna have to change
Orianna.
things up to get a little bit more aggressive.
Okay.
When I
Why
think
didn't
about
Whipple
Skimon,
release his
he is
draft
someone that
bios
can be that carry player.
on Twitter,
He's
man?
kind of like, I mean, he follows a very similar trajectory to what EU Inspired did when he started in EU. When you give him the tools to be a monster, he can be that guy. So I want to see him more on the Xin Zhao. Let's see him be a little bit more proactive in the early game and kind of get G2 off to a good start.
if I was to take your perspective as well, I don't know how you feel
Alright.
about this, but if they got
He just
Caps
hates the
onto,
cameraman, wants to beat him
some
up.
playmaking champion, you know, like the Annie or
Big
something like
Orange
that, so he
BB,
can
stop
also
crying.
be one to start out fights and be an initiator, might be a better look than the Cassio was last time around.
Okay, so sides are flip-flop this
Broken
time.
Blade
but
Renekton is
FlyQuest
coming
are
through.
maintaining 2 of their same first-round bans from last time in the Azir and TF. Their third ban, however, is taken by G2, who removed the Yone themselves on blue side, which shows me they don't want to first pick it. They're also going to ban away that Rumble. Again, Whippo plays it, Broken Blade.
So many mid lane bans for FlyQuest.
Orianna also banned
Annie
by
first
G2.
pick, boom.
Final ban of this first half is
Drop it like
Talia
it's
from
hot,
FlyQuest.
drop it
Remember,
like it's
G2 had that
hot,
one last
drop it
time,
like
so
it's
all
hot. All the
4
pimps in
mid
the
laners banned
crib,
game
man.
1 are banned again in
Big
game
Annie.
2.
So it's either a Vi Ari
Annie, are you
situation
okay?
or it's an
Annie, are you
first pick for
okay?
G2 is what
Are
I'm
you
expecting.
okay, Annie?
Something that gives them a little
Aurora.
bit more. Okay, no, they go straight for the Aurora. That's really a surprise. We've seen them
Interesting.
lean more towards that Annie.
Aim before
because of its
Broken Blades
playmaking
plays
potential.
Aurora, guys.
But the blind pick
It's
Aurora,
Aurora
we're
top.
expecting this to go into the mid lane.
It's time for
I guess
Broken
they are
Blade
testing
Aurora.
Quad's pool a bit here, especially by removing the Orianna. They're saying, what else have we
Yeah,
got
but
into,
like people in the
champion that
chat,
has a lot
like
of
Preethia
agency,
saying, this guy is
early
picking
to
Aatrox into Sion, he can't play Aatrox. It's like, bro, that's the answer into Sion that you have.
And that is
That's
like
the answer.
Wukong and the Vi are the 2 really primary ones that are still
Guys,
up.
BB is playing Aurora.
And oftentimes, if you pick
Cap
the
Silas
Vi,
is coming through.
people like
I think
playing
Annie.
Wukong with the clone into the Vi. So we'll
Annie
see
is
if
better than Aurora, I
plus
think, but
Wukong here is a really
let's see
common
it.
pairing. Very, very potent. If they want to snatch that early.
Inspired always gives me a heart attack with these Nidalee hovers. Every single time, I know not to trust them.
Senna
It's
and
just,
Annie.
I still inherently have a
Call it
problem. But
Sanny.
we do see the Senna immediately locked here. Second pick of the
Broken
draft
Blades
for
playing
FlyQuest.
Aurora, guys.
Okay, even with the reduced, stacking has been very successful. So
The thing is, if you pick Vi here jungle, the enemy is going to pick Tahm Kench 3, and the question is, are you happy?
Jungles to go through, and they don't have to jump on the Wukong they feel like early.
Broken Blades playing Aurora, guys, so you hype for it.
It is a very
People unhappy he played Aatrox into Sion. Watch the world's reaction when he's playing Aurora top.
If Senna gets all the range that she wants,
But I think
she's
Aurora's
never
a champ. I
gonna be
think
in
Aurora's
range of those
okay.
tricks anyway, so I feel like that's
Aurora
gotta
is
be at
basically
least part of
the same
thought process
archetype
here for the
as
side of
Ari,
FlyQuest.
but
As
stronger
G2,
early.
Hey, we're talking about Wukong and Vi. They're happy to take the Vi here to pair with the Aurora.
Yeah, and like you're talking,
I wouldn't mind as well if the big like Lucian army 1, 2, 3, you know.
Especially they get some side lane priority, you have to.
Aatrox is a good champion to Sion, yeah.
So they can't.
Bro, if you don't do well with Aatrox into a Sion game, then
So here,
you're
I am
just
still
bad.
expecting the Wukong for FlyQuest here, because a lot of people do like playing it with the Annie as well as into a Vi, but they have been cooking.
I think it's putting a bit of pressure on FlyQuest now to decide if they want that support.
I think G2's whole draft was just bad though. Like that was, for me, that was a clear FlyQuest edge.
Gonna get attacked. There's
Gonna
like
get a
what you were
woo,
talking about. This does mean that G2 can look to remove things like the Tahm Kench specifically. Tahm Kench with the Senna into Vi, very well known response just because of the single target protection that the Tahm Kench does with Vi. On top of that, like they could consider removing the Nautilus as well, another very common
Kaiser
defensive
maybe?
pairing that goes alongside the
Kaiser
Senna,
Ben?
especially given that G2 are
Wukong is so
very
people,
avid
do you
Senna
agree?
players
Nah, I
themselves, so
think it's
they're very
okay. I
familiar with
think it's
some
like
of
a
the
tier
best
2
support
champ.
pairings, and I expect that to be targeted in the next phase. Meanwhile, for FlyQuest, I imagine they can look to try and attack the AD carry pool a little bit. Maybe they would consider removing the Draven. It's something that we haven't seen recently from Hans Sama, but it is something that he is willing to bring out into these slower, more scaling AD carries.
Ziggs is a very NA answer into Senna that everybody likes in NA.
That typical counterpick of the Alistar is removed by the Fearless system itself. You're going to feel better.
Obviously, the boom draft, all drafting depends on all other 9 champions. There are games where champions scale well, there are games where the champions scale worse. Aatrox versus Sion in isolation is fine for Aatrox, but if Sion gets a lot of value into Cassio and Jhin, then obviously Sion being weaker in the isolated matchup is outvalued by everything else.
That one's removed by G2.
I think Kai'Sa might be a really
It's kind of like having an umbrella. It's like, yeah, if it rains, an umbrella is amazing, but you don't carry around an umbrella all the time. Everything is relative to what's going on. So the context always matters. Your scaling is always in relation to 9 other champions in the game. This is always important to keep in mind. It's not black and white. In that game, Sion's gonna outvalue Aatrox always.
Some of those,
Renekton banned from G2.
Maybe because both of them are available, the value on Van goes down a little bit. I came into this series as
There's
well.
there's just a Poppy or Tam.
More standard things.
I think Tam is so free, no?
He was
Why?
doing a lot of counter picking, and they were
You
not
could go
working
Poppy
out.
as well, I guess.
And so
Poppy
things like
support
the
goes kind of
Zion
hard
and the
here.
Renekton, I think are really high priority.
Poppy support
for
is
him
so
and for
nice.
FlyQuest. And so that's why
Yeah,
I
you
do
just go
also
Poppy
respect
support, no?
the
Busio?
connected ban that they throw at him again, even though it does leave open a lot of
Rakan
options
Wukong
for
is a great
Busio.
combo. Hard
Option they're
pivot.
going to go with is the Bard.
Ooh, some
What?
more roaming, some more side lane stuff here.
Yeah.
That is kind of crazy.
Normally, when I think about
It's like a
Bard,
Hansama
it's the
Sivir?
champions that have low mobility.
Hansama
you can either
Sivir,
use as an engaged onto,
Ezreal,
or you
ugh.
can set up for picks on. Leaving Senna isolated, I think, is okay, especially with how much swapping we're seeing in the early game in particular. Senna's quite happy to
This is
move
Hansama
around the
Sivir,
map,
no?
but I
The Bard
expect
showing?
Bwipo- kind of what is their composition missing right now? I guess a little
Crossante.
bit more engage. I mean, they have the Wukong plus any follow-up plus a Bard. They do have a lot of
Is Bwipo
flexibility in
picking
terms of their
Yorick
engage,
Mori,
so I
guys?
guess Bwipo could do whatever he wants.
And that is
It's a
music
Yorick Mori, no?
Probably his as well.
Yeah.
Because Whippo doing whatever he wants.
Yorick
and,
Mori on
could
5, I
definitely
think,
be
no?
some spicy cooking,
With
and it will
Sivir?
be into
Sivir
the
5,
Cassante
Yorick
here.
Mori 5.
Obviously going for the blind pick here, Broken Blade, trying to play that generalist pick for himself up on the top side.
Koki. All right, Koki's fine. I always forget about Koki, not gonna lie, guys. I always forget about Koki's existence, and I think it's a fine looking here. I think Koki's a solid looking. I always forget about this champion's existence. Guys, we're not picking Draven against these champions.
Scaling into it.
I think this is Yorick.
See what it's going to be. The Garen with the execute. So thinking about the executes
Okay.
on
There
Cassante. Locks it in. The
Guys,
Garen execute is
Garen has been
effective
changed.
if you get ulted.
The
So
new
for those of you
Garen.
who might not be familiar, because we haven't seen it in a little bit here.
Garen
at
got
least
a
not
little baby
at home in the
rework.
LTA
What
for
are people
us.
doing on Garen?
The execute, obviously, based, it's true damage based off of your missing
Stride
HP. When
breaker,
Cassante goes all
Shojin.
out, he has to be missing HP.
No more crits,
It's
there's still
very
PD bias.
easy to find the execute and
Let's
shut
see,
Cassante
Brazil,
down before
Korea.
he can be that crazy drain
Let's
tank
see
that
what
he
the
wants to
OTPs
be
are doing.
when he goes in the ultimate form. It's not a
He
champion you
goes
see
Trinity,
a lot, but
he
it's a
goes
specific
crit
counterpick
still.
into
Crit,
Cassante that is
crit,
made to deal
Serpent's
with this
Fang.
champion.
I mean, Fly,
PD,
they have a
PD,
lot of
PD.
engage.
Everyone else goes
You
PD.
have Anti-Flash, you have Wukong flanks, you have Bwipo
What's
just
your
straight up
Garen games,
running
bro?
at you. The
Crit, PD,
Bard ultimate also providing
nothing,
support,
Starak.
and if
This
anyone
guy has
uses
more
their
of a
flash,
mixable with
it becomes
Shojin.
so effective at locking them down.
Crit,
just
crit.
because of
Most of
how
them are
quick
still
it
buying
is and
PD.
good
The
it
build
is
hasn't
at
changed
punishing
apparently.
low mobility targets. Now, I will say G2 do have a lot of mobility on their side because you have things like the Aurora W, the Corki W, the infinite number of dashes.
Let's see if we have any
Cassante
data
somehow
against
manages to
Cassante.
find. Like, it might be tricky to use, but in the mid game when these flashes get burnt, I think there's going to be great
That's a nice data pile, bro.
punish. I'm excited to see what they
That's
can
a
do.
nice data
because
pile.
while it was a slow start to game one, ultimately FlyQuest was playing the map better. They were the ones getting all of the early towers. They were the ones initiating on things like the
That is
Grub and
some
the
good
Herald,
data, bro.
and they
That
were
is some
playing
good
the map
data.
well. So we'll have to see if G2
Another
can get
issue is that
stronger foothold
Cassante
in this
is
game
so hard to
when they have
play.
a
So
Vi and an
in solo
Aurora
queue,
to
people
make things
suck
happen in the
donkey
early game.
balls on this champ, so it's hard to get an appropriate assessment.
No sorcery second for Bwipo. He's going for the tankier route with the resolve. Sometimes with Garen, you'll see people take the Axiom Arcanist thing to have even bigger ults, you know, that and last stand
Garen's
type
very
of
difficult
things
too. I think
for
it
some
sounds more difficult than
1v1,
Garen, my friend.
Big burst potential there, but a lot more safety with the resolve tree here, a lot more regeneration for lane.
All right, hopefully we get a bit more action-packed early game than game number one. Remember, while you're watching the action unfold, you can keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning in to MSI. All you got to do is be logged in and watching on lolesports.com for a chance to score that loot. Now, Quad versus Caps here in the mid lane. I'm looking forward to the next installment of this, but up in the top side, I feel like so far at MSI, before today, both of these top laners have been underperforming. But when you look at them in the past, they've both played a ton of international games. Best international placement, Bwipo got runner-up at Worlds. We don't even have time to talk about it because immediately G2 is ready to fight down here in the bottom side. The 2v2 starts, Lebrov and Hans Sama getting the better of Busio here early on as FlyQuest fires back.
Bit of trading back and forth. It's FlyQuest who still have positioning on the lane, though. Of course, they do have that ranged advantage. But you're right in saying that there's a lot of expectations on both
Whose draft
these
you like,
top laners'
coach?
shoulders. It was
honestly, this one,
swinging game one. The health bar's getting lower.
I don't know. Like I think Annie is so strong.
He's setting up for an invade. He's trying to
I think
steal away
Annie
that
is so
Grom.
strong.
Very early.
Get it.
Nicely done from
Hey, Boosie's just dead. Boosie's dead.
First blood over to G2.
Barrier? Masu's just dead. Masu's dead.
As Masu wants to try to get something back.
Oh!
But the only thing he's gonna get is a trip to the graveyard. Double kill Hansama, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in.
Well,
a double kill.
I didn't finish my conversation. I do think this bottle kit is really fucking random. I don't know why they didn't pick Poppy. Why didn't they pick Poppy, guys?
Souls. I mean, last time that
Like, why didn't they pick Poppy? Poppy would have been tremendous. Tremendous, Joe Rogan. Tremendous. It would have been tremendous.
The lane is incredibly dangerous.
Hansama even executed, I guess, to
Fast
go back.
recall.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Gets back to
Fast
base
recall,
quicker.
baby.
Meanwhile, Inspired is just stealing away as much as he
Let's
can.
just trade
from the
all in
camps
with,
of Skewmon, rather than actually move towards his
Bard
bot
Sen,
side.
I guess.
He's committed to securing that wolf. He will at the very least get
At
something
least Inspired
back.
kept Skewmon
But
busy.
Inspired doing some damage on the top side of Skewmon's jungle. Wow, I wasn't expecting a double kill at level 1. Hansama wanted a bit of revenge. He was put behind a lot in game 1, and he comes out the gate swinging here in game 2.
Let's take another look at how this happened.
Moving up for brush priority. Yeah, Labrov goes right in. They didn't hesitate either. As soon as he got the flip back, throw down the ignite. Hansama following up, and then with the barrier too, Masu's not even able to answer.
And then he moved into the fog of war as well.
Really good job on the side of the brush there.
Yep. Very well played.
Masu also using his cleanse,
All right.
I believe. So, I mean, getting the extra ones.
I mean, when we talk about good starts for G2,
Oh, it's a not like this.
Oh,
I love Marcel
Classic
obviously
Mizzy.
in the game, remaining calm, composed, needs to focus
Bro,
up.
after
Small
this,
blip in the radar.
after this
Mizzy gives us
weekend,
the
we're
true
gonna do
feelings
like
of
a best in the West team. We're gonna do best at the
meanwhile, on the rest of
tournament
the map,
team.
we're just seeing fair trading on the
We're
top
gonna
side.
give
I
out
do
some
think Woodward has a slight
mid
advantage,
tournament
especially with
awards.
the wave pushing towards him. Inspired with a small camp advantage just because of the damage he was able to do into Skewmon's side of the jungle. Meanwhile, in the
Bro, I
mid lane
swear to
matchup,
God,
we're
I
just
saw
seeing
Garden
constant
spinning with
trading
this
back
skin, and I
forth.
thought like Wukong has ult
I call
already.
this old school Annie versus modern day Annie.
I got
Just
dizzy,
'cause
bro.
they play in very similar ways. Both just want to drop their combos and do as much damage as possible. Busio hovering around the mid.
We'll see on Vision.
Yeah, on a ward right now.
Boost your own vision, baby.
Caps just trying to play it steady, waste as much extra time.
We're gonna do a
run
best in the
enemy
West
support as he
team.
possibly can.
Double Scuttle Crab as well for Inspired. So really off to a fantastic start in terms of the matchup. And here comes the early swap from FlyQuest once more.
Okay, Masu up here top side, forcing Broken Blade back a little bit, making sure that Broken Blade is later on his recall. That's going to give Whippo the opportunity to make his way down to the bottom lane first. As you can see, that wave crashing into the tier 1 turret, Hansama doing that. And remember back to game number 1, the biggest early game lead when there were no kills was Masu's farm advantage on that Varus Karma lane, like you already mentioned, Vedius. This time around, though, it's Hansama. He's up in farm, he's up in kills, he's up in gold, and now he's valking in after Whippo, who has to turn around and run. Yes, you are a Garen. Yes, you're up in levels.
The
but
new
you're
Garen
at
is tank here,
1v2.
no?
Now Quad in some danger as Caps gets a solo kill. G2 have the feat of warfare 5 minutes into the game.
The burst damage of the Aurora passive
Yeah,
combined with
baby.
Electrocute never gets old.
G2. Rhythm and flow is the name of the game.
Solo kills
G2.
in bot lane,
Clap
solo
back.
kill in mid lane. This is absolutely crazy.
Inspired pulling an owner. You guys remember when owner Inspired took it?
Performance from them for a while. Whippo level 6.
Whippo.
The cavalry's coming in.
Yeah, Whippo still ready to try to turn this one around. Labrov gets silenced, but he's not worried about it.
Inspired kind of goated.
As Skewmon is chased out of the Dragon Pit by Inspired, so FlyQuest, despite hemorrhaging these early kills, will at least take the first objective, forcing the enemy jungler out and securing the Drake. Here's how Caps got his solo.
Yeah, Caps with the first trade right there, got the big chunk early, and then just
Holy
chased him
Caps,
down on
bro.
Aurora. Oh, got him with just the
range,
end.
the range on that is always very deceptive.
Damn.
Crowd always fun to see.
Holy. Bro, the crowd is waiting for AL vs GENG, bro. They don't give a shit about this.
All right, back to live. Caps in a little bit of danger though. Goes between worlds.
Capsimus.
Drops the ulti defensively. Of course,
I never
Quad
see
already
this
using Tibbers there to
this
try to
Annie
secure the
skin
kills.
win,
So
bro.
ult for ult, no kill gained. Both mid laners still
Caps
with
is
their
a
flashes
mean
available.
fucking
Both
Aura
teleports
games regionally as
synced up
well.
almost almost exactly same
I remember
story
Caps
being told
Aurora
for the
against
teleports
Fnatic
here
in
of the
Winter,
top laners.
game 2. Maybe it was game 1. Could have been game 1. In the upper bracket. That was crazy, bro.
So we've been talking a lot, obviously, about the kills that G2 are getting, but Inspired is just bullying Skumon out of this game. The fact that Skumon thought he could secure the dragon with the pressure that he had in bot, FlyQuest
Why don't Labrov take
smartly
Spellbook?
attack the bot lane.
Not sure, brother.
No support
I think
available for
Spellbook is
Skumon on
OP,
the
bro.
dragon.
Fucking
Inspired
pick it every
bullies
game.
off it.
I
He's
tell you.
also consistently trying to steal camps away, and just look at the advantage that he's building for himself. He has, what, like a 4 camp advantage over his jungle counterpart. Inspired, really putting his Skumon through his paces.
Yeah, it really was a nice, like, thank you for the leash moment on the dragon that he was able to go down and collect. And since the early double kill from the Corki, FlyQuest trying to mitigate that damage, you know, swapping back and forth. Garen, of course, we saw it multiple times there, but just activate that W, reduce a lot of the threat of the opponents going for those all-ins. So Bwipo here doing a lot so far with the Garen for the team.
Now, that first dragon being taken also means that the Void Grub situation in Game 2 should be different than Game number 1. Remember back in Game 1, FlyQuest took the Grubs, G2 shook hands on it, said, fine, we'll take the first Drake. Now that those are not up at the same time, the Grubs have just now spawned. FlyQuest are starting the objective, but you can see G2 hanging around. There's nothing
Agree
else
with
to
the
look
take
at
that
in the
Inspired
other
as a
side of
gold
the
Western
river.
jungler?
So G2
No.
are gonna look at
That's
this
fucking
instead.
crazy.
Busio gets crashed down on by Labrov, but Masu misses the center route. Hans Sama is here, level 6 on the Corki. The Rocket Poke can be very, very devastating. Han's gonna try to steal one of those Grubs away there with a Phos Bomb, but it doesn't hit with the timing. Now that last Grub, the target here for FlyQuest. Whippo's coming up around the side. FlyQuest looking to go in as Quad finds the engage. Follow up there with a Cyclone, and Hans is already down. Nice damage coming in from the Wukong, but now Caps is between worlds. Labrov is low.
Whipple still has ult, Whipple still has ult, Whipple still has ult. The portal, FlyQuest is actually razor blading on them.
Out. FlyQuest, get a kill, get the Grubs, and get everybody out alive.
FlyQuest there, they got there so early, and Bwipo actually walked up first, so
Oh,
Bwipo was
fucking
kinda
guys, they need to
holding
get
the
a little
mid
bit
lane
more
there, the
decisive,
wall,
G2.
and
You need to
giving
be a
the
little bit
extra cover
snappier.
for FlyQuest to then
Or
turn
fucking
and make
don't
that
show
play.
up.
Quad investing his flash to go for it, and they do get the extra kill on top of all 3 Grubs.
G2 seemed very indecisive on what they actually wanted to do, while FlyQuest had a very clear
Make a
game
damn
plan.
decision.
Bring Bwipo up, force the fight, and they didn't waste any time. The moment that the Grubs were secured, that was a flash engage from Quad. They quickly locked down Hansama, and they took him out of the fight before it could really begin.
And when you look at plays like that, you also have to look at the minute or even the 30 seconds that precedes it, because our camera was on bottom side, and we did see Bwipo go proxy the wave. So the big bonus when you go proxy waves behind the tower is you get the early move timer. And so Bwipo, doing a lot, communicating with the rest of the team, goes for the proxy, gets the extra timer, gets the early move up, and FlyQuest kind of use all of that to manipulate the situation there.
Okay.
Big wave crashing into the top lane. Tier 1 turret, Broken Blade wants to collect as much of that as possible, especially
Let's focus up
considering
again. I got distracted by the GOAT conversation because I started thinking about how Inspired jungled like 2020, 2021. Like he was a very good jungler early on in his career, but he wasn't the best jungler then, you know. And Yoya was better than him. I think Inspired, like Bwipo was better than him.
Matsu in danger now.
Wow.
As Busio shows up in time to barely get his AD carry
No
away.
way.
I thought you cursed us, brother, for a second right there. Woo, that was a close one. You are lucky Masu
That
lived.
is rude.
All right, sorry.
That
I
is
didn't mean
rude.
to. I didn't mean to. Busio's got my back. Busio's got my back. And now we've got a teleport coming in.
Jankos was a top 3 jungler for legit, like,
he's a half level ahead.
10
Well,
years.
about a quarter level ahead.
And during those times, #1 as well for a very long time. So
considering he's almost out of mana, is in a bit
you're
of
gonna
a
tell me
precarious spot,
Inspired
does
is
get
playing
caught
at the
up by
highest
Temper Fate
level
there.
of any
More of a
jungler?
tempo
I think
ulti,
that's a
not
fair
like you can make a whole lot
conversation.
of plays with that, but
I
you
do
do
think that
interrupt the
Inspired
recall.
has probably
Whippo
had
finds a
the
quick
highest
silence into a
peak
little bit
of
spin.
Western
If you could've
jungler.
got some more damage
But
than that, you got him close to ultimate range.
it's like
but you're not gonna kill
comparing
somebody from
Chovy to
40%
Faker in the
until it's a
GOAT
higher level
conversation, you know?
I actually really like that play. You know, take a couple turret shots.
So
then
it
going for the
just
ultimate,
doesn't work.
All because this Cassante is so low on resources.
We need
very low mana, already low
Chovy needs
on
to play
health.
5 more
So
years, you
Bwipo,
know?
He's just keeping up the pressure. He got 1 turret played already. He can continue
Needs to
all
get
this Garen
some
pressure.
more silverware, you know?
He's working on that next plate. Goes for another spin.
Yeah, Inspired still. That's why Inspired still has time to become the jungle GOAT.
For some reason, there's
But
always
I
one
can't
off
put
of
him over
cooldown.
Inspired. fired yet.
Broken Blade is
Doesn't
making
make
sure
sense.
he doesn't give Whippo any more ticks on the spin. G2 starting up the second Drake of the game. Now immediately turning for the engage.
Alright, Inspired survived. Inspired survives. Why do they keep getting away with this?
And Quad and Busio are looking at LeBron.
Caps wasn't even connected on the play. G2 is so bad when it comes to fight selection. The way they choose fights is just terrible, man. The FlyQuest is way better mechanically. Just better in the fights. It was the same in game 1, man.
And Inspired ends up baiting him in.
The counterpunch from FlyQuest just seems to hit harder. The fact that Skumon melted under the damage.
Like Mouse has been under a lot of pressure, but he has a fucking good soul count. Like you can be behind on gold, but the soul count is what matters, and he's killing, man.
So FlyQuest turned the fight around.
Look, it's like Caps is just not connected.
An attempt at bursting the Wukong. One of the reasons people like playing it into the vibe
Where's
is that then
Red didn't get Q off?
Then you can go for your clone. He doesn't die.
Red
We
didn't
saw
get
the
Q
Senna
off.
ult coming over the top. We saw Quad and Busio coming through to peel him as well. And as you say, Flowers, it is really
Why
is
target
a gambit
Wukong?
when
I
you
feel
go
like they
for
should
that
be able
play,
to
you know,
kill him,
trying to
man.
get
I don't know what
enough
happened.
damage to burst him down in time, but they fail the DPS check, and FlyQuest get another dragon.
And those kills that G2 is able to find really don't mean anything.
No, it's just people make like grand statements without fucking knowing any history of the game or history. It's the same. Like I read a post on the Los Ratones Twitter. Like someone said, that was the best international best of 5 Doran has ever played. It's like,
Yeah, some key
no.
items, Vedius. You know, you're talking about
Doran
the
has had
training force
good
there
series
for Inspired.
internationally.
Also,
It's just that you
the
don't
static
remember
shift
because they're
for
too long
Senna,
time ago.
relieving, you know, some
Like-
of the early deficit that he was put in. Now it's so much easier to deal with.
There was like for example, MSI when GENG played against G2 2023. You know what Doran did that series on shit like Fiora? He made the whole G2 look like fucking bumsters.
Tier 1, which after FlyQuest got all 3 grubs, did take a significant amount of a beating. That means that if FlyQuest can secure that, they'll earn the boots there. Whippo starting to use the spin before Broken Blade enters into the scrap there with a Pathmaker, but it's G2 who want to find
Alright,
the kill
Whippo.
here onto the Garen. Immediately,
He still got
Skumon
W.
makes the engage.
He flashes, he's going for the wave. He's looking for the lethal, doesn't get it. CC chain is kind of nice. Whippo, Busio. It doesn't have enough meeps. Get Skumon's flash at least. Alright, G2. They're swinging back, they're swimming back.
Strong play there from G2 up on the top side to get it and get out.
Not too shabby, not too
As you say, it
shabby.
does cost them
But
one
nobody's
fight. Now
farming bot.
Busio
Look
in
at
the
ball
middle.
wave. Look at ball wave. Busio is trying to cancel the recalls. This is a bait from Busio. Really well done from Busio. He shook his little cheeks. Oh, no! Oh! That is so rude! Oh, he got it as well!
Busio stays alive. Inspired about to die to Hans Sama. There's dead bodies on both sides as Quad keeps chasing Hans. But it won't matter. There's no more opportunity here for a kill, and Caps gets to recall at the same time.
Busio is just dancing on G2. The fancy feet, the side steps, the getting away to safety was beautiful. G2 still end up picking 2 kills. But my goodness, like G2 overstayed way too deep and they almost got punished massively for it.
You said it, Vedius. Busio with the juke boots on.
Alright,
now
this series is over, guys. We're gonna watch AL versus GENG so fast.
Definitely a feat. He goes, he like quick channels his
I don't know.
recall in the middle there.
Busio, he shook his little cheeks to make himself so juicy. FlyQuest arrived. I feel like FlyQuest, the way they fight is very Chinese, you know?
With the double
Very
ultimate,
Chinese,
and then
Korean.
Right after he comes out, Caps goes for the Q and flashes, but on the bottom side, you do have to point out.
No, like really, he made himself look so juicy, guys. He made himself look so juicy.
He got the kill onto Inspired.
He made himself look so juicy that G2 should have stayed.
An extra 50 gold there, so that definitely is something.
This guy in the audience is loving it, man. Hansam on the Corki, the win condition potentially here for the side of G2 this time. Does have his Spirit Shogun completed. Tier stack 2/3 of the way. Worth pointing out, we saw in the picture-in-picture during the replay, Rift Herald for G2 is their first neutral objective so far this game. FlyQuest got the grubs, FlyQuest got the dragon, but it's good that G2 was able to stop that bleeding here in these river battles for objectives. FlyQuest still with a very moderate gold lead, but it doesn't mean a whole lot. It's 500, 16 minutes into the game. Whippo and Broken Blade, both level 11, level 2 ultis online. For the Garen, a very big deal in this matchup. Your execution threshold has gone up. It's that much easier to find the insta-kill onto Cassante.
Fires on Labrov, Hex flashes over the wall.
Wants to go in for Masu. It's a lot of burst, but immediately he's going to be saved by Busio yet again. The temper
All right,
fate to
bro.
guarantee.
You know, we complained about the bard pick,
cannot be
but
there.
he's a
Labrov,
wizard.
he's fine with
It's
it.
just the
Gives him
best
emote.
bard in the server.
Get the cleanse out from
Like, he's
Masu,
just
a
bard
valuable
goat.
objective to
Let's be
pick
honest,
up,
he's
but
dribbling, bro. It's Ronaldinho.
kind of look at the rest of the
Like,
map.
he's
Still going very much the way of
like,
FlyQuest.
he's
The top side
Ronaldinho.
very much
He
in
went
their
full
favor.
offside,
The only real
minute
goal
level
that
2,
G2 sitting on is
but
the
he's
Monster
just, he's the
Plant Summon with
goat.
The dragon spawning in 10 seconds. We'll see how things play out because it is FlyQuest that have better vision set up around the neutral.
So, Vedius, how do you feel about this Spear of Sojin Corki build? Because usually the most common, of course, is the Trinity Force with the Murmana, or you could go like the crit version, some people like as well. But this one is a lot about the ability damage.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it come out from Caps during the play-in stage, and it's something that G2 is clearly prepared coming into this tournament with the idea of giving you a little bit more value around the poke. I personally still prefer the Trinity Force. I just think it spikes harder in the mid-game, and we'll see if it comes to fruition now.
Blackwood is just first in position. Labrov is getting spat on. Guys, it's 3-0. It's 3-0, guys. Blackwood is way better. Way better.
Pick on the main
Yeah, way better.
engage tool from G2, and with him out of the picture, the Dragon just spawned. FlyQuest, they'll be at sole point if they get this.
Exactly. G2 lost their primary engage, which means that they're not in a position to contest this. Their best option is now to try and cross-map, attacking that top tier 1. But again, we find FlyQuest in this mid-game just finding advantage after advantage. And G2 making these mistakes where they're just out of position, and FlyQuest doing a really good job of finding them and finding advantages off the back of them.
Yeah, with all the pressure here of the Dragon stacking, FlyQuest are now going to be able to just draw G2 into their hands. See about Busio's trailing play here up on the top side, though. Busio doing a good job staying in Fog of War.
Okay, goes on a magical journey.
All
Does
right.
not hit the
All
binding.
right,
Though
Caps.
it only would have been a slow.
All right, Caps.
Busio still trying to get away before Caps gets that third hit there on the spells. Does find the recall there on the Q. Now this turret down to 1/4 HP. Remember, this is still very important. There were still no turrets taken by either side. First turret and the bonus move speed
No
boots are
Mickey
still
on
up for
G2.
grabs. Labrov in the enemy
Skimon
jungle,
just farming
tries to
camps.
crash down to get himself away. Busio
Inspired
again, not gonna
completely.
find the binding.
Out
Magical journey
jungling the
through
boy.
the wall.
2
Skewmon
games
coming up
straight.
beside them in the fight, ready with a vault breaker. But nobody to be
It's like,
found.
guys,
No fight here. Top
Yike
laner still on
required
the
some
other end of the
investment, you
map.
know?
There is no teleport for Bwipo. FlyQuest knows this. There is the teleport for Broken Blade. If FlyQuest opts into a fight, they could instantly be a man down. They want to avoid these types of fights, and for G2, if you can force one, it could be your opportunity to take the lead.
Busio hovering here, too. Watch out for the Bard ultimate.
Inspired, gonna find Skewmon there as he clones back over the wall, but now Quad could be in danger. Immediately drops the combo onto G2, but instead it's the full engage. Tempered Fate looking to
Let's
stop that
see.
engage now.
Let's see. Oh, the turret is gone though. Turret's gone though. G2 can maybe do a little comeback here. Here comes the TP of Garen. A little bit too late. Like, where are we going? Holy, Drift King. Drift King.
One kill so far. One kill for G2.
Okay,
Nothing
G2
for
also get a
FlyQuest.
little
One
heist.
turret for one across the rift, but G2 got it first. So they earned first turret, they earned the feats. They're gonna drop the rift turret in mid lane as well. The play favors G2.
Yeah, the getaway driver there. Broken Blade jumps in the Rift Herald, and with the increased turning radius there, just cruises on through to safety. G2 get their play, they get out. Bwipo, of course, after the teleport up to answer, does at least go for that trade, gets his turret.
You can see the first-hand experience of playing against Canyon driving a Rift Herald was definitely something that G2 have learned from. Broken Blade able to get away from that situation, and G2 securing their first tower of the game. But FlyQuest respond with 2 of their own. The dive, honestly, seems quite
Bibi
over-aggressive.
has
The advantage
historically
that
been
they
a
have is that
fantastic
FlyQuest
fucking
is
team
quite in
fighter.
a
Like,
position
the player,
to
like,
defend.
please stop
The
derailing
ultimate
the
from
stream.
Busio
Like,
buys a decent amount of time as Inspired
this is not
sets
your
sights on the harm
platform.
summit.
Like,
He
you're
quickly
using
realizes that he can't really win out on
Twitch
this
chat
one
as your
versus one.
fucking Twitter
But after they
page
get that kill onto
that people
Quad,
mute, you
the
know?
arrival of Bwipo is enough to deter G2 from sticking around in the fight. They lost a lot of
Like,
HP
try
in the
to
extended
practice
engage,
some,
and so they have to be
you
happy
know,
with the tower and the kill.
like
As we
read the
crest
room
20
a little
minutes,
bit, you
I
know?
want to check in on the stacks for Masu. 59,
It's like that.
60 stacks now on the center.
It's like
The
that.
average set of
You
stacks
know
at
when
MSI
Creed
at
in
20
the
minutes
office.
are just about 49. So despite
Creed in the
fact that
office
they had
is
that
like
2v2 death at level
he's
1,
like
Masu is still
asked
stacking
Ryan to help him do a
20%
blog,
more
and he just
effectively than
opened
what
a
you would
Word
expect for
document
this point in time. So the Senna not really slowed
to
down
not
in
expose
terms
the
of that
world to Creed's
mechanism she's known
thoughts.
for.
Yeah, Hansama
Dot
had some
gov.
of those slow stacking games himself as well. So let's see how that Senna factor does come into play, because looks like he is going for the Black Cleaver build. Does have Wukong as well as the Garen on his team, so going to try and shred for the squad.
You have no idea that this is going on right now. They have a suspicion.
Broken Blade's smelling something funny up here in the topside river, as G2 are going to show up, and they show up with enough men in enough time that FlyQuest does not feel confident finishing the objective. At the same time,
it's just,
G2 did grab that turret
bro,
down there.
there was like 10 people that wrote in chat that they are so fucking annoyed with you. Like, I'm doing this to preserve, I'm doing this to preserve the peace, yeah.
Enemy jungle, seeing if there's anything they can steal away. The gold essentially dead even, very slightly favoring G2. But the big thing I'm looking at, it's 1 minute until the dragon spawns. If FlyQuest take that dragon, they have a Cloud Soul with Annie on your team, with Garen on your team,
Two core on everybody. This can be a very fair fight for G2, I feel like. Very fair.
And since Otacon here still on the map,
yeah, Pretty has had some fucking horrible takes for a very long time, but I'm very patient. I'm very patient. I'm trying to redeem people, you know.
Draw you across the map,
and
Soul potential on the bottom side of the map, the Otacon up on top.
I told him, like, I tried to outline, you know, that this doesn't fly anymore, and he just listened to all of that and said, Broken Blade has never been a good team fighter outside the LEC.
Whippo and Inspired. Meanwhile, 1,500 gold lead and 1,000 gold lead respectively for the mid laner and 80 carry in Caps and Hans on G2. Who can carry the next fight?
But I think it was time for him to go, bro. He got permit. He got permit. He was getting on every one of you guys' nerves. All right, Quad is getting CC chained. Whippo. Whippo has no flash. Whippo kind of grieves. G2 can win. G2 can win. Monster doesn't have the DPS. Quad. Oh, Broken Blade.
Popping off. G2 slamming the fight. The target selection was better.
Okay.
And G2 hold on.
In the front to back, it's
yeah,
G2 that holds strong.
Whippo played this fight way too fast, man.
And the Rel is there to follow up. Whippo immediately turns his attention onto the backline. He says, if I
think Whippo needs to fight with the gang.
Up, then that means that the Cassante is just going to die. But that is not what happened.
He had to battle because otherwise Annie gets CC chained there and she's going to just die without even ulting.
With Hans Summer and Caps.
Exactly, right over the top. They used the Senna ult too, but that was not the difference.
It was a very good swing over G2.
Whippo right into the double carries of G2, right into their
The lack of DPS is actually fucking showing though. Like Masu with the Senna together with the Annie.
Gets stalled out by Busio.
A lot of time was spent trying
Gaps with the flash as well on Quad's combo was super fucking clean. G2 fight back, alright, we're back in the series, guys. We're back in the series. I was feeling deflated there for a moment. I really was. I was really feeling deflated there for a moment.
Isolates the Annie, takes her out of the fight. And G2 find themselves a one-team fate. They deny the soul.
I think Garden played way too fast.
Started off the Otacon.
They've denied the soul. This could be a massive jump in power.
It's fucking
here
bunny
for G2
so.
as well. FlyQuest is on the approach, but the Otacon is already low. Lebrov goes in for the engage on Busio, but he gets away.
Alright, here we go. Masa's no mana. There's no steal angle. Why G2's abandoning Broken Blade?
The Otacon is claimed
Broken Blade's walking away. G2 with a clean call to say, yo, let's leave Broken Blade behind.
Continues running.
The soul map is giving Broken Blade so much move speed. He's going to the plan. He's buying time. Hepsi manning out of here. Inspired gets E. Bonk. 500 Gs, baby. Turn. Golden shower. The Q. Whippo. Ult. Oh, Skimondo. Triumph.
With the triumph, but he does not die. FlyQuest solo laners go in alone. Masu and Inspired.
That's the Wukong ultimate.
But Hans Sama's already able to make the
Hans Sama gets out. The cancellation from Inspired on the W of Rel. The game is tight. The game is close. The game is fucking exciting.
But they got too many. Caps here does get slowed, but should be okay.
Inspired without the clone to jump over the wall to chase after Caps means Caps can get away.
Thought that was going to be a Baron start for FlyQuest, and I think that was their idea.
Boys.
We kill Cassante, we chase down G2, and with numbers advantage, we can turn and force a Baron. Instead, what happens is Quad gets caught out alongside Whippo.
What does Shimon just do, bro? I didn't ult Annie.
With this ulti, but Quad already dies. That means that in the extended fight, no one gets the value out of the center ultimate. A nice binding does come through, and great damage comes down on the Skumon,
Crazy
but
Skumon
it doesn't
lived.
quite secure enough damage. Inspired, though, he said that he's not done with the fight.
Nope, they go for the extra chase afterwards.
Yeah, Quad and Whippo not having a good game.
Well, and he is the richest person in the game with the
really night and day difference from the first one.
On the Aurora, as well as the extra power of the Dark Seal fully stacked here. So much burst potential behind
it would be interesting to see what Mouse actually does to get so many souls. Is he just following Wukong around in the jungle? Or how does he play it?
in some of
So
the same
81,
pitfalls
considering his
that we
early
saw
game, like it's a
domestically in
pretty
the
fucking good
LTA,
number
where they would get a lead,
at
they would
26.
start to feel it a little bit, and then they would become
souls
discombobulated.
lost
They
though.
wouldn't all be on the
Rip.
same page, and
So
it
sad.
doesn't seem like they're all making the same choice. We'll see if they can regroup, because right now, G2's in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, those
Zonia Annie is, I don't know, it's for vibe, but I don't know how good it is. Like, you have Baron on your team, like, that's the
stopping
whole
the soul
point.
stacking and getting the Otacon. Whippo is at it again, though.
Yeah,
Alright.
Whippo wants to go in after Hans.
Hansi, why does Hansi keep getting caught? Hansi down.
already down. Masu trying to get away from Labrov.
Hansi down. Masu just bonking Labrov's forehead.
That's going to be huge. Whippo goes in.
Why can't Caps take one side lane without his team dying on the damn midway, man?
It's 3 for nothing for FlyQuest.
They make the quicker play.
Why?
They started out with Whippo chasing down the Corki.
They didn't push one
take him out,
lane,
chase
man.
through a tower of their own, and now
One
Venius, they're moving
time.
towards the Baron.
Excellent target selection from FlyQuest means that they flip the game on its head. The Dragon is in a minute's time, and with the Baron secured, FlyQuest is going to take
Someone in
full
that
control
chat
of the
asked
game
about
too.
Garden scales like a motherfucker. That's what's like I think confusing for a lot of people, but Garden level 16 is giga broken. He scales so well with items because he's naturally tanky, can go full DPS, and his Q flash ER is 100% lethal on so many champs, and he has natural tenacity in W, which makes him a insanely good scaler. Insanely good scaler.
Dragon Soul fight.
G2 setting up for a trap, but it was that lockdown onto the Corki. They got
So Whip was going to be
Hans Summer's flash
16.
in that extended chase that was happening in the previous play, and that's why I say it was such good target focus, because FlyQuest recognizing that summonless Corki.
15 seconds, G2's already in position. I think all they need to do is play lanes. FlyQuest could even give this to get the tier 2 top, tier 2 mid.
Got a Guardian Angel for the critical fight.
Oh, nice Bard ult instantly on Masu. Trying to tackle him. Masu gets the flash off.
Ready to peel for the Senna, and now it's Broken Blade taking a little bit of damage.
Masu denied the whole engage there. Bro, Busio, bro, the lane phase was rough, but Busio has fucking been on one this game. I swear Busio has played insane this game. Really, really insane bad game. He's like, I was complaining about the draft, but if you're gonna play this good, pick Bard every game for all I care, bro. You have denied the Vi completely. You have found crazy ultimates.
That should be so, because Caps now has no ultimate on
I think God and W duration was increased, no, with the rework.
So much value here from FlyQuest chasing off and getting those.
What has Vi done this game?
They should be able to get it.
Yeah,
Skumon
doesn't have the best
around,
game.
but there's plenty of vision for FlyQuest, even if he went for a miracle.
I just don't know why G2 aren't capable of playing like a side lane game. When Aurora solo kills Annie, I just feel like Aurora Vi should be able to take over side lane completely, and they should be farming under their tier 2s.
For FlyQuest now, but could there be a counterpunch? Quad's in danger.
Quad Hourglass. Can he get the Annie ult off? He just sends it onto a Caps, but that's a very tanky Caps. Skumon gets ulted by Whippo. Whippo flashes out. Busio, look at that move speed though. Master is fucking running, bro. Look at that sprint, bro. That fucking move speed. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, Busio with another 3-pointer. Oh! Masu bonking. Masu, bro, he's leveraging that move speed. Look at that Masu spacing. Caps is sick of his shit. Holy Masu spacing. Masu. Pick up the souls, Masu. Masu, the souls. Yeah.
Here between greatness and disaster. G2 low on health. Backing up.
Masu. Too far. Back off. Too far.
Will silence this push.
I was just about to say how well Masu was gliding in
Caps
this
was
fight,
sick of his shit.
playing with his range
Caps is sick of his shit.
chipping away at the HP bars of G2, making it so difficult for them to really find the fight. But then he takes one step too far, and Caps shuts him down, adding a few pages to that Medjai's book.
And that does put a stop to the siege and a stop to them taking that
I
secondary
don't know, Caps is so elo health. Like he's insanely elo health, I think.
Here's another look
He's
at
insanely
actually
elo
how
health.
it happened here and then moving up. So he, like you said, he had been doing a good job using his slow, poking out.
Bro, I
using
think
the
it's so
range.
fucking fun that the new generation of bot laners are actually insane. I do feel like our ADCs have been kind of flat. I think Masu being good. I think Super is interesting as a player too. Like obviously, Super has been playing League for quite some time, but still, you know.
The siege slows down.
Like there's something been off about our ADCs since Reckless and Perks times, you know.
from Caps, knowing exactly when to use that.
Kazi was just... Kazi could be really, really good. But he was just too inconsistent, I feel like. I think Kazi enjoyed dying too much. Labrov too. I hope, because why else would he do this?
FlyQuest with another 5v4 situation now, going for the push in mid lane. This tier 2 turret should fall. That'll be FlyQuest.
I think if you eliminate a team, you should be allowed to take one of their players.
As Hans defends the tier 2 and Broken Blade takes one in the bottom lane at the same time.
Throughout MSI, G2's individuals
I think that should be fair.
just get caught out in the mid to late game, and it's no different in this matchup. FlyQuest continues to punish them. Inspired's active on the map, and Quad.
Yeah, Quad's in danger. Stun onto both of them, though, as Quad tries to get away, but Broken Blade is going all out. He's in some danger himself. Busio trying to lock him up. Broken Blade is all out, but FlyQuest bring more men. Inspired, dominating on the Wukong. An impressive performance in back-to-back games. 9, 2, and 4 on the FlyQuest jungler in Game 2.
And their Cloud Soul is really helping FlyQuest move across the map here and find more and more picks for themselves. It just, this whole map
If you
is so
eliminate
dangerous
T1,
for
would you
G2
take
members.
Faker?
Very difficult for them
No.
to navigate.
It just feels like G2 have lost control. They don't really know what they want to do on the map. Their members are isolated. They're trying to cross map where they can, and it's this mid to late game states where they just kind of
I'm taking
lose
fucking
focus of
owner
what
or
they wanna
carrier,
do,
bro.
whereas FlyQuest is fully locked
Are you
in.
serious?
They are moving as a unit. Busio is moving around the map looking for picks. He's fishing for another one.
Yeah, he goes
They
for the
wanna
temper
carry
trade on
every day of the
Skewmon,
week,
but he
bro.
won't land that.
Depends on what
chasing
players I
after
have in that
Caps, but
position.
Caps just chunks him for 1/3 HP. Now, Whippo is Garen, level 16. The passive is at maximum value. Inspire goes in for the knockup onto Caps. Forces him to use the ulti defensively to jump away. The Elder Dragon is in 30 seconds. If either side gets a big win here, they can go for that. And you know
All of this move
how
speed is kind of
threatening
nuts,
that
bro,
is.
from the soul.
FlyQuest finally forced
The
down
game is so
tier 2
fun
turret
and
here in the
easy
mid
for
lane,
FlyQuest Mouse
but
to play.
now the Elder is
Soul
the
is
focus
spawning,
for both
Labrov is half
sides.
HP,
G2
they have to
moving
face check
towards the area.
into... But to be fair, guys, FlyQuest has no ults, it's kind of awkward.
You're right. It was purple.
No ults, no Annie, no bot, no
It's so
woo
hard
woo
though
woo woo.
because all the vision control is in FlyQuest's favor.
Garen's
here.
pushing
And since
top.
they do have the Bard, like they have so much threat. There's no.
I was
ultimate
the
on him
only
right now,
person that was screaming my lungs out about how OP Cloud Soul is. And then eventually the data pile became big enough that
trying to get a pick of their own,
it
but
showed even in the
Whippo brings
data.
the play. I think this is it, yes.
Cloud Soul got nerfed though. It went
If
from
G2 tried to
15% move speed
this happen,
to 10%
Busio,
move speed,
I was
even
cautious of the
pre-ult.
Bard pick, but he is making it work in this game. 0-1-11 is the scoreline. He's been involved in 11 of the team's 13 kills. His ultimates have been both defensive and offensive in his ability to find picks. That massive pick that he found onto Hans Sama earlier on in the game was crucial to give FlyQuest a huge advantage. Now with a 3k gold lead, FlyQuest have position on both the Elder and
Is there a chance G2 drop the bags with Velia? Why would they? Look, I really like Velia, but there were even junglers at EME Masters that were better than Velia.
Working on the rapid fire cannon, I would have to think here next. As G2, they'll at least pick up their own red buff. 40 seconds on the Elder, and it is the Elder this time. Baron already alive, as this next fight could just determine everything. Kills tied 13-13. Yeah, it's a 2,500.
Skewmon is not the problem, but it's definitely not the solution either. I just don't think Skewmon and Caps is a good pairing, bro. Oh, Mouse was 1 HP. Caps didn't get the lethal. He didn't get the lethal, but Quad is down. Here comes Whipmeister. Whipmeister still has ultimate. Oh, the fucking Garen is tremendous. Look at him spinning. It's Beyblade. It's Beyblade. No, no, no.
So short, but it is just enough for FlyQuest.
The front line for FlyQuest does so
Agron
much
better than
there.
Velia.
The
Agron is
double
just like
spinning
Skewmon
to
2.0,
winning
no?
is able to cut through them, and Masu actually survived the entire thing, kiting back, and with the sustain, and with the peel, FlyQuest
Masu lived, bro. It was such a big difference. I feel bad for Caps. I feel bad for Caps because if he finds the lethal there on Masu, he wins the whole fight. Like, Caps is really trying his best, man. Caps is really fucking trying hard. Like, he missed damage there a little bit on Masu, and it was the game changer, you know?
You said it earlier, Flowers. It was a tale of two halves, with the top side
Ah, this is such a lonely series for Caps.
and the bot side being the strength of G2. Well, FlyQuest
What a
came
lonely
into this
series for
fight,
Caps.
and they beat the strength of G2 into the ground. Caps
Like
did
Quad
not
is not playing good at all, bro, and he's winning.
with the Baron going down, the Elder quick
Ah,
to
this is a
follow.
very bad
G2
game
is
from
looking
Quad.
to go,
Whip will recover
FlyQuest
at
is
least
just gonna
because
go
his
to
champion
match
is
point.
fucking broken now, but
That's the first time
Quad is not
he
having a
died in
good
this
time.
entire game, but so many times in
Is
League
that
of
a
Legends,
Warden's
when
mail
you're the
on
guy who's
fucking
got the weight of
Koki?
the whole game on your back, just one death can be all it takes as we look at the fight and the engage
look
again.
at that, bro.
And so
Oh
look at it.
my
G2 do get a good
god,
engage,
bro.
but
Maso
so does
lives.
Inspired here, and then Whippo goes
Jesus.
straight to follow him up on Caps, like you were talking about.
That was
Meanwhile,
fucking
G2
Bard
did get
heal,
their
guys.
focus, which was
Bard
taking out
heal
Quad.
and Mikhails,
So much
I
damage
think,
was
that
done
healed
onto
him.
Masu, but the fact that he lived, Busio ready
Is
to
Overlord's
provide
blood
that
mail real,
protection as
guys?
well. And Hans Sama was grouped up with the rest of his team, making it even easier for both Whippo and Inspired to turn their attention after dealing with Caps. Just a beautiful team fight from the top side. And once Masu had space,
Bro, look at
he
that
started
Wukong
dishing out
damage,
the
bro. That's the fucking
Garen
craziest
and
damage I've ever
Wukong,
seen from
they can
Wukong.
both put out so much damage, but also both have so much CC that you get the knockups into the silences, and by that time, they're able to take out the key carries and move on to the next target. Now, with the Baron buff here, FlyQuest pushing in.
Masu, so much power on this Senna, 137 souls. FlyQuest on the push towards inhibitor turrets in two separate lanes.
Baron buff on the minions with the Elder Dragon on themselves, so threatening.
And they immediately decide to go in for the engage. G2 under pressure, Dawning Shadow, gonna guarantee the first kill. Scumon's already down and Inspired is legendary. Broken Blade goes all out as Whippo's gonna be in some danger. The shutdown credit goes over to Labrov.
Alright,
Inspired is far
alright.
forward. He's
Inspired
likely to
got
burn down
GA,
here, but
he
he's
lives
already got
somehow.
the Guardian Angel, Broken Blade continuing to kite out.
The Dragon
but
breathes
it's not
fire.
enough. FlyQuest
We played a
lose
little bit
their
too much
top
fun.
laner, but they'll take Broken Blade and Scumond in trade. Fly, they still
Maso,
have the
really
Baron.
bad
They
start.
still have the Elder. They
Caps
still
broke
have
his neck a
themselves
couple of
set
times,
up
2 times in
the
particular,
enemy base.
but it didn't matter.
Inspired, low on HP, stealing away some camps to try to heal back up, while the rest of FlyQuest continues pushing Nexus turrets. Masu has so much range, G2 can't get anywhere near it. The Nexus already under fire. Quad with the engage, the Elder with the execute, and FlyQuest on the game-winning push
Boom.
for match point.
Boom.
It was a bit of a scary early game for FlyQuest, but they fought back valiantly. They found some massive picks, and they bring us to match point in this best of 5.
It's a 2-0 lead for FlyQuest after a hard-fought game 2. Lore, analysts, what are your thoughts?
Captain, I'm shocked,
I don't know, bro.
but it's
I think
okay, and I'm
Scumond
just
is
as
so...
sad as Lord.
I don't know. This just reminds me of Scumond in finals.
It's the 4th of July.
Like
I truly
Labrov and
understand
Scumond, it just straight up remind me of how they played in finals in EU. Like,
because my team
there is some...
for free against a
Like, look at this, okay?
they always find
Quest is looking to go to match.
Both have so much CC.
This
that you
fight
get
on
the
mid, right,
knockups
that we saw.
Pushing.
Dawning Shadow. He's already almost dead. On the Elder, and it is the Elder. This time, Baron
Look at this frame,
alive,
okay?
As this next fight could just determine everything. Kills tied 13-13. Yeah, it's a 2,500 gold lead for FlyQuest, but that's not a lot. The Cloud Soul.
He's just playing 52 screens away. Like, why is he standing here? What's that?
Obviously, being a much bigger difference.
Look, he's clicking back.
Maker.
I don't know, like, he's playing so far back, bro. Like, he's playing 3 screens away, man. I don't know, bro.
Silence under Broken Blade from Whippo, but now G2 ready to step in. Caps goes between worlds, and Masu's already almost.
I want to look at something. I want to look at something. I want to look. I want to. What the fuck? Not. What the? I want to look at something.
Deeper. I don't know how T1 did it. Like I have so much respect, not just because they won everything and shit, but
Mistake I would say on paper, right? It's like the first time Fresh makes everything. It's about which made out of though. Like my first LCS game ever was in a big arena in Lille. Like I played, like I believe was called the Zenith. It was made out of wood. I'm playing 2013 even. Everything fresh makes everything exciting. That was a big mistake, I would say. We had some, like Mickey was brought back to everything. Changing players, like bringing in Skewmond makes everything fresh, makes everything exciting. But obviously, it's like the first time G2 let go of Mickey X, that was a big mistake, I would say, on paper, right? It's like Mickey was brought back. And now we mentioned we had some points about how T1, managed to somehow piece it together because they are aware of each other. They know each other and they've been through so much. So their experience is it's like hardened steel, almost like their experience. And now you come into next year, you have players that are very inexperienced and so forth in terms of playing those big venues and big events that G2 is going to most likely, of course, play at. I wanted to ask you, in regards to the risks that you have assessed in terms of course, letting go of the roster, because obviously there's a lot of good things in having that familiarity. What are some of those risks that you are aware of and things that you, of course, prepare for coming into the next year?
We have new players, so they could choke. I don't know how Skewmond and Labrov will react on a really big stage with thousands of people cheering against or for them, depending if we play in France, China, or wherever. But we know we're working on it. Isma is an incredible performance coach. He's working with them.
For a player and so forth. But what I wanted to follow up with, because obviously on my end, I think Mickey is one of the best performing European players of all time. I think for you guys in the biggest matches of the year, which is where I put a lot of importance, especially considering what G2 is, whether it's the World Championship, MSI, even the regional finals, of course, Mickey performed really, really well. And I think that when it comes to those big games, he is truly, truly fantastic. And we all agree that he's going to do well on Fnatic, but how much can you share in regards to why G2 decided to move on from Mickey? Because the other change, I think I can rationalize a little bit more in my mind.
I think Mickey was getting tired of some of our processes. And if we had to restart a year with him, we would have had to sit down and talk a lot. Maybe it was costing him too much energy. Maybe, not sure.
People that say that Mickey gets caught don't understand the fucking game. Like, people just don't, they just don't understand the game. People that are saying that Mickey gets caught. It's just such a cop-out because it just means that you're looking at the game such a surface level and you see, oh, a player died, must have been bad.
I mean, it is incredibly hard.
The amount of risk Mickey takes to get a game going and the amount of angles he finds in games that other supports don't, that is the risk that you pay. In a lot of cases, Mickey dies in spots where the enemy shouldn't be, because he's making very, very rational assumptions.
G2 fans have to ask because it is just him. It is all the pressure in the world. It is all of the expectations on his shoulders, but they cannot go anywhere else at this point.
Or don't, you can go home quick.
Or, that's an option. Thank you.
FlyQuest are on match point. We'll see if they can finish the job. But Twitch subscriptions are
No,
back
Caps
for
is
MSI.
tired.
Subscribers enjoy benefits like enjoying MSI ad-free, custom chat
Come on,
emotes,
come on,
badges,
Caps.
and
Give
more.
Caps a
Riot
dub.
allocates a portion of the proceeds in the global revenue pod, directly supporting the leagues and teams in LoL Esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This Way in-game emote. And we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if FlyQuest can finish the job.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
play the local way. Pay your way.
Bro, this AI smile is creeping me out, bro. He seems to be a good dude, bro. But something about his smile is just off. I think it's a slow motion cam. It's kind of like, you know that vibe? You know the vibe? You understand the vibe?
Existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Never forget. I think that's insanely cope. And then there's people that are angry at the reaction. It's either the T1 Giga haters or T1 Giga lovers, you know? There's no in between. There's no in between. Well, we need to rewatch this now. I think it's time.
On both Kiaya and Levi. That's a lot of extra money if you let G2 pick these up. Skewmon, though.
Classic. I'm in between. I think everyone's in. Most people are in between. The in between is where people are rational. Wait, what? Where was the video? Here, maybe. Here was the comments go crazy. Oh, here. Like, troll them is in the chat now, right now, I think, usually. Crazy how random still lashes on the most decorated player in the game and the guy who won MVP at Worlds. And then the irony of troll them is bringing up Lionel Messi. It is just peak irony. Oh, T1 is a very likable team. Like the players and how they play, for sure.
Oh no, I can't hear Sharks anymore. Something's happened. Oh,
nice. Go for the legs.
Everybody
Good sweep.
disappeared.
Good sweep.
All right, Raz is working on
I think just of anything that has an absurd amount of fans are going to be annoying. That's it.
They are up 2-0, match point here in this best of 5 against
T1
G2.
players and the staff, bro, I fucking the team, the competitive side, I love this team. T1 has given us one of some of the most fucking exciting moments of the game, bro.
Is that I feel like Raz is getting more.
Being a T1 fan is synonymous with being a league fan. But I think most people just don't like the delusion. Because I think the delusion takes away from their story. Like, let's say by some miracle, MSI wins this, like T1 wins this MSI.
Having to go up against Canyon a few
I think everyone, all the delusional people are gonna say, see, you're just stupid. How could you not predict this? It's fucking T1 at an international. Are you dumb? And they will take away from the whole story.
We're gonna have to find
they will take away from the whole story.
him up for success so that he can have a little bit more impact here in game.
And this take, like here, that Deftoni Boney said that the problem is just the K-pop attitude. No, it really isn't. I really don't like when people like complain about K-popification. That is just like just a different way of expressing fandom, which is completely fine and okay. Because the obsession.
FlyQuest back on the blue side. G2 have opted to
the obsession of people that are sports fans is way more dangerous and way worse. Fucking hooligans breaking shit and breaking streets and doing fucking vicious things.
Almost zeroed out Masu, but the TF, the
like
continuing to be banned. The Talia
it's like, bro, the girl fans are goated, by the way. The like, bro, the girl fans are goated. Like, they are creating so much and doing so much for the fandom in the events as well. This is really good for the game. Anything that becomes obsessive at both sides of the spectrum, of course, is really bad. But people wrap it under fucking one blanket, and I think that's really bad.
Basically went undefeated throughout the entire spring split on it, and so just taking that away, removing some of that.
It's just that you can't look at the extremes of something. Like, let's say K-pop and the fandom. The extremes, of course, are gonna be bad, but that's because there's so many fucking K-pop fans. It's normal. It's completely normal. I just don't like it. I hit on this really hard because I don't like it when people say the K-pop fandom is not good, because the majority of it is positive, in my opinion.
With them being back on blue side here, it's probably going to have to be another blind pick for Bwipo. You mentioned the Renekton ban, you know, it's something he's so comfortable
Jax
on.
ban,
That would be a good blind
G2
pick,
ban, Talia Ozzy themselves, Twisted Fate is out. Mid lane. We are in Ari Silas territory. I feel like Caps is saying, I want to get Silas on 3 here, guys. I want to play it against the Nico. And before he goes so far to blind it, because Cassio is out and Rise is out. And Aurora is out. And Yon is out. I don't want Cap Silas, honestly. Just give me Cap Silas.
I think into Labrov, she's even better.
Alright, Lucianami, I don't mind that. Lucianami, I like it. I like it.
And I think that in terms of range matchups is where he's at his weakest. Now there's a possibility
is Mouse gonna play like MF?
Here. Alternatively, something that we see often from Labrov is things like
Orient to Silas is good, yeah.
Kind of Potal matchup
yeah, it is.
Advantage. But given that we've already seen the Lucian locking, we are looking at either a Braum or a Nami, potentially a Leona on the bot side of G2. I wonder if they'll prioritize their jungler.
Stop biting my nails. Lucian Nautilus.
Okay, so the bot lane
okay. To be fair, this was the tech that anyone's legend did, and I kind of liked it. But that was not into Nico, no?
In the bottom lane,
what was that into, guys? They played Lucian Leona. Was that into Nico? Might have been into Nico.
And after that, though, Busio was really
what did he do with it against?
Making so many moves, so many big plays. So if he
I think Maso MF is likely, I think.
Busio is very good with his map movements, with his creative plays. And we go into the York. Okay, we were talking about these Bwipo blind picks. He is one in North America. He was the first one, at least in our league. You know,
he won most of the time when it matters performs. Well, that's just not true. That's the thing. It's just not true. They managed to do it at Worlds time and time again, but then again they lost against DRX. That mattered, right? They didn't win domestic finals. They didn't win MSI. Do we just conveniently say that those things don't matter? I think that's crazy. All right, they're doing FlyQuest is just doing the fucking the rotation of death.
Because some of the
from
other, like,
Anyone's
counter
Legends.
matchups are ones that people mention that are super difficult, but you don't see in pro
Cho'Gath?
play. Like an Aurelia is so risky.
The thing is, Trundle masks the Cho'Gath lock-in as well here.
Aurelia doesn't have her own escapes, so then it makes it
I don't
hard
mind
for you to,
Nafiri,
like, play
but
side
still
lanes
Trundle
later,
can do well against
and
Nafiri.
team fights and stuff, and so looks like they're not too worried
I
about
like Trundle
that
into
one, and they wanna
Nautilus
get
as
the
well, but
Nefiri
Lucian is good
first.
into
That
it.
champion does have so much mobility.
Flagos is
but
very
even
Anyone's
so,
Legend
we have
build
seen
here.
decent Trundles across the world go for invades even against Nefiri and chase them down sometimes.
I'm a turtler.
Trundle, simple
What the
champ.
fuck?
He gets close, he takes a bite
Happy
out of you,
birthday,
and
man.
bonks, bonks, bonks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's fast, and he can put the pillar up to make you slow.
He's going to be looking to put that dog in the kennel, all right? Like, that he is, he's a champion that can definitely find advantages
No,
early.
and that's
We'll
the
see
thing.
how
It's
things
like,
pan out as
he
we move to
won.
the second phase of bans.
Do well.
The carries are going to be the target.
But I don't
There's
like this
Kalista now
idea.
moved to nice
It simplifies
pairing
things too much to say that they only perform when it matters.
I'm wondering if they're worried about things like the Kai'Sa still available. I don't know. With the amount of, I think Ezreal might be something they think about.
It's like a
Just
narcissist
range,
prayer,
very
you
safe
know?
on the bot side,
It's
but
like,
also just synergizes well and opens you up to allow the
if it
Nico to start
happened,
roaming
I
around the
didn't
map.
do it.
But the thing about
And
the
if
AD
it still
carry there is
happened,
feels like
then it wasn't
every AD
intentional.
carry is viable in a way,
And if it
so
was intentional,
you're really just concerned about the most
then it was a
threatening
good
ones
thing
pair
that it
nicely with
happened.
the Nico.
Yeah, I feel like we don't really start to see AD carry feel super pressured until game.
thank you much for the Prime Gaming, put your muck bosh.
Meanwhile, on
Appreciate
the other
that. 30
side
months of
here,
support is
with G2
crazy, bro.
essentially
Thank you.
have this Nefiri
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
carry jungle here for
Okay, Kalista
Skumon.
ban.
They're looking at some other
I don't know. I think
possible,
Amasu is just going to
meta
look
mid
for
laners there,
Misfortune,
so
no?
actually do think the
I think
Ahri
Misfortune.
is a good ban, since
Misfortune is
Annie
just the
and
best
Aurora,
lane here, I
those
think.
two other
Rom.
really big ones
They
are
expect
already off the
Nico.
table, obviously, from last
They expect
game.
Nico to
See
go
if there's any
mid?
other of them that
Are you mad?
FlyQuest are actually worried about.
This is quite clever. So they're aware of the potential flex of that Nico into the mid
Are they
lane.
banning Silas? They should ban Cap
Wary
Silas,
of a
no?
possible Braum Caitlyn or something coming out from the bot side of the map, so they just choose
I don't know
to ban
about
with
Nico
Braum
mid. I
to
don't think
kind of
that's real.
mitigate and push away from
Gwendolyn
that
ban.
potential flex of the Nico. The
They're
Gwen
banning
being
BB
banned
Gwen.
on the top side can be a good carry option for Broken Blades. Cho'Gath is usually the direction.
I think MF would be a good ban. I feel like MF is probably the best AD that Master can pick, no?
Exactly. It's just like what you mentioned earlier, Kobe. You pick the Yorick blind, but then you give him his buddy with a bonk stick to make sure that Cho'Gath. Hey,
Cho'Gath gets picked anyway. Maybe he's gonna go for like some phase rush kind of tank build. I don't know. Like maybe AP Cho'Gath. It's like Cho'Gath is can just eat the wife. You can eat out and like Yorick's wife from 6 to 11, which is really good for the matchup, and he heals on ghouls. Cho'Gath mid has been pretty nerfed. It's not as good. Orianna blind is pretty solid. I think we might see caps on Hui, guys.
Doesn't summon the
We might see caps on Hui here.
isn't going to one-shot it, so you can do it later.
And then I think MF, no? Just fucking pick MF.
But that is normally the reaction. If the Cho'Gath
Turn
is
into
in your
Elk.
lane with Feast ready, you just don't summon it.
So seeing Orianna, I am wondering if G2's thinking about either a Silas or an Akali for Caps. When we think about how he's been playing, wanting to give him as much agency as
Isa,
possible,
alright, alright.
he must be feeling very confident, and he'd want to have a nice jungle matchup.
Not the greatest Kai'Sa game, I'm gonna be
jungle
honest.
pairing is what I mean.
Not the greatest.
And into an Orianna Nico, there are some good ultimates to steal. The Kai'Sa as well. Silas might be the direction, but Akali is good into the Orianna as well.
Ooh, Akali. There's some Akali value here, guys. But Kai'Sa's pretty good against Akali. That's the only pain point here, I think.
Caps on the carry in the mid lane. This is the guy to look at to see if he can keep G2's hopes alive. The Cho'Gath, the big front line for G2, but you also always have this little bit of a warning sign, this exclamation point when you're running one main frontliner against Trundle. Trundle has a very obvious target in every fight on who to ult.
And also, sometimes it can be hard to play some of these short range, like
Okay.
melee carries into a
Caps
Nico.
at least is playing a
Lucio
melee
doesn't
champ.
always
I
have
wanted
to
Silas,
be
but this is
the
good
very
enough.
beginning of the
Just let him get busy and please fucking give him backup, anybody, for the love of God.
Melee carries are going to have to really worry about that positioning if you get locked up by full Nico combos.
I'm expecting bot lane to be volatile early. It's been pretty violent so far in this series, and I expect it to continue to be so. Don't be surprised to see junglers pathing towards bot side early to try and get involved and either protect, cover, or just get involved in the action. Mid lane, of course, is an area where G2
Why is
would
Caps
love to try
reluctant
and
to
find
play
advantages.
Salas?
If they
It's
can
not so good in
unlock
this
Caps with
matchup.
a kill or two, then Orianna becomes very difficult.
I'm
to
not a
play
fan of
on the
Skimon
side
Nafiri.
lanes.
You have to
But
ask yourself at that point, what Skewmon champion are you a fan of?
Caps down, then they're in a great position to round this out in a 3-0.
Because if you don't like his Nafiri, you don't like anything he plays.
Busio is 8-1 on the Nico.
I was worried at the start of the day. I feel like that I can't be more worried.
Well, I do have a fun fact here for you, Vedius. As of this game right here, Caps has now passed Xiaohu for
at least they have competitive lane matchups.
Games of all time for any player at 193. Only Faker is ahead of Caps in terms of international appearances.
That's a cool stat, bro.
There is a reason why he's called the Western GOAT. The fact that he made back-to-back World Finals all those years ago. The fact that he's competed against some of the best mid laners in the
Western
world.
GOAT, come on now.
He's recognized as being a super talented individual, and if he wants to keep that number going up here at MSI, he needs to step up here in Game 3. He's already had a very strong performance.
I'm just worried that they're not gonna put Caps in the fights that he needs to play, man. I'm worried about that.
Keeping watch of the Raptor camp to see if there's any attempt at warding so he can alert Inspired. So much easier to work around the information that your opponents have when you already know.
I think if Inspired finds invade angles due to the Orianna strength into Akali early, he can also, I don't know, Skewmon from behind, I hate it.
Into these CC heavy champions, not this time around. Barrier for both, and I feel like this leads right into what Vedius was talking about with these volatile bottom lanes ready to scrap from the get-go.
Labrov positioning in the lane, fishing for a hook, but Masu and I was about to say Masu and Masu.
Double Masu.
Masu and Busio.
Whenever I see...
Positioning nicely within the minion wave to deny that hook possibility. Hansama being denied some farm. Mimo on the top side of the map. Whippo already getting out to a good
Whenever I
start.
see... whenever I think of... when I see Masu, I think of Masuo.
Advantage in the early trades.
Means butter in Polish.
Moving up there, he had the ghouls ready on the ground. Goes up and gets it. We also saw on
Little
the
Masu angle.
map. Masu
This Yorick skin needs to be fucking inspired by...
so they got double value out of it.
has to be inspired by...
double Uzi skin.
fucking Slash, no?
Uzi skins.
Triple Uzi skins, but they just paid for the whole event.
FlyQuest already popping off in the bottom lane there, as they do have control over this, and it's already a better start than game
Not gonna lie, guys, don't kill me, right? But I don't think the skin is that great. I think that the Star Guardian Kaiser is better. IG Kaiser is better.
See a lot of the Nico with the Kaisa, because the Kaisa is pretty short range and doesn't have the strongest lane phase by herself.
I said it.
You pair it with
I said
Nico,
it.
and you're able to have that agency.
Cue the
pushing in on the
Herbert's enthusiasm music. Dum dum dum. Yeah, I'm out to remove from MSI co-stream.
Whippo. Nice damage on the broken blade there, but he'll still heal some of it up again. You kill the ghouls, you get the proc your passive, you heal up on everything that you kill, even if it's a little trash ghoul. Quad gets Caps very low though, down to 100 HP.
Alright, Caps finally drank his potion, his lotion potion, loses the cannon. I think Quad Orianna is probably his best champ, not gonna lie, man.
Has done a full clear and has made his way down. He's using the pressure that he has from his bot lane to move into the enemy jungle, and he set his sights on the blue buff.
Inspired. Alright, Skewmondo gets it.
This is what we were talking about, the pushing lanes for Trundle.
No, this is Slash, bro. Is Peter Steele the name of Slash? He's Slash, you know? That's Slash. With the fucking top hat. Guns N' Roses.
No problem for him, and he can just cross over for the Scuttle Crab. I think he should be able to finish it and chase it upwards and be just fine, even though you see Inspired crossing. Inspired's actually wrapping through enemy jungle.
Oh, Skewmondo, Skewmondo.
This is the tragedy for Whippo. So many times you see him
he does the Q damage.
sticking around, wanting
Yeah, Skewmondo, I think, should W early to have more dogs for the damage, and then he should E, Q, and then Q flash, and then he kills, I think. I think he just kills, no?
So they've been trying to trap this.
Oh, shit. Skewmondo, Skewmondo. Surprise, motherfucker. All rise, motherfucker. French fries, motherfucker.
That is why he saw it coming a couple steps
Tough.
ahead. The
Tough.
Inspired becoming
Skewmon behind. I think that's lights out, guys, for G2. I think it's 3-0, bro. It's 3-0.
Labrov covering mids.
Labrovador.
Wanting to at least try to get a summoner spell here out of Quad, but
It's the first gank Labrov has ever made on mid. I'm joking, guys. I'm just sad for Caps.
That's not going to do a whole
I'm
lot.
sad for Caps.
We've actually got, as we're standing by in this early game, Lore is standing by with Masu's family. Lore.
Masu's family. Assalamu alaikum.
Right now, alongside his mom. How does it feel watching your brother play here at home in Canada?
It's a very emotional time.
This has to be
for
Masu's
her.
sister, no?
I just want to say that
This is
we're
Masu's
proud of
mom.
him,
They look
irrespective
the
of
same age.
or the team winning.
She looks so young.
Thank you
The mom
so
needs to be
much.
next, no?
Hopefully he can
That's his
come up with
sister.
some fast Casters, over to you.
That's sister. That's sister.
Love seeing the family come out to support the players like
All
that.
right, relax,
especially
relax.
here on home turf
Be
in
respectful. Be
Canada.
respectful.
Already up to a 2-0
Be
lead
respectful.
Would be an awesome moment for Masu and for all
Be
of
respectful.
FlyQuest. If they can close this one out super clean, but they've still got to play through G2 to do it. Cap's going to take his
Be
recall
respectful.
now. Level 6
Don't be
on the
weird.
Akali. Keep your eyes on him for roams and plays. We're looking at him to be that X
The mother was like, I'm sending my prayers
Factor moving up to the
to
top side. He's got his
the Danish mid laner.
and Wolves ready, so should be able. Wait, it's pretty deep ping here from him as well. He's setting up for a possible future play.
All right, we've got one real inspired farming a frog. We've got a fake inspired heading top, looking to give some grief to Broken Blade.
Bro, I really like what GENG does and also FlyQuest does. And also AL did. It's just like the freezes on the swap. I really, really like those. Because look, Yorick Mori is farming so much while Broken Blade is getting frozen on. Like the wave management is just better from the Kaiser. And now they are crashing the wave and breaking the play when Inspired is ready to dive. And Whippo is just having fun, playing his own mini game with the wave. Skimond.
Oh no! That can't be your last game at the event. It can't be your last game at the event.
They still get the dive. Feet of Warfare claimed by FlyQuest.
Oh, Whippo just 1v2 and she give us Whippo cam. Give us Whippo cam. Whippo, give us Whippo cam. Oh, let's get
The brush, the vision.
Oh my god, this is painful to watch. What is
I feel for you, you know, because Nefiri W is broken, but it's not broken if you don't press it there under the tower.
Show Whippo cam. Whippo cam. Give us Whippo cam.
Whippo for moving up towards
Whippo cam.
you know, and forcing them to
Holy bro, that shovel that Whippo just bonked in Skumon's head with, bro, it just shattered Europe. It shattered Europe. Shattered Europe.
So brutal to watch. Like the idea is solid. You get a lot
The
of good
Solana
damage
token
down onto
dumped
Whippo, but literally,
completely.
like he said, like he got impatient,
Give us a
went
Whippo
underneath the
cam.
tower.
Skumon's level 5, Inspire 6. He wants to party. Labro flashes. What the fuck? Desperation clearly shown. Inspired flashes out after ulting. Alright, Labrov. Flash for flash.
But FlyQuest doesn't want to overcommit to this, so it'll be Labrov's flash, traded for the flash of Inspired. +1 ulti technically for G2.
Look at the lane assignments that we're getting from FlyQuest right now. Whippo with the pressure on the bot side of the map. They've also moved their mid lane in. They've moved their bot lane into mid to keep Caps underneath this tower. They're fine playing the Orianna into the Lucian because they know that.
Oh, Caps is ahead on CS, guys. He's playing Akali versus Orianna. He's ahead on CS, and then he has this performance around him, bro. Yeah, this is
good for this team. The bottom
What's
lane
Suze?
together, of course, you know Masu as well.
What?
But Busio, there's been so much talk
Why?
about his improvements, over the years, and he has just been so good in North America and showing it with the map control.
But I told you guys, if you listen to my rundown, I said G2 did fine against GENG, but they're gonna be so much worse against FlyQuest because it's elimination match, and they are expected to do better. Against GENG, no pressure. Everyone expects to get 3-0, no problem. But here, bro, fucking backstage, they have a whole ass staff ready to do the Heimlich maneuver.
But Masu pretty unafraid of him, uses the supercharger there for the extra attack speed, but Caps
Here you need to perform.
gives him enough distance.
FlyQuest is making fun of you, bro.
On the back end of things. FlyQuest up a little bit over 1,000 gold. Again, they've already got the Feet of Warfare. They're up +1 in terms of neutral objectives since they claimed all 3 grubs. No dragons taken early on in this one. Kimtech first Drake typically has pretty low priority considering the stats that it gives don't really feel super effective in the early stages of the
Quad.
game. But Hans and Labrov now
Look at this squad is just 1v2ing them, completely disrespecting them.
Just think the lane assignments from FlyQuest continue to be so good.
The FlyQuest wave management is so insane, by the way, in the swaps.
She's so susceptible to ganks in these longer lanes, but it's very difficult for Hansama to just walk up and trade against him. Quad feels very comfortable with the level 2 boots to go toe-to-toe with Hans. He was getting zoned from a lot of farm. Meanwhile, Masu had full access to wave after wave in the
Alright,
mid lane,
Caps.
getting solo experience
Caps.
as well. He's nearly got a full level over Hansama. He's got a 20 CS lead. Meanwhile, Quad...
I don't know, Caps is just 10 CS ahead, like he's just suffering. I don't know, bro. I don't know, is this... This series in a nutshell, bro. Look at that, bro. This is the series in the nutshell. This is the series in the nutshell. In the nutshell, man.
And the outer towers do get taken down.
Caps is so elo held. It's unbelievable, bro.
Having supremacy in the side lane and putting some more pressure onto the Ori. Maybe G2 can find angles there, because it looks like it is probably going to be another like G2 pray for Caps to pull out some really big plays in this game.
Okay, and you can see right down there in bottom lane, as soon as Broken Blade ulted a minion.
How rich is Bwipo, by the way? Like, he's got money, bro.
The maiden because he knows he'll at least get one feast cooldown worth of value out of it before Broken Blade tries to burst it down and kill it off.
Well, Caps leave next year, bro. He's signed to like 2027, bro.
Gold lead still stagnant where it was before. Still a moderate lead for the side of FlyQuest, as Inspired, not real Inspired, but fake Inspired, now real Inspired. Both of them moving up there towards the top side, but Caps will be reinforced by the TP from Labrov.
Labrov with the
The fake
DP.
Inspired is always with the real Inspired because Busio plays so well. He plays so well with his jungle, and they have been able to create so much. You know, he sacrificed his life for the topside tower dive. But also, as you mentioned, you know, and we were talking about in Champ Select, like the Yorick here, Bwipo, early on, not summoning the ultimate when he did have to face Broken Blade, and the feast was ready, and then choosing his moments, you know, in the 3v1, and after the feast cooldown has been used. And with this early lead, FlyQuest will come and claim what is rightfully theirs. They have pre-existing vision, waves in very good spaces in both.
Drake number 1 with 3 grubbies. I think FlyQuest is gonna massacre them quickly, bro.
Feel very methodical and calm.
Feels like that. Honestly, the confidence is slipping away from G2. They're very much a spectator right now.
Elo hell is so fucking real, but only in competitive.
On the map, and FlyQuest are running around, pretty much doing everything that they want to. And that's the one thing that I love watching about Inspired. He plays with nothing but confidence. Caps going for a nice trade.
I think anyone would forgive anything to play with Caps.
He should feel a lot more comfortable in this matchup. Always having that potential of a kill with his ultimate available. Once he gets level 11, that cooldown is going to be extremely valuable, along with the extra damage. Yeah. But for now, it's FlyQuest.
Masu, Mickey,
Herald spawns in about 2 minutes time. They can continue to
Bwipo, Caps, Inspired.
Anything. They've hit that double Trinity Force power spike, which you love to see. And yeah, FlyQuest very comfortable 13 minutes into the game.
And that's the thing with these early leads, you're still going to be able to get to the point where G2 have their
Masu Busio just fucking played the lane so brilliantly, and Hansama, Labrov, Skimond lost 1v3 against a Yorick Mori.
For Skewmon, you've got the Heartsteel on the Cho'Gath of Broken Blade. Essence Reaver for Hansama. The biggest gold lead for the side of G2, the only gold lead, is Caps with that massive farm advantage of 5 waves. Broken Blade here. He doesn't have the feast. He's still going to try to whoop the Maiden a little bit, but not quite enough damage to guarantee the kill, so the Maiden gets back to the safety of Bwipo, as the gold lead has shrank a little bit here, and we'll see if G2 can fight their way back into this one as the TP into the top side arrives from Quad. Broken Blade versus Bwipo down here in the bottom lane. Bwipo has lost his Maiden. Skewmon is nearby.
The ego checked Casey so fucking hard.
Broken Blade is low on HP. Bwipo will walk into the
Bro,
river now. Skewmon
Casey didn't play G2.
Bwipo doesn't walk any closer.
Yeah, he's got his flash, so he's kind of staying on range there. They might have seen one of those little dogs as he walks away from the brush.
Okay, that's first turret claimed for FlyQuest. We crest the 14-minute point, and we can see that G2 claimed no turret plates during the early game here in game number 3. FlyQuest getting 3 of them themselves, so not a crazy advantage in gold built up through those plates. A pretty low plate game overall, but FlyQuest securing the
Yeah, that inspired trap on Skewmon was cheeky. Skewmon walked around, he was on vision, they clapped him.
Out of his jungle, but he takes a little bit of
Drake on in 2 minutes.
Inspired still up here on the top side.
The next fight, they just need to pray and hope Caps gets... he needs to get his Dark Seal to 10, bro. He needs Dark Seal to 10. That's the prayer.
Knowing that Skewmon is likely on the bot side of the map. Not only does Bwipo respect the possibility.
Guys, don't make the insults personal about like, but I also think like if someone calls someone a pig, I don't think I think it's a gameplay insult, no?
Look at this vision line ahead of the spawn of the objective.
Because I when someone ints, I call them dirty pigs sometimes. For me, that's a gameplay insult.
G2 could possibly use because they push up the minion wave in mid lane. That gives you some artificial vision. Then you have the full wards on jungle, and they actually have a couple of
dirty pig in game, yeah.
Bwipo here trading again, and Skumon actually visits, but Inspired is here covering.
Yeah, Broken Blade goes
movement,
for the
Bwipo movement.
Does not hit it. Bwipo getting away, but he's already feasted on Broken Blade. Nice kill on Bwipo.
All right, the feast also effective on the York himself. Not just the maiden. Jumps him down. So G2 do get some money.
Good.
And again,
Bwipo refused to flash.
But it's still difficult for G2 because they invested everybody.
What's up, Angel?
Down to the bottom side of the map, or at least jungle as well as support, which is
EU.
members. And so FlyQuest will still start up and take the objective.
Flying,
really
questing.
He did have his flash available, and I think that he
Always
thought that
pushing,
I'll probably
never
get
resting.
one more to attack in me before I die. Definitely caught me off guard, that's for sure. At the very least, G2 will get another kill on the board, but FlyQuest maintaining that control over these neutral objectives.
Did anyone predict BO fly?
Next point of focus, 40 seconds away. G2 with the play on bot
I
side,
did.
able to get a bit of deep vision
I have a
into
shadow
FlyQuest
bullet,
jungle,
but
Inspired having now
I
cleared his
didn't
top
say it
side,
publicly, so it doesn't count.
back towards bot, maybe even can get a cheeky reset in ahead.
You wanna wear cat ears? No, thank you.
We're expecting a bit of a contest over.
Also an AO vs GENG, I already have a video about it. You can look that up on YouTube, my friend.
You know, York abilities, but that does mean so
If someone gives
much
2 subs, I will wear cat ears.
Okay, boys, let's
Otherwise,
take
no.
stock of where everything's
I'm an
at.
expensive
Caps
cat boy.
running away from some ghouls up here in the top lane. Next dragon spawning in 10 seconds, and it's G2 with the setup
Only 2,
around
yeah.
the pit with the wards in the FlyQuest jungle.
Elena, don't use our money. Don't use our money. I swear, if you use our money,
Standing by here in the mid lane, grouped up.
if you use our money,
To answer the push from Broken Blade down there.
don't use our money.
Skumon is going to start the objective.
Don't use our money, Elena. I swear. Stop typing the credit card information right now.
That's a big team fight ultimate that FlyQuest doesn't
We're
have.
having a Drake.
FlyQuest with a Trundle ultimate.
Helicopter, helicopter. Yorick is on top. Yorick is isolating Caps. They got a Drake, okay. Masu. Healer on Labrador. Labrador should fall here every day of the week. Masu's gonna finish him. That's the Kraken Slayer proc. But Yorick Morphine, look at Yorick Morphine in the top lane, guys. He's isolating Akali in the matchup.
But lose their support.
And you can see the
Bomba
idea
with the
of
2
getting
gifted
there from
subs.
Inspired.
Alright, and I bring in the
Since guy is
Catius.
getting low, he walks forward like he's gonna go steal it to try and bait out that hook into the wall, and then
Bring in the
saves his
Catius.
pillar for the exit. So FlyQuest, even though they lose that dragon, there's wait a second.
Oh.
Squad's in danger.
Oh.
Broken Blade.
Oh.
He has his feast ready. The rupture silences him up.
All right.
beats him
Broken
down,
Blade is the
and
GOAT.
eats him up. Nice shutdown for Broken Blade.
Okay.
3-1-0 here in the Cho'Gath.
So Broken Blade is continuing to get bigger, but Caps being isolated in this Yorick matchup is
How
not
many
really
Catius
where
do we
you want
have?
this Akali to be. Ooh, Lucio.
Lucio in trouble.
Give me the hairy
Blossom
ones.
as he's about to
Yeah.
die. Pillar to make a little bit of extra distance, but Skumon's already got the first
Hold
kill.
on.
Now Masu's the next target. Bwipo and Inspired trying to protect their AD carry as G2 comes to life. A 5-man play around the bottom lane tier 1 turret. They might look to go for the dive. Caps coming around from the
Okay.
side. Masu knows he has to try to walk this one out the long way.
Okay.
Lebrav and Caps isolated. Lebrav
That's a TP.
trapped inside the Yorick cage.
Why are we
Lebrav
insisting upon ourselves? Can we just not base
and now it'll be a 4v4.
and accept a
With
good
the odds
play?
even, G2 heads home.
How many
These
subs to
pillars
take the
here from
Catius off
Inspired, They
to?
trap another one. The teleport timer not respected by G2. They wanted this moment to be their full comeback and reach a little bit too far.
I feel like Caps was just a little too antsy there. You could see he TPs in. He sees an
This is not
opportunity for a
necessary.
fight,
I'm worried
and then
about
they're threatening
Masu.
to
He's so far
dive
ahead.
against a full health
Masu has way too much
He's
money, man.
already itemizing towards the magic
Way too much
resistance
money.
as well. It was an ambitious play, and Inspired rightly punishes it. 5-4 still the kill advantage. Let's look back at the
How many subs for second pair of Catius? 2 subs.
This is, of course, after Broken
You can
Blade
add or remove
already
Catius for
got
2
that early
subs.
kill on the quad, but you're looking at the death timer ticking down and the teleport being ready for him. So FlyQuest, they kite back. They're doing some damage. There's still this minion wave that G2 have to deal with, so that buys the necessary time for quad to revive. And FlyQuest make the call. Okay, we'll attack
Caps
the
is
other
trying to
side
squeeze
and try
fucking
and
water
push
from
them
stone,
off
bro.
of this dive, and then your cage.
Okay, Lavrov is looking at Caps and he's like, fuck me, like, what are we doing here, brother?
This team can create too much terrain behind you.
Inspired is tanky. Like, this is not ideal for Akali when you're playing into this much magic resistance. And it's going to make it harder for Caps to have any real kill threat on Inspired at the very least. Of course, that's not going to be his target. Right. But with the Seraphs also finished for quad, these defensive items are quickly being completed, and Masu having 2 fully finished items along with the upgraded boots as well. Like, FlyQuest is looking poised and ready for the next fight.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, you mentioned it's hard for Caps.
Guys,
it's also hard for Skumon to get in there.
All right, Xcode wanted me to remove the ears.
Wait a
so
second, they're actually walking
that's already done. Thank you very much, Xcode. Appreciate you.
The Otacon taken in the darkness before G2 can respond to it. 17 flowers up to 31 after the Otacon harvest them all versus the 6 of G2. Plus 25 flowers is like an extra 2,500, 3,000 team gold difference as Whippo gets caught by the rupture. Flashes away, respecting the feast burst from Broken Blade. He remembers that last death, does not want to give away another freebie. This tier 1 turret in the bottom lane about to fall though, and Broken Blade's going to head home because he knows FlyQuest is setting up in the jungle of G2. Immediately, the turret dive would follow. If Broken Blade stayed around, Skumon passing through, but his blue buff has already been stolen by
Recaps indeed.
Inspired is just running the game. He can literally do no wrong. He's playing around his pressure beautifully.
I need to focus on the game, man. Fuck these cat ears.
The G2 aren't even aware of what's happening on the map.
2 subs for cat ears.
G2 is quickly losing so much control. It's 3 towers to 0. And Inspired is an absolute monster on this trundle. Meanwhile, again, we talked about it earlier. Master has a 1.5k individual lead over
Nico.
Hans.
Oh, it's real one. It's real Kaiser. It's not Nico. He hit. He gets invis. He doesn't get invis because of the W. Caps gets out. R into E. What easy. Thank you very much for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You very, very kind.
Spells used between the 2 of them. Red buff claimed for FlyQuest as they're locked and loaded for this dragon spawning here in
it's like, I think Skumon has been a war criminal this series. Ansama as well has been a fucking war criminal, especially that Poke game. I think Lavrov is like lower on the list of priorities of people that really ran it. Like,
Broken Blade is pretty much all G2 have right now.
Okay, the feasts have been good.
No
hey,
flash.
Broken Blade with a knock-up. Now G2's coming in. They found Whippo. This could be the fight they need right there. Caps gets the kill. And Whippo, wrong place, wrong time. That's the opportunity for G2.
Come on now.
Look at the mini-map, though. I think FlyQuest are making the right choice. Immediately push towards the mid lane. Set your sights on that tower. Just get more map control. G2 are desperate right now to get a foothold back into this game.
All right, G2, make this a series. I'm going to be staying awake for you, baby. No problem. Make it a series. Come on now, G2. Punch back. Punch back. I'm gonna do standing desk. I need to stand so I can swing my arms properly. Get the blood pumping. Really get the adrenaline going.
Get closer to the late game.
And nicely for G2 as well. They rotate Hans and LeBron.
Yeah, I don't know why the map is 160p. The items are 160p too, no? I gotta know what's up with the quality. What's up with the quality?
So G2 is now up a Drake. But FlyQuest still maintains their 1,500 gold lead with about twice that much value in adaptive force through those flowers that they've got.
All right, Capsimus. Capsimus. Guys, if Caps gets 10 Dark Seal stacks, then he's ready to go, guys.
Ask about it, Vedius. They're able to find that so much. That is so big considering the game state that they were in to be able to get Dragon number 2 as well as the extra gold.
Not yet. Nobody gave 2 subs.
FlyQuest have to be careful.
2 subs for
Not only because
Catius.
of the feast, but also the unsealed spellbook on LeBron.
Otherwise, I'll keep my dignity.
Plus a feast. So
we have 6 pairs of Catios that I can all wear at the same time. That's maximum.
Setting up a bit of a trap of their own.
Then I have hats. I have cowboy hat.
Trap inspired.
I have
how strong he is right now.
I have an MF Doom mask.
Topside jungle though. And he's
MF Doom mask
that
I can put on.
How many dots do you see? Inspired saw 1, and he was like, yeah, this probably isn't that safe. Moves away to safety. G2, kind of, we're in this lull state right now. Baron not
Hands up for 20 with the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. This is not for hats, guys. This is he didn't specify that it's for hats.
To match and catch these waves.
Biggest individual gold lead in the game is
Thank you very much, Hands up for 20. I appreciate you. You're a homie. You're a homie. We're gonna meet in Austria one day.
Jew Super HE thing with the tier 1. No, there's no cat tiers. He's just a friend. He's not paying for cat tiers, Sensible 20.
Bit of pressure here. Bwipo summoning up the Maiden. Still only a level 2 Maiden, but you can see the health on it now. Pretty tanky, 3,000 or more. Bwipo.
Oh, yeah, sure. What does that mean?
16, but the same story almost there for Broken Blade. Both of those level 3 ultis.
2 subs for cat tiers. Do you want cat tiers or no?
Broken Blade will find the Maiden, but again, the HP on it pretty tough at this point. Bwipo's just going to drop the cage defensively to try to keep Broken Blade away from the Maiden, but if Broken Blade can feast this thing, that's pretty important.
All right, he ate it. He ate it.
Secures the feast
no wife.
on the Maiden, but Bwipo is ready to try to keep the fight going.
Happy wife, happy life. Thank you very much. Oh, 2 gifted subs. Do you want 3 ears? Angel, bring the ears.
Pretty easily, and he goes right back to farming in the lane.
Helena.
9 stacks, pretty good for him, but Caps
over the wall, throws out a shuriken, does not find a valuable target.
Jesus.
Masu and Quad were both right there, but it just slightly misses.
That Masu lead that you're talking about can be very meaningful too. As he goes for the AP upgrade, that
what the fuck is this?
Is going to be a big advantage for FlyQuest.
But they're too complicated to put on.
The early advantage before the engagement.
What is this?
I like the way FlyQuest are playing on 2 lanes right now. That mid tower is not really defendable. And FlyQuest will pick it up. Good control, nice cross map, mainly because G2 can't get much on the other side. Caps is very slow to push on the Akali. Even if he gets close to the tower, it's likely that FlyQuest can respond in time. And so FlyQuest get themselves another small advantage.
And you can see Broken Blade's ulti is almost back up, whereas there's still half the cooldown on Bwipo.
Fuck, how do I put these on?
Very long cooldown.
Why do we own so many cat tiers?
Most of the others in the game. Broken Blade about to hit level 16 here on that Cho'Gath. Bwipo just hit that value there with the Yorick. So the next Maiden is going to be even beefier. Baron is up and alive on the map now. 1 minute.
Alright guys, 1 minute to Drake. Philip La Shadow Flamme. Spirit versus Trundle. This Trundle is fucking tanky, guys. It's possible to kill, and he can just ult Cho'Gath as well. That's the painful one.
Anything in G2 territory. As you can see, the wards placed down all over the map by the side of FlyQuest. Control ward in the Baron pit here. They'll disable one of the G2 wards as another clone used. This thing is so powerful as a scouting tool.
I think we collected them from Disneyland.
FlyQuest doing just a really good job with their vision in general.
Thank you very much, Enzo, for 20 for the support.
Busio enough, but just want to reinforce how well he is working with Inspired to keep an eye on what G2 is up to. The goal difference has largely stayed even. G2 haven't conceded any major advantages since the last fight, but as the observers
Drake on 15, guys. Drake on 15. I'm looking at Kaiser items, but Lucian has caught up somehow. How does Lucian have same item as Kaiser? Those Berserkers are expensive, man. That's 1.5k gold difference.
Full 3 items for Broken Blade.
Like Broken Blade's got 3 items on Lucian too somehow. Labrov, can you find the hook of death? Let's find the hook of death. Labrov, we need the hook of death. He's holding his hook. Broken Blade is stuck in the dishwasher. Inspired went for it. A bite for no reason. Inspired. Labrov flashes out. Here comes Akali TP. Akali on the flank. Labrov too fast. Labrov, why are you hooking? He comes for the feast. The E hits. Caps is looking. Oh, Masu. It's over.
G2 are gonna get wiped off Summoner's Rift. FlyQuest find the moment instantly.
I don't know, bro.
FlyQuest will steamroll G2
I don't know, bro.
as they march toward
Why did we hook? Why did we hook, bro?
Caps left standing. He jumps in.
I don't know, bro.
But it will not matter. The last golden statue is buried.
Shibal. Dynamis, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Man, I was getting hopeful too, bro. I was getting hopeful too.
FlyQuest in Canada.
I mean, FlyQuest completely dismantled G2, picked apart. Even when G2 found advantages, Fly were quick to take those back and shut them down. An impressive performance from FlyQuest,
bro.
who will stay alive here in
I don't know, bro. Like, Caps is just surrounded with 4 war criminals, bro. I don't know, man. I feel so bad for Capsimus Prime. I don't know, bro. Why are we hooking in like that, man? Like, why are we hooking in like that, bro? Like, guys, like, fucking hell, man. Just fucking... There we go, bro. Yeah. News from the airport.
Globally, One of the longest standing
G2, I'm not even doing the green screen here. G2, board the fucking plane. I don't even know if you deserve a seat. We're gonna put you in the luggage fucking thing.
Best in the West every time we saw them at
direct flight. We're already waiting for you.
Obviously, shakier in recent
We already prepared. We're already prepared.
Going into that last fight, I really did think it could have gone either way.
We already prepared.
Found a couple of picks beforehand. FlyQuest though.
Fucking hell, man.
Oh, Azale just texted me as well. It's no longer 2019. Just a reminder.
I mean, it is a significant fall from grace, even from last year. The G2 players and the organization made roster changes with the intention
Alright guys,
of having better performances internationally.
I have more ears here. I have 2 pairs of ears. I have these ears.
Last year, G2 made
these ears too. Nah, I'm so fucking annoyed. At least, you know, at least like my assessment of how G2 would do at this tournament was fucking spot on, innit? Fucking spot on, innit? Spot on! Except my Broken Blade placement. Broken Blades is the second worst performing top lane of the whole tournament.
The best steal goes through the fire, and for G2, you know they want to return better.
Only Guigo can be put below him, and even then Guigo played better than he did in that series against Furia.
FlyQuest will move forward, and I do believe that their next matchup, it only gets tougher from here, is going to be the loser of
Yorick found DPM on the boy.
That is some tough games.
I mean, it's an exciting one because I do think the FlyQuest, I mean, they showed some moments of brilliance against AL, and you would imagine that given what we've seen from BLG and T1, I'm hoping that it will be an exciting matchup regardless of who wins out on that best of 5.
It was a impressive showing coming out from FlyQuest in this one. I think everybody had big spots of bright moments, right? We look back, we think to that first game, we're looking at Inspired, right? Well, honestly, Inspired kind of had the insane entire series, but Masu constantly finding the angles he needed to find. You think to the final fight in game 2, barely staying alive on the Senna, getting that done. Busio's Bard just completely smurfing all over the place. Whippo with
what
the
is wifey bot?
kill on Caps back in
I don't know, the degens in the others. Like I have 2 Discord channels, right? I have one Discord channel here. Here is like the wifey bot. I don't even know what a wifey bot is. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. What have they done with my Discord? Oh my fucking god, bro. We need to remove fucking mod from people.
Very high potential, and they've set their sights and
wifey bot, bro.
The tournament only gets tougher from here.
Fucking
but
freaks.
FlyQuest has shown what they're made of. Now it's time.
This is the Discord that this is the Discord that's being used. Perma. This is the new one.
Vancouver, please a round
Okay.
of applause for the
I deleted the wifey bot.
FlyQuest.
That shit is weird, bro.
Guys, congratulations. What a statement series today. I want to go to you first, Masu, because regardless of the fact that G2 was taking kill, that they were grabbing objectives, you were always one step ahead on the map. Tell me about communication and your spot on macro this series.
Honestly, I'm the ADC, so I have like the least part in it, but I think today we just had some really good swaps.
Alright, G2, it's time to prepare for EWC, guys.
That kind of led to us
You're gonna go to Saudi Arabia soon, don't worry, you guys gonna be
where
fun.
they could play, where they could get gold, and we defended very well, and we knew exactly when we were strong and when we could make plays, so that was it.
Beautifully done. And Buzio, I was looking at you backstage between game 2 and game 3. First things first, happy 4th of July.
Thank you.
Must feel good. Stomping EU the way you did. You were dancing backstage between game 2 and game 3. What gave you the confidence that you were going to send EU home right after game 3?
Well, it was the 4th of July, so we had to win. But honestly, we didn't even need it.
Matsu, you came to MSI saying that you were the best Western team, but you were not quite confident in the fact that you had reached your ceiling yet as a team. Would you like to revise that statement now?
No, I still think individually I have a lot to work on, and as a team we also do. So I think we still have a lot more room.
Any more on the improvements that you guys want to make as a team?
Still just like communication, planning, and just playing as a team in general.
All right. Buzio, when I think about your first time on the international stage, last year MSI, We don't talk too much about this, but look at you now. Look at the improvement that you made, both individually and as a team. How do you reflect on your success and improvements?
I'm glad it's showing, but it's just a steady improvement, and more experience is definitely helping me.
Absolutely. Again, statement series from you guys, and you guys were playing, but I was hanging out with your family, actually, during this series. Everyone loves a supporting family, especially in esports. Brazio, would you like to say something to your parents who were cheering for you today?
Yeah, shout out to you guys for coming. I hope it was fun.
And Masu, we had an interview a couple days ago. You were telling me that you were a bit nervous. You wanted to make your family proud. And I got a chance to chat with your sister during the game, actually. And she was telling me how emotional it was for her watching you play and watching you succeed. Is there anything you would like to tell her and your mom?
Of course, thank you for coming and always helping me and supporting me. And hopefully my sister wasn't too weird.
Of course, a brother had to make this comment. Thank you so much to you both. Congrats on taking this one in your home crowd in Canada. Congrats on winning again on 4th of July against EU. A round of applause for Buza and Masu. And guys, that's all for us here on the stage. We'll be right back for the second series right after this.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make 'em turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and night.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay, I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
Changed the meta. He pushed the limits.
There was a series before and 3-0 FlyQuest. 3-0 FlyQuest straight up. That's why.
Battle cruiser operation.
Man, we will with Broken Blade Disaster Clear's Nightmare End. Capsule's horrific in game 1 and bot lane has been the best part of G2 this series. Hansama had a fucking horrible series, bro. Like, they 2 killed them once, and that's it. I don't know, bro. OG League bets kind of fucking deep fried cooked them, bro. Shout out to Steph Curry, bro. Always making me laugh.
Hunter in the dark.
Holy.
Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Holy.
Arumi Apotheosis donated $20.
$20.
3-0 G2, I believe L3-0 General G huffing on
$20, baby! Thank you very much. Since Fly 3-0 G2, I believe AL30 Gen G huffing on hopium. Oof. Bro, do you guys remember that guy earlier? I don't remember what he said. There was a guy earlier that came in here. Yamato, shut the fuck up. G2's gonna win. I have them in my parlay. Bro.
Send that parley to Dagestan 2-3 years and forget, brother. 2-3 years, forget, brother. 2-3 years, man. Tarzane better than Canyon. Shanks equals Chovy. Hope better than Ruler. Kale Duro based. Based on this year only. AO wins MSI Hopium. Alright.
On this year only.
Bro, if you spend $20 to send a message to the stream, or you can say whatever the fuck you want, bro. As long as it's not a crime.
Guys, yeah. I don't even want to talk to you right now, but I guess
someone's gonna send like 50 slurs. Don't do that.
Europe versus NA finals. And now we're getting what a lot of people were looking at as a possible tournament.
Shout out to Urumi and Apotheosis.
So we're going from hype matchup to hype matchup.
Hell yeah.
Thank you very much for the $20 and extra $40 in total. And Denmark is awesome. Thank you very much for the tier 1.
Let's look forward
to focus
has a full 20 with a message. I don't know what that means, but I think it costs you to do that. I don't know, we need to live in the now, guys. We are fucking enjoying ourselves, man.
Featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Shanks faces off against Chovy.
Why didn't let the bot finish the message, but why message doesn't show on stream? I think I have no idea. I think it's because I have 2 ways to donate, and the second one.
Given the chance to contend for a title in 2025, Shanks jumped on it.
Yeah, I don't know, this game I just really didn't like the G2 draft, and then later I just lost faith in Blacklist completely. I think the support gap was fucking massive. I think Maso had some moments that weren't that great, but I still think he played better. Annie, like, Caps completely tried to carry this game, really did a good job. Here, Caps didn't get a chance to ever fucking do anything, and BB did fine on show. I don't know.
Chovy versus Shanks. The victorious Chovy who brought MSI last year, coming against
let's read the subreddit.
Maybe of LPL here in the mid lane for anyone's legend.
1.3k, bro. 1.3k, bro.
Rankings among the mid laners here at MSI. Super exciting. I mean,
this is the worst G2 since the dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire.
And Shanks here in his first international tournament gets to do it. And all the interviews that he's doing.
What a jungle diff. Yeah. I think that was the biggest gap. I think I have to give him like Inspired is the MVP.
But he's also had good performances so far. The Azir game where he had insane farm. Dare I say, Chovy level farm on the Azir, keeping that up to defeat us.
Skumon honoring his French heritage by helping NA during July 4th.
So really good performances he showed already.
Jesus.
Lead into the hype here for the matchup.
Jesus.
100%. The expectation coming into this, for me at least,
imagine taking a pay cut to cook up a generational anti-clutch team.
So it will be fun to see that particular matchup.
Damn.
What is interesting to me is kind of the former teammates going up against each other, Tarzan versus Chovy. That has been a storyline that a lot of people
2021 G2 didn't make internationals because they ran into just fucking a super wall.
So coming into this one, this is a fun one of like career head-to-head versus when they were together on Griffin.
Exactly. Those Griffin days, lots of people remember it fondly. Of course, that's a lot of games. That includes Kespa Cup, that includes Challengers, includes
Hope they are not bad, just anti-clutch, you know.
And it's really exciting
both can be true.
Tarzan versus
I don't know, if you make a montage of Labrov last series of any competition, you will see some of the worst support gameplay ever, bro.
He had Chovy on his team.
I swear. I could have told you this before G2 started this year.
In LCK, now Chovy is on the other side.
It's funny because I was talking to Tarzan on stage and I was asking him, okay, what kind of advice can you give
It's
your
time
new
to
mid
get
laner
two
about your
Koreans.
former mid laner? And he told me he has to trust himself. He can go toe-to-toe against Chovy. So I'm really curious to see how this one is gonna go. What do you guys think about the matchup, actually? Who's taking this?
Ooh, I'll start with this one. I think it's going to be 3-2.
Do we all have the same ones?
Yeah, probably. This is supposed to be an Attack on Titan reference, but...
All right, Chovy didn't look the greatest in the first series, guys. Didn't look the greatest, but it's not like he didn't need to do a lot of work. This is where Chovy is going to show his legs.
My jungle go, you know, and GENG have just been so massive this year. 20-match streak for them, continuing.
Import Peter and Perfect.
Here in international as well.
And we
What
get to
the
see
fuck?
maybe the two favorites of the tournament here facing off against each other here in this first
What's a
round.
prediction on this
So let's
series?
send it
I
over
don't
to
know.
guesters for game one of AL versus
It's weird because I actually think that AL have shown high level of League of Legends, but I just can't believe that GENG is gonna lose. I can't. I think GENG would find fucked up ways to win. That's where I'm at. I think AL have better prep, better team play, but the individual players of GENG are just too fucking insane. I think Keen as well, what he did against G2 was fucking crazy. I think Keen is such an underrated demon.
Got GENG playing, come on.
Getting into game number 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into GENG versus anyone's legend. Anyone's legend could be your legend. Generations of gamers. Bottles ban on AL side, Twisted Fate. They're lining up for a first pick mid here. Talia over Azir. They're trying to challenge the Chovster. GENG, the type of team.
The best and worst of Canyon. That was
What I want to say is the type of team to challenge a Talia Azir matchup, but maybe Azir just got too nerfed. Because they have played Talia Azir matchup a couple of times.
already removed by AL on the
To be fair, that was also the last time Faker played Talia, and then he just didn't do it again.
Whether Shanks can contain Chovy, I think is going to be such a crucial part of these two teams facing.
Is this AL first pick Rise, guys? Or are they just actually first pick Pantheon looks good here, obviously with Viban.
I'm going to talk about it again.
Hope felt really underwhelming. I think he just warmed up to the series. Hope game 3 and 4 was still really fucking good. Hello, I am new. Are you a furry? Currently I am, yeah, because somebody paid a lot of subs for me to wear these ears.
For a lot of their team fight setup and cross mapping.
And as good as Canyon and Duro I think have been
Pantheon.
individually, when it comes to them as a duo,
Canyon's gonna play
really
Xin Zhao, the Spirit of
been as
China.
crazy as some of the other combos that we have within the LCK, so we'll see if that's where anyone's legend can find their opening, as the very early Pantheon Prio should come as no surprise. Incredible early dueling, a lot of side lane pressure. We've often seen the Trundle pick
How about a
into this,
little
but
rumble for
Xin
Keen?
Zhao, more
Little
skirmishing
rumble.
power.
I think his rumble is weak against Pantheon. Alright. Keen is one of the few Aurora top lane players. I wouldn't be surprised if they play Aurora into Rumble, if it comes down to it here.
Also, like,
because I think Flandre would pick it.
Also a really good takeaway from Shanks, right? We've seen how well he performs on that Aurora.
I think they could play Aurora into Rumble, no joke.
Coming to MSI and then additionally already at
Could
MSI.
happen. It's entirely possible.
The Rumble hover for Tarzan. This is kind of a Flandre classic. He's been playing this since he came into the LPL with Snake. And then, you know, just a really, really strong
All right, guys.
pick.
We'll see.
I think I've warned them long enough.
There's a slight possibility that GENG is going to be looking to flex his Aurora. They have done that before. Otherwise,
We go on a break. You guys need to pay again for me to wear them. It feels like my head is getting compressed.
Already being able to
Alright, let's match Duro Alistar here easily. Duro Alistar, come on now.
The other one that we've seen often is
Duro Alistar, goated shit.
Kyle locking that
They think they are picking Rumble like this and they are forcing a Galio lock-in. But I think this Aurora's going top, guys. I think this Aurora's going top. That's my read on Gen stuff. So basically they pick Rel here because they think enemy's gonna pick Galio on 3.
Just so much AoE teamfight count from AL already. You look at the Equalizer, the follow-up with the Grand Starfall, into the Magnet Storm. You have so much engage potential. You can see GENG realize that. So, okay, we need a bit of disengage. Let's get the Alistair in. Obviously, can be engaged himself. Xin Zhao also can disengage a little bit himself with that Crescent Guard.
Feel like might be good to ban away the Yone here. That Yone Rumble combination, I think, will make an already strong team fight even more lethal. Then GENG most likely going to be looking to pick up their AD carry here on 4 to kind of keep hidden what is going where exactly, not committing to a solo lane and possibly giving
Silas ban to make
if it is a Galio, I think we do
the
have a
Alistar.
idea of where it is going to go as the Silas taken away here from Shanks.
And we'll see if AL
Is AL mid that good? Shanks is really good, yeah.
Galio potential counter.
He's clean, bro.
Also, I think just works well with what GENG have already when we're talking about teamfight power. They are going to take out the Lucian for Ruler.
No real surprises there. Ruler obviously one of the best AD carries on the planet, and if he can be aggressive on that Lucian, can get himself in a really strong spot. Still looking for that next ban from GENG, currently targeting the mid lane. I did wonder if having the Aurora in mid, you just want to get rid of some of the good picks into it. So far, they'll get rid of the Silas, and then Corki Rel, just so strong in the 2v2. No real surprise that that's taken away as well.
And it's testament to the increase in form from Ruler specifically that he's getting these Lucian bans, because coming in, him and Dura were by no means.
I double checked and apparently Hansan's Koki build is normal.
We did see in the earlier games
Dom told me. I just thought the 4th item was weird.
Had some very, very impressive team fights, so it makes sense that
Ezreal, Lucian out, Kalista is still in, Jhin is still in. I feel like Jhin is really good for both teams, honestly. Here also, I think for GENG, they know that the enemy can't pick a tank, so Jhin is really nice lock-in. I want to see Hope on Sivir here. I think Hope Sivir could be something here. Kai'Sa could be playable too, considering they have CC on Rel and Pantheon. I think it's kind of nice, the Kai'Sa, not bad.
And one of the problems for AL is they now can't pick those safe AD carries either. So if the Alistar is going on,
Annie, are you okay? I think I'm expecting Aurora to go top. And then I think that GENG will pick a mage into the Annie. I know we hate Victor, but I wouldn't be surprised if they pick Victor here. Chovy Victor could be one.
Kai'Sa would,
Kai'Sa would fit in well
absolutely.
With that.
Will really slot in when it comes to the aggression.
You can also pick Galio, right? It's not horrible, but I just don't like it super much.
And it gives you even more potential to play towards those side lanes, right? Particularly once you get level 2 on the ultimate, there is so much possibility.
Vladimir counter to Annie, guys.
Big plays around the map as
okay, they're going Aurora mid. There it is. All right.
All reliable here for Keen. Just going
to play
for the rest of his team.
I like the Ornn more than Galio, honestly.
Matchup, but once you get Kaenic, you can kind of just absorb those punches from the Rumble.
It's a little troll, though, to hover Yasuo and then Vladimir and pick Ornn in the end.
Yeah.
Obviously makes sense as part of the team composition, but I was hoping for perhaps a little
bit
more
I don't know. This to me looks like a GENG win.
Drafts locked in. What do we think?
That's where I'm at.
How do we feel this game is going to play out?
I mean, this is exactly how AL want to play, right? They'll be super, super comfortable with this draft. It allows Tarzan specifically to join up for side lane plays. It allows a ton of follow-up. Whoever does decide to engage, either
AL have a good draft though, bro. Like, I don't know, bro. I feel like this series sets the tone for everything, because I feel like both teams have a fucking good draft. Honestly, both teams have a fucking insane draft.
An Aurora is on your team. You really want to watch out for that.
As Tabe, Coach Kim gonna fist bump here, and for GENG, I think the team fighting stands and falls with Canyon. If you can get to the 5v5 and you're able to absorb the initial blow, there's a lot of disengage, a lot of CC available. But as mentioned, Canyon, even on the Xin Zhao, some great starts and then into some mid-game fumbles. If you do lose control of mid-game into the comp that AL have, and you need to face check into Annie, into all the amount of burst that's there, could be tough for GENG.
Okay.
Definitely could be.
Well, I think this sets the tone for fucking everything, guys. This really, really sets the tone for everything. I'm hoping that these teams swing their fucking fists, man.
The reigning MSI champs, the #1 team on the global power rankings.
Let's just fucking lock in and enjoy this, bro. I forgot a pair of ears. I just saw it in the cam, bro.
But I'm sure they're up to the challenge.
What the fuck?
And this is the matchup I really want to see, right? Because a lot of people have really been doubting AL. Again, for them, I really think it comes down to how well can Shanks contain Chovy. And then additionally,
I don't know, both drafts are insane, no? I think both drafts are crazy good.
Their coach Tabe, who has this track record of really transforming LPL teams and being able to bring them to international competitions with a lot of success. I think that's really where a lot of the support jungle focus comes from as well, as we're going to run through some of his prior teams. But yeah, that is such a huge strength, is the compositions he's able to draft for this team, making sure that they're super comfortable in playing them, and then also using the flexibility of both Tarzan and Kyle in a lot of these drafts.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that only a couple of years ago, AL were an 11th to 15th place team in the LPL, right? Then rose up to 6th last year, and then this
ladies and gentlemen, let's fucking go.
Now making it to MSI after winning.
I think this is a fucking giga banger, bro.
Even the BLG team, right? They had such a breakout performance in
Giga banger, bro.
MSI. The expectations were very low.
I feel like this. Both drafts are so fantastic. I think both drafts are really good.
Tabe and his team dispatching.
I don't know, anyone's legend have so many fucking buttons, ways to engage, but like Red Side has many ways of counter-engaging with Alistar, Zinzao, you know, like Aurora is mobile.
Just come through without possibility for a counter trade.
Duro hates the floor.
On this Pantheon, 10-2 across his career, 80% win rate. Has had an absolute ball of a time on it this year. Level 2 hit for Kyle and Hope.
Aurora is you for me? No, Aurora is looking good at this tournament so far, especially into the Annie. Anyone's legend. Okay, okay. He had to heal out. Gale running Ignite.
This is something we saw for GENG domestically as well. Sometimes a little bit too over-eager in the 2v2. Duro goes
no, I think Tabe coached when he won MSI with Bin and Jahu mid. I think that's when he was in RNG.
Well played by Duro there to get the pulverize down.
I think that was the time. It was 2022. 2022 MSI, and then they had to trade back with Billy for Breathe.
Electric matchup there with both of them.
They won MSI and couldn't keep the boy.
Yeah, and I am curious to see if either jungler will kind of take a look at this bot lane with a few sums down. Potentially, I'm always looking for some early jungle action as we see them kind of finishing up both of their clears on this
level 3, level 3. Level 3. Ooh, that was very optimistic from Hope. Very optimistic. Give my Alistar's flash too. I think this was really bad from Hope actually. Ooh, Kyle, he's awake. He's awake.
Double sidestep there, and Hope giving up his flash, that is a big deal. But with the health trade going the way of AL, I don't think that Canadian can actually look to contest the scuttle here.
Catch you breathing.
He's just going to look to cross in mid and then get that topside scuttle crab, which will draw the junglers. Again, even clears here.
Alright, Zinza crosses topside for a little scuttle, but it means the Tarzan is a little bit faster. Flandre needs to be... It's good to base for Flandre here, because Canyon's crossing, so he doesn't get ganked in the in-between, because his jungler is recoiling as well. Good always to sync. You're looking for a Swapperoo? This is the cannon wave, so I kind of like it. Cannon wave, Jhin and Alistar opening on it. Everybody's aware, everyone's on the same page.
Had to cross over to topside scuttle.
And we see AL going for that swap, right? Both teams will be swapping their bot lanes top, potentially for a little bit more.
I think the bot side still Tarzan should be stronger with Rumble, so I wouldn't be surprised if they look for a dragon still, because Pantheon's clear, it's going to make him end up there.
Specifically, they have had kind of the best macro sense, which they did improve on from Split 1, right? Where they kind of got run over by TES, and then TES did not perform.
I like Emily a lot. I have a deep appreciation for people that really show like an immense level of interest, you know, in the game. And I think it's so obvious that she does. Like, she knows all the storylines, she knows about LPL, she knows about LCK. Like, it's giga-based. There's not a lot of people that have deep knowledge of the scene, you know.
And then it comes down to the team
it's a small club.
I think GENG out of any LCK team has the best sense of what do we go for, how can we cross map, can we contest an objective or not. kind of to the contrast of the absolute chaos that is T1. Not unlike the relation between AL and BLG in that sense.
Right? Yeah. I mean, AL still are.
Right, Shanks got 6 first and just sent everything. This is just a Drake start, not for Tarzane.
It is comparable.
Drake start, Tarzane. The enemy has no mid laner.
Again, especially with this
Tarzane.
support jungle.
Tarzane. All right, let's see the Tarzane master plan. Usually, when I disagree with the decision, he sees so far ahead.
Oh, good knockback by Duro. Stops the flash shadowing strike from connecting onto Ruler. Uses the heal in the end. It's
I don't know. This flash was really troll from Kale. What is that? Like, even if he burns Ruler Cleanse, it's pointless.
Especially when playing into Annie
That's
and into
like
a Pantheon, keeping
Hope and Kale have lost summons for no reason.
Big deal. Grubs are going to be coming up in about a minute and a half. We do see some pings, but neither team really incentivized to go for the Dragon right now. As Duro takes a bit of a beating, but had aftershock, so not going to be too bothered.
As well, to make sure that Kyle couldn't get the second knock-up on him.
Both junglers went to bottom side and they know. Jinzhao is getting crab here. I don't know what Tarzan's master plan was, guys. He skipped into top side and
importantly though, Shanks had such a good
he loses the crab now.
Continues to play well as Kyle actually going in here onto Duro.
Alright, no flashes on AL. The Ignitus Maximus is not going to do anything. Pantheon is on vision, he's not going to look for Bishop Qs.
It's just summoners exchanged.
Okay.
Yep. We see the
Now
AL
Doodle
bot
loses
lane.
flash.
I was wondering if Tarzan was going to do something up there as well.
I like this Aurora build. Like, people always talk about the mask build for Aurora. I do think being bulky against Annie makes a big difference. Like, the HP from all the mask items makes you insanely tanky, and you can actually leverage your basic attack passive for the benefit of the fight, which I think matters too. It allows you to push a little bit harder forward on your QE range, because Aurora is a very low range champ, you know? And I think also it helps you, you know, play side. Obviously it limits your burst, it doesn't make your burst really OP.
With how much skirmishing power you have, I think you can afford to take it slowly up until the point where you have to
Shanks got a very nice trade onto Chovy to force an early base.
Coming up in 10 seconds time, it's the Grubs. Kyle not yet level 6. Duro's only just ticked over
Does
5.
G2 won? G2 did win. They win a 2-week vacation before EWC.
Mark and have their ultimates available, but currently no real vision set up for either team up towards that topside river, so we have to see a little bit of a push from either of them into the enemy jungle to get a bit of vision down. Chovy, though, goes in with the win.
With the W forward. This is just grubbies for anyone's legend, guys.
The bell rung on AL going for Grubs.
Chovy lost his face. He needs his face, guys. He really needs his face. They're looking for Hope. Hope has no flash. Actually has flash again, but he's settling well. He's awake. Kale pushes them off, so Hope can connect. Tiberski back on the mid wave. GENG trying to keep everybody busy. They're trying to leverage the fact that Shanks is showing on the mid wave. Now Shanks is rotating back, but he has no Tibbers. GENG. Chovy has no HP, but he does have ultimate. He has a double TP. We're gonna have fireworks. Keen with the own horn. They're looking for the bot lane. The bot lane has no summoners. The Rumble ult is completely useless. What the hell did Flandre just cook? The Tarzan ultimate is very late. GENG are fighting back. Tarzan falls. Shanks gets comboed. Chovy. Canyon falls. Hope is kind of drifting, but it's not enough. Oh, Flandre with the barbecue.
Will be able to get one of his own. Keen can't get in range.
Keen getting space. Keen getting space. Oh, the bonk. The bullet.
The curtain's open, but Shanks is just outside the window, unable to be connected there.
What a fight. Oh, this is going to be one of the greatest series of all time. Holy moly. This is going to be one of the greatest series. Not a single word of English was spoken.
Even the Grubs are 1-1.
Yeah, I was gonna say no one actually has cleared out that final Grub. But that was a really messy fight, and Tarzan might be in trouble.
He's going to try and walk away from this one. Cannon comes in with a wind becomes a lightning, but doesn't follow it up with an audacious charge. And now they turn it back onto Duro because Hope is here, and he rings eternal. Tarzan!
Oh, Tarzan!
Woo! As well. AL will get the cherry on top of this cake with a grub to boot.
Yeah, I was going to say, meanwhile, Flandre is just cleaning up that last grub for AL.
I do think that AL's composition is very streamlined, guys. Very streamlined. Anyone's legend. The composition is completely Lila. Like, they just need to fucking press their buttons and find engages, you know? And they have very easy ways of engaging. They have Pantheonul, they have Annie, they have Rel. Bro, Tarzan is speaking, bro. Bro, this tournament for junglers is just nirvana, bro. That we are never gonna have a tournament with more better good junglers. Like, never. Like, even the LCP junglers, right? The LCP junglers, they sent Junjia and Levi, bro. The junglers they sent are absolutely crazy, bro. We got Owner, Canyon. We have fucking Beishwan. No, I'm kidding. Beishwan, honestly, last two games of the previous series played fucking good.
Damage kind of on the back half of it once Flandre was able to get in. Again, this is not only a champ that he's just looked really, really good on this split, but also something he's been playing since he came into the LPL, and it was one of his prio picks even back in the early Snake days.
Where did Cat Days go?
Yeah, we try not to remember the early Snake
days. The people need to pay again.
Flandre was great during that time.
He was really good.
People need to pay again.
Africa for Keen. Can we?
Actually, we can go down memory lane for both.
Magic resistance is very useful. Merc's very useful.
Snake actually did finish second.
Crazy that no Drakes have been taken yet.
No one banned.
No Drakes have been taken yet.
So it's fine. I'm not quite over that, maybe.
I don't want to talk about Keen's finishes. Unless it's recently.
What the fuck? Chronicler just said he doesn't want to talk about Keen's finishes.
Can't believe that he was
Sounds like Chronicler and Keen have a lot of history together.
This deficit obviously not going to be
he
the
said
end
that
of the
from
world.
the soul.
The great points that they're looking to get is Sundered Sky on Canyon. As I finish my sentence, he does have it. Koenig working for Keen, as well as Chovy obviously wants to get to that first item. I'm also going to be looking at Keen. One of the big things with the
He's baby Keen
is to be careful not to overgroup and hit your experience breakpoints. Many other champions kind of bound by stacks. In Ornn's case,
experience breakpoints. That's a new innovative way of saying levels.
Being able to give out those item empowerments.
Experience breakpoints is the same as when people change the word from shell shock to post-traumatic stress disorder.
I got overexcited.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
It's okay.
George Carlin.
8 kills in 12 minutes. This is triple a usual LCK game.
Inflation is crazy, yeah.
Hey.
No, I needed a little break from the Catias. They were reshaping my skull to like a Tyler 1 type shape.
More often than not. there is a lot of stuff happening, okay?
I was gonna say Gen G though?
Yeah, the mid lane pool, I feel like they have really performed well, man.
Why are you setting me up like that, Emily?
No, I love Gen G. I love both of these teams. It's such an exciting matchup for me.
Ooh.
Just #1 versus #1 as we see AL are going to end up getting the
okay,
first
Gen G is taking their time. They're giving up the Drake. What ping are they playing? 0.
Yeah, not going to be
but technically it's like 4.
They'll be able to get a plate for their troubles.
It's never really 0, you know.
Not feeling
but that's like a limitation built into the game, not really like LAN. I'm being very tactical here, but they are on LAN and it should be 0, but I think the built-in is like 4 ping. But that's like a limitation of the game. Zoro played often, yeah. Zoro is getting a lot of play.
I'm sure he would have been more happy to pick up a couple of the kills in the fight, but
we're seeing this matchup in particular kind of often.
AL having a little bit of the run of the
people are doing like double mass builds. Leandre Riftmaker.
Kills was hit by Gen G.
Chovy finishing his second mask.
Stoner guy, you look fantastic today.
Make sure he doesn't, you know, confuse that with the
that's
mask too, which you should stay very far away
Something
from.
About the joint you smoked earlier this morning that really makes your hair glow.
The champion that is very burst reliant, like
and your
the
beard
Aurora.
shine. Yes.
Be careful not to walk in any distract. But thus far we have seen Shanks, I think, make good use of this counter pick with the Annie, keeping Chovy on the back foot, which has meant that he hasn't really been able to have any impact in the sides. And I want to say skirmishes, but really it was just skirmish and a little bit of runoff.
Zane's upgraded Smite now. Ganon's gonna get it too. That's kind of valuable. Gen G slowed down the pacing of the game. Vilas, you look fantastic today. You don't have a name I can be creative with.
The teams that they played on, with Kyle being on.
This wall gives you some opportunities. Canning gets a flower.
Actually had a really big breakout year. Was only a
Gen G is like one of their big skills, which I think is true for AL too. They know how to set the pacing of the game. Like they're very capable of slowing everything down, you know.
Yeah. Instead, obviously, got bested by DRX in Game 5, and
Imara don't smoke anymore. That's what's up.
history.
Freestone a guy's lungs.
The opposite really had a.
He's like, I just eat edibles.
Summer of last year when he came in and really helped back then Live Sandbox with, or BNK4X rather, with a lot of their issues. Turned him into a pretty decent middle of the pack team. And GENG also has a habit, right? He did this with Delight as well, as Chovy might be in some trouble here.
Yeah, Shank's one stack away from having that
His
stun
old
back
teammate.
up. Tarzan's looking for him. Chovy stays around, doesn't finish the recall. Can use the weirding to get out of vision for a second. Jumps forward between worlds as well. With the TP coming in, AL might call off the dive, but they decide against it.
Chovy had to do a lot to live here. Tarzan flashes out, but that's also a flash and they're sacking the top wave. I wonder if Chovy has to TP top here.
The TP from Keen, able to get.
Keep in mind, Shanks has no ultimate. They're TPing in here with Aurora Borealis. GENG, Canny went too far. He's getting barbecued by Flandre. One more E. Rumble already flashed. Kael dies for his bro. Here comes Pantheon. They're trying to extend the fire. Canyon with the Sundered Sky and the Triumph keeps him alive. Duro doesn't find the leader on Flandre. Hope dies. How did Hope die? Hope went on Jin to trade and then Keen fought.
It's well done states for AL as they win out the fight.
It's mayhem on the Rift and AL come out on top.
Hope killed Jin.
These types of fights, this is where AL thrive, right? Especially
these fights are very Chinese, you know, they are very Chinese, and they are fighting in these urban areas. You know, it's not on the open field at the objectives. Very Chinese fights. It's like when you're fighting in the in-between, in the bushes, in the skirmishes. This is where anyone's legend is fucking. They are molded by this warfare, you know. Hope just sent it on Ruler. And then the RW, I think he just RW'd it. And then Ruler flashes it for the proc. And then Ruler didn't space the passive. That was, ooh, that was not good. That was not good. No bueno, no bueno, no bueno. Ruler didn't space the passive. He didn't space the passive, guys. He could have lived. The boy who lived could have lived. But that's not the quote, but you know what I'm trying to reference to.
Bloody affair so far.
That's me.
He shall not be named.
14 kills in 17 minutes. We saw the Rift Herald picked up by AL as well, so those...
Cristiano Ronaldo for AL.
It's going to come down all to who takes the first tower. Duro currently shadowing Chovy, trying to get him in a good position in this lane, but Chovy hasn't really been able to Chovy.
Flanders has been fucking cooking this game. Flanders absolutely been boiling. It brings me back to that first initial thought, right? It's like you gave up Rumble here because you didn't want to play against Pantheon Galio, which I think, yeah, like now to think about it, could have been a mistake, you know? I think both of these top laners are insane. Like, both of them are like in the conversation of being best Rumbles in the world.
Going to come down as well. Maybe just to harass them so they can't go for this.
Unironically, the best Rumble I've ever seen is the Shy. The Shy 2023 on Weibo, that was some of the craziest Rumble I've ever seen. In terms of like ult, I remember when he was like first strike farming with his ult and he would get like 300 gold from one ult.
Really nice map play from AL in response to this Drake taken.
Still going.
And they're looking for the tier 2 as well. With the
A lot of gold here. That's a fucking expensive dragon that GENG just ordered. They ordered it off of Temu and then they're like, yo, it's so cheap. And then they came in and then like the tax man, the tax officers were like, you have to pay 500 euro import fees.
We have a lot of breakpoints
okay.
to the game that if
well, that's not fucking worth it at all then.
Extremely strong in the 5v5.
Why didn't nobody warn me? Point being, like, yeah, they generated a lot of gold here, and I think Jin losing mid turrets is very awkward. Tarzan, Hope is here to back up his boy. Tarzan, still has E. Alright, GENG get fought back. Hope uses ultimate. 40 seconds to Atakan.
Canyon keeps looking for these opportunities together with Duro, but
Ninja Tabi on Ruler, I don't understand why. I don't like it. I think he's getting way too much in his head about what happened between him and Hope. That shit is not gonna happen.
Can thin out the wave enough, and there we go. So some really nice map pressure coming out of AL. This composition is kind of designed for it, right? They really want to get ahead, especially before those Ornn items coming in, before Chovy, who again has
one big problem with Leandri is that I think that fucking bag of pixie dust, I don't know what it's called, that item is fucking garbage. So, like, you don't like being stuck on components when you're building Leandris.
He really had to show a bit in the previous series for GENG.
Faded Ashes, yeah.
In his team
fighting. Thank you.
a lot of power.
It's
but,
such a shit item.
As any Gen G fan can tell,
It's
you
really
sometimes a
big.
little bit too far
That's
forward on the waves. This
unrealistic
time,
double mask.
doesn't look like anyone on AL is ready, and Arakan starting to become a consideration now. And AL, if they can deny vision, even with how good they engage from
May I offer you
GENG
guys
is,
some Catias
so much burst
in
is available, and I think Keen hasn't quite reached the point
in these
where he
trying
can just shrug
times?
off a full-blown engage from AL.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see these LPL versus LCK stats, kind of got to bring it up anytime, especially two top teams from the region are facing each other. Again, a reminder. I know everyone was super hype about GENG.
I remember Faded Ashes when they like released it and you would just one-shot every jungle camp with it.
From LPL versus #1 seed of LCK. These teams are so much fun.
Good times.
We see the best of 5 series score at 17 and 20, and then the all-time game score.
It was added in the game to make AP junglers have more fun.
GENG looking to set up around
AP junglers just wanna have fun.
We'll see if AL is going to fall from the base. GENG, I think, looking
All
for
right,
the
combination. This is Kale very tanky here with the aftershock. He flashes out. Hope is melee with the Ornn. Big combo from Keen. Shanks fights back. Ruler gets out with the cleanse. He walks away. There's the Kaiser. He has to flash. Keen is gonna fall. Anyone's Legends just have way too much gas in the tank. Way too much gas in the tank. And Kael flashing out there with their all CCs on cooldown. Joby gets out with the portal. Kael is deep, but he's trying to extend the fight. Ruler. Here comes Hope with the flash. AL has won. AL has won, ladies and gentlemen. AL has won. AL.
Away to the minion wave, and AL will turn
Holy, Anyone's Legends team fighting is fucking delicious, bro. Delicious. Delicious and vicious. They are speaking. They are speaking.
This Otacon, because it's not that he's been bad, right? It's that his teams have always
told you guys in that series previously, bro. Hope was fucking warming up, bro. He was warming up. Now he's fucking drifting, bro. Like Hope is looking like prime Jackie Love here. Crazy how Hope is gaming. Look at this combo though from Keen. Crazy that you fucking land this with your champ. Joby just wasn't in anywhere close to fight back. AO, it's way better with the fight selection.
When one of your biggest damage dealers is not available,
Hope is
particularly when you're playing a free carry composition, the tank not included, can't quite do that.
Guys, put some fucking respect on Jackie Love's name. You guys are all kids. You're all my ballsack when Jackie Love was spitting on your favorite ADC. Jackie Love has had a better career than Uzi.
In these fights, in addition to, I mean,
so underappreciated just because he's hinting now.
On the Pantheon, but you
show some
kind of
respect.
saw their setup there. As long as AL have one dive buddy to go with another, they play so well around these kind of pick compositions.
And now, GENG in defensive mode. This is something where obviously if you've
Jackie Love had one non-int here. Like why you know there's other ways to say I didn't watch LPL at all and I'm stupid. And you chose the one that comes across as annoying.
They're down about 4.5k gold. The 2 item spikes have been hit, but AL ready to contest this.
Flandre on his way has the equalizer, also has the Seekers if he wants to get a little bit aggressive.
Here goes the Pantheon ult. He jumps in. Ruler has no sums. Pantheon wants his ass. Hope wants his ass. Hope is eating. Ruler down. Hope. Hope. Oh, Hope.
And Chovy once again is running for the hills.
They take down GENG.
That's what's up. Lila.
Hope is absolutely stellar in these fights. They're going to be able to clean up Chovy on the backside of this.
So Keen barely gets out. Chovy uses his TP, still doesn't make it.
It's over, lads. It's over. You don't come back from games like these. A team fighting, like here, Ruler has no sounds and Pantheon just lands, could take the Rumble ult, and then boom. And then Hope, look at the drifting here against the Zinzao. That cheeky dodge on the W is also so delicious as well. Not that it matters, it's just like small details, man. Anyone's Legends team fighting is just rule bending.
I'm just so happy that you all get to see this Anyone's Legend on
Baby Keen.
the international stage as we see this
Thank fucking God,
coming
bro.
out, stopping Chovy from
Alright, Anyone's Legends is warm, baby. They're warm, baby.
because this team.
I don't know, this
again,
is just a completely different game than what we saw in the previous series, no? Especially with G2 in that previous one.
Esports did have better macro in the LPL finals in Split 1, I promise. However,
Ain't no way we're calling Genji international chokers now too. Genji's crime last year, winning MSI and losing to T1 at Worlds.
Esports had at first stand, people were like, well, how good
Nice,
is
man.
anyone's legend anyway?
You guys are rage baiting me. It's after midnight. You guys are rage baiting.
And they're so
Rage baiters.
fun to watch. This is a
Rage
perfect
baiters.
composition for them, and you really see how willing they are to follow up as soon as one of them goes in.
And I generally trust GENG blindly when it comes to specifically
1000 first pick with the Pantheon is just too massive. I think Pantheon is so OP. When I was in Ruddy Sack, I was saying already, like 3 months ago, that Pantheon is by far the most OP champion in the game. Like, I was on the Pantheon train, I thought, guys, like, what's the weakness of this champ? You fall behind with this champ, you can find plays, you can find angles, and then if you're ahead, the enemy can't do anything proactive because they need to respect fucking Pantheon with Perma. Alright, here comes the Rumble. I think AL want to end the game, guys. They want to end the game. They want to end the damn game. Keen got CC'd, couldn't bonk the Ornwood back. Keen tries to find a little Malphite ultimate, but AL is just so fucking collected, bro. Collected. Collected.
The chase continues.
Alright.
Kaio dashing forward as well as AL have used Tibbers to tank up that mid lane inhibitor tower, and Chovy falls where he should be safe. AL now.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you want to isolate, you know, what went wrong in this one, I think the ball gap is massive. I think Canyon overreached in a couple fights. Chovy got outlaned in this matchup. This was a fucking stomp after the lead got ahead, bro.
It's a shellacking. Genji 20 series
Genji have never been cooked like this before, bro.
Come out in game 1 and have shown them what they're about. Genji can't defend, and the LPL shines strong. 1-0 in this best of 5.
Oh, I'm so happy at anyone's Legends performance. This is, again, such a fun team to watch, and a team with so many players with a chip on their shoulder, right? Like, people
What a
were
fucking
saying,
game,
oh,
guys.
maybe Flandra's lost it, you know?
I don't know. Hope is my MVP here, man. He did some movement, bro. He did some movement. I think Flandre also. The fucking game-winning fights.
Game 1 from them.
I would like to take this time. I would like to take this chance. I would like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Thank you so much, guys.
Because my wizard pick'em, I told you guys, the perfect pick'em is here. The perfect pick'em. Why is it not updated, by the way?
I love that draft. The one point that I was concerned
Wait,
about
what?
to see, like, how
My choice didn't lock in?
Just seeing the
What does it mean unevaluated?
Seeing how active it was going to be early on, but Hope and Kyle
Arumia
really held their own.
donated
Really well.
$10.
Yeah, I mean, they
2
played
more
with
to
so
go.
much
Yo, Arumia Apotheosis, thank you very much for the $10.
They were so aggressive.
How do I
They
refresh?
set the pace of this game, and GENG could not keep up. The
Oh, thank
bottom lane,
God.
like you're
Oh
talking
my
about,
God, thank
so
God.
aggressive early on, making play after
Holy
play after
moly.
play, but really,
But guys, I had AL win here.
at the grub fight, AL, they're able to split it and they reset quicker. They make the play after.
Bro, I got scared, bro. I thought I didn't lock in my choices.
Grub, and then they keep pushing.
I thought I'm screwed.
I thought you wanted to show us. Oh yeah, there you go. We have it here.
I told you guys this was the perfect pick'em. Like, my YouTube is just a cheat code for you guys all. Well, if you guys all followed my pick'em, we would bankrupt Riot together. You hear me? We would all have all legendary skins. KDA All Out Seraphine, Pulsefire Ezreal, Spirit Guard Udyr, Soulfighter Samira, DJ Sona Bona, Lux, Miss Fortuna, Serafini, Ezrealini, Udiri, Somiri, Sony. Like, all you need to do was follow. I followed your 3-1 Koi Billy Billy prediction.
The other side of the fight goes after
No.
Chovy to chase down that kill as well. And with Shanks coming through,
I don't know, Steph, your humor is peak, bro. You're one of the 500 murderers, bro. One of the 500 assassins. The comedy assassins. You belong in the green room.
Onto the gym. They force Ruler summoner spells. Tarzan followed it up. Hope goes to attack again.
At the fucking mothership.
Yeah, and then even the Pantheon chasing
with the murderers.
Just to see if they can
guys, I'm memeing this. I don't know, Joe Rogan, or like whenever Joe Rogan, like I don't watch much. I don't listen to much Joe Rogan anymore because it's just fucking tragic. But I remember all these episodes that was so I can't fucking believe how many comedians are so fucking boring. So fucking boring. Unbelievable. We have two comedians jerking each other off about their method on writing. It's like, yeah, you know, I just sit there and do writing. You gotta do writing. And you know, like, being a comedian is very hard, bro.
Flandre had a great game. Not just those replays that you showed, but the grub fight prior to that.
And then sometimes there's some funny guys, you know, that make fun of Joe Rogan to his face and he doesn't even realize.
In the LPL, and so you got to see them really.
My take on Hope coming into the tournament was that I thought that Hope had the best performance out of any AD coming into the tournament.
What is GENG gonna come up with now? Because again,
but I just thought in my mind,
what would you have done differently?
I thought Ruler, Gumayushi, Pedigree would just stand tall.
By GENG, like they're the ones that engaged that mid lane fight, and then it was oftentimes them not being on the same page. Chovy was late on one of the engages that came through. If he was ready for the fight there with the Aurora ulti, it would have been fine. I think just them being on the same page of the fight they are taking, because this is a slow one, you need to be meticulous with it.
Exactly. Craft some more tools here to be able to control some of these skirmishes in the game, because AL are going to continue to bring it to you.
Looking at the next game here, what are we looking at on this side of GENG? They look really focused backstage here. I feel like they were a bit thrown off by the speed that AL had here in this game one. Who do you want to focus on?
For me, I want to focus a bit more on Flandre, because Flandre is a type of player that if he's on a tank pick, this game he was on the Rumble and he played quite well. But if he's on a tank pick like a,
I don't know, this game was fucking crazy, bro.
Or something like that, he's going to be moving to the fight first. This is the fight that I was talking about where he was just cooking the enemy team. This one specifically turned into
Zed is too slow, too item dependent, and then like it's not even super rewarding.
Like you could see
they just gutted their mobility so hard, I think, Zeddy.
Another play, but like the fact
Hope fucking cooked, but here Ruler just not spacing the passive is really bad. And then, I don't know, like, Hope got kind of fucking lucky, no? That his Q all went to fucking... Is that intentional in the game?
GENG is looking really strong. We are actually...
Do you know Coach Seal, if you do what you think about him? I don't have any opinion about him.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much talk about, oh no, you're better in scrims. Oh no, you're
my impression, which is very limited, is I don't know. Like coaches that like seek to get credit
a full 5-game series here from
for teams doing well, it's always kind of weird for me, man.
And I would say a lot of people coming in too, even though GENG is so hyped up and they've been doing so well, if they're to be an area on the team that you should attack, most people are saying you should attack the bottom lane.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. The thing that I'm kind of interested in, I guess I can talk about Keen and Flandre just a little bit more, because these type of players, the story behind both of them, I'll focus in on Flandre, because coming into this MSI, this is his first
Has a Q
MSI
priors passive targets, okay. That's actually fucking massive.
When he went to Worlds and won it
Planned thoughts on making it to MSI, but guys, when you wake up in the morning and look at the world outside, you'll see that the direction of the wind changes from day to day. If you made up your mind where you want to go today, does it matter which way the wind blows? At least this time, this visa will take me to a place I always wanted to go. What the fuck? Is he just fucking Confucius? Is he fucking... He wrote Art of War or what, bro?
He came into the LPL with Snake Esports.
Jesus.
He's always been really good, but then
it's fucking Sun Tzu, bro.
To EDG to win that first chip, and now he's on AL, and now
what a
wizard! International showing, similar to Keen, who was on a Freak of Freaks, goes to GENG, and now people.
Jesus.
Yeah, and he's a poet. if you've made up your mind which way you want to go, doesn't matter which way the wind is blowing. Actually, just hits so hard.
It does.
Looking at next game, GENG is going to be on blue
Damn.
side. Would you think that there's a specific first pick that they want to target here?
Flandre has had the best year of his competitive career. I don't care, bro. I watch a lot of Flandre, even from the get-go, when all the Chinese-speaking coaches were hyping up Flandre. I remember.
I will be expecting to see more tank picks come from Flandre, so that's one pick that I'm looking for, is the Azir.
So far, AL opens up the score in this best of 5. We'll find out in a few minutes if GENG can come back. See you then.
I'm gonna grab some choco.
bro. I've reached the point where all I want to eat is jalapenos. All I want to eat is jalapenos, bro. The whispers calling my name.
What a car. Living the dream, huh? Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to? Okay. I get it now. Sweet dreams are made of this.
Where fucking he was just drifting. Nobody's fucking saying a single word of English. This fight was crazy. Because here, this situation, Canyon, like the CC chain, and then Canyon went to, and then Kael gets contact here, and then he just fucking survives, and Canyon doesn't flash. This was just, this won the whole game. This made the Nexus explode.
You guys didn't even look at the camera. What is this? Yeah. You gotta have a look. You gotta have a brief glance.
I'm not worried at all.
Not even on
you know,
camera.
it's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. Don't give me the shoulder tap. No, GENG have been known to, have slow starts to series. They did it domestically. They've done it at this tournament. What I do want to highlight, though, is that, as mentioned, this team sometimes falls behind in lane, sometimes takes a one or two bad AoE skirmishes.
I don't know,
and then
LCK
generally go
casters have
back
such
up,
a
look for cross maps, and when they pick a fight, you know
unique
that it's
style of
gonna be
casting.
good. And I think partially
Like the
they were
LCK
obviously
casters
overwhelmed by the great
are
target
just
selection in fights.
fanboys.
But also a lot of those fights, they did kind of opt into themselves.
Which is
and I
fine.
expect them in this game
I remember like there was this caster who really loved Messi, and I really enjoyed him.
Way too trigger happy in that one.
Yeah, and for
Like-
anyone's legend, again, I think this was a composition.
Every time
they knew
Messi
how-
played, he
how
would be
to
like,
pilot it
Messi!
Well, additionally, I thought they did a really great job of recognizing when
Not
they could take
fanboys,
down that outer ring
fanboys.
of turrets to kind of really open up the map, responding super well to a lot of Gen G
I was a guy who
stages
just
when
loved
they were
Messi.
at
He
a bit of a,
loved
like,
Messi.
compositional,
That was the only,
advantage.
like he
And
hated
then
everybody
the
else.
other big thing for me, for anyone's legend going into this second match
What's
is
what's with the
again,
pigeon?
this combination of Kyle and Tarzan in fights find something in this
Because
draft that
I
will be
rarely,
able
like when I
to
listen to
get
SK
onto
English,
Ruler
I
as
rarely hear
easily
any
as
like
they did
substance analysis. They're just like kind of having fun, being fans of the game, you know?
operagx, Rise and Trundle banned away by GENG on the blue side, which they picked to be on. Skarner and Talia were moved so far by anyone's legend.
Medic knows ball, bro, because he plays so much League, bro. I respect that super much.
Going to be most likely early jungle prio here. Devise a pick that I was about
I
to
enjoy
say,
LCK
if they
analysts.
don't ban
Yeah, I'm not
themselves,
saying it's a bad
most
thing.
likely
I'm
is
saying
gonna
that's
get
their
picked top
style.
here.
They're having fun, you know?
From AL,
They're having
Gen G
fun,
is the only team
and
that
they are very
LCK
big fans
consistently can
of
make the champion look
their
good.
players, you know?
Does mean
And they're
that
having
so
fun.
far, the Azir is still open. I'm expecting that to be the final ban.
It's not focused on like the analytics of the game.
The Azir up potentially for Chovy, and I do want to talk a little bit about Shanks and Chovy again before we see more picks go through in this draft, just because that was another huge question for me.
Azir
would
for
Shanks be
Chovy.
able to kind
Why
of
not? Why
control
not? Why
Chovy?
not?
And I thought he did do
What are they
a
getting
good
here
job
in
that.
return,
And
guys?
yeah, you're never taking this
Trying to think of the junglers that are
away from
in.
the
There's no
LCK, but he
Skarner,
also
no
just a
Trundle.
champion on
Twisting
which
the
Chovy
fat.
can control entire team
Twisted
fights,
Fate has not
can lead
won a
lane,
single
roam
game at this
sides.
competition yet.
So
Not
good
a
on
single game. Oppie is a Tarzan classic, also Kale does well on it, and Flandre can play it in the last
couple of years. Obviously,
possible
a lot of
resort.
Big aura Azir players in the region, but he
Is Shanks gonna play Victor?
We love the
Ew.
poppy pickup here. We often see that combined because you can very easily slam people.
Can he play
into the
Victor,
wall.
guys?
It's also a good pick into the Azir.
I think he's playing
Takes
Victor, no?
away a lot of his playmaking potential. Needs to be a lot more considerate.
All
when
right,
that W
he's
is up.
hovering
And
Twisted
again, you
Fat. Will
basically
this be
have
the
a
first
very
win for
similar
Twisted Fat?
core where what I think will be Tarzan
The main issue I have with
combined
Twisted
Shanks
Fate
will have the ability
with
to
AL
pick
in
up single
particular
targets.
is that they have no Kai'Sa ADC now, which I think is a very good pairing. And additionally, guys, you have a situation where Flandre is not so good. Is not so good on the carries top lane.
Hanwha Life series chronicler, we did see Chovy kind of piloting that with great success. I mentioned how much I love that composition.
Gwendelina.
The next Gen G fan. That's
Another
really
champion that is 0 and 3.
as we
Gwen is
see,
pretty
the
fucking
Gwen
nerfed,
picked
if I'm
up
gonna be
14
honest.
on Gen G.
Bin couldn't make it happen and he got farmed.
Heavy magic damage topside. You want a bit of physical damage coming out from your jungler if you are going to play.
And there's no Skarner to lock in. So what are we picking here, jungle-wise? This is not Trundle. Like, what's the AD jungle you can pick in the Poppy that can compete? Like, Wukong is not good into what's showing. Nocturne. Now, that's an interesting take and an attack angle onto Twisted Fate. I do think that Gwen is a champion that uses Nocturne ult very well. It's one of Chovy's favorite champs too. This is like a really good AD jungle lock-in because it doesn't have any bad interaction with Poppy at all. Like, it's a good answer to Poppy, I would say.
To go for these plays. That was the biggest difference, I think, in game number 1. Not just the ability for AL to pick fights, but how they were able to.
There's the Jaximus for Flandre, answering to Gwendelina. He also works on Azir auto attacks and is not bad against Nocturne. And this is the carry angle that you have together with TF that TF can support. I think a lot of people think that TF is supposed to gank, but TF is a champion that uses his ultimate as a denial. Like, as a denial is a really big one. And TF scales. He generates more money due to his passive, and getting to 3 items is very smooth because your items are very cheap. So TF is about getting 200 CS ASAP, farming and denying the enemy's counterplay, going even, hovering, forcing the enemy in mid lane to play, and then you don't look to snap ult often.
That they want to mitigate some of that damage in the darkness.
Gotta be looking towards the Nico
Lol,
as well.
the
Do you think
legendary
Nico is
SKT coach is the
annoying
GOAT.
to play into
Emil, läs
when you have
fucking till
full vision,
slutet.
which
Har du
it
inte
is.
lärt dig i skolan?
Doesn't get better.
That actually.
Yeah, no, I think many of these players at this tournament do as well. But with the Nocturne combo specifically, there's basically no counterplay, right? The
Eller nej,
ability
vänta.
for Nico to
Shit,
get
I
into
just
the
flamed the
backline,
shit out of him for no
particularly
reason.
that TF can definitely be susceptible to that. So
I don't... I'm
would not
sorry.
mind that seeing
I just
picked up.
flame Emil.
That's going
I'm
to be
sorry,
the
Emil.
baton banned here away from Duro.
Emil, jag trodde du svarade dig själv.
Jump on top of the Nocturne.
Och jag fick psykos.
Get onto that backline and just put down a huge amount
I'm
of CC
sorry,
in that
Emil.
battle
Emil, I'm
when
sorry.
it is zero. A
I'm
little bit of
sorry,
time
Emil.
to
Emil,
work their way through whatever
jag ber om
frontline is
ursäkt.
presented to them. GENG, we'll see where they go with
Please
their
accept
final
my
ban.
apology,
Could
Emil.
continue to pinch that
Emil,
AD carry pool. Something like an
please.
Ezreal actually is a nice enough ban when you're playing a Nocturne. Instead, they'll get rid of the Renata,
Emil.
which does make sense if you're looking to play
Emil.
on that front foot in team fights.
Emil. Okay.
Ezreal being hovered. I do
Early.
expect it to be the Ezreal and not the Smolder. However, I am also curious because obviously if you
All right.
save R5,
Ezreal Twisted Fate is a good core for the poke on the cards. It makes AL into a poke composition. Something we talk about in the breakdown pre-tournament. I said that teams that are only good at one style are not going to make it far. You need to be able to have a range of play. Hands of full 20, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate that. Welcome, Emil Mootberry. Tabe is for sure the LPL GOAT. I think, you know, it's hard to take away from Koma. I need to give him some credit, right?
Going to be for Ruler and Duro. They struggled a little bit in the 2v2, but it didn't really amount to too much. It was really after the laning phase.
The truth is, Micho, it's like it depends on the matchups too much. Shen doesn't have great matchups in top. He can win some lanes through level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but when the game gets busy, he has a hard time keeping up, and I think his items are so weak in the in-between. Like, people buy Titanic Hydra, for example, and like your components, when you walk around with a fucking Tiamat and a Ruby Crystal, you're just such a piece of shit.
Emily, you were about
to
say
it. The old classic, I will not be surprised to see the Nautilus locked in.
Braum looks pretty good.
Well with the Senna. And additionally, if they do make it through that early laning phase, Senna
Braum looks pretty fucking nice.
has a little bit of a rough time, and she'll still
Braum is good against Gwen.
to pick up that static shiv. But this Senna,
I don't know what kind of jungler answer you can have that is better.
The Nocturne going in.
I feel like Poppy jungle is fine enough.
You get to a point where this composition is really difficult to deal with.
Just go Braum, bro. Pack the fries in the Braum bag.
Braum into Nautilus, one of the most classic support
Nice.
counters
Kyle
we've
was
ever
like,
seen.
Nico? Question mark? Tabe was like, Braum, Lila! And just fucking took his mouse.
When it comes to the ability to mitigate this Nautilus obviously also, if he did end up playing into Poppy, have the ability to hook and buffer your way out of the ultimate in case you do get knocked away. I do think that the
Tabe is just the fucking...
does make the composition
Tabe is just the...
I think their ability to start fights at a
just
moment last time around was good.
I don't know. I know we can't know what coaches do in a team, but there's no way in hell Tabe is less impactful than Coach Kim.
It's really what overwhelmed GENG. GENG this time in
He has one word per minute, one word per minute, guys.
I do think their early levels are
He's like,
low, though, looking at what AL have available.
And that's exactly what I'm going to be looking at, right? Again, this Shanks Chovy matchup against one of Chovy's signature picks.
Of course, Coach Kim, guys.
We will see you in
Coach
30
Kim
seconds as I continue
has
to talk about this draft. But yeah, again,
an insane career, guys. He was coaching IG. He was on Samsung when they won Worlds. He was on IG when they won Worlds. He was on Longzhu. Basically, any top laner that worked with Coach Kim just turned into the GOAT. Whether it was Deshai, Juve, fucking Fang.
However, if we get past 25-30 minutes and GENG on an even keel, there is few compositions in League of Legends that have higher damage output than a...
Do you think Magnus Carlsen is washed?
It's disgusting,
low-key,
right?
like, I don't know. Being good at chess is extremely fucking exhausting. I don't know.
For all those GENG
it's so fucking demanding. Like, I know how hard chess GMs work, and it's fucking ridiculous.
Want to highlight again, there's Braum,
It's ridiculous.
I would be shocked if, even TF, if we don't see an early invade here, and it looks like GENG also keenly aware that this might be happening, and main question is, what is AL going to do?
Tabe was support? Yeah, Tabe was support.
Jungle control that they have here.
Anal beads take the load off, both metaphorically and
not even do that.
theoretically.
Immediately. Now pathing up towards the top side.
Who do you favor in this game, coach? Oof.
There's a little bit of mind games happening for GENG as AL will just control this bot.
I don't know.
Ooh, we'll see Flandre maybe wants
to try. I feel like this is.
Support that red buff.
I don't know. I'm thinking.
Are gonna spot here, but will found by Cow and Hope.
Oh, Flandre's gonna spot.
Flandre finds Nocturne. Flandre finds Nocturne. Look at Flandre being a dickhead. That's very rude.
Annoying at these early levels, right? We've seen this
He gets a smite. Flandre has no E.
We'll get the fear tether down.
He's fighting back. Flandre has lost his whole lane. Yeah, GENG's gonna win this game, I think. I think GENG will win. I just see Azir Chovy. I think he'll find angles. I think Canyon Nocturne is also really good historically. The main question here, guys, is Ruler and Duro gonna die on the bot dive? I think they are, no?
How this bot lane 2v2 goes, I am actually curious if Tarzan is going to go for potentially a dive here, because
Flandre is too much of a giver, you know? He's way too much. He's too much of a giver. But he's playing Jax. He's playing fucking Jax, bro. You can't be a giver, you need to be a taker. Come on now. Duro and Ruler is gonna reach level 2. Duro already used heal and Kyle also used heal. I don't think there's a dive angle here. Ayla's gonna walk away.
They'll back away.
Yeah, and he recognizes that this isn't BLG.
The reason Nocturne is good here, in my opinion, it's really good into TF, good into Poppy as well. And I actually think that just in general, GENG is really good at.
We'll see how much it actually ends up mattering, but
just do a fantastic job of using the Nocturne fog, you know.
Was the right call. Flandre has held on to his
He's a team player, chill. Yeah, of course he's a team player. Every time Flandre plays these type of champions where he needs to be the center point, unless it's Yorick, I think that
he's on the wrong side of it as Keen flashes in looking for the kill.
Good Flandre predictor on the E. That's a flash. That's a flash from Keen. He's baby Keen.
Coming on the next wave from GENG.
Okay, sending out the buller. Sending out a bullet.
It does look like Keen is actually continuously stopping his back. So yeah, he is probably going to have to stay through this wave.
Will manage to do so. Concussive blow is going to land onto Duro. We saw the curse of the black mist going down as well for a little bit of a root. Flandre though, I mean, it's only a couple more minions and then he should just be able to recall.
Sending the bullet on the page.
Still though, even if he doesn't end up going down, it does allow Keen to take control. Chovy!
Flash forward, Shank's looking for the gold card, didn't lock it in time, and Chovy has the time to flash away. Canyon now with a fear tether, Tarzan using the steadfast presence for the movement speed, double TPs invested. I really think Flandre is just going to try and jump out of this one afterwards. Does land the counter-strike, but strikes to safety.
That's another Jax TP, Keen TP too.
Low in that
Bro, the back and forth is kind of fucking nuts, man. I don't know. I feel like we're about to witness one of the greatest best of fives of all time.
To just come back, TP to the wave, but yeah, that was. I thought GENG would maybe have the counterpunch there.
Well, I thought GENG was gonna step a little bit back and take a slower pace. They've doubled down instead. A lot of action here early on. Keen straight up flashing on top of Flandre for that level 1. Now Shanks being forced to flash as well. Favorable trade when it comes to the summoners for GENG. As this laning phase still remains in a rough spot after the level 1. We'll see if Tarzan is able to kind of bail out Flandre, who without the TP and I think without knowledge of where Canyon is just going to have to abandon ship.
Yeah, this is really rough for him as we see Duro already out on the map.
Senna is very reliant on just being able to trade. That's what it comes down to. If she can't trade a lot, I think she suffers. That's why we see these split map situations. People leveraging that.
He already has Ruler in his top lane.
And we mentioned, you know what happens?
Kato hates Senna with a passion. He worked with Crowny.
You end up
Crowny hated Senna.
Hope responding, immediately coming to this.
It's kind of like my support couldn't play Nico because our mid laner would like want to review for 50 minutes with him because Nico is like Peng is a massive Nico player. So he would stress our support out completely. It's like, oh, you didn't do this, you need to do this, you need to use your fog here, you need to use your fucking form here. Why didn't you turn into a cannon? Like, are you trolling? Why are you giving him fucking Doran shield proc? Why don't you turn into a minion? Like, what are you doing? Why did you turn into Kate? You're so fucking long range. Like, what are you doing? You have a free ult here, free ult here, free ult here. You didn't ult here, you could flash here, portable here. Imagine now.
Yeah, he's about to take over.
Right?
And
Imagine now.
We see Tarzan for a wraparound.
Ooh, Keen has no flash. Keen doesn't flash. He's baby Keen. Ooh, he finds a pocket to play in, though. He's just 1v2 casually. He's just 1v2 casually. That's rude. TF doesn't port. TF doesn't port. They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. The reason I brought up this Peng Nico story is imagine when Crowny was playing Senna and Reckless was like, whoa, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. Oh, the fear comes through. No flash from the earlier situation. Very tough when Azir and Nocturne is in the game. Genji's fighting back. Duro misses the Q completely. Anyone's legend once more. The invisibility pops. Another little Braum Q. It's not a lot of damage coming out from both bot lanes. Ruler also has the fast shoes. Speedy Gonzalez. Yeezys. Actually not Yeezys. He's not wearing Yeezys in 2025. I still have Yeezys. I'm not a guy who buys shoes often. I wear my shoes to the ground, to the bone. And my core shoes for the last 9 years have been 4 pairs of Yeezys that I rotate.
Summoner trades, if they're even, though,
it's
is favorable for AL because Kyle is sitting.
Oh, the Ignitus Maximus. He's okay, he's okay, he's okay. Oh, need the Timo thumbs up, he's alright.
Must be sub 10 HP there.
19, it ticked over in the little...
Yeezys are insanely comfortable.
Not even close.
I was always like signing up for these raffles.
A little lower before it ticked over as well, but I saw it get as low as 19.
I always signed up for the raffles.
Duro survives and Ruler able to catch the wave. We'll have another look at this. It's really nice. Canyon
no
with
way,
the 6
Steph.
jumps in immediately.
Oh,
and
it's
this is a super simple
showing
play,
on the stream,
right?
bro.
He's
Like,
on chickens, he takes over, he has the ult, Chovy is
I don't
already
know, this
there
prosecution
with the
needs to be
Azir
fucking
ult.
reported.
No flash on Shanks,
Not gonna
able
lie,
to
this
capitalize
prosecution needs to be fucking reported. How could they fucking fail like this, bro?
Pick up a scuttle before. I think he just wanted the
Alright,
chickens. And then
alright.
Chovy was like, "Get
That's the
over
E
here."
on the W. Tarzan was quick with the hands. Senna ultimate. Helicopter, helicopter. They're fighting back. Chovy is just stabbing, but he doesn't have National Tutti Frutti. Here comes Canyon. Canyon is fighting back. He's level 7. Alright, everybody lives. Everybody lives. Everybody lives. Some just need a little help.
Don't want to keep going, but look at the bot lane right now while this is happening.
Genji is gonna, like, I think this guy is gonna milk the bot turret, but the Jax will TP soon.
I don't think the grubs are
Lana
going to
needs
go
a
the way
base,
of
though.
Genji, which with a composition like this, I think is a big deal. AL also have a lot of split pushing
I think
power.
Canyon should not do Drake here. He should invade blue, invade Gromp, and just fucking feast.
Keen even further ahead while also picking up a dragon. They might not feel too bad about it, but particularly with TF and Jax.
Is this the same defense Young Sug had? And also Luigi Mangione?
See the TP is coming out towards
Maybe the defense is
lane,
just
but Genji
fucking
are going to be able
the
to
goats.
clean up this Drake. It doesn't look like AL are going to be able to do anything about it, right? So this is more of the classic Genji that we're used to seeing, right? Taking advantage of their timing windows and finding cross-map plays instead of contesting.
We do see Ruler currently behind in gold, but really what you always look towards with the Senna is just a stack counter, and he's pretty much on track, right?
This is really good. 27 at 9 minutes. That's super solid because
What makes Genji so good? Keen, Canyon, Chovy. Thank God Chovy and Canyon don't spell their names with Ks. Keen, Canyon, and Chovy is just one of the best, if not the greatest, top side of all time.
There's no tempo reason, and then there's 2 souls in the Dragon Pit, and you're like, come on, that's free money!
He's already got shoes. What does he need 2 more souls for?
The range.
That's so bad.
I know, it was really bad.
That's terrible.
Yeah, the people that gotta pay. It's just life.
Look, okay, there's 1 kill at 10 minutes.
I couldn't wear them forever. Like, if I'm gonna reshape my skull, I need to get more subs.
An opportunity to have a nice chat. Isn't that more valuable?
Well, you just told me my jokes are rubbish.
No.
So.
We want to focus on the game.
That one. I generally, I'm a big fan. I hold you to very high standards. Okay, so
Happens.
really, it's on you. When
Happens,
when you
and it
think
happens. No more Catias. No more gifted subs.
10 minutes in, it's a small gold lead for Genji, around 300 ahead. Keen has been able to even out that top lane a little bit. He's actually 4 CS up.
I hope Luigi Mangione's trial will be
Again, Chovy
public.
has a very small lead. The only really big advantages is Hope is about 200 gold ahead, Canyon's about 400 gold ahead because of that first blood that he was able to pick up in mid.
Yeah, but I think GENG are super happy with this, right? Like, we did
GENG
talk
is
about
just scaling it on Chovy and Baby Keen. Big CS leads already on mid
But this
top.
composition for GENG, once it gets
He's Baby
rolling,
Keen.
especially as it gets late, is going to be very, very difficult for AL to play into.
Flandre, his Counter-Strike, still full health. Shouldn't be too
Alright,
worried.
I think Flandre should be fine. You could just queue him.
Flandre doesn't use the leap strike yet, does have a ward in his inventory, doesn't even need it.
I could eat a little salad.
Strike and gets away.
Yeah, well, any side salad.
Yep. I mean, Jax in general. Again,
Thank you, love.
Flandre fell behind a little bit.
Mwah.
Obviously, not the end of the world. There wasn't really an opportunity for GENG to snowball. If they had a more aggressive pre-6 jungler,
I have to
think
give
they
you
could've
a
hoped
gift
for it,
sub.
but with Nocturne, not really
Are you
the
kidding me?
case. So we see that Flandre, while he's still
Bro, we need to stop fucking making these transactions where Jeff Bezos is paying for the wedding, his own wedding in Venice Beach or whatever it was,
much easier
in
time
Italy.
to get to these lanes as
I don't want Jeff Bezos to take a chunk from my Twitch earnings and then I have to use my Twitch earnings to give him another chunk. He's like a third government.
But when he gets that, obviously very easy for him to clear out waves. As you're not really as good at clearing out waves, he can do it, but it takes him a little bit more time. Doesn't really have any AoE.
Go
in his
kick.
kit.
Bro, you can't stream League on kick.
Still shadowing Flandre just to make sure that he is safe under this tower.
And you see the consideration of GENG, like, can we do something there? But again, it's Jax, so neither Nocturne nor Gran really will be doing a lot of damage. As we do see, of course, the Griffin boys.
The boys.
The boys.
Yeah.
1 in 5 career head-to-head.
I was like, it's the
The
70%
boys.
win rate on the same team as
Yes.
rookies that surprises me, right? It was such an explosive rise to form for both of them and for the whole team.
It really was like that era of LCK, although internationally, obviously, not the highlight of the region. The Griffin and Dom1 rosters coming up and what they were able to do for the league and their impact still being felt. Even Doran, right, was on this team as well.
True. Yeah, I think I remember being at 2018 Worlds and everyone was just like, oh, if only Griffin had made it. The LCK would have taken it, right? That was kind of the sentiment because this Griffin team meant a lot to the LCK because they were a harbinger of what was to come, right? Kind of a new aggressive team, a shift,
Bro,
like almost
Griffin were not ready to win Worlds. Like, people are smoking some crack.
And this is why people like me and Chronicler are always like, anytime there's a potential Griffin reunion.
Bro, Griffin didn't lose they lost best of 5 against KT, and then they lost the best of 5 against GENG, bro. And that was a very weak GENG, bro. I had some big hope thinking that these guys would fucking do anything at Worlds.
This TF, though, has really been kept in his lane, not able to make an impact. I do think that there will obviously be the opportunity to try and collapse once we get to the actual objectives, but it doesn't look like AL right now is up. And I want to highlight, I think that AL, when they don't have control of an area compared to last game, will have a much harder time of actually getting on top of GENG.
As we see, not a super pushing Blades game. However, GENG were easily able to
GENG
get
in position.
the vision in first rotation onto this Drake, although
Azir
AL
has
are
TP.
looking to
Hope he would come through.
Comes out, Keen dodges it. Ruler doesn't do the same. Flandre now looking for a flank.
They're twisting the fat. GENG, Nocturne ult. They're giving up a little naughty. Why not? Battle kills it operational.
Duro, the sacrifice for the Drake.
You think their coach would have been? Do you think they would have been better if the coach didn't bully them?
Did have his flash, but not opting to flash the
This might sound fucked up. I don't know what Chovy did. I mean, what CV Max did.
Not to continue
But
that as we will get the Dragon
have you
going
seen
over to
Whiplash?
and it's Hextech Drake, and I really think
That shit
Hextech
makes
Drake,
my
to me,
point.
the strongest, also very
Being the
happy that
best
we
at
have
something
Hextech Gates,
is
but I
not
want you to look
healthy.
at the GENG comp and think about a Hextech, because even just a single Drake, the attack speed is kind of insane.
I am I have a very human approach to my coaching, you know? Very human approach to my coaching.
If you're the Senna,
Right?
I do think we saw right there.
I have a
what
very
AL's
human
probably
approach to
gonna
my
be looking to do,
coaching.
which is use the
I
poppy
want to
or
get the
TF to create
best
another
out of
advantage,
people
blow
and
someone up,
make them
and
as
then go from
comfortable
there.
as possible
And
and
I think it's a good call from
use
them,
love
right?
as the most powerful weapon, you know?
were able to
Genuine
get
care and
through,
love
but
and push.
GENG
And, you know, get angry when it's fucking necessary, you know, but this is my approach. I don't think that I would ever fucking do this. But someone mentioned Jos Verstappen. Yeah, it's like Verstappen is crazy. Like, what Michael Jackson's dad did was, like, you've heard the stories, is completely fucked. But as an act, Michael Jackson is crazy. But yeah, it completely fucked him as a person. Obviously, it completely annihilated, destroyed him as a person.
Suggestion of doing the objective than anything else. We're looking for the last embrace, doesn't land it onto Hope. We'll continue to farm up those stacks. Currently sitting at, I think, about 50, 47 overall.
Yeah.
Level 11 hit. Now AL, if they do entrench themselves in a position, it's on the reverse also hard for Gen G to get in. Poppy and Braum
people were talking back then at that Worlds 2018 that scrimming against Griffin was beating everybody. Griffin was just beating everybody in scrims, but I don't think that matters so much. Here comes Nocturnal, Canyon just goes deep in, the Braum passive procs on him, Canyon tries to kite out, Flandre doesn't find the angle, flashes onto Ruler, Chovy is very deep into the pit, Kale fights back, there's the Senna ult, it's very late, I don't know why Chovy sent it like that. Chovy didn't have a good team fight.
And in the end, a 1-for-1 exchange.
1-for-1, and Hope had hopped into that Herald just to immediately drive it into mid.
Big thing there is that Chovy was CC'd.
I'm just saying, being the greatest at something, it's very rare that people are put together and healthy. It's very rare, and if it happens, God bless. But it's rare.
In a safe position, and Gen G goes in, but here not able to actually get anything done. And then the moment he goes in,
usually they are very eccentric. I think Chovy didn't need to play like this. I don't like what he did.
A master of stalling in this fight.
And then Shanks with a very nice flash out.
He was stuck in the pit with Hope, right? And as he was
I don't know why Chovy sent it like that. It wasn't necessary. Could have played time.
Get that kill onto him on the back half.
Position is key for both these teams. They have like fortresses of compositions. Whoever's first.
The composition just skills insanely well, as we have highlighted. Keen's approaching his second item, going for Nashers. Chovy, knowing him, will be going for the Rylai's here.
Only Cristiano did this last times.
If Gen G is able to set up a soul point,
yeah,
which I think with how the previous Drake fights have played out, they're going to be looking to do as well, looking to
Messi as well, yeah.
Do you need to clear all the vision that has been set up there by AL?
Aware.
Yeah, there's a ton of wards right in there that have already been set up by anyone's legend. And
they're a little bit close together for my liking. I would like them to spread out a little bit more, perhaps. But
the vision,
yeah, of course it happens, but it's rare.
Yeah, it's so good. It's like you just have two massive spots.
There's so many stories of somebody.
There's no little pockets where someone can hide,
there's so many stories of somebody. Like for example, let's say.
you see the entirety of the pit.
Let's say Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson also. Like, as a 16-year-old that was completely like discarded by his family, had a fucked up childhood.
That's why the Rift fight was a little bit important, because it would have put Gen G up towards that point.
Whoa, you have a Paralympic gold medal? Hey, yo, Mr. Popham. Bro, I didn't know we have a fucking gold medalist in the chat. That's cool, Mr. Popham. You must be crazy. Now I'm kidding.
We'll have a lot of carry potential in this upcoming fight. No 2 items for anyone else on the map right now.
But the big thing is that
I'm not saying it doesn't exist, guys.
Get onto these side lane turrets, right?
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's rare.
Get damage on that top tier one. He should be able to take
and it's not. Maybe it's not necessarily being put together, but it's also like going through like fucking insanity to get to the point they're at. You know.
Running from base, didn't have it off the unshielded spell book. Keeper's verdict. Tarzan stops the
more of that after this, Drake, guys. Tarzan still has ultimate. Poppy recharging. Flandre goes on to Keen. They're all jumping on Jax. Genji need to kite back. Chovy. This was unnecessary, Chovy. Maybe it's working. It's working. He's so tanky. He's so tanky. It's fucking worked. I thought Chovy trolled, but then it worked. Oh, Hope collected 2 somehow.
Looking for a little bit more. Everyone's so low. Has that gold.
He collected 2 somehow. Oh, Ruler.
Now needs to run away.
Oh, Ruler. Oh. What a fucking fight. What a fucking fight.
Prowse turns it around with a 2-item spike. It's the team fighting
Ooh,
from
the whole
GENG this
Ezra did a
time.
lot of damage.
Working out nicely. The turn onto Flandre, beautifully done there. And
I think Ezra just missed one Q, no? That slowed down his DPS a lot there.
As you see, obviously the TF ult coming down
I think he
from
missed one
Vision,
Q, no?
but then
That was too
he
important.
Going in and actually taking Flandre
And then
out of the
the
fight,
isolation here of Jax was super nice.
and then watch Chovy, right?
That's the
Even though he
Q.
gets
That's the Q that he
he's able to
missed.
get
That
his
was the
ult
one
off,
that made him
Dawning
miss
Shadow
DPS.
across
He had Braum passive woman. If he basic into Q, maybe it would have been better, but he missed a very important Q on W.
As it gets rolling, they can kind of just
Like, you lose so much damage with Ezreal if you miss one.
Tarzan has been a little early on the trigger with these ultimates from the Poppy. A little too telegraphed. You see now twice in a row. Not able to
Hey,
get
Mr.
too much
Popham.
crazy value of it. And the soul point is picked up. And I want you to look.
Swimming, holy
that
moly,
man
that's
in the
sick.
top lane.
Yo, Mr. Popham,
As we've
bro,
talked
gold
about for a
medalist.
large part of his career
Gets
has
VIP.
been in, well, I wouldn't want to say Elo Hell, but definitely not
Holy.
a great place when it comes
Gold
to Elo.
medalist gets
Now
VIP
sitting
here, man.
4-0
Come on now.
biggest individual
Gold
lead on the map.
medalist.
2 items
That's
done.
my
But
guy,
his spread is
man.
only going to get scarier.
That's
So
insane.
strong right now.
Larger than the team gold lead right now
Respect.
at 2.5k.
I see AL do have some tools. I hope doing
Bro,
so much
I have
damage
two.
in that last fight. If he's given a bit of time, he can begin to get through GENG. But with the paranoia, with Chovy
It's fucking.
diving in, with Keen diving in,
It's
just
that
so difficult for you to do
the
much.
Biles
Ruler
lady.
now at 69
What's her name?
stacks. It's a nice number for 22 minutes into the game.
Sorry, I can't help but laugh at that. I'm 5. Another thing I
Golden
do want
League.
to point out, as GENG are starting up this
Simone?
icon, is their attention to side waves, right? They've had
Nina
their side
Simone
waves
Biles.
pushed out pretty consistently.
Alright, Poppy ultimate lands on Duro. Duro with the Q cancellation. It's fucking crazy. How did he end up on that side of the wall? What the fuck? Did you see that? Did anyone else see that? Am I crazy? He ended up on the other side of the wall with the Q buffer? That's crazy. Alright, Tarzan dead. No smite. Oh, who got it? Who got it? Who got it? Ah, Azir got it. Azir got it. Azir got it. Holy fuck.
As AL now on the retreat, the hook just
Fucking
short.
Spider-Man Duro.
As AL
Duro
managed to get
mechanically
out,
is
but
fucking
GENG
clean,
win the
man.
fight.
It was a team effort. Literally everyone showed up on that Otacon feed. And it goes the way of GENG despite a great initial blow from AL. The objective flip turns into a bit of mayhem.
Just absolute chaos. You have 2 unsealed spellbooks for AL. Where are your smites, lads?
Yeah, I was gonna say both junglers taken out too. I was really curious to see who was gonna end up taking
Ruler
it
was so
in this
fucking
one.
low, man. This looked like a fucking potentially good fight for AL. Like, look at the condition. Ruler 1 HP. He comes in, and then Keen with the flank. Keen does so much damage. This is gonna be the first Gwen win of the tournament, guys. I don't know. Keen cooked. Keen cooked. Keen is so talented, man.
Also perishes, which means that Chovy on the Azir able to get that last hit. Could have gone either way. And now GENG, Soul Point, gold lead maybe not that crazy, but the Otacon going their way. The Senna stacks, the flowers, and the threat of a possible Hextech Soul.
Keen now a full item ahead of
But I don't know, the rest of
well,
MSI is just giga bangers. Like, the whole tournament is giga bangers. Imagine we had the CS circuit, guys, and we just had this fucking this type of a tournament every 2 months.
AL will have to try and find a way to fight back against GENG, who, especially with the paranoia now, with the Riot Eyes, with the Nash's Tooth, with the range on this
Olé,
center,
the mozzarella
how are
salad.
you getting onto that backline?
And this is what we were expecting coming in today from GENG. They are happy to pick fights, but they're very deliberate when and where. And in this game, they've been turning that early prio into fight selections much better than last game.
And here I was talking about that kind of side lane pressure that they've been able to
It would
establish,
lose the
push out
prestige.
their side
I think
lanes,
that's
go
bait.
mid, try to crack this mid turret, kind of take over the map before this next Drake is up in just under a minute.
Neither of the top laners have TP currently. I think Flandre's will be up.
It would actually build rivalries and storylines.
Not quite sure on Keen's.
You know, we went a whole fucking League of Legends lifetime without Rookie and Faker ever playing each other.
By anyone's legends, just to get a little bit
How's
of
that normal?
underneath this tower.
They played 2 BO1s against each other. And they played at Asian games, like this fucking Battle of the Rift or whatever the fuck it was called.
And then also Ruler to keep everyone top, even if you take a little bit of poke. And AL, I think the backs are going to come in, use the Hextech gates to get back in position. Because for this Soul, even if you somehow
Rookie
find
too weak for this.
some pings going down, I don't think
Faker didn't make worlds these years, big dog. 2018.
Over.
Duro lies in wait. Ruler seen
Ward is
going
not spotted.
into the bush. Anyone's Legends will clear out the ward. They know that Canyon is there as well. Flandre's going to catch the bot wave, uses the counter-strike. There's the Destiny as well for a little bit more
All right.
vision. Keeper's
Let's see the
burden
poppy ult.
comes down.
Poppy
No
ult
one
miss.
is bound.
That's not good
Guilty.
enough.
The hook
That's not good enough,
immediately.
Tarzane.
Tarzan has to flash away, and
Baby
Gen G
Keen
haven't lost any health yet.
hitting
They
the
continue
rumble.
to push forward.
Hitting the rumble. Canyon went deep. Flandre's trying to find a stun. Doesn't land it on anybody. The root sandstorm. Flandre falls. I think Genji have too much gas in the tank, bro.
As Gen G turn their eyes towards the soul.
And again, you see just how difficult
Nah,
it
the
is,
prestige
even
is
when
bullshit,
AL are trying to
guys.
set
You're
up. If
completely
Gen G are
fucking.
parked in a spot,
It's like the same
hard
saying
for them to come
Supreme
in, even
make
with
great
the
clothes
TFO
because
coming
it's a
through from
limited
Vision, right?
edition. There's only 500 of them. That's what you get. That's your argument right now.
And Gen G, they're trying to respond.
That's fucking Soul. Anyone's Legend. Trying to get match as soon as possible. Canyon doesn't have Smite, doesn't have Flash. This is kind of a crazy play from AL, but I kind of like it. They're gonna get aced, but they get Nash at least. Hope is trying to do as much DPS as possible. Gets one. I respect the guy who sticks in the fight to try to do as much damage as possible. Keen has E again. He's gonna eat the hit. The Hexax Soul is just too tremendous. It's tremendous, Joe Rogan.
Tarzan's taking He's the only one with the Baron buff left. But again, you're going to see immediately they're going to start pushing.
It's like CS have managed to keep the prestige by having major events and very specific special events with history and pedigree, like I am Cologne or I am Katowice, that they're changing now to I am Krakow. Like, there's ways to create prestige.
The negative Red Bull Baron power play.
The stories is what really matters, man. Really matters. The storylines, man.
Even if that Baron, as it did, went the way of AL, the fact that not only do they give up a bunch of kills, but give up the Hextech Soul, it's just so hard to imagine that they're going to be able to get any value out of it, as Flandre does have reinforcements on the way, and it looks like
I'm really intrigued how this fucking series will continue.
To veer too deep into enemy territory.
Yeah, not sure where Tarzan is, not sure where Kael is. Now they'll go.
I think this Soul, like, if they get a fight here, I think they can end the game. This Soul is too powerful. They found them, they sniffed them out. I think AL got spotted on some vision or something. Here comes Baby Keen, finds the flank on the back line. Poppy ult is nice though. Poppy ult is kind of nice. But look at this Nocturne ult. Look how Nocturne is powerful against TF. He can't use his rapid fire range because it's outside of his vision. They're gonna get slowed. Oh, look at these slows. They are mean. Their slows are so mean. They're the meanest in the land. Look at this. Oh, this Soul is nasty. This Soul is nasty. Genji break. They break the Gwen curse and they keep the TF curse going. This is the only pocket I think AL is not good in. I talk about that range of play, right? I think Genji's topside can play anything. That's what makes him OP. But when Flandre has to put on his carry pants, it's just not his mindset. He's trying to get Tarzan ahead when he should be fishing fucking goldfish in the river with Jax and then be on the lane, you know? GG, GG.
Anyone's Legend, they really didn't find purchase in the game at all.
Good bounce back, and this is what
a masterful performance from Baby Keen though.
Run into as well. It's if they do have early prio, and I think we saw both with Flandre's level 1 over extending, not being able to really make anything happen after that. Plus the fact that
look, guys,
the early kill
I'm gonna make
prio against Shanks.
I'm gonna make you guys the perfect circuit, right? The perfect circuit. Look at this, okay?
True. For both teams now, we get further into Fearless. We're going to
Tier 2 league
a few more pocket picks coming out. We've already seen some
LEC,
picks, you know, Chovy's Azir, world renowned
LPL,
overall. I wonder
LCK,
if there's, you know,
right?
A few like Yorick picks and such like that coming
Perfect.
out.
LCP.
We're going to hand it over
Let me
to
speak.
the
Let me speak, guys. All right. This is tier 2.
We have entered
Top 3
LCK
teams
territory here. Genji came
from these
back
regions.
and said, you know what, guys? If you want to fight, we're gonna do it
tier
our
1.
way. Slow
right?
down the pace of the game until you guys can do nothing, and there's no possibility of you guys coming back.
Yeah, I was fully expecting it to be a game about.
You with me? You with me? Top 3 teams from these regions make tier 1. In a year, we have 6 international tournaments. 2 of them majors. MSI Worlds. Top 3 teams from these regions auto qualify to the international events. These teams can qualify to these events too, with reserved slots. On a 6-month basis, the top 3 teams can be challenged by the other teams on a 6-month basis. So they can get relegated and swapped. You can get relegated and you swap. So the top 3 teams, imagine now, guys, just think about it for a second. T1, GENG, and How Alive. You have AL, BLG, whoever the fuck you want there. IG. These leagues kill the studio, guys. Kill the studios. We don't need the studios anymore. Kill the studios. They are playing online. We don't need the studios. This is tier 2. Tier 2 league. Okay? Then you have KC, Koi, G2. Alright? And then you have C9, Fly, Team Liquid. Like, you get where I'm going, right? These guys are gonna bang hard in the viewership because we're going to have 3 weeks of international competition with all the big fan bases concentrated in their focus. Where would you do this? You would do it in Canada. You would do it in Poland. You would do it in France. Would they not need a studio in each region? No, they don't need it. They don't need it. Why would they need it? They don't need it. They don't need it. Why do we need it? And then, if Riot wants to, they can say, here, we need tournament organizers. We need TOs. We need TOs. Who wants to do it? IEM? You got that Saudi money? Yeah, of course. LCP too, of course. CFO, GAM, Talon. All right, of course. And there you go. Let the Saudis host one. Let some gambling company host the other one. And then whatever. But teams still have to be in the same city or the ping sucks. Brother, we are all flying them out for these international competitions. We are flying them out. They are staying 3 weeks in a location and playing the competition. And that's it, bro. Teams still need to be in the same city because the ping sucks, as if that is some fucking great blocker. The arenas are fucking expensive, guys. Running the leagues is so expensive. It's so expensive. Jet lag? Well, the thing is, teams are going to have jet lag there once, jet lag the other where whatever. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Guys, there's a 12-month. If every 2 months there's 2 to 3 weeks of competition, you can fill in so much more, guys. You can fit in so much. This would be so insane, by the way. You would have rivalries built out. You can make bigger tournaments. You can have these teams qualify from the lower regions. The franchise system, the thing is, in esports, there is no equality, guys. There's no equality. That's the main challenge. There's no equality, guys. All the fandom is concentrated in the biggest teams. All the fandom is concentrated in the biggest teams. It just simply is. That is the problem. It's like what do you guys actually think the lower end teams in each region, like if you collect the bottom 5 teams of LPL, LCK, LCP, LTA, LEC, I know there's going to be some guys that are bro-leavers and they are having a good time. But in the grand scheme of things, guys, the money and the interest comes from the biggest teams. So why don't you just fucking fight them against each other? Put them against each other, make them fight each other, and make big fan bases clash. That's what we crave anyway, you know? That's what we crave. KC never used to be a big team, though? What the fuck are you saying? KC has one of the biggest fan bases, if not the biggest fan base in Europe, and also there are competitive teams. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like a right-wing agenda. We need more socialist programs. Fucking hell. Dickhead. He's joking, guys. He's joking.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing
He's joking.
customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
1-1. Kamita was the diff. Oh yeah, I forgot KC. KC was really struggling before Kameto joined, right? That period where KC didn't have Kameto was a really rough period for KC. What you're saying makes a lot. Biggest Game of Thrones fan ever. I'm not gonna stay loyal through that shit fucking season.
Tarzan rooted ulted with the last embrace. Chovy's here as well. Keen's on his way towards the back of the fight. Keeper's verdict coming out will knock away Keen, and perhaps anyone's legend will think this is a fight they can take. They can't. Right now, with the paranoia coming out, Shanks getting chased down, Kyle down to half HP, Tarzan the same, the Hextech Soul doing so much work as Keen comes in and snips them to pieces. Chovy flashing forward, Blandre with the counter-strike once again, just can't land the stun. GENG wipe away anyone's legend. So we've had 2 successive stomps.
Yep.
What happens in game 3?
A third success? I don't know, what is the test?
What are we looking for here?
You guys are the analysts. I'm just here to shout. Is it going to be another stomp? Are we going to see?
Look, I respect someone that still is a Fnatic fan, I get it. But I'm just being rational about how most people interact and feel, you know?
Very clearly see both team styles so clearly reflected in these 2 games.
Yeah, and I think with both teams in their playoff run, you could particularly see this. They're both very good at bouncing back. I'd actually use that to really fight.
To be honest, the amount of the writing was on the wall with that one. Yeah, but that's my point. Those are the off seasons. Those are the off seasons, bro.
Them against Hanwha Life in the
and the stories that come out.
I think both of these teams are really good at kind of regrouping, readjusting and
all right, back to the series, guys. Lila.
We saw that from GENG in game 2. I know anyone's legend is fully capable of that as well. And in terms of AL, what I would like to see is,
guys, in esports, there's nothing that ties you.
Early on the map,
I always make the same example. Well, in the Premier League, you're a fan of the local team because your great-grandfather was a goalkeeper there and they raised up the club and now it's in Premier League and it's a fantastic club and there's history and it was a part of the neighborhood you grew up in and it's part of the culture, whatever. There's nothing like that in esports. But esports, people,
what I want to highlight as well is
it's a question of accessibility, you know? It's like the players you come close to and that you enjoy. It's a very different thing, you know?
The fact that
it's much easier to pick and choose.
Canyon is because when their lanes does well and Canyon is farmed up, GENG just look nigh unstoppable, right? This goes back all the way
Galio ban.
to back when
what does Galio ban mean from AO?
And he will 1v9. And
Rise out, Zaya out. Annie is already picked.
All that reliable. If his laners are struggling, then
I wonder what they're gonna do with Silas.
But for me, that starts with how do the other lanes look, right?
What does Galio even counter him? Galio can be good against Ari, can be fine into Silas, I think. Rumble as well on top.
From that point on, Shanks wasn't really able to make an impact on the TF. A pick that I still do think is strong, even though I'm pretty
Yorick
sure it has
Mori.
not won
Interesting.
game, we're not gonna
Rumble is out, yeah, but he asked a question about Galio, guys.
That would make sense. It's good, I swear. Next, just one more TF game.
Just one more.
Just one more TF game.
One ban I do want to point out that I actually do really
Skana's
like
opening for GENG.
is the Yorick, which we were kind of hoping that we'd
see like a Vi Ari Silas game.
One of his
that
best
beats
champions.
Maokai out. They targeted Tarzan's sacred Maokai. GENG don't want to lose games against Maokai again.
Potentially, I don't even know what.
I think the Maokai ban means to me that Canyon wants to play Skana
kind of picks where
into the
his
Vi.
opponents might not know the counter matchup, and he gets to them first.
Varus.
Sometimes in build as well
Will
as
Canyon
champion,
pick
Vi
and then counter pick mid on 3?
But on the side of AL,
Jin is already out, so I don't know what GENG is going to pick into Varus. Especially with Zaya MF out. I feel like this Varus is fucking OP here. We have Talia. Talia Vi? Talia Vi?
You don't sound too infused by the Vi there.
Talia Vi, yeah.
I think that the Vi is a champion that has really been struggling, but this should be
I think Tarzan should take the Skana away.
Kind of glossed over it, but the Talia being available, Chovy to me, absolutely mind-boggling performances on this. And even though I think the Vi is the type of pick you
was
can
coaching on Fnatic really that polarizing? No, it's like the day-to-day work. It depends on the players and so forth. But it's more about like the in-between and the politics and how Fnatic has managed to tarnish, you know, years and years of credit, you know.
Because we see the Maokai taken away.
Let's focus on the game though.
We've seen the Rise taken away, and it kind of does leave up, okay, what kind of power picks are we going
Shanks
to
Oriana
allow
maybe?
through,
Just Shanks Oriana here?
The Vi-Talia combination is absolutely lethal. And then we see the Trundle locked in for Tarzan, which is something that he has excelled on. A lot of the kind of platonic ideal of an AL comp has sometimes been with Tarzan on this Trundle, able to stop.
Did you just call Trundle Trump?
Engages from
She
his
called
opponents. And then we have
Tarzan on this
Trundle.
Trundle.
So this is exactly like these three picks are perfect into
Let's watch some cinema indeed,
AL
guys.
are going to want to do, and then leaves up
Chovy
the
is a
support
crazy
and
Talia.
mid pick for wherever they want to fit those in.
Could be an Aatrox angle here. We've often seen that picked into the
Yep.
Cyan, but with this Trundle
Ambessa,
Cyan
I think
rotation, you
Ambessa
both
is
take
good
away
here,
one
guys.
of
I
Cyan's
think
biggest
Ambessa into
counters.
Trundle has such a good interaction.
I was kind of wondering if
I
they
feel
were
like
going to leave
Trundle
it
just
open
looks
for
like a
Genji. Obviously
goofball whenever he
complicated
plays
because
against
if you pick
Ambessa.
Cyan in the Trundle, you
And
kinda
they have
ask him
Vi
to
as
get
well.
dunked on,
Kalista.
as there has
Alright,
been-
the
I was
pivot to
actually
Ambessa.
thinking that they
Thank
were
you.
going
They
to
listened to me.
commit to the Kalista because it actually does have the ability to punch back against the Varus. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It's going to be the Ambessa for Keen. Really playing
Canyon,
into the
Chovy
state of their
Talia
own. We
looks
saw
like he
this,
has more range.
many times Ambessa is a champion where at the very least you need 2, ideally 3 items. You then can completely take over games. And even though Cyan's laning phase obviously applies a lot of pressure, you also against the sustain of Ambessa shouldn't really be able to actually threaten any kills.
Yeah, completely take over games, and then also with the picks already.
I have to say, I don't know what's going to happen bot lane, honestly. The AD carry pool, I think you should ban Ashe if you're anyone's legend. Ashe. The Kalista hover, I think, is a lie.
Taken away by Genji.
Yeah, they're looking for an R4 Renata here, I think. And even though I don't love blinding the Renata, I think you want to deny Varus Renata because it's a 2v2. That is insanely tough to play into. And Nico
I have no
is
idea
the
what
biggest
Chronicles is
counter
saying.
we
They
do
can just
often
last pick
see
support here.
into
They can pick
that
Karma into
champion.
it on red side, and they should be very happy.
There's a Renata ban actually.
So they're banning the Renata themselves.
Yeah, they ban Renata
I guess
themselves.
knowing they want to go in, and it's quite telegraphed with the cease and desist, having a hostile takeover coming down on top of that would cause quite a lot of issues for Genji. Will AL now look for the Kalista ban, or having already seen it perhaps flashed by Genji?
G2 League.
Without the Renata, it's not as strong, but still very powerful AD carry in her
Bro, this
own
video is
right.
so fucking crazy, by the way. That is a crazy video.
although, yeah,
I
the
think it's,
Nico
I don't
and the
know, bro.
Renata
How can it keep balance in
away,
that
so
boat?
they're gonna ban
Is
the
AI
Zeri
already that
instead.
good?
That's a Ruler Classic. Basically built
Is
for
it
the
Ashe?
champion
Ruler
with an
Ashe?
Absolutely insane penta level of threat.
Ruler Ashe?
Which, as any Ruler fan will know, something he always calls for in
I think
the comms
Ruler
as soon
Ashe,
as the opportunity arises.
but I don't know the truth.
AD carry pick would be the most
Ziggy
obvious here as
Azalea.
well. Oh my god!
Alright. Ruler's
This man
packing the
is
fries,
known
guys.
for never ever doing things like this. The Ruler Ziggs to come out here. That's a curveball.
Holy.
It is a curveball, but also, again, if they are able to make a lot of really early plays.
I don't know, guys.
with
I
this
think the top
composition,
side of
obviously-
Genji looks
yeah,
insane,
Ambessa
but I
aside,
think it's
you
crazy
get
that Shanks
Ziggs
get Orianna
out,
here
you
in
get
4-5.
taking turrets
Ooh,
super quickly.
the bard is
Yeah,
nice. The bard is
Vi
nice.
Ziggs
I like the
combo
bard a lot.
is absolutely awful to have to go up against.
Damn.
We see the bard coming in for Kyle.
Wow, okay, Ziggs Bard on
Huh?
opposite sides of
Is
the
he doing
Lamont
it?
Hovered here.
He's picking Orianna,
for
no?
AL, expect it not to be the pick. I will say there's a little bit of a dearth of engage potential from AL. You have the
I don't know,
ensemble
Kale
also, you've
always
got
looks
Chain
so
Corruption. I
aloof.
guess you have Tempered Fate now as well, which does give you a little
Why
bit
not
more.
Mel
but
here?
there's
Why
not
the
a
fuck would you want to play
Leona or
Mel
a
into
Rel
Talia?
or an
That sounds
Alistair that can
fucking
just jump
miserable.
in. It's going to be a
Right,
lot
little
for
Ali.
Shanks in the mid lane into this Talia.
And that's kind of Shanks throwing down the gauntlet, right? And also AL throwing down the gauntlet, being like, we believe in our mid laner. I love Chronicler's face right now. He's not happy at all with that pick.
I think there are drafts
Is
where
this
if
Leona
there
or
isn't
what?
a lot of CC, if there isn't a good way to disengage, the Akali can really pop off, but into the fact that you're playing into Vi, you're playing into Talia, which outside, or obviously in the
Not
lane
gonna lie,
versus
guys,
the
I
one
think
versus
Genji is
one,
gonna
I think
win this
Talia
game.
does struggle once Akali comes online, but in the team fight, you're still
Their early
gonna
game is
really have
hard,
to
though.
play around that E
But
as the Rakan
I see
comes through
Vi,
for Doro
Talia,
here, so
Rakan,
Genji,
Ambessa.
They are looking to just all-in blitz with this style of composition, right? The amount of backline threat that's
I
there.
think
kind of
Genji got
crazy,
this one.
But the same
I think Genji's got this one.
Yeah, I'm really
I don't know.
interested
This
to see
top
how
side, I think
both
is
of these
just so
teams end up
fucking insane.
piloting the these
But
compositions.
I have to
especially
also
considering,
highlight,
to your
Kael is
point
one of the
about
best
Ruler
bards
and
ever,
Zig
man.
specifically,
He's
this
up there
isn't
amongst
necessarily
Keria,
something
man.
that we see from him.
If Kael has the
However,
best game
it
of his
worked
life,
really well in this comp. Also,
then it
Rip
is
Shards
what
are
it
gonna
is,
go
you
hard.
know?
And for me,
Because
the
Bard can have a lot of value in
on
this
AL
game.
is Kyle on that Bard. I think Bard is a champion that can warp games in many ways. There are a good amount of immobile carries on the enemy team.
For the non-subscribers, you can join us back in 30 seconds. We'll see you
Did you
soon.
guys hear, Medic?
As you say, like both compositions are
I'm
quite
sending ads, guys.
explosive
Raise your
here.
shields. Block
It
them.
feels very much
Block them.
about which team wins the early
Block
game,
them.
which team
Use
manages to get
operagx,
pride in
guys.
their
It has
lanes,
a
get the
built-in
push in, control the
ad
map in the
blocker.
early game, because
Use
neither team
operagx,
has
guys. Download
great
it. And
comeback
then
potential.
you can also sub to support the channel. This broadcast is paid for by you, the viewer.
Range characters trying to play into the amount of damage that's available on the
Sexy Chovy GENG.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how snowbally the first two games were. Kind of expecting to see it here as well. Really interested to see how these early skirmishes end up going. Again, especially if this Gen G comp goes rolling and you're able to get that
I'm
Ziggs
excited
out
here.
on the map early.
Guys, it's 6 TPs. That's
Let's
not good.
go!
That's not good for the
Spellbook,
action.
spellbook.
Where are my combat subs?
Shanks is a very good Akali, yeah. But it's not an easy Akali game, I think. There's a lot of CC. Their account value is insane, but the matchup bot is not so comfortable. I think Ziggs is gonna eat a lot of shit. What are the predictions? I always put them in the... my bullets are always in the Discord, bro.
Tarzan's going to get a ward in here on the Razor Beaks. Looks like it's just standard lines of scrimmage for both the teams. Canyon's going to start on his...
This is such an important game. Such an important game.
Tarzan on the Trundle is going to start
Jovi the GOAT, Geolt, Baby Keen.
Fancy feet there, but we'll have the double dash
I like the
to get
Ambassador
away.
pivot that they sent. I like that a lot. Really good into Trundle. I like it into this champ too. Right, Baby Keen lost a lot of HP. Someone asked me why I call him Baby Keen. Call him Baby Keen because that's the rapper called Baby Keen and it's very close to Keen, so I make up names like this.
is going to be heading up towards that top side, and then the Trundle is going to be pathing bot.
I don't think Shanks is going to have a huge amount of fun in the
No,
early
the-
He is
phase
not.
in
The
this
first
one.
6
This is gonna feel
levels
bad.
are not good. Chovy,
I don't know. I just think Genji's gonna win, guys. I think Genji's gonna win.
So has been
I have to say.
also, if I remember correctly, gone on the record and been like, yeah, I'm the best Talia. You know, I don't like to brag, but I'm gonna brag. I think I'm the best Talia in the world, and given his recent form, I think that makes sense. At MSI, I think that the Zero game was kind of more what we were expecting. When it comes to the ults, not necessarily the most high impact, but the amount of damage and pressure he was able to generate very clearly was something that GENG heavily relied upon. As Keen, again, going to set up some
I just think Chovy is a spacing goat, so I don't think Shanks is gonna have a good time. Tarzan is looking. Tarzan is looking. This could be huge. No phase rush. Phase rush on cooldown. Chovy has no phase rush. Frontal pillar. Trying to beat his cheeks. Get a chunk. That's a flash out.
And really nice little move out of Tarzan. Again, being like, Shanks, you're going to have a rough time in this lane. I got your back. We're going to try to set you up for success as much as possible to get you through kind of the roughest part of this matchup.
Very early on,
The
Tarzan
one
making his presence known already is
desire. Kael can have impact in mid as well, because he should have both prio, so he should always be first on mid and have more timers. Like the main job here is that Kael and Tarzan needs to break Chovy's ankles.
He'll be very happy.
Tell me why.
We'll have to see though an actual
Now number 5.
Again, I think Shanks alone isn't going to be able to do it.
I'm never gonna hear you
We'll see if Kenyon
say.
actually is going to commit. Definitely wants his scuttle first.
Yeah, he'll want that first, but
Ooh,
he is
Keen.
doing quite well.
Slicing, dicing. Like a little salad. Flandre on 15 CS.
Especially when he has a cookie.
Vi is coming. Vi is coming. Alright, Flandre, you need to cue the wave. You need to clear it. Flandre! Flandre! Flandre!
Down to 150
Flandre! Flandre!
With the decimating smash, no one tanking the tower now, but there's only one minion left. Oh, good flash from Flandre, but Canyon follows it perfectly. The zombie form will chase him. Canyon has to flash to escape.
I don't know.
That is 2 flashes for a flash, or rather 1 flash. Keen didn't actually end up having to for a
Oy.
flash and a kill. You still take that. If you are
GG.
GENG. Tarzan.
Hey, did you see that Orn War that he just
but
placed?
with the timing, not able to seal away.
I have a miniature version of that, like a limited edition one, because I won a competition.
Again, like setting
Very
up
proud of that.
This Mbessa early as well. Both junglers kind of paying attention to where they can be used.
Why is AL and GENG on the same side of the bracket? Because top esports sucked ass at first stand.
I mean,
that's good.
Not doing so bad in this lane now that that wave was kind of reset for him.
Yeah, in so many.
Oop, as I say that.
Melee versus. He still has TP.
No,
so
he missed the cannon. He missed the cannon.
Oh,
it's
never
over.
mind. Okay.
He missed the cannon. When I turn off the stream, you guys will also
If
miss
this
the
is
cannon.
LCK, that's how I know we're not LCK, so we're not zooming in.
Oh, yeah, that's the classic. Not the case. And yeah, as long as you can stay within a wave, I think you're going to be happy. You just wanted to hit 6, and ideally your first item, that's when you really can start threatening, when you have the abilities to actually get around the E, right? You have a lot more
Canyon's
ways
accelerated with the level
trying
6
to
too
get on
now
top
as
of
well.
Chovy, and once you do, you should be in a decent
Let's see what the
amount of
next
trouble.
crab
The fact that
spawn
Canyon's
is.
getting early
It's going to be
involved, as
crucial.
Tarzan did as well,
Star's
though,
going to jump
I
over
think
the
a good
wall
sign
and
for
bonk.
GENG.
He just puts a pink one down.
Yeah, good sign for GENG, especially, again, I can't help but think of the power of this Talia Ziggs being able to control the map, especially in mid-game, and try to take down that first outer ring of turrets very, very quickly.
Satchel Charge obviously doing so much work on those towers. Alongside that, they just have huge burst. On someone locked down, you get a cease and desist into a seismic shove into a Mega Inferno Bomb, and most of anyone's legends are going to die to that combination. Maybe only Tarzan and Flandre survived through it, and Flandre's not having the most fun time.
He's already homeless. He's chilling, bro. He still has TP. It's not that big of a deal. He already got a base advantage over the Hope as well.
Otherwise, he's going to lose quite a few.
Ziggs is just shitty Oppenheimer. What the fuck are we saying?
In the lane for now, kind of forcing him to try and play for this next wave as well, as Tarzan will be spotted here. Like the timing here. Look at that flash from Chovy, still not available. And with the level 6 of Shanks, Hextech Alternator,
2 AM
could be in
chat.
his inventory, could have locked for some damages. Tarzan
still has the flash here. Canyon going
Combination.
in. Weaver's wall as well.
Ooh,
Good
nice
start onto
bard
Chovy.
Q,
Hope
nice
comes in
bard
for a bit of
Q.
damage. The seismic
Huge
shove
bard Q.
not connecting there. Shanks now
Massive,
with the
massive,
good missing arrow
massive.
from Hope. Will
A lot of fucking tools used. I thought they're gonna be in a danger there on Talia if they let Akali collapse. AL is much target. What the fuck is this crab doing?
Oh, good start with the Cosmic Binding. Canyon now
Oh, Canyon got 6 of that crab.
the cease and desist. Bolt Breaker stopped.
Oh, no flash on Canyon. Gets the ult on the Kali. Kali's already in base. Hey, yo, fight back.
Canyon falls. He was too greedy for the crab.
Crucial getting Shanks ahead, right? Like this could potentially be a huge
Bigger
problem
downgrade Harry
for
Potter movies to
GENG
Fantastic Beasts
going
movies of Mickey
forward,
Delabrov.
especially getting Shanks out of
That's a
kind of
tough
the
one.
worst part of this matchup, right? Now he has
It's a
a
very
kill
tough one.
under his belt. He's going to be able to go back, reset, and kind of really nice job from AL stymieing, but also potentially GENG
This crab is fucking confused.
overreaching a bit here.
There's a polar bear in Arlington, bro.
the crab was knocked over maybe by the satchel. And Canyon, as confused as we are, tries to go for it, but with a really nice setup there from Cal, and the fact that
Harry Potter,
GENG
not
can't
good
fully
movies to
commit
begin
this,
with.
because Chovy had
That's a
already
10-minute timeout.
pivoted out of the fight, was already on a base, on his way back, and his direct lane
Well,
opponent
think about
getting
your
a
life.
kill when this is the matchup where, again, as you get later and later, just the mid lane is fine, but as soon as you start really getting into the side lanes and the Akali ever gets on top of you, you're in trouble. As AL, they are looking again.
Canyon doesn't have flash right now. Duro and
Alright,
Chovy
AL is
fighting towards the
grouped.
top side.
Flounder's here
Tarzan on
too.
the
Varus
Drake
is
should be able
coming
to secure
too.
this
GENG
with
need
his
to get this
smite.
up.
And in the end, GENG
Shanks with
started
the
off
E on the
Drake, but
W.
Anyone's legends
Very
very
nice.
happily will take that gift.
Yeah, and I was a little bit nervous about that just because Hope had used his TP, right, to catch that top side wave. So had the fight gone a bit worse, he would not have been necessarily
And I
in
grew up
time to
perfectly
help
in line
them.
with the Harry Potter movies because they were
continuously
released
flashing
exactly
the
for my
GENG
age group.
There's neither support, level 6 yet. Duro finds a sidestep there. And the combo of this Rakan and Vi is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in these fights. Particularly Hope. Only defensive summoner is that flash. Obviously can use
Like when I was
teleport for
watching,
extending
like I
lanes,
watched
but
the
not gonna
first
be able to
movie,
keep him safe
Philosopher's Stone,
in
with a
these type of
Swedish dub, bro.
situations.
Swedish dub
They do get on top of him.
and on a
Right,
VHS
to
tape.
give a little bit of extra safety. He's got that Kindle gem and the fairy charm right now. Grubs are up and Duro is making his way across there right now. Both the junglers on the top side of the map. In fact, all 5 players from both teams are pathing up towards this top side. I wonder
How
if
old are
GENG
you?
want to take this battle.
29, man.
GENG are going to be looking to go for the trigger pull, right? They are
Okay.
the ones that want to start the fight, blow a target up,
King
and go
got
from
chunked
there.
here.
Whereas AL may be looking to stow a Bard. That ultimate is available for Kyle.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Canyon's inting. Canyon's inting. Gets the ult. But there's no connection. There's no connection. Canyon griefed it really hard. Holy, Keen is trying to kill Hope. He gets him in the end. That's a CC chain on Keen. He gets a W off. He braces himself. Tries to buy time with the plant. Doesn't use it. Kites backwards. Shankovic is fighting in the back all on his lonesome. 3 for 2 so far. Baby Keen, 4 for 2.
And GENG, they need to be
Anyone's
synced up,
legend.
but it's anything
Very,
but.
very happy
Canyon
with this.
goes
Shanks
in,
is
there's no
doing so much busy work on the
available
other on the
yet,
top
damage
side. I
isn't
need a
there.
replay.
And Shanks
I need a replay,
runs
guys. I was
rampant in the back line.
watching the other
Yeah, and
down
even
part
though
of the
they
fight.
were, able
The
to
camera
get
work
a
could have
bunch
been
of
better, no?
damage onto Hope here too. He ends up surviving, and
Canyon
again,
stunk it
just
up,
going
not gonna
in
lie,
a
bro.
little bit too
And
early,
Chovy landed
the
in kind of a
fireball
weird
coming
spot
out of
because of the
Kyle.
Trundle pillar, I guess.
Absolutely huge here.
Let me see Shankovic what he did here. Shankovic R's, he gets the E. R2's over the wall.
And 2 items. That Varus is
Gets
blown
Chovy.
up, but instead,
Whoa, show Shanks movement. Oh.
Not feeling friend whatsoever, able to take down a lot of the damage. Keen getting taken down there as well, and this is looking a lot more reminiscent of that game number 1. Now 1k gold lead here for AL. Objective going their way. And they're going to be feeling good with Shanks sitting on a 2-0 on the Akali here.
Yeah, that's the big thing for
Shankovic.
me, right? Like, we wanted to get
This is a
Shanks,
statement,
or
by the
if you
way.
are
He's doing
AL,
this shot
you wanna
against
get
fucking
Shanks through,
Chovy.
that kind of rough
Statement.
lane phase. Make sure
Fucking
that Chovy
slamming a Akali
doesn't
against
have
Chovy
the
is
same
some
kind of map pressure
fucking
that he
base
had
shit, by the
on
way.
the Azir in game 2. But we're also
Holy
seeing when
moly.
these fights, again, are able to split up, AL have really nice target selection, and especially when they have champions like the Akali able to get into the back line onto Chovy, it ends up looking really, really good for them. They now claim the feat of warfare and have both the grubs and first Drake.
I just need one more of those neutral objectives to claim the entirety of that feat of strength, or first hand,
Lila.
obviously, as they can get it through those means as well. For now, the game will slow down a little bit with no neutrals up on the map. It's still 90 seconds before we see our next Drake. Shanks still a little bit short of that first item, went for the Merc Treads early, which makes sense when you're an Akali into a ranged matchup, or at least into a mage matchup.
Shanks on Mercs, necessary this game, makes sense.
Keep yourself topped up in the lane.
Combination, Mercs keeps him healthy, keeps him strong,
The last best of 5
like milk
for
to the
the
bones.
last LCK best of 5 that they played.
Ruler getting
In the early
chunked.
games, just not on the same page as the rest of
Ruler
his team. There is, of course,
is
for
Ruler
GENG,
ruined.
the promise of those
My
late game
goat.
itemizations, as that is
It's
the
okay.
flash force there.
Ruler loses flash.
Getting caught out by Hope.
Ult there, Chovy. Bobby Schmurder time. Can't catch him like that.
Look for Chovy. Chovy doesn't have flash, so it's always nice to just chuck it
Keen.
out. If you manage to land it on him, you have
I thought he was
great
gonna proxy the
follow-up.
wave, but he just
Tarzan
retreats.
there alongside Shanks. Flounder is clearing out the wave. And as you say, I think the hope for GENG right now is Keen in the side lane, has the Eclipse. He's really strong, about 400 gold lead for him. The question is, can they delay the game enough against an Akali, a Varus, a Trundle, who can
Yeah, Ruler's
actually force some of these
speaking some
plays?
English this series for sure.
AL's not going to give them the time, so
Canyon also
I
had
think
a
it's
very
gonna
English
come down
moment
to
there
like
on
a
the
single dragon steal, right? That can often be the
on the
breaking
grubs.
point between being on maybe an item and a half or 2 items. As we do see GENG seemingly aware of this, also looking to contest here on this next dragon.
Yeah, Keen is heading up through river. They should have first rotation on it as it spawns.
There's no flash on Hope, so Canyon should have easier backline target access. We do see Shanks, I think, looking to get that base
Yeah,
and finish his
Proto
first
belt, you
item
guys
and make
think?
his way over. As
Yes,
Chovy
Proto belt is
do have the
massive.
damage to take this down before the wall goes down.
I think the
The
answer
overlay
is
is not
most
changing.
decidedly not.
Cyan
Also
ult
coming
just to
out from Progress,
fucking
he
cut them
looks for the
apart.
backline. The Drake, the target firstly
That's a
here for
Cyan ult
GENG.
already gone.
Tarzan
Shanks
stepping forward,
does have
knockback,
Proto
the
belt.
side comes out. That is
Oh
Canyon.
shit.
Coming out as well.
Oh shit.
Execution.
Canyon.
Canyon's gonna
Shanks.
fall. Meanwhile,
Shanks
on
is
the
trying to
backline,
cook.
looking
He's
for
trying to
another
cook.
one. He's on
Access to
Chovy.
Chovy.
Can chase forward, dodges the
Where's the
side shot,
R2? There's the
Flounder
R2 for
gets the clean
Shankovic.
Still
He
going
dodges
in,
the W.
the
Shanks is
power there to the
clean.
grand entrance as well. Keen trying to get in, but Shanks' fancy feet are just sublime. Decimating smash. Will he have rule up, but
Jesus.
no real follow-up.
Bro, there's some language being dropped here, guys.
Get the dragon, and they were
I don't
able
know,
to
Shanks
do
is
so.
fucking...
They were very successful on that. As you see,
That
Shanks
is-
coming
ooh.
in with that belt for
That
just
is-
in time for the fight. But yeah, they're able to end up getting the kill immediately. Tarzan goes down, but then watch Shanks on this back line. He's already in such a good position, and he is going to become a huge problem in these team fights going forward. Dodges every ability. I'm so happy that Shanks is having kind of these moments on the international stage. As a long-time LPL enjoyer, I've really been waiting for him to
that was fucking
this time,
wow.
right? As you see that
Nasty,
damage
bro.
coming out.
Nasty.
In that team
Absolutely
did the
nasty.
most, there, and it really gives this task of GENG to be able to keep their carries safe.
It's remarkable that it was actually Ruler ended up staying alive for that fight, able to do the most damage, also gone for an early Ludens, which always like to see. Is
There's only one thing that we could describe that fight, guys, and it's this.
And that Seraph Shield is going to have a ton of value. As right now, that Dragon might end up being big for GENG, but it isn't going to change the fact that right now AL is the ones running the map. We'll see if GENG
Nothing else.
fully commit to the contest. And as I say that, Keen is TPing.
Here we go again. Keen is TPing, Talia's reconnecting. Look at Akali. She's gonna fucking fly with him, no? Oh, he didn't hit him with the... I thought he hit him over the wall with the... Canyon connects on Kael. They're angry at Kael. Kael murdered, but he used a lot of tools. Flandre falling. Shanks is deep, but the buy-ult was kept. The buy-ult was kept from Shanks.
And then dashes his way away as well with a perfect execution. The Rift Herald secured for AL.
Wow, he trapped him in a cage. He trapped him in a cage.
Sound passive, sound passive. Keen just hates Hope.
Hope goes down as well.
He wanted to kill their Hope.
And AO do get the Rift Herald, but the fight is anything but clean.
Oh, Keen is fucking good, bro. Keen is so good.
Win the fight, especially with,
I have to say, guys, I think the other teams in this tournament are not playing the same game. Like, this is League of Legends 2.0 right here, bro. The other teams in the tournament are not playing the same fucking game with League of Legends, bro.
As usual, as we've seen from them, able to set up this fight and also able to kill off Kael really early on.
The big thing here is that they don't
The CC chain. Duro snapped his fucking neck too. And then that Vi kept ultimate for Shanks. Very clever, man. I think Kael can't play like that though. Like, he got clean queued by Vi. I thought this wall cut through. It just stopped.
Clearly trust the rest of the team to keep him alive, and then
Brilliant.
Keen going in, I think a little bit too crazy. Could have taken this, instead going in on Hope.
I'm having a good time. Are you guys having a good time?
I mean, I love seeing
All right, lovely ruler cam.
I think it's fun. Do you not think it's fun?
Well, yeah, but I also like winning. And I think that they did their job. It's fine, just back off.
And they've even had the
I'm fucking enjoying this, bro. This is some fucking cinema action right here, boys. We're having a good time.
Give the shutdown to Shanks.
I'm loving this.
Yeah, but Keen in his matchup is still ahead.
Well, yeah, that is true, but I feel like the Shanks situation is still a big problem for GENG. Even in the last game where he got targeted,
Draco in 1 minute.
Got a bunch of cooldowns, lived, and got
Trundle
a
got the Herald in all of this. And breaking the mid tower is fucking huge. Without Shankovic got mercs.
Your earlier statement?
I don't like the build of Chovy. Chovy really needs to buy, I don't know, I really feel like it needs Leandris. But both of the 8 carries are not buying Leandris. I think it's one of those ignore Scion angles. Like, honestly, it kind of makes sense to just ignore Scion in this draft, right? Because they have Vi and Rakan to connect with the carries.
And I really like this line of vision that you see kind of established for AL, controlling this river ahead of this next Drake.
Ooh, and it's Chemtech. Haven't talked about the Soul yet, but obviously a lot of plans available. Also for champions like Mbessa. I think in particular going to be salivating at the thought of that. But even a champion like the Scion, so much shielding that will come through. A lot of extra playmaking potential there, but it looks like with the position of Flandre, unless he wants to commit a TP, GENG pretty ahead, and there it is.
Of course he wants to commit a TP.
Alright, Chovy has flash, Kael's fishing for the Q, Duro blocked it, Flandre getting Kobe Bryant 3-pointer. Flandre flashes it. A little bit too deep. Scion is killable.
My sentence, that TP wasn't great. The charge will come through, but it looks like GENG is going to have prio. Do note that Flandre could still look to ult back, but I think
you can see Akali is trying to collect top turrets. Let's see how GENG defended.
Yeah,
They didn't use Herald yet. Actually, they did use Herald. I didn't see that. They just chunked mid, I guess.
Optimistic TP.
TP sucks.
Very
coming in from Flandra. There, as we see AL now rotating towards this top side of the map, get a really nice amount of damage on this top side turret, actually able to take
Three
all of
grubbies,
it.
baby.
Yeah, with the frozen domain as well. It's
Oh
just so
damn!
quick.
Oh
Quickness
damn! Is this
coming in.
real?
Double
Thalia
TP.
TP. Sion has no TP. That's why they're forcing this. Thousand has flash. There's a Thalia wall. Ooh, he gets clipped. Whoa, Chovy, you psychopath! But I guess it works somehow. Shanks joined the fray with the Sion ultimate. Wow, everybody lives.
Would get him in range, but in
Holy
the end,
fuck, bro.
anyone's legend able to disengage.
Holy
Let's
fuck!
get them out, and that's 2 actual TPs invested. I think GENG looking
Everybody's
for a
out from that
punch,
situation, bro.
trying to punish that top side push.
How everyone is in
but
sync
instead
with
it
this,
might
man. That
end
was
up
the
with
biggest
AL
Lila I've ever
getting
seen.
tempo on Otacon.
Yep, as we see Shanks TPing down on that bot side of the map, and both Flandra and
What a game.
Kael are
What a
headed
damn
that
game.
way as
They tried to
well.
punish Sion OTP, and then Sion ulted through, and then Trundle played it perfectly to keep flash, and they don't waste anything.
No quickness for
If it's
him,
illegal
just
to watch
dashes
this for
away with the
free,
grab
just fucking drop a
entrance.
sub, bro. No, I'm
Vision
kidding.
around the wall here will spot Kael and Flandre
There's
as
some
they
pay-per-view shit. I agree with you, Baki.
to the river.
Do really like both supports.
You
going
guys
for
can
redemption here.
pay 2 subs
Both these
to make me
combos
wear
are
some
front
cat
load when
ears.
it
Look at
comes
these
to the
Minnie
damage.
Mouse ones,
Being
bro.
able to stay alive, getting extra rotations of
Beautiful.
spells off is a big deal.
Who scales better? I think red side scales better.
Team, I think, wants to be the one that starts it because
I
on
think
one hand,
like
Akali
Vi,
in the backline,
Talia,
when you're doing
Ambessa,
resistances
like this comp
versus
will
basics,
like
just
can
pelting
choose
you
to
from
kill
afar.
someone at all times.
I think either sounds very good.
It's very difficult. Kyle's bot ult needs to get so much value. D-Rexy with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Cat ears, please. All right.
Again,
There you go,
scrapping
bro.
over mid lane
That's
Prio.
how easy it is,
As
bro.
we see a lot, kind of at this point.
That's how
in the
easy
game.
it is. You get 2 pairs even. 2 pairs of cat
We're
ears.
not even scrapping. We're just
2
kinda
pairs,
going
bro.
back and forth.
Well, I'd argue it's metaphorically scrapping. You know,
2
they're just not
pairs.
actually doing any
Scrapping inside my head.
fighting. Yes.
I'm a Discord kitten, yeah.
It's true.
Thank you. Thank you, Medic.
With no
even in,
TP.
even
I'm
in a
glad
game
to
like
be here
this,
with you guys. This is fun.
and I'm not gonna lie, we have seen teams right after a stomp on either side. I think for really, this goes for any region, not be able to bounce back. Both these teams.
I'm a cat
fortunately, in
man,
this
not a
game
cat
free,
boy.
giving us what we wanted.
Boy.
It's an actual game.
Good old scrapping.
Ruler got shaved.
Canyon ball breaking forward.
We're contesting a Drake that is not there. We're preparing for Atakan, it seems. I need to see the inventory. Shanks, Coinbase Gold, I don't care too much about. A 2-2-2, everybody on 2-2-2. There's a 2 on Keen, that's a big difference. Almost 2 on Canyon, but 1000 is 500 gold ahead, so.
And then on the flip side, Storm Surge for Shanks. That man is looking to one-tap people. Hope also going for the Edge of Night, so a little bit extra safety for him, even being Lafella the
Is it Friday or
this is the
Saturday?
type of game where you ever get to walk up
Saturday.
with as much backline dive as GENG
I guess it is Fanboy Friday somewhere.
GENG looking to, again, get this mid
Is it?
Prio. If they are able to get Prio in a lane with
Yeah.
the Ziggs, again, turrets just go down so quickly.
In North America.
But yeah, right now, I don't think either team wants to start Otacon without at least bot Prio, if not bot and mid Prio.
Especially since it's reducing your resistances, right? So unless
So
Flandre is
You know,
tanking it,
maybe you should tell some teams that.
128, the TPing Duro has dashes though, he's chilling.
TP coming in here.
Duro is stone cold mechanically. I really like how calm he's playing. He really has found himself. I like it a lot.
It was an unsealed spellbook teleport from Kael. He's switched over to heal
What
now.
the
as
fuck
Shanks
did not
and Chovy
Baltage
continue
is
just to
right?
trade down towards this bottom side. The Otacon,
Otacon
they're just
also
mad
wants
at
to scrap,
Chovy for some reason.
Otacon is not winning the battle. He's actually
Who's the guy who didn't like Harry Potter?
Chovy. Poor guy, man. Keen's going to be able to take the top lane tower. As much as Flandre can defend, he can't stop the push coming out from Keen.
Makes sense. He sees Chovy taking all these minions. That's personal.
How dare you?
I know.
He says. Yeah.
It's rude. Otacon now.
Chovy has 7 ducks. I mean, Shanks has 7 ducks heal stacks.
I don't know if
just
they
a
actually
big
are.
minion.
I have
Just
no
a
idea.
minion
Really
on
not a big fan of
It
Chovy's
looks
build.
like.
Aren't they
Do you-
different?
do you
The HP
guys
helps though to
remember
keep
the
out of lethal
giant
ranges
wraith?
against Shanks. I guess that's the thought
Forever ago,
process.
we called it
Ghosts,
Papa Wraith?
spooky ghosts,
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway.
I'm pretty sure Otacon is a soldier that's possessed by a demon. I'm pretty sure
Okay,
that's what the lore
that's
is.
fun. I do not know lore whatsoever.
Like Mordekaiser, something to do with that. There was a great comic about it in the client.
A great comic, Medic completely forgot about it.
For now, though, let's focus on what's happening on the Rift itself.
We are scrapping over vision.
That is a mental damage ignite that comes through there from Duro. Just making sure that Tarzan knows whose jungle it is, but the ambush control is there for Tarzan.
Not gonna lie, I think the Lord of the Rings movies are better than the books.
Get a soul point, and Otacon is right there.
I know Tolkien is a great writer and all that jazz, but that's not interesting to me. Let's take a look at this fight.
He's going to TP down towards that bot lane.
That's with the TP. There's the wall to cut people off. Tarzan is a little bit lonely in the pit. They don't want to snap on him. Ruler gets snacked on. Shanks found him. Huge bottle ult. AL. Canyon has to flash out. Huge win for Shanks. What the hell did Ruler do behind that corner? Why was he in the Zeus pocket? Why was he in the Zeus pocket? There's a massive win for AL. That's a Lila moment. I have to say though, GENG have collected the majority of the plants on the map. Look at that, they got 21 against 9.
Is able to immediately, in this particular
huge.
onto Ruler, and this was also the problem we had in game 1, right? When
guys,
AL were able to
I have an idea.
And get that early
I think Ziggs and Talia should both buy the Banshee component. The only way for them to die is Shanks murdering you, so the MR will be helpful. And this item counters Bard completely. I think that's the move, guys. Ruler's kind of griefing.
Just gets taken
Ruler
down.
just ran it.
GENG then is the one getting engaged on. Neither of these comps deal very well with that. Nicely done by Kyle as well to force multiple flashes. And that is a big strike there for AL. Dragon and Otacon.
Shanks just saw him, cut him up.
AL were sitting at about
Like he was a mean pirate. I don't know the lore of Shanks.
And now that's evened out between the two of them. So a lot of adaptive
I only watched like 30 episodes of the One Piece, and he was just in the first one.
As they get kills throughout the rest of the game. It's still only a 1,000 gold lead, but Shanks the man of the moment here for anyone's legend.
6-0-1 on this Akali in a really good position. We see Chovy kind of posturing here for Vision.
Why no shutdown on Akali?
Potentially going to go.
I think it's a question of like overall team gold. It's too even.
And all these fights really have just come down to who gets blown up first.
Yep.
It's been Kyle. Last fight it was Ruler. All these fights, I think, are going to remain as one-sided as they are, particularly with the damage dealers being as fed. Shanks
nice and Keen, waiting for Shanks. Public execution doesn't connect as Shanks dodges down and Keen predicts up.
And this is going to give AL kind of free rein.
Got a grand total of 13 flowers from
potentially
the
go behind this Baron pit, but just clear
the
out
boot
Vision,
upgrades are going to be nice for everybody involved. Like the boots, Merc boots upgraded are very nice. Well, Vi is actually a tank killer, guys, surprisingly. Vi actually kills tanks very well because of her W. She cracks armor and does percentage max health damage. Let's see how this build is going to play out. He'll back it off.
That isn't an unsealed spellbook teleport, that's a real one, and because of that, AL very happy just to back off. They got the summoner out, and the play on the bot side for GENG didn't materialize into anything.
Yeah, big win there. I'd argue trading a TP for a flash TP at this point in the game.
In this game, guys.
Especially for Sion. I think Flandre will be fine without
it.
it.
W stacks to cleaver, yes. I don't know what counts first, though.
Taken, which means that this unsteady stalemate will continue.
We're just going to keep clearing out Vision. Try to get mid lane prio. Maybe get those mid-tier ones down. It's, you know, 28 minutes about.
Yeah, especially with a Ziggs in the game.
My
the
pleasure.
fact that we are currently looking at a single turret taken for either side is not what I was expecting.
I think that does speak to how AL have had some really good vision coverage in this game, I think. Yeah. But then additionally, in a lot of these fights, there hasn't been a way for GENG to necessarily set the map like they want, right? And really rotate this Ziggs around to try to take down a lot of these turrets.
I do think still Keen and his squad scales better.
I think the place you'd look at is
I feel like Keen should buy Maw and Death's Dance, and then I think he 1v9 skin. I don't know what the hell he's buying with this. Don't tell me he's buying an ugly BT.
against him, so he's just able to
I
match up
hate
into
the
Chovy in the
BT
side
guys.
lane. Hope has good enough wave clear that Ruler can never get close enough to
I
the
really
tower
don't
to
like
actually do
BT
too much
guys.
damage, but Ruler is now at 3
GA
items
is
on
better,
this 6. The Void Staff,
but I
Horizon
think
Focus, and that Luden's Companion.
it's too soon to buy GA. I just think that's a better item than GA.
Flounder is still going to be quite hard for him. Instead, with this build, you're basically looking to one-tap one of Shank's Hope or Cow, right? This is just pure burst. And this is also, to be fair, the kind of game where might just be try and get as much damage off before
Shanks
you
has had
die.
a
Not in the way
fantastic
that
fucking
happened
game.
last
I
fight.
think a
That was just,
fantastic tournament so
doing
far.
No damage and dying is obviously not ideal. As Chovy, actually, because of all the kills that Shanks has gotten, plus the early impact that Shanks has found in the fight, substantially behind. It's really just Keen who does now finish his GA. That's a big buy. Means that he can go in, really use those double health bars as a resource to put a lot more
I think
threat
a
on
lot
the
comes
AL
down to
backline.
how well
In
Shanks
what I
actually
assume will be the
hourglasses.
fight for
I think
Soul
if he
Point in
gets a
about
lot of
15
value out of
seconds.
hourglass, I think that
And then this Drake
it's
about
just
to be up, as we
GG in the
see.
fight right away.
Again, posturing for trying to get some mid prio up. Tarzan Pillar.
Duo safe enough on that Rakan to be able to dodge away. Cosmic Binding hits from Kyle.
Alright, let's look at it.
Switched to Exhaust, which is why we saw him ghosting in the lane. Flandre is trying to match Chovy down towards that bottom side. Shanks here with the rest of AL. No vision, really, at all for GENG. They're trying to get it through
And
the
he gets
mid
the
lane,
Q
but double
out.
control wards down. Chovy now stepping in
Chovy
as
with the
well.
combo on
Slicing shot,
Flounder,
not
it doesn't
connecting.
land it.
Dashing
Keen
forward
trades with
onto
Tarzan. Tarzan lost a lot of
Flandre
HP,
forced
got
down towards the
shaved.
bottom side by Canyon.
The pokey from GENG is looking clean. Only Rakan got caught.
Canyon still chasing
Canyon is
Flandre out, but he
punching
still
on
doesn't take any
Flandre,
damage. Good
beating
explosive
on him.
minefield, though, from Ruler. Will keep
There's the heal.
AL
Shanks is struggling. He needs to flank. He needs to play from different pockets. GENG does have a too strong of a line. Cyan ult doesn't land on anybody. Combo onto Flandre. Flandre gets punched by Canyon. Keen is just playing with the food. Holy moly, Keen is just buying so much time. CC chain, Trundle, that's natural as well. GENG is just too fucking good. They are just too fucking mean where they got the position. I think it's very important the AL is a lot more creative in their approach. Holy Keen. Oh, Keen is just crazy good.
Just as I'm saying, the hero of that fight was Keen.
And that's why we call GENG the best team in the world. That right there. That right there. You can look at each player of how GENG moved and you're gonna be like, damn, I have blood rushing to my penis right now.
Is always going to be favored for
Your
GENG
metaphorical
because
League
they
of
can
Legends
sustain a
penis.
lot
It's an
more.
encompassing
And with
word.
both that Talia as well as the Ziggs, as long as you hold off on actually pulling the trigger, as we're going to see soon in the replay, I'm sure.
It's
GENG are
metaphorical,
happy
guys.
to just sit there
Everyone
and
has
walk
one.
away. And as you highlight, Keen, the thorn in the side.
I don't know, Keen is just
AL.
playing
They
with
need
his
to
food here,
use
man.
resources on him, but I want you to
Yeah, they
also
need to be a
look
lot
at
more
the
creative in
follow
their
that comes
approach.
through
Like
from
Kayle needs to
Duro
posture,
on
the
this
bottle needs to find more
Rakan, as he's
value,
able to
and then they need to
extend this
posture with
fight,
bottle,
not
so they need
giving
to
on
just
the
get a fight
counterplay
going.
over as follows up there, and then right here turns it onto Tarzan as
Keen
well.
did
Just flips him
fucking
with the charm, the
some
knockup
gaming
comes
here.
through, and without that front line,
They can't be
GENG can
knocking
just
on the front
run
door
amok
like this. I
in
think
AL
AL's
backline.
best play was to just go to Nash. You lost position, you can't find a flank, go Nash. Ned Flanders missing. Ned Flanderoni. It's a lot of turrets to collect for GENG. A lot of turrets to
They
collect.
can have these slightly more scattered fights without Shanks on a flank. It's really difficult for anyone's legend actually to get on that back line.
Without Shanks on the flank, with
That's one.
Keen threatening to be able to dive on key targets from AL, and then also from with Ruler just be able to free fire.
Yeah, Shanks
these
had a really
bombs
good
at
game,
Ziggs
guys, but
through the
it's hard. I thought it's a very hard Akali draft. That's why I thought GENG is going to win.
to both people in turrets, or to both champions in turrets, rather.
Oh yeah. And Chovy pushing mid, we saw there as well.
The W
Ruler
is
just
going to be
using
able to
his
finish the
ultimate to gain
turret
pry or
in
to
one
clear
more
rather
auto.
away
There
from
it is.
mid.
Boom.
That mid lane
Beam
turret,
bop, beam bop, ow.
standing satchel used.
The type of shit I'm on, you never
Shanks
understand.
should be able to get back to his turret or not.
Alright, as the Hourglass and Kel panic ults there. Combination in the nation. The Kali falls. Will they continue the fight? I think this is game ending, guys. Oh, Keen doesn't land the ultimate on Hope. That's the W, though. Holy Kobe Bryant with the combination in the nation. Anyone's legend. Falls. Cyan will try to kill the wave, but it's just not possible. A GG.
Duro in his first international, popping off on that Rakan, able to follow up on every engage.
Damn.
And GENG.
GENG, I don't know. I have to say though, GENG's draft is fucking crazy.
Nope.
No one's alive on AL. GENG about to get to match point.
They just rip control of the game away from anyone's legend, and they are one game away from their 21st series in a row.
This is exactly what makes GENG so dangerous. This is why they are the favorites to win this tournament. You give them a small window, and they completely took over a game that was looking very back and forth for a
what a
really
fucking
long
series,
time.
guys.
I thought
What a
AL
series.
did a really good job of stopping again
What a
that
damn
initial
series,
Zig
man.
setup. But once GENG were able to take control at that Drake fight, they immediately slammed the door on AL.
I don't know, bro. Keen is legit MVP, man.
Amazing early skirmishes. AL,
Keen is
just
MVP,
like
bro.
any team in the LCK, the moment that GENG truly get control of a game, it can be over.
Oh, Keen is so
quickly. Now, we
fucking
do know
crazy
both
good
these
this
teams again.
tournament.
The ability to bounce back is there, and come on. It
I
can't,
love this.
not another
It's great.
3-1.
Yeah.
I want to get to 5.
3-2. Silver Scrapes, let's go.
I will say AL won the first game, so...
No, that's outdated info.
yeah.
There was
outdated info?
There was, I
Fly
forgot who
Quest
it was.
also won the first game.
Yeah, but that's NA versus EU. We all knew FlyQuest was going to win that, right?
Certainly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up.
That's okay. It's okay. I've just been crying under the desk most of the day.
Yeah, actually, I think you've been doing a really good job of not making it show on
it's been
cast.
great, you know?
Appreciate it. I
Credit to
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you. We'll see if Law's sad over at the analyst desk. Law, take it away.
Yeah, I think
What
she's
was
also
that about?
sad. No, just the last series is all. Just the sharing in the trauma that Medic has.
Oh my god, I have so many questions, so I'm gonna start with this, guys.
That is a question.
This
Yeah, there's a
question
lot.
mark ping that you often see
Yeah.
in your League of Legends games, because what was that? This soul point fight, I don't get it. I don't get it, because for me, I feel like there was a way to contest this, but they chased Skin, so I feel like it's the only reason GENG won that game. Before that, I felt like AL was gonna close it out. I'm losing my English here. What happened there?
She's gonna start speaking French here.
Oh my god.
What a
That's
day.
when I'm really mad.
So,
Oof.
well, let's take a look
Guys,
at it then. Because one of the
I am
things is that
just
GENG did
in
a
awe,
very
guys.
good
In
job
awe.
at
Eat the
this
banana for
dragon
fools.
To kind of separate.
I'm in awe,
so this
guys.
is
I'm in
actually
awe.
starting a little bit after, but Canyon here, he actually already, you can see on the minimap, he pushed. Pause it. Anyways, he had pushed Flandre all the way down here on the minimap out originally, and so then it was left with 4 members of AL up on the top side, and Flandre had to ult all the way through to try and rejoin the rest of the team, but Chovy and Canyon just split, so they avoid that engage, and Keen just runs away. His Ambessa has got 5,000 dashes in the kit, and so he's able to just dash away safely on the opposite side. And so the kind of window there for AL just goes poof. I think it was a good job by GENG, kind of
The resume is boo.
and then playing around it. It looked like a matador almost, you know, with the bull coming through and then just pulling up the cape, and then they just pull the trap shut once again. Chovy on that Talia. Another one with the seismic shove, and they just pull them apart. Which, honestly, Lord, I was kind of with you because I was getting so hyped this game with Shanks' movement.
Stoner guy, the reason we flamed you, bro. The reason we flamed you. You wanna know why we flamed you? It's because it's a dumb bet. It's not that it's like a horrible bet as a prediction if that's your only choice. But if you're an active watcher, you can compound. You can compound so far, you know, and you can get way more. That's like the main point, you know.
So the fact that
if you're watching all of the games, you can just do it post-draft, you can leverage all the information and compound everything to the end, you know.
Confusion for sure for the side of AL's top side because they had to deal with Keen, and so they never really, they just weren't on the same page, and so it just made it so easy for that squad to take the fight.
Yeah, I bet Ruler heard about that one afterwards when they're like, all right, no more greedy pass on through. We have to be very careful in our approach.
You guys were talking about Akali. I feel like Shanks was the best dancer on the Rift by far, and I feel like he deserves extra credit because looking at the draft, you have Vi, you have Talia. I'm like, how is he gonna manage to find space in those fights?
but he get the fancy feet going.
The movement from Shanks from very early on. Let's take a look at it. We're going to start a little bit deeper into the game. But yeah, he was just so clean with so much of it. And he was really the hope for AL, you know, really keeping it alive.
There's a lot of moments where, he had to wait through the Talia E to go through. And then he had to wait for the Talia flick. And just like being patient with it, like this example, just waiting before he can.
What happened to Hidorino? I think he can't stay up so late.
So talented.
Hidorino is being a good boy.
Well, before this game, 7 and 3 on the pick. He was 70% win rate. He is just such a prolific assassin player, even back when he was on Team WE.
Yeah, and here's another one where he got focused so heavily. You were mentioning these things he has to play around, Laura, but got focused with the Vi. I'm remembering, too, the one...
Did Hidorino lose his streak? I don't think so. Unless, like, my DC fucked him over yesterday.
The early fights up by behind the Grub pit, behind the Rift Herald pit, and the fight is split through jungle and then up behind the pit, and he's able to juke the Rakan again, able to have
what a fucking series, boys.
Still working around so much. But yeah, it is not enough versus GENG.
Absolutely not enough here. GENG on match points here against AL. And we were talking about Kin playing Mel's mom, really effective. I mean, it's a nasty champion, but you have to be able to pilot that champion. Kin on carry, guys.
They really tried to challenge the AD carry pool of ruler. Like, they ended up putting it on Ziggs, so the plan worked, but the plan didn't work. You know what I mean? You put ruler on Ziggs,
so far, and
but
just looking
I don't know, Keen.
He's someone that will just fit the comp, and it's nice to see him on the other side where he has been career-wise a great carry top laner. And he's just been threatening
Baby Keen.
all the time.
I have to say, I think Baby Keen might be my MVP so far of this tournament. Like Keen and Shanks, I think the two MVPs.
He is fine giving
Keen, Shanks,
larger experience and gold to try and be there for the fight. So he's recognizing
just the two fucking best players at this tournament in terms of performance so far.
20 wins in a row for this team. The last time they had a loss was on LCK Cup. They lost.
What about
2-3
CFL Smith? Yeah, CFL
HLE.
Smith was pretty fucking good too.
I feel like I don't know who can take them down so far. I felt like we were gonna have a closer series. We could still get Silver Scripts here, but what
Do you think anyone will dethrone GENG? It's either these guys or nobody.
For me, I'm looking for AL to set a quick pace. I want them to draft, you know, some really fast, strong lanes for themselves so they can actually set a quick pace in the game, take it to GENG, and actually push the tempo, and try and attack the bottom lane again.
Yeah,
T1 surely. I don't know. T1 didn't look good. I have to say. T1 maybe they can play a lot better, but they are not looking good right now, you know.
And these mistakes generally don't happen. Like the fights that we saw where, you know, you're getting an assassination on Ziggs, like I think they're generally really good at taking space and playing around Hope. And I want to be able to see them do that. So we didn't see it this game. It has to be the next.
And again, I feel like they had this game. I want to see them bring back the energy and the pace of games that they had during game 1. They're going to be playing on blue side.
Can you play Family Ties if GENG wins? I'm going to get copyright struck, bro. I'm streaming on YouTube same time. We're multi-streaming.
I love myself a Yone.
Just like that, bro. We're multi-streaming.
Also, once again, they're great at playing sides and great at playing around flanks. I want to see an assassin pick for Shanks. He's having a great series again.
I think Keria played better than Gumayushi in that fucking series. Keria legit took them over the line. I have great appreciation for what Keria did in the last 3 games of that series. Like, he did fucking magic. Like that Poppy game, they should have fucking lost if Keria didn't fucking do crazy shit. I don't know, in the Fearless era, a player like Chovy, Canyon, Keen are more broken than ever. They are just so complete as players. It's so broken in Fearless. Like, Keen can play carries just as good as he plays tanks. There's no flaw to this guy. What's the flaw of Keen? For me, it's Golden Road, Steph. Steph, you are a tennis fan. For me, Golden Road can't be fucking changed every fucking year. For me, it doesn't make any sense. And people say, well, look at this Leaguepedia entry. It says Golden Road is winning every Riot tournament. I don't give a fuck, bro.
How can you change every damn year? It's spring, MSI, summer, worlds. First stand, you want to call it Rainbow Road? You want to call it Big Dick Road? I don't give a shit. But we can't keep adding tournaments every damn year and then saying, oh, it's Golden Road. No, give it a new name. What, the Grand Slam is 4 tournaments, right? It's 4 tournaments in tennis. It's 4 tournaments. It's Wimbledon, it's Wimbledon, it's Australia Open, it's US Open, whatever the fuck. It's 4 tournaments. They don't add new tennis tournament. It's not fucking Saudi Arabia Open adding to it. Nothing. But when you say that you have to bat an eye to the whole first split, which is not fair for How Alive, why? I don't care. I generally don't care. I think it takes away from the comparisons. I think it takes away from historical comparisons. They want to split that matters, not in what I believe is the Golden Road. So for me, it doesn't matter. They were the only ones that could have won the Rainbow Road. The Rainbow Road is when you win every tournament. You need to give it a new name. Has no one won both MSI and Worlds in the same year? No.
Let me throw it down to the
2 times. 2 times. So 2015, he won, lost game 5 with the Morgana counter pick. But the thing is, people talk about the Morgana counter pick. This is a pet peeve of mine too. People talk about Morgana counter pick, right? Into Fakers LeBlanc that was undefeated leading up to that point. But look at the jungle that they paired together. Okay, this is season 15. Look at MSI. This boils my blood. This boils my blood. Everyone's like, wow, the Morgana counter pick. Bro, we picked Willamp and LeBlanc as our mid jungle. Like, just go fuck yourself, right? What are we doing?
Into the fight in mid lane. For all intents and purposes, it was AL in the driver's seat for the majority
Look how
of
griefed
that game.
Faker got. Insanely
They are the
griefed.
favorites for the tournament.
Dude, block LeBlanc Nunu, bro. What are we saying?
Working out the same way.
LeBlanc
That did not
Nunu.
have the impact I was kind of expecting.
You had one of those child booster seats.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I gotta do that to my boy.
I know, but
no, I mean I agree. Keen had way more impact, right?
and
How did Alistair jungle work? This is not Alistair jungle, this is
obviously, I
Evelyn
think
jungle. This is clear love.
Not having the impact, but Keen having the performance that he had, and
This was the
so
fucking
often this player
Willamp
on
that
this
ran
team gets
around and
relegated
blood boiled
because
you.
of however the draft shapes out
Blood
for him
boiled.
to be on more supportive, right? It doesn't have to be a full
What's up, Salvation? You missed a lot. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Thank you, Prime.
in a row. He's just been the main win condition for GENG.
Elise, LeBlanc, Elise makes sense, bro. This was a Nunu that threw snowballs and fucking blood boiled people.
Let's just say for AL, both in team fights and then also in the side
The
lanes.
first series
I think
flag was
for
completely
anyone's legend
blasted
looking
G2.
at their kind of early to mid game, the things I did
Blasted.
like, again, they
Blasted.
got Shanks ahead early, which was super important because he was really starting to
I
take
roamed
over team
away from
fights.
my
He was
ADC to be
definitely
here.
The shining, a lot of the shining moments that AL had
That's
were
crazy.
around Shanks and his ability to get onto Ruler when he mispositioned, right? Or be able to just threaten a lot of damage. But the other thing for me that I also liked is the way that they were able to keep vision up. They were able to kind of stop this early turret take, right? Like that, those mid lane turrets were hanging on very, very late. And so they did have, I think, a fairly good game plan going in of how they wanted to deal with this Ziggs, like Vi, Talia, and Bessa composition. But as soon as they make a mistake, GENG punish and take over the game. So now we will see. Again, I do think AL are a team that are very well coached. I do still believe in their jungle support duo, despite the fact that I did pick GENG 3-1 to win the series.
So-
and I do think they can bounce back.
So what you're saying is there'll be a game 5. That's what you're promising.
Right?
No, no, no,
That's
no, I wanna
that's the
promise, Emily.
Skana ban against Canyon.
promise anything.
Let's
Can you
focus on the
promise it
Game Boys.
after the
Rises out.
No.
Okay, well,
It's gonna be
we
like
try,
Victor
Chad, we
Oriana
try.
time. Ari, Silas, we're in this
Taken
direction.
away by anyone's legend, Rise taken away by GENG. I will say, you talk about the Tarzan and Kyle of it all. I don't think Kyle has had the best series overall. I think he has struggled to really have the impact that you expect from him. Duro in the last game had an absolutely
No. I started multi-streaming now. I kind of like multi-streaming because I can keep like a archive of old VODs. I think it's kind of cool.
There are going to be some nerves. There is going to be some tension.
And I know that people enjoy it. I personally, if I watch a streamer and he will stream on YouTube, I would probably watch that.
Well in that game as well. I think that's really the key thing for me. It's just about maintaining that level.
Hey, I'm the guy that said LEC is gonna do better than LPL and hot takes and Holy Airball. That was the worst fucking take of my life. I appreciate that you came and admitted that. You know how many bad takes I hear all day and nobody ever says anything. My takes are like 99% accurate. Perma. I just zing, 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 boom, boom, boom. I hit everything through the roof. But people come here and say, how about that FlyQuest rating after they win 1v1 against anyone's legends?
We see anyone's legend recognizing again that Skarner pick and
that's my reward.
that Canyon has had on that, and then the Renekton
Galio.
and Jace for Keen
Okay, that's
as
fucking
we see
random.
the Galio locked in.
This is Shanks Galio?
Wasn't on my bingo card
It
for
wasn't.
today.
Alright.
Rumble obviously already
Are we gonna see like a Yone pivot? Like a Yone Maokai from GENG? Is that where we're at right now?
Really facilitate dive compositions,
Yeah, Broken
but
Blade.
Then I look at the rest of the picks that have already been removed. It's like, how much dive is left for you? You've got
Ooh, Caitlyn's undefeated at this tournament, guys. Yeah, the Broken Blade on tier list was fucking trash. Like, he had the worst tournament of his life. I expected him to be able to bounce back.
Now looking towards the Caitlyn, 4-0 here at MSI.
Caitlyn has deep fried this tournament.
Here in the draft. Kind of caught off guard. The Galio obviously is still a flex pick.
I think Hope needs to play Ashe into this. Guys, Hope arrows are nasty, bro. Nasty they are, I tell you. Kate Galio is what the Seafoods played. Was it Gum? Seafoods played it, right? It was Dogo. Dogo Pentakill. Wait, who played Caitlyn Galio? I don't remember.
With this, Caitlyn Karma is
All right, Ashe Blitzcrank, let's go.
to have to go up against.
Ashe
Has
Blitzcrank.
incredible push, is a really, really easy pushing lane to play around. And in these Caitlyn games we have seen thus far, it's been super successful.
Nico is impossible to play here. You don't want to play Nico, Kyle. Trust me when I tell you, you don't want to play Nico. You're suffering, bro.
Quickly because of her pushing power. We see the Nico being looked at.
I don't remember. I think it was Gam. No, it was Artemis Caitlyn with Galio support.
Puts AL in a position where they basically have to
It was Elio. Elio, best Galio support in the world. I think Nico is impossible to play, guys. Right now, it reeks of 3-1. It reeks 3-1, guys.
Between top and mid, I think gives them a little bit of leeway, but into Kate Karma,
I wouldn't be surprised if
the range advantage,
could you just pick Sejuani to have a tank jungler?
Yeah, the range advantage is huge. We do have the MF coming in.
They kind of need the tank jungle.
Galio and Nico in particular do have a lot of good
They could also just pick Maokai.
for the MF.
Or they could just pick Kinsante. That's Toy Slayer new. Toy Slayer new, bro. Toy Slayer 1, shout out to Toy Slayer 1, he got it. Kinsante in the bag, baby.
An absolute demon on this for
Kinsante. After he 1v9s on Ambessa Gren, he just fucking drops a Kinsante and tells us,
but it's a lot more impressive now, okay?
I will not yield. I will not yield.
He was also really good. He was extra good.
He was always also really good. You got me there.
What jungle would Tarzan play here, guys, to pair together with the
I
Galio?
also like it because it deals with a 2v1 pressure quite well, whereas Galio can struggle a little bit with that. Obviously only has the winds
Loser of this faces Fly.
up from range and a magic shield, which isn't too powerful into
Is that the case?
Caitlyn, unsurprisingly. GENG now looking towards the next ban. Camille
Something like that, right?
is the removal, so they're thinking maybe this Galio is going to go into that mid lane. Camille obviously gives you a lot more backline threat, which they already have from the Nico and
Camille. I think you don't need to ban Flounder Camille, but I guess it's just Camille Galio. I think you ban Zed, no?
To see that coming out of Flandra, but
Zed? Chovy is blinking like he has slept 3 hours.
Right?
Like,
it's an absolutely
someone get him a good pillow, man.
I can potentially see Flandra going for it. This this iteration.
I think also Tarzan could play Nafiri here. I think Nafiri could be alright. I think Javan into Caitlyn is not good. I think he needs to play Zed or Nafiri. Who's Zed ban? They know, they did the research. GENG. Holy Tabe looks fucking angry, bro. He's like, fucking Nafiri, man!
The respect being paid to Tarzan Zed with the Zed removed by GENG.
Nafiri,
Junglers, I think, really getting the respect they deserve here.
Are they banning Maokai here?
Well, the Hazelwood's
Maokai ban,
for
no?
a reason has just remained in his wheelhouse for the longest amount of time. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Lee ban to come through here after the game. He had on it before. Also means that
Lee Sin ban. It's kind of playing Maokai, guys.
Will be
That's what I feel, that Maokai is coming through here.
If they want to go on R4, my expectation is they're going to pick a
Maybe they don't like it against Nico.
Nocturne's
already been picked.
As we get towards the end of this draft.
Definitely makes the most sense.
I think Tarzan's playing Nafiri.
Kha'Zix is the hover currently for Canyon.
Another
Pick a fucking plant, bro.
Against Xin Xiao, I remember.
It's Maokai time.
Last year, but instead, actually looks like they're saving
Alright, they're picking jungle last.
Silas.
Locked
in for GENG.
Well, Galio cannot lane against K'Sante, but I think Galio is fine into Silas. I think you pick Nafiri here. Don't tell me we're going Galio top into K'Sante. Don't pick Javan either. Just go Nafiri, please. Javan is not good here. Javan is free lose. Smolder mid. Smolder mid.
So we're going to see the Smolder coming through, which is
Or is that Smolder top?
really interesting.
That's a poetic justice there from Shanks.
I don't
Picking
know, Galio into K'Sante doesn't sound
into
fun,
the
no?
melee matchup in mid, something that Chovy also relied upon
Maybe
last
for
year at
Smolder top.
Worlds. Very memorable game. Was able to then build an absolute monstrous
Okay.
lead very early on. We're going to see
They
if Shanks
pivoted the draft
can be able to
into something.
replicate that with his
Oh, I
performance
really
thus
don't
far.
like this.
I do
You're
think
giving
that,
Silas a great
expectations are
ultimate,
definitely
and you have
high,
no
and the
targets.
stacking is always going to be a big threat as there is a
I
Jarvan
really
here
hate it.
for Tarzan.
I really hate that, guys.
Like that is such good lockdown. AoE CC into AoE damage.
Don't
GENG
like.
now looking towards jungle. Duro hovering the Talon, which would be a little bit of a shocker, I'll be honest, but does farm really well.
Disma
has good
79,
ganks
I
as well,
appreciate your
and when you have
question,
lanes
but
that are
this is
gonna
not
push
the time to ask
Caitlyn
it.
and
Like any
Karma,
other time.
you can
I think
play
this is a
around them.
horrible
Nafiri
Java game.
instead, a different AD jungler,
I am
only
not
won
happy
one
with
game
this
so
Tabe.
far out of 5 here at
I don't
MSI.
mind I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, this is
I don't mind
full, like,
the
circle
Smolder.
gaming kind of
The
from
Smolder is going
AL,
top,
right?
guys.
Like,
The Smolder is going top
as soon
against
as they're
K'Sante,
able
as I
to
said.
get down AoE,
It is going top to
this
Keen.
ends up being a
It's the
disastrous
K'Sante
comp,
answer.
but It is.
And then Galio into Silas. The matchups end up better like that, I think.
Yeah, we're waiting. The
Even before
timer
they're
is running
swapping
out.
last
It makes
second and
sense if
everything I say is
K'Sante,
just
you
pointless.
shouldn't be threatened realistically, but looking at the players, I think not what we were expecting, right? Flandre on an 80 top here.
I mean, how do we qualify not what we were expecting, right? Because I will say, in like
I really don't like the Javan here, guys. I don't like the Javan. I think this was the time for you to play Nafiri. I think you're playing like Javan into a draft that is really hard. You're trying to set up your Galio for success, but everyone's gonna escape you, brother. I thought this was a Nafiri game for you, actually. I think GENG is ahead here. I think GENG is gonna win.
To hear me rant about Snake Flandre again, but like
Let's see
he
it.
was known for these. Being on the cutting edge of like picks or builds that people hadn't discovered yet, but also just bringing stuff into the top that people weren't necessarily familiar with. I actually credit him with the tanky Jace build that we saw much earlier this year. And additionally, when he first came in, he was playing the Kassadin as well in the top lane, which I remember from him when he was on Snake.
V. William, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming, and thank you very much for supporting the channel. Thank you very much, guys, for your support.
Now, right here, right now in this series with the performance we've seen thus far, because that's where I'd be worried. I think that on a Galio, it's so much easier to have a
It's just that AL need to cook some crazy wombo combo, but that's wombo combo is not happening, bro.
K'Sante really shouldn't be able to touch you at all. The execution mid to late game, definitely a lot more finesse.
It's going to be really tough. You need to make sure your positioning is absolutely on point, and there's always the risk of getting 2v1'd in a lane swap, right? If your tempo is off, it's hard for Flandre to survive to a Karma and a Caitlyn pushing into him as we get into game 4. Anyone's Legends will defend their own jungle. You saw early wards coming out from GENG down towards that bottom side, just trying to gain control, and this ward will be cleared out as Chovy placed it right in front of anyone's legend. You see Canyon up towards his top side. He's going to pass down towards bot. He's now tied 8th for the most ever international wins at 94. He's passed Peanut, and he is tied with Ming. Obviously, will overtake Ming if he wins this game, which is very impressive overall from the GENG jungler.
Yeah, we'll see.
Grass Silas into Galio, I guess that somewhat makes sense.
Like this is to me in terms of like play style and thought, vintage Flandre, right? And it might not work, but I'm excited and kind of happy to see it, you know? We'll see how well he does
All
in
the
this
top
lane, but like,
cooking we burn in the
other thing I
kitchen.
do
There should
wanna
be a
point
fine
out,
answer into
so
Kisante,
people don't
but
think I'm ragging on him. I think Flandre is actually so smart about the game,
I
and so we'll
I think it's
see
too
what he's able to
slow
do
in a
on
game that will be played quite fast due to the Caitlyn combo on ball lane.
at this point either. They probably just want me to shut up about it.
I do want to... No. Not going to get away
Let's see,
with that.
let's
I do
see.
want to highlight, I think it's testament
The main issue for me is I think
to AL as
Tarzan just has a
team,
very
right?
hard
And
game.
Tabe as a
Like I think
coach,
if there
despite
was
the
just a
series he's
different
had thus far,
jungler
he's
here,
still
I think
getting
I
the
would feel
counter
very
maker.
different
He's
about
still
it.
getting the
I think
opportunity
Nafiri was
to
really the one
showcase
here for
what he can do, as we see here in
Tarzan.
the
I just think it's a
tri-lane view.
very difficult Java game.
A lot of early trading.
Shanks is level 3 already. Canyon's coming across though after doing 3 camps. Shanks has the Justice Punch, so he can escape Canyon's clutches if he wishes. We'll get the push in and then just get a cheater recall off as Chovy farms underneath his tower. So early push from Hope and Kael as well. They were able
Shanks
to
only
land some
13
damage on
CS
Ruler and Juro,
because
which
he gets
forced
a
them back
Dark
a
Seal
little
no
bit. You see Juro
refillable.
and Kael have both
Very
used their
sad.
heals
Juro gets
already
refillable.
down towards that
GG.
bottom side. No unsealed spellbooks in the
GG.
game.
Actually,
So
bought the
we are
pink.
just going to stick with our
Damn.
normal summoner spells
Alright.
for this matchup.
But we do
Why
have to keep track of
he
who's
returned
who
it.
with
He
this
returned it. He
Nico.
didn't buy the pink. He returned it.
That is true.
Because that
But yeah,
he said,
obviously
"Fuck that
with,
pink."
Hope having to back Duro and Ruler taking full control over the push in this lane, this can be such an impressive lane.
If you are ever confused, by the way, because the spectator client says AL Hope, the one that's a little shinier is the Nico. I know that's a little bit hard to see sometimes, but that's the easiest way to see it. You can see the bottom Hope there, just a little bit more glistening.
Just a
than the
little
top Hope,
bit.
They do look distinctly different.
Just a little bit.
I will still
life.
fooled by it.
I'm gonna mess it up
Yeah.
at least once in this game.
Can skip blue.
As right now, early
He still
laning
got
phase
level
is,
4 because he's still
not
XP
looking
mid.
too crazy.
based.
Anywhere, the only
Ooh, in scaling department?
setup of runes I do want to highlight is that Chovy has gone in a melee versus melee matchup for
I think
grass.
red side,
We also
honestly.
have Keen going for Aftershock,
I think
which
red side
obviously
skills
in
better.
a matchup where you're just not going to be able to stack grasp, not going to get a lot of value out of that. So instead, just going for the rune, where the baseline value, whenever you're Chenki, still going to be very high.
And Flandre has had control over this
I don't know,
lane.
Silas
This
with
is
Nick ult and
kind of the
Java
matchup,
ults
right?
is
And one of the reasons why you would end up picking
a bit sicko
this
mode, bro.
Smolder into the Cassante. So thus far, having Prio in that lane for AL. And just a lot of attention on
I think Caitlyn as well on 4 items will be able to like headshot with rapid fire.
Both junglers kind of pathing
Is Raw
through,
Silas a thing? Yeah, it is a
checking
thing.
in on their mids.
It's not bad, I think.
But this
In some
Galio
games.
generally having push.
Yeah, this game can be okay.
I think is trading as much as he can. The lane swap has already been executed by GENG.
Keen is just being a dickhead here because he wants to punish Ned Flanders.
They are losing a decent amount of minions towards the bot side.
Keen is losing so much bot here. He's doing this is kind of a Flandre move.
Then TP, so that is a full wave being gone. And it looks like L should also be able to respond. We'll see if Ruler can
Yeah,
get
this
the
is a big
cancel
wave
onto
lost
Flandre.
bot,
That would
guys,
be
for
huge,
Keen.
but
Because Flandre got the crash and Caitlyn took all the minions.
A lot of minions lost down towards that bottom side.
Crosante lost a lot here, and I think Flandre doesn't need to TP, so that's really, really good for Flandre.
As well, it's to be expected. Caitlyn Karma does just control the lane really well. The extra range and the poke potential from them means it's going to be hard for Hope and Kael to stay on an even keel in terms of CS numbers at least.
I think this is going to be a very, very quiet game,
like,
guys.
okay, stay in the lane a little bit longer,
Very
drop that
quiet.
wave. Ruler needs his lane position in a spot that works, and it makes sense. You are playing with this comp for this Karma as well as this Caitlyn. Tarzan's on his way toward that lane as well.
We also do see that Canyon has first rotation and very early control of this Drake, so GENG will be picking that up very, very early on in this game. Start that Drake stacking super early.
Yeah, man.
Right off of that lane swap.
Tarzan still here.
Snuck behind them. Duro and Ruler though should be able
The
to
root sandstorm doesn't land. They got it on Duro though. The root sandstorm actually did land. Duro down.
Combo. Duro the first to fall. Tarzan.
Holy, thank God that Tarzan was not in third range.
Nice Tarzan's patience pays off in that top side. trading, knowing who is on the bot side.
Duro shouldn't be able to die to this shit, guys. That was a big mistake from Duro.
So again, nice little cross-map play coming out of AL.
And there, Duro, good call not using the flash, was definitely dead, but it was the knowledge that you know Tarzan is going to stick around. He's not, doesn't have anything to do on the other end of the map. You just got the dragon, and we can see lack of vision as Tarzan.
So really bad to down Kama.
He was the one that picked up that kill.
You don't want to lose
I think that's the
momentum
only,
in
if
games
it's
like these, you know?
possible to give it to one of your bot laners, particularly in a top 2v2 this tough, it would have been good.
Ooh. That's a flash, guys. That's a flash. Flounder is not a mechanical demon, you know, like when you have boots 3, you should be able to dodge Q3s with fucking ease, you know?
Right, with the Cassante, level 6 now.
You also have the E, get out of jail free card.
Brings to his kit. It will be, you know, Flaundra's going to have to watch himself a little bit more now.
I wonder if we'll see Tarzan going down towards that bottom side.
As we do.
Yeah, there he is. He was just finished his clear, has a red buff up. In
You know that Fnatic skin is pay to win.
In the Tribush grubs up in 30 seconds, both the top laners.
Because the animation for E is like invisible almost. It shows so late.
They do want to fight around it. AL will have a slight advantage.
Just some casual pay to win in the game, why not?
Right? Like they have good vision, even with this bot lane from GENG pushing in. They were actually able to get mid lane.
Imagine if the league had boots of travel.
You
could TP.
As well.
Would be kind of nice, though.
Have Keen not having his teleport available. Flandre does have his Smolder this early on, especially with only Swifties. I think most of the value just in the ultimate, so would not seem super likely that he's going to make his way over unless GENG really hard contest. Early objective would be good though, because as noted, GENG did pick up a very early Drake, and even a single drop, I think they'll be happy with him because of the topside prior that they got. I think
if Jovi picks up Nico ultimate, I feel like they're so OP, but
here is level 6, so he has the pop blossom if he wants to go for the fight.
Whoa, Ruler. Oh, he gets out. 9. Echt?
Anyone's legend, they'll take the second.
Well, I thought Ruler completely griefed it, but he lied out of there.
I jokingly called this circle gaming, but that's exactly what you want, right? Like the setup.
Jovi fights back with the information he has. Nico, Pop Blossom forces the flash.
And it feels like a repeat of the play that AL found against GENG in game number 1. The initial play looks good, yes. They are able to steal away one of the grubs. They force summoners out of.
We got 3 grubbies, but we don't have the best champions in the world to leverage them.
But GENG find the punish on the exit.
And this is exactly what I like to see from these
really
two
nice
teams, right?
Fucking
like
exit punish there.
Back and forth.
What does Lila mean? Lila means coming.
Ruler, he gets
like
out.
Kyle Lila.
He gets out, but then Kyle
so it means that
he has to flash out of the backside.
He's coming, like he's arriving.
Cleaning up these 3 grubs.
Flounder no flash, guys. Flounder no flash. Alright, the ult.
The ace in the hole won't be enough.
The ace in the hole.
So this TP is just going to be able to defend the push in from GENG.
TP from Shanks means that Flandre stays safe, but they are keeping this Smolder on the back foot. It's going to have to be another TP invested from Fly towards the top side, which means that GENG, when this next dragon spawns in about a minute, will have a summoner's advantage. Obviously, Flandre
Ruler's
not
had a
having
fine
way to
MSI,
stop
I think.
King's
He's been
TP.
okay.
And if GENG can, at what will be like 11 minutes, already get to a 2 Drake lead, AL might be forced in some fights that, particularly with a Smolder, you don't necessarily want to take.
Yeah, GENG could have some really good setups with AL kind of waiting for that Smolder to fully stack, to fully come online. Taking that early Drake was actually crucial for them because it does force AL to note the timers. Like that was, I believe, the earliest Drake we've seen taken in this series. So yeah, really, really
not in the
nice
combo for best ADs
for GENG.
at this tournament.
Get vision
at this
down
tournament,
there
he
and kind
for
of
sure
force
is.
AL to either give it up, which starts their Drake stacking
Like
really, really
who's been a
early,
good performing
or
AD at
force
this tournament?
AL to fight when they might not have proper itemization or Smolder stacks.
Yeah, something you can do when you have an AD carry
At
that
this
is
tournament
in
for
such
sure
a
is.
dominant position in the 2v2.
I don't think Gumayushi played particularly well. Hope had a rough start.
114. That is essentially 5 waves of
Elk has been really fucking insane,
Ruler
agreed.
has been able to pick up in this early game that Hope hasn't had access to.
Masu also had
on his way towards the collector.
Masu also had guys. Masu also made mistakes, guys.
Good use of the phase rush there from Shanks, using the ability to dodge out of Chovy's counter trade. We have Chovy sitting on the components, but not yet. His Roll of Ages finished. Canyon, though, he is sitting on that Shojin. And even though Tarzan is still decently ahead, they're both at 1-item spikes, both sitting on boots. And Neferi in these fights, if not dealt with, can really take over with the reset.
We see Chovy
Like, Ruler had a very good first series, I think.
Keen's TP is up while Flanders is down.
We don't speak about the Zig satchel.
So
Oof.
Keen can join.
Poke.
While Flandre can't, and they're just taking so much damage.
The ace in the hole took about half of Kaio's
I don't know,
HP.
Genji are just such rats. Like, look how they are throwing spells. I don't know, it looks so frustrating to play against them. All of them are spacing so well and just spitting
Keen can continue to
fuses.
push in, maybe get a plate for himself in this small window.
Fucking
Now
hell.
you see Genji immediately peel off. They don't need to do anything because Keen is going to be pushing this wave in top. Chovy is just pushing the wave in bot. For Genji, it's fine to slow play this.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. This is the power that getting that super early Drake gave them, and then potentially forcing AL to kind of choose whether they want to contest this at potentially a disadvantageous spot.
Look at that ward, the TP!
TP immediately. AL will back away. They know they can't do anything here.
Smolder has nothing to offer here, guys. Smolder's a little puppy.
The taunt, so he's going to go on to Chovy. Kaio force out the all-out on the...
Holy hope has no flash, guys. No flash. How did Keen even get contact with him? How did he even get contact with him? How?
That's a big mistake.
How did he get contact?
I'd love to see.
Keen is just fucking Habib Nurmagomedov, bro.
Like he was caught out of position.
He's
in the
fucking
mid lane
Daniel
as they
Cormier
were
when he's
backing
playing this gem.
off that Drake fight, and what potentially could have been maybe getting control of the mid wave, right? And then also allowing Flandre to push on this top side kind of turns into Genji being able to shove this wave in mid, getting the kill, getting the Drake, and being able to completely reset on the map.
And if you thought that that ultimate from Ruler did damage, now it's an Infernal Rift, so we are going to be looking towards an Infernal Soul. Now AL, when it comes to the gold, still barely behind. It's more so about the fight they might be forced into, because I think as strong as this composition is, looking at what they have, right, there is so much AoE CC, but you do need to be able to actually get onto the objective, to get onto the river.
Ruler, is he buying rapid fire
if
cannon
they
in
are the
seconds?
ones, and you have to walk through the choke point to get to them, it gets really hard. If Genji ever has
Fucking
to
Jin build
try
here.
and get through a choke, obviously, they won't be able to do so.
It's also, like, who is tanky enough on anyone's legend to survive through Ruler autoing them a few times?
Yeah.
Like, you have a double haunting guy, Shanks. Tarzan has Sundered Skyburst. Flandre is never going to be tanky on this Smolder.
And we've seen so many great Caitlyn performances. A lot of them have come off, again, these invades. We still remember On's insane Elise performance that set up Elk on that pick as well. However, one thing I also want to point out is this Smolder stack timing now that we are just past 14 minutes. Flandre is at 125. Like, this is the exact average 14.54 for the 125. So he's slightly ahead in terms of split 2 and MSI combined.
And I do think that if Flandre reaches that point, target selection for Genji is actually pretty tough, right? Because unless they get a flank,
He's doing all
they
of this
don't really
without-
have great engage. It's really more about
Oh,
the poke that they
Shanks
can set up
not
the area
buying
control.
the
And
MR,
unless Keen somehow
like
finds a way
MR
onto
Sunfire
that
game doesn't
Smolder,
makes him lose the
instead of
matchup,
Canyon jumping
even
in
against
or
no
Chovy
Conqueror Chovy, you know.
finding some crazy chains, it should be relatively easy for AL to then sit back and just poke with that Smolder Q.
Helps with clearing out the wolves that Canyon will be summoning as well with the Super Scorcher Breath. He's still trying to stack up. I think the average 225 is about 23 minutes, if I remember correctly.
22:59.
So Flandre, now that he's hit that 125 mark, is going to be able to farm up these waves a little bit quicker.
That's going to be right about if Genji get the next Drake when we're at the soul fight. So that is going to be, might end up being what the game revolves around. AL though, setting up this objective.
Shanks is heading up from mid.
Canyon trying to get in for the steal. There's the eye there for him as well. Could use that with the smite. Tarzan will secure it. Pop Blossom on the back line. Ruler with the cleanse, but he's caught
Ruler,
by the
Kyle with a good
Stranglethorns.
engage. Nice flash from
Engages one with
Ruler.
the flash. Torch.
Shanks
Keen
contact with
getting chased away
nobody.
by Flandre, but he will manage to survive.
Tarzan
Very
gets to the
picked up
Cristiano
by
Ronaldo.
anyone's legend.
Crazy how Genji always fucking get away. That flash was crazy
but
from
they didn't
Ruler.
want to use it, so instead AL get everything they wanted, as well as the sums of the bot lane of Genji.
Yeah, the sums and
Not too shabby, not too shabby here from AL. Maybe they can fucking take us to game 5 somehow, guys. Maybe they can fucking do it, man. Maybe they can fucking do it. I will fucking enjoy it, bro. I'm energetic. My sleep schedule is completely fucked in all ways possible.
And with those sums not being available, Duro in particular is
It
so
was a game
susceptible to
5.
Tarzan as GENG's looking to fight.
Tarzan's being really greedy here. Chovy has stolen away the Cataclysm, but
Java ult is OP on Silas, by the way.
slow them down enough. Tarzan going back in towards Chovy. The flank position as well from Shanks is not the best. He's knocked back and taken out. GENG claimed the feat of warfare.
That's
Cataclysm
Hope's flash as well.
Hope as well.
Did I jinx
In
them?
the end, AO just a
Drake
little
3
bit
in
too
1 minute,
greedy,
guys.
staying around
Drake
for that
3 in
grab.
1 minute.
A little bit too greedy for the crab.
No flash of
Chovy
Nico.
ends up getting that J4
No flash
ult
Nico.
too off
No
of
flash
Tarzan,
Hope
which
the
is
Pope.
huge. Hope ends up having to blow his
Shanks no flash either.
going to be
I don't know. The lack of
Next time they
summoners
have to
here. I don't know how they
fight.
find
Again, these
contact.
little
The biggest hope is like an
advantages
EQ
that
Java
GENG
ult
are
and they
getting
kill
both
fucking
on
Caitlyn
the map
somehow,
and
but
in these
Caitlyn always has E.
Gotta say though, going to the next fight, AL will still be able to
Keen is
contest.
just the MVP of the
And
tournament.
Without the summoners on both the bot laners for GENG, the value of
Like,
that Cataclysm
Keen is the
becomes
MVP of the tournament.
so much higher, right? There are, as we've highlighted,
no one's
so
playing
many
as good as
circles
Keen.
for AL that
Keen
you
has
gotta
been
deal with.
fucking
There
crazy.
is both Kyle, Shanks, as
The
well
whole
as
tournament.
Tarzan that are going to be
Even
looking
against
to
G2,
get
bro, he
access
was
to that
doing
backline, and while the
nasty
front end of
things.
GENG can easily deal with it. If Duro ever gets
Nasty
put by
things.
any of those, he just ends up going down, and you can see GENG, they do have prio, as would be expected. They want to get this soul point right here, right now.
Chovy
Right
will teleport
here.
on the top side,
Right
whereas
now.
Shanks does
Right
not
here.
have one, so
Right
GENG will
now.
have a man advantage if this fight begins. The hero's entrance stolen away as well gives some more protection to Ruler and Juro if they're jumped on. Shapesplitter goes forward, spots it out. Looks like Chovy's actually going to be stopped by Shanks. He's TPing behind them right now. Shanks on his way down, has that hero's entrance. The dragon down to 5,000 HP.
Will be spotted.
TP coming across,
Chovy's
as you
got
say,
the
Chovy
ultimate.
spotted.
Keen
Shanks
is looking to block. That's the combo. They found the ruler. Tarzan finds the EQ flash. It's fucking delicious. It's fucking vicious.
Anyone's legends were looking for. Keen goes all out, dashes forward.
Beautiful fucking EQ flash there from Tarzan.
With a 3-man knockup, but only Canyon and Chovy stay standing.
Really, really nicely done from AL. And
Ruler
you
no
see
flash
the
and
power
fucking Tarzan
of
made him
these
feel it.
ultimates when they're
Tarzan.
combined. They see Chovy coming in on the flank, and
Oh
that
my
is
fucking
the go
god.
button, right? As soon
That's
as Shanks is
massive.
able to go
They got
in,
the Drake too,
they
guys.
end
They got
up
the Drake
beating
as
up that
well.
Drake, and
That's
key.
really big for
They
anyone's
stopped
legend.
this early
And I have
Drake
to say,
stacking
guys,
from
through the
GENG.
whole bullshit of this
also,
game,
as we kept
Landry has
saying,
stacked
it's both
really well.
Ruler and Duro
He's on
getting caught. They don't have a
185.
way out of this.
Some
The
mid laners could
CC
dream.
And damage train is beautiful.
Every
and
Chinese mid lane's
getting a
fucking
kill on the
smolder.
back end here, it just doesn't matter because
Could
they're
dream, bro.
two damage, or one of the damages, one of the
Massive EQ flash from Tarzan. That's some goat shit right there, man. That's some goat shit.
That's a really big win. Allows you to
Holy,
maybe
Kyle
hit
spoke
that
one word
possible smolder
the whole
breakpoint.
tournament.
And the gold lead now in favor of AL.
Nicer.
Yeah, and this is also what we talked about with this AL composition and having these two massive damage
What a
dealers,
fucking
right?
engage
And
from
you not only
Tarzan.
have to worry
He knew
about
the
getting onto
assignment,
Hope,
guys.
but you
No flash
also
on
have to
Kate,
worry about
EQ,
getting
flash
onto
R,
Flandra,
into
who was
Gali
actually the person
ultimate.
who ended up doing the most damage in that team fight for anyone's legend.
Now they have a significant lead and Smolder is actually going to come online.
223 damage combined from the Caitlyn, who was 1,000 gold ahead.
Is this a
of the combo
black
as well.
cleaver Smolder? That's no way that's a good item on this champ.
What anyone's legends want
What are
to
we
do
saying?
in these team fights. With GENG now having their summoners on the
What
way
the
back
hell?
up, it's going to be harder, obviously, for them to do it. But anyone's legends will just be happy that they've delayed the game a little bit, have stopped that soul stacking. Chovy getting
Oh, Shanks
struck
actually
down
has
by
good
Shanks, who
items
used the
now.
phase rush to dodge his way
Actually
away.
has good items. Look at
And
him.
that delay is huge because, again, it allows Flandra to creep ever closer to this 225 smolder
What are we
stack
doing with Black
point
Cleaver,
that we're
bro?
all incredibly familiar
Does
with.
the burn
and
stack
it
Black
just
Cleaver?
allows them to kind of
Because true
reset
damage
and
stack Black Cleaver, guys.
not give GENG
I really don't
as
think
much
it does,
control
no?
over this map.
That said, I do think as we get to the really late stages of the game, everyone else on GENG feels a lot better than their counterparts.
I
and it
just
will
woke up. How
revolve
did G2
around
get
Flandre, right?
3-0'd?
Because
You
a
know how they
Caitlyn
got
on multiple
3-0'd.
items, a Silas that has
LOL Analytics says Black Cleaver is 33% win rate on Smolder. Is it Trinity? No, there's a Kindle gem right there, brother.
In those fights, I think you're going to be feeling good about as possible
As soon as
finish.
Chovy goes in, they're going to go for the fight. The flash away, but there's the Cataclysm for the follow-up. The taunt
Take
comes
us to
out and
5.
Chovy
Take us
is
to
locked
5, AO.
in
Take us
the
to
pit.
5.
He'll fall.
Come on.
GENG
Come on
starts
now.
up
Take
the
us to 5.
Otacon. Really
Take
can't
us
do
to
this.
fucking 5, AO.
They can't not with that pick onto Chovy in the side
I
lane.
feel it in my
again,
bones, my
nicely done
shoulder,
from
knees,
AL,
and
recognizing
toes,
that
my
GENG want to
bones.
start up that Otacon, want to
203
leverage
for
the pressure
Smolderini
of
Houdini,
Chovy
guys.
in this side lane, immediately finding that pick onto him.
Canyon's going to jump the wall here. They're going to look for Flandre if they can find him.
Flandrone is tanky. He has a lot of HP. He flashes the combo from Keen. Keen looks to ult and Flandre moves too quick with the Berserkers and the...
But they also get Keen's flash. I think he was looking for more. If you're able to get the ult off before the flash, you can still drag him back.
Michael Jarvan
doing
the
snapback there, but they're not able to
chickens.
find it. Flandre not having his flash.
Chovy and Keen, no flash, guys. Chovy and Keen, no flash for the Drake.
Maybe looking to again start up this Otacon, but
what are we talking starting up Otacon? The fucking everybody base. They're not starting Otacon, brother. Chronicler. Zoom in, brother.
Yeah, they'll get spotted out.
I think for anyone's legend,
look at everybody was in base.
Ruin in this early game is the fact that Tarzan's the one that's got
all the
kills.
4-0-1
on this Jarvan. Does have a 1.5k gold lead, but obviously Jarvan, as the game goes on, falls off a little
no
bit.
Flash on Chovy. Tarzan beating his...
Flandre's looking for the chase. He can just dash across the wall.
Holy, 2 circles. 2 holes.
There for the follow-up, and Chovy has no flash to escape.
No flash. Chovy. We have a fucking Caitlyn hitting top turret, and this is what we're doing.
Muted series, but in this game, he's straight up just getting targeted down by his ex-teammate.
He's about to start Otacon. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what this Black Cleaver on fucking Smolder is, man. It looks just fucking ass. There's no way it's good. No way it's good. I can't. There's simply no way it's good.
Top side, right?
Can't be
so
good.
that will be good for Genji. Again, if
223
you get this Caitlyn
is Drake
up
passive.
Turret,
He's gonna be ready, bro.
Just gonna
He's
take
gonna
it
be
down
ready.
so quickly.
30 seconds. Silas economy is kind of in the toilet, guys. This Drake is unfightable. Genji with the rope dope. This is a fucking interesting play, guys. Very interesting. They think the enemy's gonna open on Drake, and they're taking this over the map opener. Caitlyn is hiding the Otacon by hitting the wave. They should know.
I really don't think
Is
he's
Genji genius?
down towards bot side.
Genji low-key genius. They're low-key genius. They're low-key genius.
Yeah, I think it's just gone.
Oh my days, it's fucking genius. They've read anyone's legend play like a book, man.
Genji pull off a heist.
Like a book.
Great recognition of the
Damn.
fact that AL are kind of resetting
22
on the
birds.
right?
I mean, 22 flowers.
Really,
I know
really
about
nicely
birds.
done from Genji. That is a big counter punch that, again,
It's
is
good
now
swing.
going to delay the game a little bit in their favor after Chovy gets caught out.
That's the
No
stacks
flash on
right there for
Flandre. Flandre popped.
235 hit. And
His mother's blessing him.
Thought that Genji were going to overload the bottom half of the map to fight for this dragon. Genji catching them off guard, but it's AL that have control of the river. Look at Flandre. His damage, I think, going to be pivotal in these fights.
Doesn't have flash though, nor does Keen, nor does
Swinging
Chovy.
seed
Everyone else
songs.
on the map has that summoner available. Keen has snuck into this bush, but AL
Good
begin
night.
to wrest control
What?
back in their favors. Keen knocked into the wall,
No,
ace in the
we
hole,
lost
going to
him.
hit onto Hope. The taunt going out onto that Cassante. Canyon almost
Oh,
jumped
no.
on by Tarzan, but good eviscerate
It's
will
Drake.
get him away. Keen has TP, so he can base and get back into the action.
Keen, half HP.
As we see, clearing out vision.
Oh, there's
Up,
the
and
TP.
right back in.
That's aggressive.
Keen, pop blossom onto Ruler. Tarzan
Alright, Ruler gets out with cleanse. Still has flash. Baby Keen, combination. Taunt, Shanks. Huge Q on the back line there from Shanks. Canyon, Chovy, falling.
By Shanks as he dashes forward. Chovy down, Ruler and Juro and Canyon, the only 3 left alive.
And Canyon was waiting, but to what end? AL, they weren't thinking about going back. Flandre not looking to retreat to the safety of his jungle. Instead, they were just playing forward.
I think the item spikes are just too good for blue side. Look at the inventory, guys, of Nafiri and Silas. They are too weak. They're simply too weak.
From him, as we see how this fight started with the TP coming in, and Kyle with a pop blossom right onto Ruler.
And they are
Probably
able to
one
keep
or two.
Ruler alive for a decent amount, but it's the decision of Canyon to stay in the brush. I think looking maybe for an angle on Flandre, but Keen, he's not that tanky. So without any threat, the
message
rest of
to
AL
you.
just pushes onto the enemy back line.
Guys, Silas Raw is fine. It's not that big of a deal. It's completely fine to play Silas Raw. He's just sitting on components on the second item. Don't reach the wrong conclusions, guys.
For AL.
Chovy has been kind of farmed this
Team
game.
fights away from taking this series, getting back into control. What AL are doing really well is stopping Ruler from actually being able to have any impact in the fights. Like, even if he avoids
He doesn't
the first
have
engage,
Rift
there's then
Maker.
Jarvan EQ again.
Anyone's Legend really want to go game 5, bro. I really like the resilience, bro. I really like the resilience. The fact that they spotted out, you know, they need to get that EQ flash onto Ruler, and then the huge Galio combo. And Shanks is also, after that, those early fights, has been popping off in these fights now. Like, he's fully scaled with the build.
Onto Flandra, and that's absolutely massive. Not only having 2 damage dealers that you really have to target, but also the power of Galio to protect him.
He's also gone for a very aggressive build, right? Like, it's not the Hollow Radiance that we so often see.
Flandre just cleanly got so fucking strong in this game. I think that Drake 3 fight was just so crucial to buy time. And then the Drake 4 fight, they just had 2 core ahead on everybody, 2 core Salamanca.
If there's no mid laner, Canyon isn't in the fight, and Ruler is taken out.
What is this hammer on Flandre? I don't know, he's buying Essence Reaver. I have no idea, bro.
I think having great positioning in the fights as well, thus far, has paid off for AL. Was keen.
Should be able to get away from this one. Goes all out onto Shanks.
Baby Keen.
Knockback is taken out immediately by Flandre.
Oh, Baby Keen is getting cooked, bro. We're going to game 5, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to game motherfucking 5.
Not done with this fight yet. Canyon
Holy moly, we're going to game 5.
TP, but Canyon's already down, and there's a Baron available for AL.
Damn.
This Smolder pick from Flandra is absolutely showing up.
Damn, the Smolder pick just fucking is popping off completely, bro. But respect, guys. I thought that this game on Jarvan would be so fucking hard. But Tarzan is so fucking useful, bro. I thought Tarzan would struggle in this game. But he's just so damn good.
I think we all wanted it.
I mean, these are 2 really good teams. It's been
I wasn't sold by this draft. I thought the bot lane matchup would be harder. Caitlyn Karma didn't get through. Tarzan got a gank in on the route, which is super huge. Flandre farmed, got even farmed, just did a great job. And then Tarzan has just been fucking tremendous in this game. Absolutely tremendous.
So much of their damage.
The biggest thing is that it's so obvious that GENG wasn't ready for everyone to be there, right? Like the fact that
thank you, Schlüsselbart, I appreciate that.
Gets the CC onto the backline, and GENG
just to be clear, Tarzan and Kael are Koreans. Just to be, you know, just to be clear.
To deny AL the game number 5, 2 Drakes. The third Drake certainly with the Rebel Burn probably still going on for 2 more minutes, going to AL. And that is 3 Infernal Drakes with the possibility of a soul. If the game even lasts that long, because these fights, very one-sided.
Over an 8,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I think Duro getting killed on the gank was important.
Well,
but the fact that MF Nico like just didn't give up anything, no platings.
You get on that champion. Tarzan and Hope just stealing away as much of this jungle as possible, and GENG have to retreat. Their jungle is not their own anymore.
Anyone's Legend take us to game fucking 5, bro. God bless.
3 items on Ruler. Canyon is strong, you know, Black Cleaver, Spear of Sojourn is a lot, but they are just all so far in the hole when you look at their
Dark stacks for Shankovic.
Counterparts on AL.
He's strong, but this Nefiri pick has not been able to have the impact that GENG would have wanted. By contrast, Tarzan has absolutely controlled the pace of this game.
I don't know, I thought this would be a hard Jarvan game, bro, but he's just, what a fucking performance.
Coming out from both Hope and Flandra here. Shanks cleaning up that tier 2 in the mid. And they're just going to kind of go back and forth between these lanes.
Anyone's Legends are just walking. They're just walking menacingly at GENG, and they're having to retreat. Flandre looking for the inhibitor here down towards the bottom side. Will be able to secure it with the Baron buff up for another wave. AL could go for double inhib off this push. Drake is up now.
And AL could even be looking if they get a pick or 2 for the end there with the Baron buff. Still on for a little bit longer. TP comes in. They want to keep this pressure going.
Holy, Nico just collecting the fucking traps. Jovi, Nico, Jovi. But I think Smolder murdered everybody. Murder was the case, and Smolder is the main suspect.
GENG, Ruler and Juro, the only 2 left alive here.
Woo, go game 5, baby, game 5.
I think they do. They're going to try. They have a Grubs. So I think
come on now.
They have the Grubs, but the backdoor bonus, I think that cannon minion is too far away, so that tower actually gets a bit tankier. There's a wave
how the
coming
fuck would the he say, she say?
Should be there in time. Still 30 seconds.
Getting no delay.
Reinforcements arrive for
what
GENG.
A fucking Tarzan. Wow, Tarzan's just fucking.
Back in game 4 and will take us to Silver Scrapes.
The silver scrapes we all wanted. #1 seed versus of LPL versus #1 seed from LCK. We got to see so much here. Tarzan controlling the pace of the game. Shanks having a phenomenal Galio game. Flandra being vintage Flandra, pulling out this top lane counter pick, Smolder, and absolutely dazzling with it.
Can't wait to see what Game 5 is going to bring. I think this game also in draft bringing us a couple of curveballs included. What was going to go where? Flandre coming up huge here in game number 4. And with Fearless especially, I can't wait to see what is going to be cooked in those drafts.
Timo into Vayne top. That's
Guys,
what I'm calling it.
like, why the fuck do you come here and have this fucking conversation, bro?
Performance from
Like,
AL to bounce back. You talked about it a lot, Emily. Neither
a 1
of
hour
these teams are a
timeout.
team that's going to tilt. They're both very able
1
to
hour
reset,
timeout,
get ready
like-
for the next series. And as we reset and get ready, we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk, where I'm sure Raz has something controversial to say.
fucking, you go here and Twitch chat and fucking discuss this. Like, have some fucking civility, you know?
He's the best top laner of the tournament. No, that's the controversial point. That's just not it. I don't even believe it. But what's so fun about Flandre is that, like, when he started his career, it was off the back of, like, Fizz AP top lane, like AD LeBlanc top. He was somebody who was always thinking of something, like, crack-induced. Like, insane.
Crack-induced?
Legitimately, he would try all these
I'm so
crazy
fucking hyped
things.
that we
And I feel
have,
like this year, he's bringing
so
a little
fucking
bit of
hyped,
it back.
guys, that we
In
have,
placements, he was bringing back, like, the Vladimir counter picks, and then now we're starting
No,
to
but
see,
people are flaming her
sure,
for something
Smolder
that's just
AD top
outside
lane,
of
I
her
think Asante
control,
picked
bro. Like,
before. But, like,
what
that's
are we
not what you
saying, bro?
expected for Flandre coming into this tournament.
Absolutely not, but that is gonna bring us to game 5, which is all I wanted,
Yes.
honestly, with a
Well,
series
fucking
like
game
this.
5,
And it
bro.
all started with Tarzan and how
What a
he set up the
fucking
base of the early
series.
game.
It certainly did, and these team fights, and Tabe cooking with the tools that are available to him. I mean, to
All
create
right.
these big wombo combos. So we're gonna take a look at one of them.
let's
see,
look
is
at
this
some of
the
these
first one
moments,
by
bro.
Dragon where they all blew?
I don't know. Chovy is not having a great tournament by his standard, bro.
Side, but
I don't think he's having a great tournament.
Hope there.
Like, Chovy got the nice catch on mid after
yeah,
the grubs,
I'd
which
love
was
to
cool.
see ends up getting that
Um,
J4 all
1,000 gold ahead and the karma as well.
Yeah, this was just a crucial moment here. Like, on the Rift Herald fight, like AL just bought all of, like, just cracked all of their sums here. I think this was a massive mistake from GENG. How as crazy as it seems, this was just a game-losing mistake. Like, look at what Chovy is, bro. Like, they're fucking fighting without him. Like, what are we doing, you know? This is not good. They lose all sums here.
Ruler with a cleanse, but he's caught by the strangled thorns. The engage as well with a flash taunt. Keen getting chased away by Flandre. But he will, man.
Full sums bot gone, and now Drake 3 is spawning, and look, Tarzan just knows. He knows.
On the top side, whereas
Like,
Shanks
look at
does
the
not.
economy here. Look at the economy in terms of items, and you can see that GENG is ahead of the curve. You know, like look at Caitlyn being 1.1k gold ahead. She will get IE, but she's not enjoying her lead right now because she has no flash and she didn't finish IE yet. And same thing with Chovy, is a little bit ahead, and but you look at, for example, Shank's items, they're not really there yet. Not really there yet, you know. Nothing is really there yet. This was such a crucial point. Siriuno, thank you much for tier 1. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right here, right now.
Chovy with the teleport in the top side, whereas Shanks does not have one. So GENG will have a man advantage if this fight begins.
And then
The hero
Jarvan
then
just
can storm
knows.
away as well.
He just
Gives
knows.
some more
He knows,
protection
guys.
to Ruler
He
and
knows.
Juro if they're jumped on. Shapesplitter goes forward, spots it out. Looks like Chovy's actually going to be stopped
just
by
you,
Shanks.
Pengolicino.
He's TPing behind them right now. Shanks on his way down, has that hero's entrance. The dragon down to 5,000 HP.
Will be spotted.
TP coming across, as you say, Chovy spotted. To be stopped by Shanks. Get it. He's TPing behind them right now. Shanks on his way down. Has that hero's entrance. The dragon down to 5,000 HP.
Will be spotted.
TP coming across. As you say, Chovy spotted. Shangs.
Wait, Tarzan didn't even EQ flash, bro. He just flashed EQ'd. You need to fucking...
Looking for it. Tarzan goes in as a hero.
Wow. What a fucking engage, bro.
Cataclysm Mob, and that's the wombo combo that anyone's legends were looking for. Keen goes all out, dashes forward onto Hope, and will get the kill.
The fucking triple Q3 looks clean. And then, yeah, look at this now. Look at now after, in the aftermath, look at the economy of everybody coming into this Drake 4 fight. Because they killed Chovy on side, which is a really big deal.
They're going to go for the fight, the flash away, but there's the Cataclysm for the...
Yeah, they can't...
Able to get the... Great about the position that they're in is GENG maybe looking to, again, start up this Otacon.
Oh, no. GENG are looking to start the Otacon, guys.
But with this many people in the area...
Brewing in this early again as Flandre is looking for the chase.
This as well, like, what is Chovy doing here, bro?
Does have a 1.5
Look at that, bro.
gold lead, but obviously Jarvan, as the game goes on, falls off a little bit. Chovy falls for the second time.
And then here, GENG's punish here to just open on top side after this entire play is crazy. Like, this is so clever, I think.
They have a good amount of damage here. It looks like AL.
If you feel that you're too weak, you know.
On the way, but I don't know if they're really in position right now. Not that much
MF got
damage
IE.
just yet, but with the TP from
This is very smart.
I think
45
begin to wrest control back in their favors. Keen knocked into the wall. Ace in the hole is going to hit onto Hope. The taunt going out onto that Cassante. Canyon almost jumped on by Tarzan, but good eviscerate will get him away. Keen has TP, so he can base and get back into the action.
As you see, clearing out vision.
Oh, there's the TP.
Right back in.
That's aggressive.
Keen pop blossom onto Ruler. Tarzan there for the follow-up. Cataclysm coming in the hero's entrance. Stolen away by Chovy, will keep Ruler alive. Keen goes in with the all-out, pulling Tarzan back into the team. Canyon looking for the flank onto Flandre. He'll go in with the hands, but Super Keen's
Flandre too tanky, bro.
dead. Juro low as well. The hero's entrance countered by...
Chovy had a really good Talia game, I would say. His Talia games was really fucking good. His Talia game was really good. And what else did he play? Aurora Gaming got kind of fucking cooked, that's for sure. Yeah, Shanks has been a better mid laner today. Shanks has been the better mid laner. Shanks has just had a fucking MVP performance. Keen MVP and then Tarzan, Shanks, but Shanks, I would lean Shanks. Tarzan has been brilliant too.
And it is game 5 once again here between the two favorites of the tournament so far. Anyone's Legend versus GENG. We are ready.
It's insane to see that AL, a team that, you know, this organization that has kind of been struggling when they first came in, took in Rogue Warriors, all this stuff. Then they pick up a lot of these players. This year was Tarzan and Flandre.
What do you think about Canyon Kane game 5?
Came in as well, and they've had such a meteoric rise to be in this
it's moment. Not time for it yet.
And on the other side, you have GENG, the
it's
most
time for
dominant team in the LCK this year. They won
time
MSI last year.
Useful champs, not Kane.
Once again, and
Kane is like a game 9 champ. Like, it's too soon.
MSI champions select blue side for game number 5, and the LCK versus LPL all-time stats as well, pretty much in their favor. So very a whole bunch of pressure riding on this game.
Yeah, 100%. Anytime they face off against each other, you know the people online from both like China and Korea will just be like talking about it. Like the rivalry goes deep, especially when you think about like Rift Rivals days. Like I remember like casting during those days, and it's always just like constantly a back and forth struggle. So I like how close it is. And AL is just that next team in the line of legacy for the LPL.
Absolutely, and when you think about it, AL is the team that challenged the most GENG since Hanwha Life Esports in LCK so far. So do they have what it takes? Do they have what it takes to finally take them down and end this 20 series win streak for GENG?
They might just. On red side, you have to have confidence in some of these counter picks and these creative things. Like, maybe we pull out some stuff we haven't even seen all year long.
And this is just talking about the streak that GENG is currently in. It is ridiculous. HLE was so close to being able to...
I don't know what's wrong with Twitter.
GENG had that reverse sweep. And here we are, once again, another opponent. AL is ready to do it. And I want to talk about the player that was able to push...
I've never tried crack cocaine, 6'3" beast.
And like, I guess talking about
I hope I go through life without ever doing that,
But before that, he was on Snake, and like that journey that he has had as a player to be on stage like this is beautiful. And when he joined this team on Snake, like he got them through the LSPL all the way into the LPL. He was the last remaining player there, and then at some point, you know, loyalties kind of shake. They move to LNG. He then ends up getting an opportunity with EDG, and he kind of changes. He shifts with the times from being a highly great mechanical top laner that was working well with SOFM to a sturdy top laner that could do his job on tank champions, and now he's in this.
I'm this close to banning you, bro. You're writing this fucking garbage at 5 AM, bro.
In Iceland
with no patience for this bullshit, bro. We are enjoying a game 5 here, man.
At MSI for the very first time for this player, and guys, we've been talking about how much these top laners have been cooking on the top lane. We have Keen on one side, slamming the carry champions, and Flandre. I don't even know what to expect from this guy anymore. So what do we have here when we look at the champion pool for both these players?
Yeah, and so just, of course, a lot of picks have been taken away from both of these players throughout this series. And on top of that, this is not even including the LPL placements that Vladimir would have been there. So these are the picks that are on the board that they have played this split and in this tournament. So, like, I already heard the casters talk about the Yorick pick, the Yorick. Oh, where did the Yorick go?
Foreshadowing.
That's one option.
Foreshadowing. That's an important one, Raz. Be careful with that one.
What pick are you looking for?
Specialties. I mean, I mentioned the Sejuani top early on just because it is so flavorful. But honestly, I want to see the extra spice come out. Something that we haven't seen all year long.
I feel like they're going to surprise us anyway. This series has been amazing so far. It's everything we wanted here in Vancouver. Are you ready? It is the game 5 between GENG and Anyone's Legend. Casters, take it away one last time.
Well, here we go. Vancouver, we've had Silver Scrapes. Now we get the action. Obviously, we have to go through draft first, but eventually there'll be people on Summoner's Rift.
Draft is action.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. That's true.
Draft is what everyone pays attention to.
Right?
I'm also just glad that it's like me and Raz on this day, right? So we get to regale you with all of our Flandre stories.
True.
And also just watching him show up is amazing.
I think you're cooked.
Previously
I think you're
on
cooked in that.
GEG, as they mentioned, where they were kind of looking to train up Sheer as his replacement, right?
Alright, guys.
And then came to this Anyone's
Now,
Legend squad and has been
let's
a
think
really
about the champions that are available.
of how they play.
Renekton, Yorick. Renekton, Yorick. Ari, Ori, Hui, Yone.
That's smaller, he was able to make it work.
And I regret
Is GENG first picking Yone and pairing it with Maokai Sejuani? Because Maokai Sejuani right now are tremendous.
And then on
Absolutely tremendous.
Renekton being removed. I do like how much it seems that GENG did pay attention to some of these high prio picks for Anyone's Legend. The Kalista also
Support a lonely Nautilus also stands together with Leona. I guess he's not that lonely. Nautilus, Leona, Lucian, Kalista as combos gone. Rakan is already out, so Xayah value is less. I think it's time to roll out the Yone for Chovy, Nautilus already played. Yeah, I'm blind.
Actually shut down, and they can take over games if they get early leads.
Leona. Jinx ban. Leona, Yone, Maokai, Sejuani, Lee Sin, Nidalee. Is this Leona first pick?
what do
Like, no joke, it's just Leona first pick. If I had a rune for every rune, EA Sports in the game. That's what Rice says when you lock him in. Okay. This would just be Shanks on Mage, I believe, like Oriana, Quay. Don't want to pick Yon into Rise. Yon is just out of the picture. Corki AD.
Also uniquely a flex pick. We saw it on the giant
Corki
board
AD.
Kobe was holding up earlier before Raz, started throwing
What
stuff
happens to
at it.
Leona?
Keen did play this already.
Shanks could drop the Chinese Cassiopeia as well.
The thing that's cool about this is it is like a pocket pick for him in the top. He's brought it out even when
Skarner takeaway from Canyon.
meta before the days of Fearless, as we see
Canyon playing
this
Viego?
Skarner hover and the Skarner coming in, not only a
It's just game 5 Lee Sinning for the heck of it.
Yeah, there's a reason AL have been banning it out in the other games, right?
Just
They
a
want to
little
make sure
standard.
that Canyon doesn't get his hands on this. I think GENG, one of the best
Just a
teams in
little
the world,
standard.
generally, but also playing around
At least in game 5 because you got Rise.
Sure you utilize it well. So often we see impales going wide. GENG just really good at setting up to make sure you get those multi-man impales.
Sejuani, Pakistani.
As an answer for here from Canyon. I wonder if we'll see a
And
melee top
Bill.
laner as well. Obviously, Sejuani's passive so
There's
powerful.
no Jax.
When you have a melee, and it is the Camille.
There's no Poppy.
Keen throwing down
There's no Renekton.
with the blind pick
Is Flandre playing Jace?
coming out.
And there are
Jace is a
lot of
good
the
matchup into
mix you often see
Camille,
until
but
already taken away, right?
Sejuani, you can easily get ganked, especially with the Rise prior. Shanks lands the Cassiopeia. Didn't work out for Caps earlier today.
But with Shanks' performance on the day, I think that the trust is
Zeri
earned.
Ben.
I just also really like the way GENG
Just
have gone
targeting
around
the
these
ruler
first three
classics.
picks. Getting the Rise, very good for them, obviously, is that first pick. But as soon as they see AD carry and jungle, they're like, okay, if we lock
You
in
just
top
ban
on this
Leona.
rotation, you can only answer either mid or top. AL have decided
Ban
mid
Leona.
is the answer. Cassio obviously really
GENG.
nice into the Rise, but it does allow GENG to get rid of a couple of top laners here if they're worried about anything from AL.
Flandre could
Also
play
getting to the
Cannon,
point in the
maybe?
game where there aren't a lot of engage
Could he play
supports
Cannon?
left, so picking up early engage in that Sejuani is a big deal.
Yeah, as we see the Leona
I
already
think
being
Ruler
taken
is
out
also a
by
big
GENG.
Zaya
They're following
enjoyer.
exactly your
He
thought
picks it even
process,
it's even
Chronicler.
even if
We
it's
also
bad,
see the
because he's got the
Ruler
world skin.
Zeri being banned
But
out
Zaya's not a
once
good
again
pick
by
here, I think.
anyone's legend. And this Cassio pick
I think
is
they're just gonna
something that
target
Shanks
Comfort
has
anyone's
had
legend though.
success on, that we have seen anyone's legend play around previously in the LPL. And the big thing to me
Renata
that I
ban.
want to know is
What does Renata
Flandre
ban mean?
have against this Camille.
What does Renata ban mean?
Main top. Don't think it would work, but it would be fun to watch.
I don't think it would
Good
work
ban
either, but what a
Blitzcrank
way to
here,
go.
GENG.
Renata banned out here by
Little
AL. The
Blitzcrank
Kalista
ban?
obviously banned away earlier by GENG. They've
And then, you know,
Leona
this
on
might
the
sound
second
crazy to you
rotation.
guys, but I think if they ban Blitz and they pick Kog'Maw Lulu, I think they just auto win.
Another engaged support has a huge
I
amount of
have no
damage
idea
onside
what
the
they're
Corki in
thinking,
that
guys.
bot lane, can make things difficult for Juro and Ruler.
Bot lane matchup going to come through here. There is
So
the
the
possibility
Elise
for what
ban.
I would love, which is a support counter pick here for Kyle. I think he can really shape
Shen
matchups.
top lane into Camille, that's kinda legit.
As that the Shen could be coming through here. Most likely would be going towards
The
the top side of the
Shen
map.
top lane into Camille, it's a
Still be a
classic,
flex,
it's an
and I
old
like this.
counter,
It still
guys, it's
keeps
an
a
old
little bit of
counter.
uncertainty what AL are going to do with this
It's
pick.
time, guys. Lulu Kog'Maw.
I do
It's
think that
time.
probably is going to go
Time for Lulu
the top
Kog'Maw.
lane for Flandre, and we will see
In the year of
response over here
2025.
from GENG to round out their composition.
Where are we in terms of AD?
Ash is also a champion that Ruler plays.
Is that what we're looking at? Jinx was already banned out.
Ruler's just gonna pick Zaya. I don't think Zaya's good here, guys. Zaya's useless here. Like, Zaya's legit useless. It's so bad.
Looking at Ash as well, particularly
It's so
when combined
fucked up
with
bad.
Okay, Duro. Locks in the Blitzcrank.
Even before they pivot to Shen support here into Blitzcrank.
Doing here, finding those picks. They have
I
so
know
much
it's his mega comfort. This is a classic Ruler game 5 thing to do. But it's a terrible Zaya game, I think.
And as a Cassio,
Blitz,
for example,
Blitz
if
is
you do that
fine.
hook,
Like,
that
there's
is
no
just the
answer
end
into
of it.
Blitz,
You
that's great.
are forced to be in range, right? As strong as she is, you can weave in and out, but you are not going to be able to escape.
Shen pivot into
He's
support,
getting
guys.
close.
Gragooner.
Still a possibility. The Gragas locked in.
Where's Graguni going? I think Graguni is top.
Looks like it is going to be Kyle on the Shen in that
I think
supporting
Graguni
role,
is top
answering
lane.
into the Blitzcrank Xayah that has come out from GENG top lane.
It's a Shen
Gragas known
support.
as a bit of a counter into the Camille if she goes for the hookshot wall dive. Obviously, you can body slam, and then you have the
I feel like
explosive
Xayah
burst as
ruins the whole
That's
draft.
the big thing. There is so much safety to keep these big
Xayah
carries,
ruins the
Shanks
whole
and
draft.
Hope safe. You have the
But I think
disengage from the
GENG,
Gragas,
they
and
can
one
just
of the
buy
big things with
fucking
Camille is that even
mercs
a
on
mobile
everybody,
AD
no?
carry you can lock down with a Gragas that's going to be way harder for GENG.
I hate the Xayah, bro.
It's really going
I know
to
that as
depend
ruler
for
he's gonna
me
play his own
what these
skin
junglers do
and he's a
early,
world
right?
champion and all that
In a lot of
jazz.
these games, actually, it's
I
kind of whoever
just
is able to get out ahead. In particular, Tarzan absolutely dominated in the previous game, and if he's able to have a similar impact on this anyone's legend team, they should be able to set up really well to protect their carries.
As for me, X Factor is Canyon as non-subscribers. We'll see you in 30 seconds. On one hand, but Duro is the other.
Oh, Xayah is just giga comfort for ruler, of course, but I don't think Dura had good the Blitzcrank games originally even.
Even last MSI Lahens basically farm his MVP just with that.
I don't know, Cassio is one of those champions that people think theoretically is gonna be good, but then it just isn't because it needs to buy every champion, like every item in the game. But Shanks has performed better than Ruler so far, so maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough, you know?
Let's make some noise for anyone's legend and GENG as we jump into Game 5 between two favorites for the tournament, the upper bracket. That winner's final is looming large for both of them. Duro on his Blitzcrank, 13-4 career all-time on this, as AL look to make a little bit of an inroad in here. Flandre with the flank. Ruler's on vision.
Oh shit, oh shit.
From the side as well. Will Ruler
They're ready for the body slam.
At all.
Flandre's right there.
Ruler! Flandre with the special tactics, here they go, Ruler. Oh, the flash to follow up, but he's out. He's out.
Summoners down for the GENG bot laner.
Ruler flashing his skin. He said, fuck you guys, I won worlds. Kanye said, I did too. And then he said, Bill, fuck you, playing Sejuani. Who cares about your niddly skin? Well, Flandre shows that he's awake with the E-flash.
Allows Flandre to just leisurely walk back to his lane.
Wait, this is rude from Baby Keen. You're gonna E on Shanks level 1 like that? That is so rude. That is so rude.
Is going to be below half HP as this laning phase starts. Flandre trying to catch out Keen as he walks across, but shouldn't be able to do too much here, especially with Canyon in the area. Canyon can smite this. Just needs a couple more auto attacks. Hookshot wall drive again.
No flash Flandre, guys. No flash. No flash. Oi, 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 oi.
No follow-up from Canyon, but Flandre will come into the lane at half.
Cassio is fine, but bro, he just lost 2 potions level 1. It's not fine at all.
Control over this lane. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, if I'm not mistaken, that also did give AL early brush control, taking it away from the Blitzcrank, which can change the dynamic of that 2v2 down there. They look like they are getting the better of the early push.
And Keen taking control in his own hands very early on.
Guys, you don't fucking understand what it means to like what to be fine. Like, stop talking garbage.
Obviously can come at a cost.
He's not fine. He might not even get a tier base. That's how fucked he is. You're saying he's fine.
Being trimmed down, but no one going down.
He's in trouble.
In this game number 5.
Look at his HP. He has no potion against potion and full HP Chovy.
Deficit off of this, right? Like he is.
Skana is coming to gank to try to bail him out.
Over 200 gold. Flandre's only been able to get
The chat is not for you to cope on your bet being correct, you know?
Looks like, or what's left of it, and finally get out a little bit, but that gives Keen.
All right, Tarzane. Tarzane burns the flash of Canyon.
I was gonna say it does give Keen topside control with that ward onto the Krugs.
But it's the bot side.
All right, Tarzan's giving a lot of breathing room for his boy, also taking the red buff, which is massive. GENG with a level 3 advantage. Will Duro swing his arm? He's keeping the mana.
Sometimes the threat of it is enough.
National Geographic jungle matchup. A frog and a scorpion.
As Keen constantly trading with that grass.
Found a no flash. Glav Kalash.
On the way ping there from Canyon. Not going to be level 4, and Flandre, I think, knows. Should be going for the back, and Canyon not wanting to risk it.
Tarzane very far ahead.
Well.
He took his scan away from him. Very rude.
It looks like he's just going to go over to his wolves. TP comes out from Flandre.
Shanks actually gets a pretty decent base. He's even CS. He managed to recover beautifully with the help of Tarzane there in the river. Didn't allow Chovy to pressure as hard as he wanted to. Canyon's looking for chickens. No flash on Canyon. I think it's fucking stupid that there's like a fucking road sign where Scanner is fucking aiming with his E. Oh my days. Geil. 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 The TPA assassin skin. Geil. This is the interesting part about Game 5s, guys. Some players are first time being champs. They went off the deep end.
He looks like he's potentially going to go to the Krugs. I was wondering if he was maybe going to go.
I think Ned Flanderoni is in big trouble.
But he would have been spotted out on the ward.
Yeah, a couple of wards there for anyone's legend on the bottom side. Tarzan now.
Whose skin is TPA Shen?
We'll have about a
Is it Stanley?
Two camp lead. Room Prison onto Shanks. He'll chase onto Chovy, but the phase rush gets Chovy out of range of any subsequent twin fangs.
And we see Canyon pretty substantially behind Keen, trying to hold on to this lead here.
The team that go more deceived will win.
Once this wave actually gets cleared by Keen,
what the fuck are you saying, bro?
when it comes to multiple waves. The ones for Camille obviously always very rough. Should be able to pick it up as Duro going to be trying to play it with a fog as much as possible. They obviously know that he's in that brush, but going to be trying and play those
Straight out of Clown College, this guy.
Gets grabbed, which with the W shouldn't happen. Could be a window for GENG.
And Flandre with kind of getting back into this game, and Push is able to get that
Shanks flashes. Here comes Canyon with the CC chain. Chovy tries to find the damage, and that's a neck breaker. The snake is down. Shanks slammed the table. Damn, did you see Shanks slam the table? Oh.
Uses his flash, still goes down, and no TP.
That's a squeezer, bro. That was a squeezer gank.
With the wave state being as it is, right? Chovy is going to be able to shove this in, back. Shanks does not have TP, as you mentioned. He's not going to be able to catch all of this. Really, really nicely done from the mid-jungle duo of GENG.
Leg.
Yeah, and although Canyon has been set behind a little bit in terms of jungle camps, he's in the right position at the right time.
That's a squeeze gank, by the way. Damn, it's a squeezer. That is a squeezer, bro. Damn. Damn.
Disappointment there, obviously.
Oh, I thought Shanks slammed the table. It looked like it in
the
the
early game has very much gone in GENG's favor. The sacrifices AL made with Flandre burning his flash early on haven't really gained them anything. Ruler has both summoners back up right now, so they haven't been able to get any of those early ganks, early punishes on the GENG bot.
Yeah, I am looking to see what they do now with... They do have some vision down. And I am curious to see if anyone is going to end up looking...
Chovy keeping a freeze here. Shanks has no flash.
Potentially a first Drake. But yeah, they weren't able to do a lot with that prio. By contrast, I actually thought that Keen was not able to do a ton with that top side prio either. Flandre is still down in CS, still down about...
Guys, this is a secret lab chair ad.
In a better spot than previously, and they weren't able to really hard punish it.
That's always going to be
Proud to give it a shout there.
Actually taking him down with the sustain, especially with this rune setup, is always going to be very, very tough.
10 Cs ahead, 14 Cs ahead.
Shanks is
5 camps
great
ahead.
if you can hook him. Cal obviously basically brings the taunt to your AD carry, so he needs to be very deliberate.
Will he show him long arm of the law? Chovy just keeping the freeze. He's really, really making Shanks suffer here.
He's already level 6, has that impale. Actually, Canyon just short of it, now gets it from the mid lane. Keen here matching up into Hope on the
Maybe
top
use
side.
it in your YouTube intro.
But Keen obviously very safe still with the hook shot wall dive. And as we have a moment before the grubs are begun, just want to remind people like how important this series and this MSI is for the LPL. Like
Casu can't breathe, guys. Casu can't breathe.
Weren't able to take the win in either of them. If AL can take down GENG here, it would just be such a great sign for the region.
Music is there, boys. A secret lab ad. Tarzan's coming in. He wants to smite. 900 damage on his smite. Will he get at least one? He's trying to collect it. Boom, there's the smite. He's not taking it. Get on my sting. Shen ultimate. Gragas ult keeps him alive. Tarzan gets out somehow. Hope down. Ruler slices. Shanks no flash. He's in trouble. Alright, it's GG. GENG's got it in the bag, guys.
GENG's got it in the bag. GENG has got it in the bag.
You curse them, Medic.
Rip my pickin'.
But I will say that really begins
Rip
and
my
ends for
pickin'.
me with mid prio, right? They're
Shanks
able
got completely blasted this game,
get
guys.
onto these grubs earlier, but be
Shanks
able
got
to
Camille
rotate up.
ganked,
Chovy's
and then he got
first here.
Seju ganked.
Duro coming in, and basically Tarzan is so
He got Bobby
low,
schmurdered, guys.
Even though he is able to get the suppress, Hope gets killed off
Bobby
the back
completely
half of that
schmurdered.
fight, and it just goes entirely Genji.
And Ruler right there showing why he has a world's champion skin throughout the entirety of that fight. Unmarked, unchecked, able to get the recalls that set up Genji as Helper going crazy. This man is so expressive.
Is he screaming Lila as a meme?
That's the flip side.
I think he's screaming Lila as a meme.
I like how he didn't want to go crazy the first time we saw him. It just looked like relief was
He's
like
always
leaking,
holding back.
leaking out of
Keen
him.
on a fucking demon run, by the way.
Yeah, that is Genji.
What if
now
he's
off
screaming
to a
Lila
very
just to
handy
troll
1.6
AL? Do you think he's doing that, bro?
lead,
It
and
looked
now
like it.
Camille that we were saying, oh, you know, Flandre
With like
was
with
kind
the
of
way
let
his
up.
mouth moved.
No, Keen is absolutely going to be
Because he like kind of turned in the other direction as if like anyone's legends like coach's room is there or some
For
shit.
AL, we saw what is close to an ideal fight because the amount of life that they were able to breathe into Tarzan, who looked like he was dead on arrival, right? There was the shield, there was the disengage from Gragas.
Life
They still
has
kept
been
it alive for a good
heartache
amount of
and
time.
pain. Oh. Oof. Lehen's never left. I mean, Lehen's never got kicked. It's GG, guys. It's a fucking massacre. It's a fucking massacre. We're gonna see a fucking perfect game, guys, on our screen. It's a massacre, guys.
Absolutely shellacking AL.
X Factor indeed.
AL weakest first seed LPL in years. Why do people make statements like that? While being like just completely lost in the map.
Fight AL. As Hope at the very beginning of the fight just gets yoinked.
Yeah, he gets yoinked, and even though you do kind of see the suppress Cassio combo right here, it really doesn't matter with Keen coming in on
Yeah, the Blitzcrank blind was really good this game. That's why I wanted them to ban it, really.
Hextech Ultimatum coming out as well as Keen has already
Hextech
finished the triforce. He
Ultimatum.
will be knocked out by the explosive cast. That's the counter ability that we talked about with the Gragas, but Flandre is 500 gold behind.
Alright, AL.
Ruler is 1.4k ahead. As we see Flandre obviously not able to join that last fight.
Yeah, I was circling the itemization difference there because it is significant as we see Ruler showing up on the Xayah. Again, a champion he's known for, very familiar with. As you pointed out, Chronicler has the skin. And GENG have completely taken control of this early game.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, like just Mercs are so OP. I feel like there's too many fucking troll champs on red side.
Get the lead, just laning slowly into cross map, into you look at your turrets, they're gone, you're down 4,000 gold just by minions. But AL, I think in this series also not letting them really play that style, and in this game thus far, GENG has been bringing the fight to them as Flandre almost has his TP available. But the Drake is already gone. It's just the first dragon. So I think AL now have to be very deliberate. They get one more fight. Yeah. I think already you're obviously not going to be able to get prio. You're not going to be able to just get contest. But you get one more fight before the game is fully out of your hands.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at Chovy, right? 0-4 on this rise. Already has Roa locked in. He's going to be already kind of a pain in the butt to kill with what AL have right currently. So again, this Camille and Rise kind of being a bit ahead of schedule is a huge problem for AL.
I'm going to say Ruler might be on that list.
Ruler is also on that list, true.
Okay, one problem at a time, Medic.
No, Xayah is not a strong pick this game. Like, it just isn't. I don't think him being fed changes that. He collected a lot of kills in 2 fights, but it's just like Ruler's biggest comfort. Like, if Xayah is synonymous with Ruler, he goes full comfort in a game 5, I can respect that, you know? I can definitely respect that.
Flandre has his Rod of Ages at 1 stack, so they have got those first items. It's whether or not they want to fight the next objective. They kind of need to for the neutrals, because otherwise feats of strength are going to go over to GENG, but that might not be the biggest loss, or at least not as big as a lost fight around one of those neutrals.
For me, the core issue for AL is that this isn't the type of
I have to say that mid gank is still fucking blowing my mind, guys. The mid gank that they pulled off, Shanks was 1 minion away from 6, and they killed him off of flash, and it just decided the whole game. Like no joke, that gank timer was one of the nastiest things I've ever seen. That gank timer just won the whole game. I don't know.
Being on the prowl.
Kyle has a flank though, wants to rule the cleanse away immediately. Juro still looking for more here.
Juro getting bonked.
Kyle has to flash away.
Ooh, Glacial Prism misses, Hook misses, Tarzan is pulling, he's trying his best, but he's getting CC chained. There's a Shen ult on Tarzan. This is very, very fucking awkward. Keen dies. Holy moly, anyone's legend. They actually find a comeback. Let's see, Ruler is trying to line up the feathers. He's trying to... Ooh, nice flash from Shankovic. Woo! Woo! Woo!
And GENG will suffer. Tarzan chasing
Holy GENG! Damn! Holy fuck! I have to say, GENG kind of trolling. GENG kind of trolling, guys. GENG kind of trolling. Anyone's legend was fucking not speaking a word of English here. Kyle misusing his W, I would say here. His W usage was pretty poor, but he got out. The hook didn't land. Seju ult was also really weird. Keen went fucking under the turret. Look where he's ulting, bro. He's in a different continent altogether. Hope can auto die for free, and then Casio comes through here, and then Ruler can't attack, can't hit, can't do anything because they're fighting through a choke point smaller than... And then the flash here from Shanks, because the damage would have been nasty. Hook comes through, but Ruler can't fight back, and the bleed and the poison is gonna kill him.
Flashes, the recall, so many shutdowns going over.
Holy, anyone's legend. Holy, Tommy with the pop-off.
Now the question is...
Holy, is AL defending my pick'em? That's not my pick'em. Come on, my pick'em.
Is fed. He is now accelerated back in this game. The rest of the team, not so much. They didn't get as much gold as Shanks did. They weren't picking up those kills, those bounties. For GENG, they still have an incredibly strong AD carry, an incredibly strong top laner. Those matchups are still very much in the LCK's favor.
1 minute to Drake, guys. 1 minute to Drake. Let's do a little item check. Double mask. Double mask is just Shanks loves buying double mask, no matter what. I love, honestly, I love this Casio build.
Set the map in your favor in time for this next Drake spawn, which is going to be in just
I like skipping Roa, guys. I like skipping Roa on Casio. Roa is way too fucking premium. I think Casio needs Leandris, Rylai's. There's so many better items than fucking Roa. I really, really enjoy that. Really good Casio. Fuck Roa, bro. Roa you can buy on Rise is acceptable. But she has too many good items to buy. It's like Swain and Casio have the same problem. Every item is great on the Casio and Swain, but you need to be very selective. Do you like Gragas Roar? It's okay. Like it makes him survive, you know. Like he has such a target on its back against the fucking Camille. So I understand it. He needs to just fucking win lane or be survive lane, you know. The Dragooner is walking, he's showing on a ward. They're giving the Drake to try to take mid turret. Cristiano Ronaldo. Let's see if AL can actually keep them out. Keen didn't take the portal. Didn't take the portal.
I think that will be all that happens in that sequence, as it's just a tower for a Dragon Chain exchange.
And yeah, with that topside fight,
I wanna know what love is.
Some time. They don't have to contest this Drake. I actually do like them focusing on
I want you to show me.
Down to give them a little bit more map pressure, especially off of being able to push in this mid wave, in particular, just because.
2 Drakes for GENG. Somehow this game equalized. I feel like the Merc's value is still massive for blue side. Ruler's gonna have a hard time trading hits with Casio and Corki. That's why I didn't like the Zaya pick too much. Because he's a meat grinder and the enemy kind of outranges you. Alright, Chovy's just got Gragas ulted. It's also showed this good this game. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Keeping Chovy honest. No flash available, so if Chovy would have...
Shen is ready to go if something happens on ball. He's just like... Shen is like a pseudo Yumi, man. He's like a little kitty cat.
Because he's just gonna show up with exhaust, with heal, like he's gonna have all the buttons ready. And Solari, like he's just like a pseudo Yumi for everybody on the map.
Yep, as we see GENG pushing up in this top side. And again, I do think that GENG do have a few more tools, especially with the Camille and the Rise, to kind of get
Static is going to be interesting here for Baby Keen. They have double tenacity items. Flanders is trying to cheeky tickle the turret. It's going to walk up. Chovy getting the boots. Like the boots upgrade is a big deal too, guys, for GENG. Like I think that the upgraded shoes are really good this game, because I think red side is insanely AP heavy in their damage spread.
Has those upgraded Mercury treads, or the slightly improved ones at least, so he's not struggling too much in this matchup. Shank's obviously very happy to farm up as well. He's about 40 CS down from Chovy, which is what you often see when Chovy is on the map, but across the rest of the series, Shank's actually done a really good job of keeping relatively even, or even ahead of the GENG mid laner.
Actually,
I was gonna say, I did like how GENG targeted him early too, right? Like recognizing when they could go on him and really giving Chovy that push in the mid lane.
This might be the fight. Looking at the summoners available really across the board for everyone. Shanks on the side.
I would say LPL teams are more skirmish heavy. They like to take 2v2s, 3v3s a lot more, while LCK is more streamlined and more focused on the objectives and like to play their mid game a lot more spread out and on info. While AL, like LPL teams really like to muscle you down and match you.
So he's sitting at 2 items.
While like you see these type of compositions here, like GENG on the map here, like you have Camille in the bot, Rise in the mid, one Zion on the top. As a setup for Atakan, always AD on the lane where Atakan has spawned. No Rylai, they just went MR against the full Merc squad. Sterak's Gage Canyon is lurking around. Little cheeky little ward is keeping vision on Atakan. I don't mind Bloodless Curse here, it's completely fine.
And now we've gotten to the point where I think GENG wanna wait until Ruler has his Infinity Edge. Just went back
Chovy with the Rise CS hack. He has fine CS numbers in accordance to the game. Shanks was just giga pressured and died to some crazy ganks.
As the game go on. Chovy also sitting on 9 stacks on that Rod of Ages.
So many of their champions become bigger problems as the game goes on, but then also, again, this Rise can just sit up in this top lane. This Camille push down the tier 1 is now continuing to push out this wave on the bot side, and then we'll potentially back.
On the second item.
But yeah, that's the
economically they're keeping up well on red side. The only thing is that Ruler is super far ahead, then he could get IE. If anything, Xayah is really good for killing objectives, right?
Play there from anyone's legend. Trying to play around it. The hook's gonna land onto Kyle. He's gonna taunt his way away with the glitch.
Kyle dropping low, he survives somehow. Can they do Atakan now after the mid wave? Like if they leave Rise on mid and they just go Atakan, they're pushing Drake instead, I guess. 20 seconds, they just want Drake, okay, to keep it simple. No Atakan.
2 of his as now GENG can turn that into Prio on this dragon. They do have the possibility for a soul point with
It's very hard to create any initiative with the Shen support because of the silence they're playing. Like Gragas Casio can't really do anything aggressive, I think. Rise's Road of Ages popped. Pass is level 12. Chovy's pushing forward using phase rush. It's a little snap. Flambe was in W, so he took less poke damage. Canyon's looking for a nice edge ult, but he's just kiting backwards. Ruler pulls 9k, 8k. They bursted together with the feathers. Ruler, okay, Canyon, let's see the smite. That's a smite, that's a third Drake. Canyon, GENG go into the fight. They're kiting a little bit back. Huge hook, huge hook, huge hook. Tarzane falls. Chovy, GENG, Rise ult. Are they gonna Rise ult after them? They're going for it, they're going for it. Canyon going on the flank. He's on his lonesome though. Hope jumps him. And that's a nice Cassie ult, but it is not enough. He's not so tanky. Gets hooked. Duro. Duruk Maktu. Duro. And that's game. That's game. That's game.
A topside fight in the jungle now, but a distant memory as another team fight is won. The dragon goes their way. Another con sure
That's game, baby.
And I love how they set that up.
Duro had landed 2 crazy hooks. I don't know. GENG is just fucking choreographed ballerina dancing. The team fighting. Sincerely, bro.
there's no impale. Otherwise, that can be straight up a game-losing play. But without that ultimate available, the Skarner has
Keen is the father of MSI. Straight up daddy of MSI, bro. What a machine.
And crucially, it is onto Shanks, because he is the one
Fucking
person
brilliant
in
from
this
Keen.
fight that can really destroy what GENG want to do.
Holy, bro. I would also smile like this if these are my players.
Thank you, Ruler. It was nice.
Yeah, it was nice. Thrice nice.
Holy.
True.
Ruler on 3 items.
So that is actually a big deal.
You can see how Shanks really struggled.
Ruler the mid-grinder doing so much fucking damage. He's just fucking murdering one-shot anyone that Duro's hooking.
There's a 5,500 gold lead now for GENG. Anyone's legends are looking for.
Anyone's legend are cooking. Keen, face checking. Oh, the Sixth Sense.
He knew something was going on. Tarzan's going for the chase here, though. Underneath the tower, Tarzan's going to tank it up. There's the miasma into the petrifying gaze.
What a wizard. He's a wizard. Oh, he missed the wall. Bro, he could have gotten out. Oh, man, bro. He's a wizard.
Top side of this map, we see Chovy pushing in this
Holy
wave. GENG are
moly.
going to get absolute control.
Bro, if he hit the E, bro, he would have fucking bolted.
Push in onto tier 2, clear out the jungle, and
He had own a pixel. Own a pixel. He was missing a pixel, bro.
Ooh, how much was used there? Let's take a look at the cooldowns that
They
AO
use everything in the world here,
No
guys.
Shanksold, no Tarzan,
They are not on time. Who's the best player on AL? I think, generally speaking, Tarzan, but at this tournament, I think Shanks has been phenomenal. But Tarzan has been phenomenal too. You can just pick and choose. Usually Tarzan is just a goat. Like, Tarzan has been amazing.
The Ishtar's impact to get himself to safety. And in the end, Juro couldn't find a hook.
And a tiny objective bounty claimed from Flandre's Gragas, but it really doesn't matter necessarily. I mean, GENG had complete control over that top side.
As strong as US this year, not so strong. Casey need to fucking figure out their shit. But I'm really excited because I do think MCoy is legit as fuck. Like, Jojo Pyun is looking really good, Alvaro's looking fucking good. Like, I think Koi as a team is just really picking up for the slack that Fnatic is dropping, you know?
And already, I think AL are lacking damage, and that's going to get only worse.
Yeah, they really are. Shanks is lacking levels as well. He's currently 3 levels down on Chovy, who has had so much free time in these side lanes. Shanks has always had to back away from Keen because the threat of a Hexa ultimatum into a Sejuani follow-up has always been there, whereas Chovy has just had free reign of the top lane the majority of this game. Level 16 already at 26 minutes.
And we
17,
see,
in fact.
Yeah, Keen pushing in this top side. Rise
1 minute, guys, to Ocean Soul.
Of GENG pushing onto this tier 2.
Jovi,
I mean, GENG can pretty
the
much
gang,
set
pushing.
up the map however they
1
want.
minute
They
30
have
still on
such
Ash.
strong split pushers
Full summoners
in this
as well.
composition, and it just
Very
makes
hard
it
to do
so
anything
difficult
proactive
for
here with their
AL to
gems.
go in.
Tarzan is trying to find an angle. Sneaky beaky.
If you engage, you need to be sure.
Camilla's on mid-wave. Tarzan is still warded
You
out.
might just get grabbed. I think they see the pings go down. I'm pretty sure they know that Tarzan is in the area. 40 seconds here.
First time watching MSI in your chat. Where's most of your chat? AL fanboys?
Any sort of vision, and
Bro, you're so annoying, bro.
Can just live in the top lane, probably farm up for that GA before the Drake is started. And AL, I think the Hail Mary is about to be attempted here as Kyle TP's in the mid lane.
Canyon stepping forward, Kyle looking for
Will is on top wave. He wants to collect tier 2 and GENG is just playing with them. GENG Canyon is just drifting, queuing out.
No vision here for GENG. Now places a control ward in the tri-bush. Hope not really that strong, so his poke isn't really going to stick. TP comes in from Keen. As he looks for a flank of his own.
That's a hook, bro. Duro is a mean machine, bro.
And Chovy makes AL
Holy.
take a few. Church is in session here for GENG.
Oh, Keen dropping low. Keen dropping low. Oh, can they kill him? Oh, they don't even kill him.
Angels are on the side of GENG.
Damn.
Triple, they get the ace, and they're looking.
Damn, GG, bros. GG.
Beautifully done from GENG. The
GENG is just the unkillable Demon King.
Of this composition, they are barreling down bot side for the end to move on at this MSI.
Nerves of steel for GENG in the final game. As Keen, yet another insane performance in this final one. As GENG
GG.
take down AL.
What a performance from GENG.
This was such a fun match.
my
Like,
It was
oh my
so
gosh.
good.
I
GG.
had a blast. This
What a
is,
fucking great
again,
series, though.
The top team from LCK,
We are not,
the top team from LPL. It was back and forth. I think
We are
saw
not
the
playing. They are not playing the same game as the other teams in this
coming out
tournament.
on top with a stellar Game 5 performance.
T1 and Bilibili really need to step up. Really need to step up.
Any other team in the tournament watching these two fight it out?
Holy.
You're gonna have to be
Let's
scary,
talk
and
about
that
it.
on your screen right there.
Let's wait for the
Shank's
interview, though.
Absolutely stellar performance here today.
Let's listen to the interview and then let's do the breakdown.
Good game and a couple of bad games here and there, but overall highest quality league we have seen so far here at MSI. I feel sorry for the lower bracket, I'm gonna be honest. AL play up against the winner of MKOI and CFO, which is going to be a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, and I'm so happy with what we saw from both of these teams. Again, seeing the strength of both of them. As you point out, GENG now
CFO, MKOI, play AL. Blackquest, play the loser of T1 Bilibili.
Either we get the best of 5 that we were denied, or the team that has dethroned GENG so many times over the last couple of years.
What a rest of MSI we have. You can see Ruler there obviously picking up a few early kills. So safe on the Xayah at that Featherstorm as well. And from minute 1 in that Game 5, GENG were on it. Like, even though Ruler had to burn both his summoners, Keen then immediately says, okay, I can do that too. I just goes into the mid lane, gets Shanks down to half HP, wins the lane against Flandre as well. Just incredible League of Legends to watch.
And then for me, people are probably sick of me mentioning, but it's how they set up in the side lanes, right? Like GENG's map awareness is so good, especially with a Camille and a Ryze. They just kind of set up this great 1-3-1. You love to see it. I love minion waves, you know, I gotta talk about it. You're laughing at me.
No, I'm laughing because you're being self-deprecating, and you don't need to be, because that was great.
Don't make us get the frog out again.
You gotta be careful.
We're going to be joining Shox and Keen for the Verizon post-game interview. Shox, I'm sure you have so much to say. Take it away.
Welcome to the stage where I'm joined by Keen and by Jisun to assist with the translation. First up, congratulations, Keen. We even saw your iconic Camille. It did take 5 games, so can you tell me a little bit about what made this series so challenging?
승리 축하드립니다. 5세트 꽉으로 가면서 또 기인 선수의 아이코닉한 카밀도 볼 수 있었는데요. 이번 시리즈 어떤 부분이 조금 까다로워서 이렇게 좀 승리하는 데 오래 걸렸고 어느 부분이 가장 상대하는 데 가장 까다로웠나요?
오늘 좀 교전으로 이제 게임이 많이 결정됐던 것 같은데 교전을 하는 데 있어서 이니시가 없으니까 좀 불편한 부분도 많았어서 그런 부분을 좀 뱀픽적으로 얘기를 많이 했던 것 같습니다.
I think most of the games were decided by skirmishes, and I realized that our team comp didn't really have a lot of engage tools, so that was the main focus of our feedback, and we wanted to make some adjustments in our draftings.
Okay, this does mean that you have now won 21 series in a row as GENG, which is absolutely incredible. What is your read on what makes you so strong at this point in time?
이번 승리와 함께 젠지가 이제 매치 21연승을 달성했습니다. 정말 무적이라고 볼 수 있는데요. 젠지의 어떤 점이 이렇게 팀을 강팀으로 만드는 건가요?
아무래도 선수들이 다 경력도 많고 하다 보니까 이제 각자의 역할 같은 걸 이해를 하고 좀 플레이를 이제 누가 말 안 해도 잘해서 그런 부분들 때문에 저희가 계속 이길 수 있지 않나 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
Most of our players are very experienced, so they have a really good understanding of their own role. So we don't really even need a lot of communications. You just know what to do in games. So I think that's the biggest part.
That's very impressive. Now you beat the LPL first seed here. Of course, last year you did beat BLG to win MSI. How much of a threat do you feel the LPL is this year at MSI?
오늘 이렇게 LPL 1시드 AL을 꺾었고 작년에도 BLG를 꺾으면서 MSI 우승하셨잖아요. 이번 MSI에서는 LPL이 얼마나 위협이 된다고 생각하시나요?
사실 오늘 경기 같은 경우도 되게 힘들었어가지고 이제 다음에 다시 만나도 언제든지 이제 위험할 수 있는 상대라고 생각해서 많이 위협적인 것 같습니다.
I mean, even today's series, it was very challenging to us. So if we were to have a rematch, well, things can happen any kind of way. So I think they are still a big threat to us.
They absolutely can happen. In fact, you might meet BLG or T1 in the next round. What team would you rather play
No,
and
I'm
why?
doing my review.
그러면 다음 라운드에서 또 이제 LPL이
I'm
BLG를
just listening
만나거나
to the interview
T1을
now.
만나게 될 예정이신데요. 어느 팀을
Yeah.
좀 만나고 싶으신가요?
Like I need like 30 minutes more.
새로운 이제 팀이라기보다는 두 팀 다 이제 MSI에서 이제 젠지라는 팀이 많이 만났었기 때문에 이제 누가 올라오든 저희 할 거 잘하면 될 것 같은데 그래도 개인적으로 LCK 이제 T1이 올라왔으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, Genji is actually pretty familiar with facing up against them in the MSI, you know? Not a new face.
I don't think MCO is that cooked, by the way.
Well, I want to say still, our LCK family, T1, I wish they can make it.
Okay, amazing. 감사합니다. Thank you so much to you both. This was Keen and Genji, 21 in a row.
21, 21, 21.
21 in a row. Monster performance from Genji here and monster performance from Keen as well. Our OPPO player of the series here.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
The carry performances that he put out, immaculate. I mean, the Ambessa, the Gwen, the Camille here, really impressive stuff from him. Shout outs to Duro with some of these blitzcrank as well. My
Channeling the
goodness.
lehens. Oh my god, I loved it.
He needed the shout out, but Keen was incredible. A lot of those flanks on his Camille really.
Why were you so sure Genji would win? They had the better draft, bro. Like, look at this fucking Zootopia draft that they had, man. It's a fucking Zootopia draft. Plain and simple. Like, Scanner, Gragas, Shen, like, how do these champs do anything together? Like when... Yeah, I don't like Zaya, but it's not enough. The other champions were just ass. Like, Genji just had a way stronger top side. Okay, let me put a note to my editor. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we should talk about the series of today. G2 versus Fly. I think FlyQuest, I think Inspired is just one of the best junglers in the world, best Western player currently. I think he showcased that in this series. I think G2 is just a one-man team right now in terms of the level that is being presented. I think Labrov was fine in the first Alistar game. I think this draft is insanely weak. I think when you pick Maokai, there's no access to Yone. There's no good pairing with Maokai. Maokai and Cassio as an answer into Ryze, which means Ryze can just buy Mercs and just have a good time. Cassio as a pick into Ryze isn't some kind of a hard counter. It never was. Ryze can interact well, can trade, can push. The main thing is, it's like you can fight back in some moments, and it's a skill matchup, but it's not like some kind of hard counter. And when Ryze is a Pantheon on his team and the enemy jungler is Maokai, there is nothing to be done. Like you have the freest Mercs access of your life with Ryze, better itemization because Cassiopeia, the Road of Ages build is just not good in my opinion. I think what Shanks did today in Game 5 was good, but in this series, Whippo was playing super well in the Sion game. He was outplaying Cassio on side, meaning Caps on side, so that's where he got Caps' number. But it's very clear that Caps is playing with an intention as if he's trying to really carry the game because it's necessary. I think it was necessary. I think Aatrox, I haven't seen a single European Aatrox that has been good so far outside of Whippos. This Aatrox was very tame. Jin game was whatever. That's the only answer that Hamasama likes to play into Varus. And then the enemy team like G2 banned Rakan and Braum. I think banning Braum is really troll. Banning Rakan as well. Like here you need to remove fucking Kesante and Sion so you don't get just countered by tanks completely. And at the same time, I don't like the answers from BB into tanks, which is another weakness of his, in my opinion. And I think that's a problem. Someone in chat is asking, what if he went Ornn? Yeah, then Mercs are even better. So that's not possible. The draft with Maokai just locks him in too hard. Maokai pairing makes sense when they pick it with Yone, because that's the only good AD mid, and then you have something going on. Like, for example, CFO in this game with Ornn, Xayah, Rakan, Maokai, Yone. That could have been a good draft. Or like that for game 1, the G2-1 was Varus, Maokai, Yone, and the 1-2-3 with Jax Rakan to follow up. It's just not that strong in my opinion, not that strong, you know. In game 2, FlyQuest, I think that, you know, in this one, I do think once again that Aurora here just tried his best to fucking carry the game. I think that Skewmond, it was so clear to me that G2 would play so much worse in an elimination match than they did against G2. I said that in my breakdown, I said that in my prediction, and I think it's very, very true for Skewmond in particular. Skewmond is playing, by definition, like a KDA player, very, very afraid, playing screens away, doesn't have any aggression, doesn't have any teeth, doesn't land any Q flashes. Always his ult combos come from a Q into flash R, or it never gets the Q damage off, which is a problem. You need to push it forward with Vi. You need to like dance back and forth. You need to like posture and actually space against the enemy. This is what we see from everybody else, you know. That's the main thing. And I think that in this game, Quad was pretty damn bad. I think FlyQuest, one problem they have, I think, as the tournament continues for them, I do think that Quad is so much weaker than the other mid laners in this tournament. Like, I think Quad is going to be weaker than Hongq or Knight, or like maybe against Faker, it's not going to be a problem because that's somebody that he's going to be playing against. But if he's up against Knight, I think Knight is going to annihilate him. I do think that Quad looked good on, for example, Orianna. That was one of his better games. And Ryze. I think Orianna and Ryze was his two best champions. So we'll see more about that. In this particular game, I think Busio absolutely did crazy things on Bard. When I saw this live, I thought picking Bard is kind of crazy when AD doesn't show and enemy showing Rel. They did die 2v2. They got double killed. But in the end, Busio did crazy things on Bard. Honestly, mechanically on Bard, a really, really insane Bard game. Really well done from Busio. Garen as a champion against K'Sante works well as a counter. My worry about Garen in generally as a champion is that he has to scale. He gets really powerful level 16 when he gets 2-3 items. 16 is a really important breakpoint. But I do think that Garen as a champion can definitely, you know, have a place. In a game like this, Wing the Vi damage is important. I think in this one as well, Caps tried his absolute best to carry. He sniped like Senna's neck a couple of times. Maso as a player, he is showcasing moments where he gets caught, like in the Varos game, like a Ziggs game that he played in the AL series, or in this one in particular. He's playing well, he's pushing forward, but, you know, there is like, he goes over the edge a couple of times and he doesn't have like that crispiness about him, I would have to say. But I also think I wanted to highlight Hansam was fed in this game, got double kills as I mentioned before, but he got caught by Bard ultimates, got caught in fights. It seemed like in this series, FlyQuest were just team fighting 10 times better than G2. And I think G2 just mechanically and individually just weren't available today outside of Caps. In the final game, we had G2. You know, it ended in a very depressing manner. Like there was a dive that happened, I can show you. It was just like the most deflated game 3 ever, which is very, very on par. If you guys remember the finals that G2 played, the game 3s that they played, if you think back to them, they had the Urgot game with the trash. Like the third game against Koi was super ugly. Third game against KC was even uglier. And this one as well was very nasty. Look at the Trundle loop around here. Bwipo is going to walk away, flashes the Q damage. Skewmond could maybe W into E, into hold, into hit, and then Q after the flash. I think he could have played this better. But then look at Inspire just trapping him. He has also, you know, Orianna coming through. Busio came through because they're looking to swap of the base, and they just cracked his neck. And then later on the lane swap here, we're going to see a scenario where they're trying to dive the Yorick Mori on ball lane. It's a Broken Blade. So yeah, Bwipo's under the turret. And then Labrov hooks, they're trying to trade ahead of time. He gets chunked. Should be a very free dive, but Skewmond just walks into the turret. What the fuck is this? My man couldn't keep it in his pants. And then he just got bonked by the hammer and didn't W, didn't reset, didn't do anything. And Bwipo basically 1v3s them while Cho'Gath dies on top. You know? Busio is the one who tanks and Broken Blade gets an eat. But the cost of this is just way too severe. And then the game ends in a way where G2 actually gets some moments. They kind of fight back. Caps gets a kill. Broken Blade is in good condition. But then we have the situation where Caps are just pushing out top. He's just pushing out top, guys. He's pushing out top. And G2's backing off. It's as if they decided they're not going to contest this Drake. This is still a Drake 4.
Caps is just hitting top turret. He's 16. Sure, he can TP, whatever. G2's pushing forward to spot people. And then here Labrov does a good job of not hooking. G2's making them waste time. Kali gets free time to push. And here, for some reason, Labrov just hooks in. For some reason, hooks in. Akali has the TP. Labrov insta-dies. He's hooking in. And I don't know. Like, this game is perfectly playable, but they just shit the bed completely. And in the end, Masu just clears them up. And then G2's Nexus explodes at 28 minutes. G2. Like 07. But like, I think this was one of the most predictable downfalls ever. You know, there was a hope in me that G2's like coaching staff could maybe work miracles. But at this point, you have to also think about G2 at internationals. They fall so flat often because of their prep work. In the beginning, the prep work is so insane, but then it falls so flat later too that I don't know if I can praise it anymore, especially at the World Championships. We saw the first World Championship 2023 when they went there and they just got clapped by Draven, Kalista, Orianna bans and just ran out of steam. And then we had 4 games straight of Orianna Nocturne into dropping Mickey. You know, it's just, I don't know. It's like, there's some questionable things here that you need to have accountability for in the end, you know? So that's super tough. But FlyQuest, way better than G2 in every way possible. G2 looked like Fnatic does against G2 last year in this series. I didn't really feel like G2 could ever win a game, honestly. And I think that Caps was so lonely today. Caps was insanely lonely. The second series though, AL vs GENG, played some fucking high-level League of Legends. I think the standout players to me was Keen. Keen was an absolute monster. Keen was my MVP of the day. I think on AL you can choose Shanks or Tarzan. I think they played mind-whopping, like really good series, better than their counterpart. I think Shanks outperformed Chovy on the day, besides maybe the last game. In game 1, AL just came out swinging. They were way better in the skirmishes. This is something that I highlighted in my breakdown. I think that AL did a, like in terms of LPL and the playstyle, the skirmishes, meaning the 3v3s, the 2v2s, how they contest the in-between, LPL is way more active on this game. I think that this is something that AL is just way in tune with. They're playing with teams that are willing to take every damn fight, and they made it all the way through here after a very long season of best of 3s and also best of 5s. So they are very ready in this department. In game 1, the skirmishes fell in AL's favor, and they had a very good game, you know, to play for themselves because they had a lot of engaged tools. Hope was absolutely crazy on the Kaiser, absolutely delicious level of you know, gameplay. He just sniped Ruler over and over again, but the skirmishes, AL got ahead and they never let go because the NG need to keep fighting with their comp too. In game 2, GENG bounced back. I really like the Nocturne lock-in here. Twisted Fate just keeps the loose streak going. I think Gwen is something that he can safely lock into Flandre as an archetype as a player. I think Gwen, his answers into Gwen are not going to be that good. Jax in this game missed 3 melees on the first wave because he was defending his camps for the Poppy. Flandre is not a good selfish player. That is his weakness. Keen is way more well-rounded. He's capable of playing the carries and the tanks and the weak side. But Flandre is best on Rumble, on Yorick, on Sion, on that type of a style. Smolder today, he played fucking insane. He also has that goofiness about him. Like, this is very old school Flandre where he's always cooking up counter picks. But in this one in particular, I think that, you know, Jax was falling behind. Nocturne is a very good pick here in particular because it counters Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate, with his rapid fire cannon, can't find the autos because of the blindness against Nocturne. And also it's an AD jungle that works very well against Poppy because there's no way the W is going to work. Someone asked, would you take Flandre 369 as top? Flandre is what 369 was in the past. Minus maybe the Renekton and Aatrox gameplay, and more on the goofier side. I think Flandre is just a way better player currently. And then the follow-up was Ezreal and Braum. I just think AO's composition is a little bit too wonky, and GENG won out in this one in particular. Marvelous performance from Keen on Gwen. Follow-up into Game 3. In Game 3, I think also GENG's draft is just phenomenal. I think this is a very hard Trundle game to play. It's good against Vi in isolation, but giving up Talia for the sake of picking Varus, I think is simply not worth it against Chovy. I think Chovy's best champ right now is Talia. I think he even said so himself. And then Vi together with Talia is just too powerful of a combo. I think you can first pick Talia and then suddenly you play Talia Trundle. I think that's a little bit better. But then maybe they're thinking Trundle is not good against Ahri, which is what they will match. And then they struggle in the jungle to pop, and maybe that's the thought process. But then maybe you switch up your ban and don't ban MF. Maybe you switch up, the Xayah ban too, because banning Xayah for the sake of Varus is also troll, because you just make the Vi stronger. I don't think it's the greatest. The Ambessa, clear follow-up when you have Vi already showing. Ambessa is really good against Trundle, really good against Sion too, in my opinion. Follow-up here, the strategy from AL was to ban every AD possible with Xayah, MF, Lucian, Zeri in a game 3, which is a strat. And then Ruler came through with the Ziggs, which made sense. Rakan not the best lane together. Again to the Bard, but it doesn't matter. Rakan just wants to play with Vi and Bessa. In this game, I think Shanks did a fantastic job of keeping them in the game. He was really, really fed. But then there were a couple of fights that GENG kind of figured out the game and the fights real time in a beautiful manner. GENG game 3 versus AL. They figured out the game real time, which was beautiful to watch. They realized they just need to keep Vi ult always for the combo. Shanks got monster ahead in some of these team fights. I'm just going to show you guys some of these team fights. They were absolutely demonic. Look at this one, for example. This grub fight that he took here, which is absolutely vicious. Take a look at this. Canyon really misplays. He queues forward, ults onto, of course, Hope here. Then he follows through on him. Hope kills him. And then in the end, Kin gets contact. He just ults onto Kael and goes. But take a look what Shanks does here in the back line. Look at that, boom. Boom, gets E on Chovy, and then he flashes over. I mean, R2's over, gets the kill, and then look at the step back there on the W. It's just fucking insane, insane mechanical play, man. Really, really good, man. Really, really good. And then later on, the fights extend. Shanks gets another good one, if I remember correctly. Let's take a look here. I think here, this is one where KL just gets queued dry by Vi, which is not the way you can start the fight. Because KL died just without enemy using much. It's only Ambessa ultimate. And then he dies and gets CC chained. And then the follow-up here is that Sion tries to snap. And then on the back end here, Canyon being allowed to kill KL there without using ult is also a big deal. He queues Shanks in air, and Vi ults as a follow-up. Shanks gets out. And then in the end, you got a nice, beautiful Talia wall here to lock them in. And they continued. And then Kin just goes under the turret to trade for the 1-for-1. Gives another kill for Shanks, of course. Then the team fights kind of just went in GENG's favor from this point onwards. They kind of figured it out. Shanks, the main struggle, in my opinion, was that they didn't really get... I guess we had this fight as well where Ruler just got caught. He got cut off by Shanks here and he got hit and he just died very dry and flat. And then the Bard ult. Here AL tried to break the position of GENG through the front door, which just didn't work. I think it was just too tricky for them, and they needed to figure out ways to flank for Shanks. This is the one. I think they needed to be like, I think they are positioning wrong. I think Sion should be the one grouped and Shanks should be on Sion's position. And then I think it would have been a lot better. Right now, Shanks wins everybody in 1v1. He can flank and be insane, level 17 with so much gold, 10 Dark Seal stacks, he's OP as all hell. But he's trying to just go through the front door, which made GENG's game so easy to play. I really didn't like that. Even here, just Shanks staying through the front door, and GENG, Chovy, and Ruler could just throw spells from one direction, which makes it very easy. You never want to let the mages play in the front to back, and you see AL are just all grouping on the same square meter, which is a big mistake. Tabis for sure gonna flame them for that one. and then the bar rule doesn't land. That was the only way for them to break, and Canyo's pushing Flandre out because Vi has percentage damage and you know, the armor shred on W, which is a really big deal, and AL still tried to go through the front door, and Keen just baits them he just made himself look delicious, and he just baits them, and once again he just baits them. Tarzan can't really get contact, and the game is just over. Keen with a fantastic game. This game 4, I thought GENG just had a very good draft. I thought this Javan game would be impossible to play, and I thought that Smolder would be in trouble against Kesante and Nafiri ganks. I thought that Caitlyn Karma is going to dominate the Nico lane, but these things just weren't true. Flandre got to scale, and then in the end there was this situation where we had a game 4 that was absolutely vicious, I have to say, from Tarzan, absolutely menacing. There was a situation around Rift Herald, where basically GENG, after being ahead and 2-0 on Caitlyn, going to be the situation. In this situation here, it's a very bad contest, because if you look at the details of what we got going on the map, we can already see that Silas doesn't have prio, Galio's first, they are late to enter here, Keen is not connected, GENG very sloppy, very sloppy with this one, and in the end here, GENG they are just too late to contest, they're too late to the party, they're entering, you know, Dick Bush vision with nothing. Kael finds a beautiful snap, Ruler cleanses, and then walks out and is forced to flash. So in this particular scenario, you have AL getting the Rift Herald and getting very important summoners. And in this window, even though they are slightly behind on gold on AD, it doesn't really matter that much, because right now, Caitlyn, just because she has this little slingshot, she actually doesn't have any completed item. So Javan having flash here, he knows, of course, what he needs to do. He needs to just engage onto the Caitlyn, who has no sums. And here he finds the angle, and we see the crazy wombo combo from the Galio and the Javan. They pull it off against a very mobile composition. And the main detail here is that Caitlyn and Karma don't have summoners. Let's listen to it with the casters.
Chovy spotted. Shanks looking for it. Tarzan goes in. There's a Hero's Entrance. Cataclysm Mob. And that's the wombo combo that anyone's legends were looking for. Keen goes all out, dashes forward onto Hope, and will get the kill.
And now in this context, there was a very big problem here that Chovy also burned flash, and Chovy was behind. So there's no initiative now on side, because Flandre is too tanky and it can actually wave clear very easy, and Galio is actually stronger than Chovy at this point in time. And then you have Tarzan being on 2 core, being super bulky and strong. And you can see now in these trades that Shanks is actually winning. Keep in mind, Chovy is playing Grasp, and his economy is kind of in the negative right now. And then Chovy eventually is going to get ganked on bottom side. He's going to die, and then he face checks into River 2, which was pretty bad. Let me show you guys. This is the one where Chovy just gets caught in River. Very poorly. Poor gameplay by Chovy. He has no business being here. Just feels suffocated in the game. Caitlyn's on top wave because of Atakan being in that position. This is poor form. He also gets ganked later on in the bot lane. Very good play here on the Atakan, because GENG just open on top and they're not showing. They're just opening on top after pushing out top, and they just leash it because they assume the enemy is going to open on bot side. This is a very clever play to do. I really like that. I really like that. I think the Grasp Silas does never come online. I think the Conqueror, like your champions designed around Conqueror, I feel like almost. Here we have this fight, and at this point, Smolder is just fully stacked, and the issue is the economy. I'm gonna go snap back, look at the items. 2 core Galio, 2 core Javan, and 2 core matched on MMF, and I think the economical advantage is like, never look at the gold. Never look at the gold as an advantage. Look at champions and look at inventories. Because sometimes people would buy garbage items, sometimes they're in between, you know, and they only have components and they don't have any combat stats in their inventory. Never, don't get misled by this. This should always make you look at this. And, you know, sure, Ruler's 1k gold ahead, but he has a slingshot. You think that's going to matter? No, it doesn't matter. Always look at inventories. Recipes are what really makes you strong in the gold advantage. And now Shanks completed recipe, Javan completed recipe, they're just stronger because they just have better items. Might seem rational, but people often look at the gold, you know. And that's GG, baby. And that's GG. Took us to game 5 off of this one. And this one, I have to say that I think AL's draft is a little bit too Zootopia. I really don't like this. I think the Ryze first pick makes sense considering all the mid laners that are out. Cassiopeia as an answer, I'm not super big fan of. I think that this top side is very powerful, and I think that this is they are really exploiting, I think, the weakness of Flandre here. I think the boldness to pick Camille, the boldness to pick Gwen, the boldness with the Ambessa into the Sion, this is Flandre's weakness. And I think Keen can really, really leverage that super, super hard, you know? This is super important to highlight, in my opinion. And I think the Cassiopeia is a denial. I already talked about it in the previous series with the Cassio with the Maokai with G2. But I think this is just a goofy comp. I think Blitzcrank, I was calling. I thought that GENG are gonna ban Blitzcrank because I thought AL would fourth pick Blitzcrank. Because right now the answers to Blitzcrank are not there. There's no answers to Blitz. I thought they're gonna ban Blitz here on 4 or 5. They ban Elise and then they get the Blitzcrank themselves. The answers into Blitz are non-existent here, guys. All the supports are out. There's no Alistar, there's no Braum, you know. It's just, there's nothing left. I thought they're gonna fourth pick Blitz here. That's what I expected. Because there's also no mobile AD left either. Keep that in mind. There's no more mobile AD. You can maybe pick like Tristana. I don't know. Because Renata ban is fucking strange, I think. And then here, even though I didn't think Xayah is that good of a pick, it's just Ruler's Giga Comfort. I don't think Xayah is that great into Cassiopeia and Corki. Very hard for you to trade with them. But at least you murder objectives, and if Blitzcrank ever gets a hook, you also murder that too. It's just Xayah is a meat grinder, right? Xayah is just a meat grinder. I think this top side here against these champs, I think they all buy Mercs, and I think they win. I think they all just buy Mercs, and then the game explodes. This game, I want to highlight something, because this gank is so psychotic and so good. Because I just want to show you guys the impact of this gank, okay? So Shanks got level 1 gank by Camille, which borderline ruined his lane, but he recovered because Tarzan pushed Canyon out and burned his flash. Now you're in the loop. Now Chovy is playing the matchup as per usual. Shanks is trading back and forth because that's the matchup, but he has refillable potion advantage Chovy, so he has an extra little ruby crystal in his pocket. Take a look at this gank timer mid. Skarner bases, and then there's a ward here in river that Sejuani dodges. If you guys look at the minimap, this ward placement destroys everything. That's first, okay? The ward placement doesn't spot Sejuani going into the bush. Next,
and push is able to get
Canyon.
that ward out.
This Cassio is so close to 6.
Shanks with the early flash. But Canyon's here for
You see that minion that is 1 HP? Shanks gets 6 now. Take a look back here in slow-mo. Look at that one minion.
That ward out.
Look at that one minion, guys. It's his 6. That minion on 1 HP right now. That is his 6. Shanks is paying attention to this. And I think that's why he really tilted in his reaction. And I think that's why he flashes the way he does. Because he wants to fucking petrifying gaze here, bro. It is incredibly, incredibly narrow. But here Shanks gets 6, dies, and he flashes too. You can see his reaction. I don't think GENG calculated this, but like, it's so close, you know. It's so close. I think Chovy's, they are aware. I think they are saying, let's gank you before 6.
And I don't know if they know exactly that minion, or if they think one more minion. Like, it's crazy.
So close there to one.
And I think this breaks the game completely. Because Chovy now has flash into Casio that has no flash. Chovy gets base on Catalyst, gives him initiative, and then here comes the grubs. And I think that they can't fight because, like, AL have no mid laner. Look how isolated Shanks is. He's under the turret. Zaya moves all the way. Like, here you just give these up. I don't know why AL decided to fight this. Really don't know why. Thousand just wanted one grub at least. Gragas TPs and Casio limps into the fight, and Ruler gets a dream fight on his Zaya even, because the enemy is just face checking into him, you know.
Coming out as well as GENG are looking for more hope down. Shanks and Flandre trying to retreat, but the Hexagol Maiden will lock them up. There's the Blade Caller to follow up, and Shanks is dead. Flandre tries to jump the wall, and just as I was saying, it would be so good for anyone's Legends.
It's tough, man. Breaks my heart for Tabe, man. Breaks my heart for Tabe. GENG gave a big fight back because they kind of trolled, if I'm going to be honest. But after that, Keen, Duro also, like, Duro just fucking popped off on the Blitzcrank, bro. He just inherited Lehen's right arm completely. Completely inherited his right arm. Absolutely vicious. This was a wonderful series to watch. Wonderful series to watch. This is one of those series, like, this series deserves a deeper dive. This series deserves a deeper dive. A lot of fun shit. Let's talk about tomorrow's coming matchups. In, of course, MKOI versus, of course, CFO. And then we have T1 versus Bilibili. Let's start with T1 versus Bilibili because my thoughts around them are a little bit fresher. We are in it's a very weird juxtaposition, guys, because I think that Doran is playing better than Bin. I think that Owner is playing better than Beishuan, even though Beishuan, like, played a good game 4 and 5 against Bilibili, against MKOI, I think. I think that Knight is playing way better than Faker. I think Faker is not performing so well currently, in my opinion, while Knight looks to be in, like, good shape, good form. The main concern for me with Faker is that his champion choices are quite predictable, and I think his current champion pool isn't deep enough to actually, you know, create counters. Because even in this game, I think he suffered a lot. He fell behind really, really hard on CS. I think in the game 5, as Oriana looked solid. I think this was the best game he had all this in the series. But other than that, I think there was always a target on his back. And I think that Faker is the biggest question mark for me in this Bilibili series. Additionally, I thought that Gumayushi looked worse in this series than he did in the playoffs of LCK. I think that Keria kicked into gear as the series progressed. I think his poppy game was insane. I think that his trash game, I think this is just a troll draft. I don't know how they ended up here. Like, the Swain pick was genius from CFO. I feel like T1 can clean up their game. Like, if I expect them to perform better, right? T1. What are the things that I can see that they do better? I think Keria and Gumayushi can perform better from the get-go. That's something that they can adjust for sure. And I also think that draft-wise, they can also adjust. There's certain holes that I don't think they want to be in ever again. And I think the main difficulty that they have to face is how do they figure out bot lane? I think T1 tried some gambles, like, for example, Kalista Renata into Kai Wing, because they're flipping that CFO don't want to play range champs and then get smacked by Lucian Nami. Like, that's a thing, right? That's a thing. Here in this game, Faker went like 1-7, and I think the main issue is just Faker seems to be dying to every gank on side, dying to every gank on mid, and he's playing insanely aggressive in lane at all times, and he just seems so desynced in the game. I think if Faker, if the enemy team don't have enough time to, like, pressure him on this weakness, then maybe things can look different, but I do think that CFO kind of bailed them out with the weaker draft here, and T1, in my opinion, I think they underperformed in this series, while CFO performed insanely well, in my opinion.
And then in the context of Bilibili, I think Bilibili's bot lane has been playing damn good this tournament. I think On is playing really, really fucking good. I think On is playing really, really good. I think TSM fans are delusional. They're just coping in chat with this take. Oh, he only plays good when it matters. I don't want to hear this anymore from T1, guys. I think this is really silly. Bilibili has a good advantage, the fact that they have played 10 games already on stage. I think that matters. Being on stage at 3 different times also matters. I think that Elk has been solid. I don't think Elk has been disappointing. I think Elk has had some really, really good games. Like this Kalen game was tremendous. I think his Misfortune game was fucking nasty. I think in a world where, like, at this tournament, the AD carry level is not that high in my opinion. Like Hansama, Masu, Ruler, they're all making like mistakes. Gumiushi is making mistakes. Elk is up there amongst the best. Like Elk and Hope are like probably the 2 best performing ADs at this tournament in my opinion so far, right? Someone in the chat is saying Masu is the best performer, but I can assure you Masu wouldn't even say that. Masu in this game 4 was absolutely atrocious. I think that Masu in the Jin game was solid, I think. In the game 1 on the Senna was good. But Masu has also made mistakes. Even against G2 today, there was 2 times on Varos he got caught on mid-wave. I think he got murdered. I think that there were times, like in the Senna and the 2v2, he was weak, but he kept up in souls, which was really, really good. Masu best Western ADC. I think honestly Super has also made a name for himself. I feel like Super was really good in the Bilibili series, honestly. I think the Varos game he was really good. I think Super probably is like the best Western performer, but we need to see him in another series against CFO, I think. We need to see him in another series against CFO. But back to the conversation about T1 Bilibili. Everything I've seen so far, I have to say, I do feel like Bilibili look a little bit better. If based on everything I've seen so far. I didn't think that T1 played as good as I expected them to against CFO. So there's still a step up that T1 can make, in my opinion. There's a weirdness in the fact that Bin is playing quite poorly, or did so in the MCOI series. So that I feel like is an opportunity because T1 showed that they are capable of shutting down a player of Bin's archetype, being the Zeus archetype. And I think that's a very big plus. In terms of, like, I think that T1 and Bilibili don't play the same level of League of Legends as GENG and AL do right now. I think there is a lot of situations where people get caught. The fights there are a lot of unforced errors. Someone in the chat said, you're forgetting that T1 never loses to China. T1, last MSI, lost to China. The MSI before that, lost to China. Even at Worlds, they lost to Top Esports. 2022, MSI, lost to China. Like T1 has lost to China plenty. So let's not run with, you know, the Los Ratones, like Kadril Twitter. I don't blame Kadril. It's just that Kadril's Twitter just has all the worst Twitter takes popping up there because it's just such a big base and it's Twitter mixed. So it's just crazy, you know? You're forgetting that they only lose when they want to win. Yeah, that's a good way of making me angry. I feel like this could be very, very close. I feel like this one is insanely hard to predict. But my gut is leaning towards Bilibili right now. My gut is leaning towards Bilibili based on form. I feel like T1 is going to need a little bit more time to ramp up. I think T1 can still perform better in the jungle support. I think they are going to like the support jungle can carry more weight in a series. I think that's really important because on this team they really need to. They really need to. And I do think that T1 have an angle through the shutting down.
I don't think Knight is gonna challenge Faker's champion pool like Honkyu did. Bilibili's locked 2 mid bans every game. What? It's like, if anything, you can say that maybe he doesn't want to play Azir, but Knight plays everything. Like, Knight is in really good form and he plays everything, and then maybe you can say that his Azir is questionable, maybe Yon questionable. TF also, but like, when did T1 ban TF? When did T1 ban TF, brother? They didn't. Knight can for sure go band for band. Knight is just currently the better player than Faker. So, Fake, I think T1, they have the makeup to actually shut down Bin. I think that's really important. And then On has been playing super well. Keria needs to match that or overperform that. And he's capable of doing so. Like, Owner and Keria should be the big advantage here in this series. They need to be. They really, really need to be. But I didn't see that magic enough to the level where I expected T1 to be like a contender potentially at this tournament, you know? The reason I put T1 as potentially the second best on the same tier as AL and Bilibili was because I expected Keria and Owner to really, really step up and keep really, really high form. Because they need to, right? They really, really need to. Current Fake is maybe like 4th best mid laner right now. Honestly, I think that you can make like the mid laners at this tournament have played pretty damn good. I think Honkyu had a wonderful series. Like, I think you can put Honkyu above him. I think Faker, I think Quad has probably performed worse than Faker. George Pune has also been fucking good. Caps was amazing, but he's out. Like, the mid laners have been performing their face off. Shanks has been the best. Chovy is probably lower. Like, Chovy might be like 4th, you know? Like, the Korean mid laners have not performed super well at this tournament so far. But obviously that can change. Obviously that can change. But to my prediction, like, legit, I am like 55, 45 BOG. That's like what I'm leaning towards. Like, I feel like Bilibili has better form recently. And I think, honestly, it's such a big advantage that Bilibili went through, like, play-ins. Play-ins is OP. Play-ins is OP. It's so OP, guys. Really, really OP. Play-ins is OP, I think. I think that's like such a big edge. I don't care that they played against weaker teams. It's just they get so much volume and they understand themselves, very comfortable on stage. I think it's so, so massive. Now for MKOI versus CFO. I think this can be a banger fucking matchup. I don't think, like, I'm probably, like, I think MKOI could beat CFO. I really think so. I think they could beat CFO. I don't think it's as one-sided, because I do think that it's easy to overrate them based off of that T1 series. I think it's very easy to do so. Because they play against T1 and so forth. But I think T1 was very flawed. Very, very flawed. And I'm just looking at the eye test. CFO individually are really, really good. Junjia, you know, Junjia, I think Honkyu and Dogo are really, really good individually. I think Kai Wing is predictable, but I think that Alvario and Elioya, I think as an engine, I do think that they can deal with this well, you know? I feel like currently, even though I think MKOI, I've always said this when it comes to this tournament, I don't think they necessarily have a higher ceiling
than a lot of their teams, a lot of the other teams. But I just think MKOI have a very, very high floor in terms of their draft understanding, in terms of who they are, in terms of their team play. And I think CFO is very, very sporadic. And I think that really, really matches up to T1 super well. But I think that KOI can add some structure to the game and also be more consistent in their draft approach towards their strengths. I also think that Jojo is a lot more stable around mid. And I think that Jojo plays better with Elioya and Alvaro, which I think makes MKOI's early game better. I also think that Alvaro and Supa played super well in the bot lane matchup against Bilibili. And I think the series can get very interesting. Guys, T1 underperformed in this series. They did. They like you guys need to understand that teams are capable of underperforming. GENG played pretty bad in this game one. AL played pretty bad in this game one. T1, I think they underperformed in the majority of the games here. And they really, really kicked it into gear during game 4. And I think CFO did a lot of impressive things. Like game 2 was insanely impressive, the way they snowballed. But I think there's a level of risk that CFO play with that can get dangerous. And I just have a lot of faith in the MKOI engine. I think it's reasonable to call that CFO wins. But I think this series can be just as close as the other one. Immediately trying to defend T1 over one bad series. Who are you talking to? I hate it when like people jump into the stream after I've been talking about the matchups for like 20 minutes and then he just said something so vomit-worthy in the chat like this. 6 a.m. So it's like, if I'm going to drop a prediction, right? If I'm going to drop a prediction, I don't know, bro. I don't know, my gut is telling me MKOI, bro. My gut is telling me MKOI, bro. I think MKOI is going to win. The only thing that makes me nervous about this prediction is just how MKOI were in such winning positions. And I feel like CFO can capitalize on that. That's the only scary thing, is that MKOI threw 2 winning positions against Bilibili. And I have a feeling that can happen again. But Bilibili team fighting is so fucking special. I don't think it's the same. I'm legit like 52-48, bro. That's where I'm at. I'm gonna say it, bro. I'm gonna trust my guts here. It's 5 in the morning, but I'm gonna trust my gut. I'm gonna trust my gut here, bro. I'm gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna go for it. That's it. That's it. Supa has been playing well, bro. Supa has been playing good. Supa has been playing good. Jojo Pune has been playing good. I feel like they are strong in the right places, man. I really feel like they're strong in the right places. I really think so. I feel like KOI is strong in the right places to compete with CFO. I think this series is going to be an absolute fucking banger. And if CFO wins, so be it. I can see that fucking happening. But I don't know. I feel like KOI is strong in the right places. I think so. Like the main thing, KOI, if I want to see them improve something, is the sharpness of how they pull the trigger. I feel like Alvaro was alone there, you know? Alvaro was alone. And usually he has Elioya with him, you know, in terms of how snappy they are and how fucking good they are at pulling the trigger. They need each other. But I expect Illuia to bounce back. But I think this series is gonna be fucking amazing. Tomorrow we have insane League of Legends coming up. And I think Alvaro's gonna carry that series tomorrow. There you go. I said it. Let's shut off the damn stream, guys. Fucking the sun is coming out. MSI is so fun, guys. We like in 1 week it's over. I don't know, that makes me so sad. That makes me so sad. Alright, homies, have a good night, everybody. I wish you all the best. Take care of yourselves. Arigatou gozaimasu.